Blackstone presents Death Rattle by Terry C. Johnston. This book is read by Alex Boyles. Let us live o'er those deeds again of trapline, camp, and desperate fray, where roved the long-haired mountain men who broke the trails and led the way. Edwin L. Sabin, Old Jim Bridger on the Moccasin Trail. 1. Damn if this dead mule didn't smell like a month-old grizzly-gutted badger. Titus Bass swiped the back of his black, powder-grimed hand under his nose and snorted with that first faint hint of a stench strong enough to make his eyes water. Without lingering, he spilled enough grains of the fine 4F priming powder into the pan, then carefully raised his head over the dead mule's still-warm ribcage. The sons of bitches were gathering off to the left, over there by Big Shad Sweet's side of the ring. Really more of a crude oval, the 24 of them had quickly formed around this collection of ancient tree stumps when they started dropping every last one of their saddle stock and pack animals with a lead ball in the brain. "Don't shoot till you're sure," Henry Frabe was bellowing again. He'd repeated it over and over so many times it was beginning to nettle the gray-haired Bass. "We ain't none of us lop-eared pilgrims, Frap," he growled back at the trapping brigade leader. The man they called Ol' Frap twisted around on that one leg he was kneeling on, spitting a ball out of his gopher-stuffed cheek into his sweaty palm. "God damn it! Don't you think I know every one of you niggers?" "We'll make 'em come, Frap," Elias Kersey shouted from the east side of their horse and mule breastworks, shoving a sprig of long, dusty blonde hair out of his eyes. "Don't you worry none about us," another man growled down Bass's right. "Here they come again," arose the alarm. Titus twisted, rolling on his hip so he could peer behind him at the far side of the narrow oval where some of the defenders hunkered behind a stump here or there. Then his eyes slowly climbed over the heads of those other beaver trappers as they all sat entranced, every eye fixed on the 1,000. Sure was a pretty sight the way those horsemen had been forming themselves up over yonder after every charge, gathering upon that wide breast of bottom ground where the warriors knew they were just out of range of the white man's long-barreled flinters. About as savvy as Blackfoot, Bass ruminated as he watched the naked riders start to spill out in two directions like a mountain torrent tumbling past a huge boulder plopped squarely in the middle of a creek. Foaming and roiling, building up force as it was hurtled into that narrow space between the boulder and the grassy banks itself, huge drops and narrow sheets of mist rising from the torrent into shafts of shimmering sunlight. "Shoot when you're sure," Jake Korn reminded them, the expression on his dark face gone cloudy. "One nigger at a time," Reuben Purcell cried out as the hoofbeats threatened to drown out every other sound in this river valley. "One red nigger at a time, my Mama Purcell allays said." Sure as spit, these Indians had grown smart about the white man's guns, maybe hankering to have a white man gun for their own. From the hairstyle, the way they made themselves up, Bass figured them to be Sioux. He knowed Sioux. A bunch of them had jumped him and Sweet, Waits by the Water, and the youngins, too, couple summers back when they were returning down the Vermilion, making for Fort Davy Crockett on the Green. In that scrap, Titus had been close enough to see the smeared, dust-furred colors of their paint, close enough to smell the old grease on their braids and forehead roaches. Not till then. No. He'd never seen a Sioux before. But he and Shad had hacked their way out of that war party and made a desperate run for the fort. Sioux. If that didn't mean things was changing in the mountains, nothing else did. Why, to think of Sioux on this side of the divide? Damn if that hoss didn't take the circle. Titus picked one out, made a fist of his left hand, and rested the bottom of the full-stock flintlock on it as he nestled his cheekbone down in place and dragged the hammer back to full cock. Down the barrel now, that rider somehow didn't look to be Sioux. Most of them on this end of their grand-fronted charge didn't appear to be similar to the warriors who had jumped him and Shad 2 years back. He guessed Cheyenne. The way they started to stream past, peeling away like the layers of a wild onion weights gathered in the damps of the river bottoms, he'd have to lead the son of a bitch a little. The warrior took the outside of the procession, screaming and shaking his bow after each arrow he fired. Titus held a half-breath on that bare, glistening chest, finding no showy hairpipe breast ornament suspended from that horseman's neck. Instead, the warrior had circled several places on his flesh with bright red vermilion paint. Likely his white, puckered hanging scars directly above each nipple where he'd strung himself up to a Sundance tree. And a couple more, long ones though, down low along his ribs. Wounds from battle he proudly exhibited for all to see. Let his enemies know he was invincible. Bass held a little longer, then raised the front blade of his sights to the Indian's head and eased off to the right a good yard. What with the way the whole bunch was tearing toward the white men's corral at an angle, there was still a drop in the slope. He was surprised when the gun roared, feeling the familiar slam of the Derringer's iron butt plate against the pocket of his right shoulder. What with the muzzle smoke hanging close in the still summer air, Bass was unable to see if his shot went home. But as the parade of screaming horsemen thundered past his side of the breastworks, he did notice that a handful of ponies raced by without riders. One of those animals had likely carried the big fellow with the painted scars. Farther back in the stream, other horsemen were slowing now, reining this way and that to avoid a horse that had plunged headlong and flipped, pitching its rider into the air. Some of the warriors slowed even more. 2 by 2 they leaned off their ponies to scoop up a wounded or dead comrade, dragging his limp body back across the coarse, sun-seared grass that crackled and snapped, hooves clawing at the powdery dust that rose in tiny puffs with each hoofbeat, the dead man's legs flying and flopping over every clump of sage, feet crazily bouncing, wildly sailing against the pale, summer-burnt blue sky. Few of their arrows made it all the way to the breastworks they had formed out of those 60 or more animals. The 1,000 clearly figured to make this a fight of bravery runs, while the waterless white men slowly ran out of powder and lead. At first, some of the trappers had hesitated, dropping all the horses and mules. They bunched their nervous animals together, tying them off nose to nose, 2 by 2. But with those first frantic wholesale charges, the Sioux and Cheyenne managed to hit enough of the animals in the outer ring that the saddle horses and pack mules grew unmanageable, threatening to drag off the few men who were struggling to hold on to them. Arrows quivered from withers and ribs, from bellies and flanks. Then the first lead balls whistled in among Frabe's men. Damn if those red bastards didn't have some smoothbore trade guns, fusils, old muskets, English to be sure. Maybe even some captured rifles too, taken off the body of a free man killed here or there in the mountains. One less free trapper to fret himself over the death of the beaver trade. Arrows were one thing, but those smoothbore fusils were a matter altogether different. While such weapons didn't have the range of the trappers' rifles, the muskets could nonetheless hurl enough lead through their remuda that those Indians could start whittling the white men down. There were a 6 horses and mules thrashing and squealing on the ground already by the time the St. Louis-born German growled his thick, guttural command. "Drop the horses!" Frabe shouted. "Drop them, every one!" Many of those 24 mountain men grumbled as they shoved and shouldered the frightened animals apart in a flurry. But every one of them did what they knew needed doing. Down the big brutes started to fall in a spray of phlegm and piss as the muzzles of pistols were pressed against ears and the triggers pulled. A stinking mess of hot horse urine splashing everyone for yards around, bowels spewing the fragrant, steamy dung from that good grass the horses pastured on 2 days back. In those first moments of sheer, deafening terror, Bass even smelled the recognizable, telltale odor of gut. Glancing over his shoulder, he had watched as the long coil of purple-white intestines snaked out of the bullet hole in that mule's belly so that the animal itself and other horses tromped and tromped and tromped in nervous fear and pain, yanking every last foot of gut out of the dying pack animal's belly. He had quickly poured some powder into the pan of his belt pistol, lunged over a horse already thrashing its way into eternity, and skidded to a halt beside the very mule that had been his companion ever since that momentous birthday in Taos. Stuffing his left hand under the horsehair halter, his fingers went white as he jerked back on the mule's head, shouting in what he hoped would be a familiar voice, a calming voice. As a horse went down behind Titus, one of its slashing hooves clipped the trapper across the back of his calf, and he crumpled to his knees. Gritting his teeth with the pain as he struggled back onto his feet, Bass yanked on the mule's halter again and shouted as he pressed the muzzle of the short-barreled .54 just in front of the mare's ear. "Steady, girl," he whimpered now, tears streaming. Some of anger, some of regret, too. Lots of regret. Then pulled the trigger. He had gripped the halter as she pitched onto her forelegs, her back legs kicking some, struggling to rise until she rolled onto her side. Nestled now in the shadow of her body lay that dirty, grass-crusted rumple of her gut. Titus knelt quickly at the head, staring a moment at the eyes that would quickly glaze, watching the last flexing of the wide, gummy nostrils as the head slowly relaxed, easing away from him. "Goodbye, girl," he whispered, the words sour on his tongue. Bass patted the mule between the eyes, then quickly vaulted to his feet and wheeled around to reload, prepared to continue the slaughter that was their only hope of living out this day. He remembered another mule, the old farm animal that had grown old as Titus had grown up on that little farm back near Rabbit Hash, Boone County, Kentucky, beside the Ohio River. And then he sensed a cold stab of pain remembering Hannah, the best damned four-legged friend a free man could ever have in these here mountains. Hannah. The trappers dropped them all. Frabe and some others still hollered orders above the tumult. Every man-jack of them knew what was at stake. The resistant, dying animals must have smelled the dung and the piss, must have winded the blood of their companions already soaking into the dust and sun-stiffened grass of this late summer morning. They dropped them one by one, and in twos as well, until there was a crude oval of carcasses and what baggage the men could tear off the pack animals and get shoved down in those gaps between the big, sweaty bodies that would begin stinking before this day was done and night had settled upon them all like a benediction. 24 of them pitted against 1,000 Sioux and Cheyenne, not to mention 100 or more Arapaho who had showed up not long after the whole shebang got kicked off with that first noisy, hoof-rattling charge. Damned Arapaho must have been camped somewhere close and come running with all the hurrah and the gunfire. Titus grinned humorlessly and pushed aside the one narrow braid that hung at his temple. The rest of his long, graying hair spilled over his shoulders like a curly shawl. All of it tied down with a faded black silk bandana that also held a scrap of Indian hair over that round patch of naked skull left him so long ago. He thought on that bunch of Arapaho who had caught him alone many, many summers before and stole his hair, remembering how he eventually ran across the bastard who had taken his topknot, how he had lifted this small circle of hair from the crown of the scalper's head, recalling how glorious it had been to take his revenge. So Titus grinned. Maybe so some of the bastard's relatives were in that bunch watching the Sioux and Cheyenne have at the white man's corral. Wouldn't be long now before those Arapaho would figure it was time to grab some fun of their own. Glancing at the sky, Bass found the blazing sun over his shoulder. Long as they'd been fighting already, and it wasn't yet mid-morning. That meant they were staring at a double handful of dead slow hours behind these packs and stinking carcasses. And with the way the first of the women were starting to bristle along the crest of that hilltop yonder, the warriors weren't about to ride off anytime soon. not with the whole village showing up to chant and sing their men on to victory, on to daring feats of bravery, on to suicidal charges that would leave the bodies of one warrior after another sprawled in the grass and dust of that no-man's land all around the trappers' corral. Bodies fallen too close to the rotting breastworks for other riders to dare reclaim. Titus blinked and wiped the sweat out of his eyes with the sleeve of his faded, grease-stained calico shirt, and saw the flecks of blood already dried among the pattern of tiny flowers. The mule's blood. Bass glanced quickly at the sun once more, wondering if this was the last he would ever lay eyes on. Would he ever see the coming sunset as he had promised himself summers and summers ago when he managed to ride away from that scalping, a half-dead shell of a man clinging to Hannah's back? Would he ever see another black mountain night with its brilliant dusting of stars as he lay by the fire, staring up at the endlessness of it all, Waits by the water's head nestled into his shoulder just after they had coupled flesh to flesh? Would he ever again see their children when they awoke each morning, clambering out of their blankets and tottering toward him as he fed the fire and started the coffee, eager to fling their little brown arms around his neck, squeezing him with what he always took as their utter joy in having another day to share together? Together. Oh, he wished he was with the three of them now. How thankful he was that he had compelled Waits to remain behind with the little ones. If the three of them were here among these 24 ill-fated men now? With the breakup of that last pitiful rendezvous shared by a few holdouts in the valley of the Green River, Bass had watched old friends disperse on the winds. Some gave up on the mountains and pointed their noses back east to what they had been. Others, like Meek and Newell, set a new course for Oregon country where the land was fertile and free. But a hardy few had determined they would hang on, clinging to the last vestige of what had been their finest days, what had been their glory. Never again would the big companies dispatch their trapping brigades into the high country. There was no money to be made in trading supplies for beaver pelts at a summer rendezvous on the Wind, the Poposha, or some fork of the legendary Green. Bridger and Frabe formed a new partnership and brought out that last undersized pack train from St. Louis in '40. Afterward, while Bridger led a small band of trappers north, Frabe and Joe Walker started for California with a few men of their own. Bass marched his family north with Gabe's undermanned bunch. And when Bridger turned off for Blackfoot country, Titus had steered east for Absarica and the home of the Crow, his wife's people. There would always be beaver in that country, even if he had to climb higher, plunge deeper into the shadowy recesses than he had ever gone before. And besides, traders like Tulloch were handy enough with his post over at the mouth of the Tongue. He'd continue to trap close to the home of his wife's folk, trade when he needed resupply, and wait for beaver to rise. The way beaver had before. The way it would again. They had a fair enough winter that year, cold as the maw of hell for sure, but that only meant what beaver he brought to bait were furred up, seal fat and sleek. When the hardest of the weather broke, he took a small pack of his furs down to Fort Van Buren on the Yellowstone, only to find that Tulloch couldn't offer him much at all in trade. So, Titus bought what powder and lead he needed, an array of new hair ribbons for his woman, a pewter turtle for Magpie to suspend around her neck, and a tiny penny whistle for Flea. How Bass marveled at the way that boy of his grew every time he returned to the village from his trap line or a trading venture. At least an inch or more every week Titus rode off to the hills. Even more so when he returned from a long journey to the Tongue. Flea was 4 winters old now, his beautiful sister to turn 7 next spring, looking more and more like her mother with every season. Where it used to break his heart at how Waits by the Water first hid her pox-ravaged face, it now gave him comfort that she had made peace with what the terrible disease had cost her. Not only the marred and pocked flesh, but the loss of her brother. Every time Bass returned from the hills, come back from the wilderness to the bosom of his family, he quietly thanked the grandfather for sparing this woman, the mother of his children, from the cursed disease that had decimated the northern mountains. And he never neglected to thank the Allmaker for the days the two of them had yet to share. With the arrival of spring following that last rendezvous, he decided to mosey south, taking a little time to trap if the country looked good, but intending above all else to be in the country of the Upper Green come midsummer when Bridger planned to reunite with Frabe. On the Green last year, before going their separate ways, there had been serious talk of erecting a post of their own. Damn if that news didn't stir up a nest of hornets among the old holdouts. Hivernants the likes of Gabe and Frapp ready to give up on trapping beaver? The two of them turning traitor? Such black notions he had done his best to push out of his thoughts over that winter. No sense in his tying his mind in knots around something that was nothing more than talk. Why, Frapp and Gabe had been out in these here mountains pretty near from the beginning. If anyone else but himself knew beaver was bound to rise again, it was them two. But when Gabe or Frapp gave up trapping and settled down to trade fixins for furs, why, it meant nothing less than the old days was over for certain. By the time Bass reached Black's Fork of the Green, he was none the less startled to discover that Bridger and his men had started laying down cottonwood logs, chinking them with clay from the riverbank. They had the walls and some of the roof done 6 weeks later when Frabe and his outfit rode in from their exploratory expedition to California, not one of their pack animals sway-backed under furs. Not much of anything to show for all those months and miles. Out west to the land of the Mexicans, Frabe's outfit sold off all their beaver for some beans, soap, tobacco, coffee, and sugar, along with 17 mules and 100 mares. Not to mention trading for the head-hammering aguardiente those Mexicans brewed out there beyond the mountains. After a little celebrating at their reunion, wetted down with some whiskey, Bridger traded off a small train of emigrants bound for Oregon who had tarried at Gabe's half-completed post long enough to recuperate their stock. Frabe proposed a short journey south by east where the men might trap and make meat. Bridger stayed behind with a handful to continue work on their post before winter slammed its fist down on the valley of the Green. Bass chose trapping and hunting over the mindless chores of a cabin-raising sodbuster. He figured he'd pounded enough nails and shingled enough roofs back east to last him the rest of his days. So when Henry Frabe's 22 rode out for the Little Snake, Titus went along. He reckoned on sniffing around some country he hadn't seen much of since he lost hair to the Arapaho. Might just be a man could find a few beaver curious enough to come to bait. Besides, among the old German's outfit were some of the finest veterans still clinging to the old life in the mountains. Yes, sirree, this hunt that would take them into the coming fall might well be the last great hurrah for them all. Those long days of late summer seeped slowly past. None of them ran across much beaver sign to speak of, and where the men did tarry long enough to lay their traps, they didn't have much success. Not like the old days when a man could damn well club the flat-tails, they were thick as porky quills. The hunting wasn't all that fair either. Game was pushed high into the hills. Bass and others figured the critters had been chivied by the migrations of the Ute and Shoshone. Turned out the game was driven off by the hunting forays of this huge village of wandering Sioux and Cheyenne, not to mention that band of tag-along Arapaho. The sun had been up a good 3 hours that morning when one of Frabe's outriders spotted a half-dozen horsemen on the crest of the hill across the Little Snake. "If'n they was Utah, them riders be running down here first whack," Jake Korn snorted. His black beard extended right on down his neck and into his chest hair in one continuous mat. "Begging for tobacco or red paint." "Snakes, too," Rube Purcell added. His greasy, matted, deer-hide brown hair was already flecked with snows of age. "Poor diggers, them snakes be." "Those ain't either of 'em," Elias Kersey growled. "And that's a yank on the devil's short hairs." "Look at 'em, Bass remarked. "Just watching us, easy as you please. Ain't friendly like to stare so, is it, Frap?" The old German hawked up the last of the nightgather in his throat and spat. "Trouble is what them niggers looking at." Frabe picked 4 men to cross the river ahead of the rest, making for the far slope and those unfriendly horsemen. Stop a ways off and make some sign. See how the winds blew and the stick floats. Then the rest started their animals into the shallow river just up the little snake from the mouth of a narrow creek. The trappers had the last of the pack animals and spare horses across right about the time the first muffled gunshot reached them. Every man-jack jerked up in surprise, finding their 4 companions wheeling round and returning lickety-split, like old Beelzebub himself was right on their tails, one of their number clinging the best he could to his horse's withers as they lumbered down the long slope. Behind them came the 6 strangers, and just behind that half-dozen, it seemed the whole damned hillside suddenly sprouted redskins. "Ford up! Ford up!" came the cry from nearly every throat as the 4 trappers sprinted their way. Frabe's 20 spun about, studying things this way, then that, when most decided they would have to make a stand of it right there with the river at their back. "Pull off them packs for cover," one of them bellowed. But Bass knew right off there weren't enough packs to make barricades for them all. Not near enough supplies lashed to those pack saddles to hide behind, and sure as hell not any beaver bundles to speak of. One last-ditch thing to do. "Put the horses down!" One of the bold ones gave voice to their predicament. "Shoot the goddamned horses!" another voice trumpeted as the 4 scouts reined up in a swirl of dust and hit the ground running, reins in their hands. That's when Titus could make out the yips and yells, the taunts and the cries, all those hundreds of voices rising above the dull, booming thunder of thousands of hooves. A tall, red-headed youngster next to him came out of the saddle and was nearly jerked off his feet when his frightened mount reared. From the look on the man's pasty face, Bass could tell this might well be the most brown skins the youngster had ever seen. "Snub him up quick and shoot him," Bass grumbled as he lunged over to help the redhead. "Pistol?" "Goddamned right." Then Titus turned his back and double-looped his own mule's lead rope around his left hand as he dragged the .54 caliber flinter from his belt with his right. "Drop the goddamned horses, everyone!" Frabe repeatedly roared as the first few animals started falling. From the corner of his eye, Bass watched the redhead obey. As the mount's legs went out from under it, the horse nearly toppled the trapper. But Redhead scrambled backward in time, spilling in a heap atop Titus's thrashing horse. "You got a pack animal?" Bass demanded. The Redhead lunged onto his feet, craning his neck this way and that, then shrugged. "Not no more." "Get down and make ready to use that rifle of your'n," Titus ordered, then turned to bid farewell to the mule just a breath or two before the screeching horsemen dared to break across the flat into range of their powerful, far-reaching weapons. He laid a hand on the mare's neck as she breathed her last, stroking the hide until she no longer quivered. Gazing out over the slopes where the warriors gathered just beneath the ranks of their women, children, and old men, when he saw her. Clearly a woman, dressed in the short fringed skirt that exposed her bare copper legs draped on either side of her brown-spotted pony. A short, sleeveless, fringed top hung from her shoulders where her unbound hair tossed on every hot gust of wind. Make no mistake, that was a woman. While the warriors were stripped to their breech clouts and moccasins, wearing medicine ornaments and power-inducing headdresses, the one intently watching the action from the hillside was clearly a woman, and probably a powerful one to boot. Around her stood more than a double handful of attendants, young women and boys, all on foot. Together they joined in her high-pitched chants. She must be imploring the warriors to fight even harder, dare even more with each renewed assault. "You see that, she-bitch?" the gruff voice asked in a masked whisper. Bass turned to see Frabe settling in beside him, joining him between the horse's fore and hind legs. "Who she be, Frap?" The old German stared at the hillside, reflecting for a moment before answering. "She der princess." "Princess?" "Ja, der princess they fight for." Titus couldn't quite believe how preposterous it sounded. "A woman's giving the orders to all them bucks?" Elias Kersey nodded. "That bitch makes medicine for them bucks to rub us out." Now Titus had to grudgingly agree as an idea dawned on him. "Yeah, medicine. I'll bet if one of us knocked that damn princess down, them brownskins see their own medicine shrivel up like salt on your old pecker, Frap." "She come close your side, Titus. You knock her down, yeah?" Frabe asked as he rocked back onto his hands and knees to crawl off. Licking his dirty thumb and brushing it over the front blade at the end of his rifle barrel, Bass vowed, "See if I can do just that." Back over at the far end of the oval, after the horsemen made their 12th deafening rush on the corral, Henry Frabe once more was squealing out orders, ordering more of the men to hold off firing, thereby making sure they would have at least half the guns loaded at all times. No more than a dozen were to fire at once, he noisily reminded them again and again after every smoky volley. No less than a dozen must be ready should the whole hillside erupt in an avalanche of hooves and bows, flooding in a great rush for the white man's corral. But charge after charge, the 500 never thundered down the long slope and across the river bottom at once, never dared press close to that maze of deadfall and tree stumps, rushing en masse against that corral of buffalo robes, blankets, and bloating carcasses. As the morning wore on, the ground in front of the dead, stinking horses and mules reminded Bass of an autumn field of barren, wind-blown corn stalks. Almost as many arrow shafts bristled from those huge animals the mountain men had sacrificed to make this last stand. Well before the sun climbed to mid-sky, 2 of the trappers lay dead, and the rest were grumbling with thirst. The river lay all too seductively close at their backs, its faint late-summer gurgle almost loud enough to hear, were it not for the grunts of the sweating men as they reloaded their rifles or hurriedly refilled their powder horns from the small kegs pulled from among the scattered baggage. A peaceful, bucolic gurgle as the creek trickled over its gravel bed, to be sure, were it not for the rising swell of war cries and the soul-puckering power of the coming thunder of those hooves. "They comin' again," Frabe would announce what every last one of the 21 others could see with their own eyes, while the summer sun beat down on that corral of rotting horseflesh and desperate, cornered men. "Remember," Bass turned to whisper at the redhead nearby, "wait till you got a target." "What's it matter?" He turned and looked at the youngster's face. "It'll matter. Each of us gotta take one of the bastards out with every run they make at us. It'll soon enough matter to them." Titus watched the redhead swallow hard and turn away without comment to stare at the oncoming horseman. Sweat droplets stung Bass's eyes. Grinding the sleeve of his calico shirt across his forehead, he calmly announced, "They call me Scratch." "Scratch?" the redhead repeated. "No shit, I heard of you." His eyes went to the black bandana covering Bass's head. "Word has it you lost hair." Grinning, Bass nestled his cheek along the stock of his rifle, squinting at the front rank of horsemen. "That was a long time ago, friend." He found another likely target, tall, a muscular youth brandishing what appeared to be an English trade gun in one hand as his spotted pony raced toward their corner of the corral. The Sioux and Cheyenne were clearly going to make another long sweep across a broad front again, hooves tearing up grassy dirt clods as they streaked past the long axis of the barricades where most of the trappers lay or knelt behind the bloating carcasses. The redhead's rifle boomed. Then it was Scratch's turn to topple his target. "Name's Jim. Jim Baker," the redhead turned to declare. "I'd like to say I'm glad to meet you," he explained as he rolled onto his back to yank up his powder horn and started to reload. "But I don't figure none of us gonna get out of here anyways." "You listen here, young fella," Bass snapped. "I've been through more'n any one man's share of scraps with red niggers, from a patch on the Healy to Comanche over in Greaser country, clear up to the goddamned belly of Blackfoot land itself. We ain't beat yet." "How the hell you figure we gonna get out of here?" Baker demanded as he jammed a ball down his powder-choked barrel. "We ain't got no horses left to ride." "We'll get out, Jim Baker. You keep shooting center like you done so far, these brownskins gonna get tired of this game come dark." Game? "Damn straight it's a game to them," Bass explained, then tongued a ball from among those he had nestled inside his cheek. As he pulled his ramrod free of the thimbles pinned beneath the octagonal barrel, he laid another greased linen patch over the muzzle and shoved the wiping stick down for another swab. Only when he had dragged out the patch fouled with oily black powder residue did he spit the large round ball into his palm and place it in the yawning muzzle. Baker glanced at the body nearby, a hapless trapper who had poked his head up just a little too far at the wrong moment and gotten an arrow straight through the eye socket for his carelessness. Penetrating into the brain, the shaft had brought a quick, merciful death. The redhead grumbled, "This damn well don't appear to be no game to me." "No two ways to it, Jim. This here's big medicine to these brownskins," Bass explained as he reprimed the pan. "White men ain't been hoorooed by Sioux and Cheyenne much afore this, you see. Look at their women up on that hill, singin' and hollerin' their medicine for 'em, screamin' Billy be hell for their men to rub us out, all and every last one." "They can do it," Baker groaned with resignation. "Damn well enough of 'em out there." "But they won't," Titus argued. "Ain't their way to ride over us all at once. Sure, they could all come down here and tromp us under their hooves. They'd lose a few in rubbing us out, but they'd make quick work of it." Why ain't they?" "There ain't no glory in it, Jim." And Bass grinned, his yellowed teeth like pin acorns aglow in the early afternoon light. "Them are warriors, the genuine article, and the only way a warrior gets his honors is in war. This here's war, a young buck's whole reason for living. Wiping us out quick? Why, that ain't war, that's just killing." Baker wagged his head and rolled onto his knees again to make a rest for his left elbow on the ribs of his dead horse. "I don't rightly care what sort of game them Injuns is having with us. I figure to do my share of killing." Bass rocked onto his rump and settled the long barrel atop the fist he made of his left hand, which rested on the horse's broad, fly-crusted front shoulder. Green and black bottleflies already busy laying their eggs in the ooze and the gore. Gazing up the slope, he was surprised to find the woman had moved. Damn if she wasn't coming down toward the bottom close enough that he might just have a chance to knock down Frabe's warrior princess. Closer, closer. Come on now, he heard himself think in his head as she and her unmounted courtiers inched down the hillside, their shrill voices all the more clear now in the late afternoon air. If he held high and waited for that next gust of hot wind to die, he might just hit her. If not the warrior princess, then drop her horse, and if not her pretty spotted pony, then one of them others what stood around her like she was gut-sucking royalty. He let out half a breath and waited for the breeze to cease tugging on that thin braid of gray-brown hair that brushed against his right cheek. Bass quickly set the back trigger, then carefully slipped his fingertip over the front trigger, waiting. When the rifle went off, he bolted onto his knees to have himself a look, not patient to wait for the pan flash and muzzle smoke to drift off on the next gust of wind. Her brown-spotted pony was rocking back onto its haunches, suddenly twisting its head and neck as the double handful of courtiers scattered, diving and scrambling off in every direction. As if plucked into the sky, the warrior princess herself sprung off the rearing pony the moment its forelegs pawed in the air a heartbeat, then careened onto its side. A few of the more daring attendants immediately surrounded the princess and started dragging her up the slope, away from the fighting, out of range of the white man's far-reaching weapons. Scratch watched how reluctant she was to back away, amused at how she continued to stare over her shoulder in utter disbelief as she was yanked up that hillside, her eyes transfixed on the tiny corral where the trappers were somehow holding out. Perhaps she even wondered just which one of the cursed, doomed whiteskins had killed her beautiful, invincible pony, likely heaping her vilest curses on the man who had gone and soured her powerful medicine she had been using to spur the naked horsemen to perform their death-defying charges. "And well, you should do your share of the damned killing, Jim Baker," Bass replied to the redhead as he rocked backward and dragged the long barrel off the horse's front shoulder. Scratch swatted at a dozen flies hovering around his sweaty face and tugged the stopper from the powder horn between his teeth. "Because killing every last one of these bastards we can drop before sundown comes is the only way this bunch of half-dead hide hunters is going to slip out of here when it gets slap dark." 2. But there wasn't a man among them willing to attempt slipping off before moonrise lit up this high desert. Good men these were, but, Scratch realized, most of them were followers. Not that they lacked in courage, just that they weren't eager to strike out on their own in the dark without Henry Frabe leading them back to the Green River. "He's for sure dead?" Bass asked some of the first to crawl up to meet him near the tree stumps. "Enfant de garce," Basil Clement swore. "I see lot of dead, and that frap is ver dead." Jim Baker sat staring at how Frabe's corpse leaned back against one of the stumps, his jaw hanging open in a horrifying grin. Rivulets of blood dried over most of his face as it spilled from the bullet wound that had nearly blown off the top of his head. Baker shuddered and turned back to the council. "He sure does make a damn ugly dead man." "Remind me to say some kind words over your worthless, fly-blowed carcass when you go under," Bass chided, jabbing an elbow into Baker's ribs. "Didn't mean no disrespect by it," the redhead grumbled apologetically. Scratch turned from Baker and asked the group, "So how many of you going to come with me?" Not a one spoke up. The silence of that twilight council was almost suffocating to him. Bass slowly eyed most of the 20 others who huddled nearby in an arch around the dead bushway. "Ain't none of you got the eggs to make a break for it with me?" "They'll have scouts prowling," Jake Korn finally put an argument to it. "But they're like to come at us again in the morning," Bass grumbled to those men who first started to cluster near the center of their corral back when twilight began to erase the last of the day's shadows. "How long any of you figure our powder to hold out?" No one had an answer to that. "I'm gonna stay," Jake Korn volunteered bravely. At least give the man credit for speaking up and spitting out his mind. A lot of the half-breeds and Frenchmen nodded without saying a thing. Good, spineless followers they were. Almost made Scratch want to puke. But he knew when he was beat. Knew how fruitless it would be to try to convert noisy cowards into quiet heroes. "Maybe so, you're right," Bass relented, his shoulders sagging. "I'll go with you, Scratch," Baker offered immediately. He waited a moment, then decided. "Thank you, Jim, but maybe so we all oughtn't go, or we all oughtn't stay. Best we'll hang together or we'll fall separate." "Leastways we got us some cover here," Elias Kersey offered. Then Rube Purcell added, "And we know they ain't likely to run us over tomorrow if they couldn't today." Several of the faceless men grunted their assent. "It gets dark enough," Bass suggested. "Some of us ought to belly down to the river and bring back some water." 5 men volunteered. He could tell that handful really were brave men. They just needed to be told what to do. When the cloaking darkness finally came and the first faint stars were just beginning to twinkle in full radiance, The five crawled from the far side of the corral with what oaken and gourd canteens the whole bunch could find among the scattered baggage or tied to those saddles still strapped on the bloating horses. Bass watched them go, then turned to catch one of Frabe's half-breed, no-brained Frenchmen loading his pipe bowl with shreds of tobacco. "That spark you'll strike gonna make for a good target of your poor self," he growled as he closed a bony claw on the man's shoulder, another hand around the pipe itself. "No tellin' how close them brownskins could try crawlin' up on us to put a big hole in one of you." "The man's right," Jake Korn agreed. "No pipes." Then Titus went on to remind them all they must stay close to the ground when they felt the need to move about the corral so the evening sky would not backlight them. No sense in learning the hard way if those Sioux and Cheyenne had any true marksmen lying out there in the night. Later, after the water carriers returned and the men scrounged through possible sacks for some dried meat or a little pemmican, feeding their wounded first, Scratch could no longer put off the chore. Crabbing over toward the far corner, he rocked up onto his knees and toes to quickly yank aside the front of his breechclout. Here and there in the corral, others were doing the same, every last one of them finding it all but impossible to make water crouching on his knees. Not a one of them dared to stand in doing their business. Too risky, what with the warriors who might well be slipping up in the night. When finished, Titus shuddered, sensing how quickly this high prairie cooled off once the sun had been sucked from the sky. Dragging his rifle beside him, he did his best to hold his breath while he crabbed back over to the mule's carcass where he struggled to free one of the thick wool blankets. It would have to do. His other blanket and the buffalo robe were hopelessly pinned beneath the mule, its hide, the blanket, and the robe all bristling with more than 100 arrows. Draping the lone horse blanket across his shoulders, he left the stinking gut pile and the mule's riven belly behind. Reaching his saddle horse, he sank back against its backbone and let out a sigh. He pulled off his wide-brimmed, low-crowned hat and flopped it on his belly as he allowed his head to collapse back among a few of the arrow shafts prickling the carcass. He was weary, but doubted he could really sleep. Instead, he lay watching the stars crawl overhead, inch by inch, listening to the muted sounds of the others, listening for any suspicion of the enemy. He wondered if she would be watching this same sky, too, way up there in Crow Country. As she stared up through the smoke hole at that triangle of sky near the top of her mother's lodge, while Waits by the water rocked their children to sleep in her arms, singing softly to them, making up those hero stories about their father. Scratch didn't realize he had fallen asleep until the quiet whispers of those nearby stabbed through his dreamy reverie. It really had turned cold. He shuddered and ground the heels of both hands into his eyes. Blinking them open, he found that false dawn would arrive momentarily. But for now, the skyline behind them was no more than a sliver of gray suspended between a blackened sky and an even darker horizon. "About time you woke up." Bass rolled to find Baker sliding up on his haunches, dragging half a buffalo robe with him. "You been up all night?" "When I woke up a bit ago, I seen you was asleep," the redhead explained. "So I decided to stay awake till you got done." Looking around at the dim forms taking shape in the first filtered gray of pre-dawn, Bass said, "I figured nothing much happened." "One of the wounded fellas died," Baker declared, "but he went quiet." An icy drop of cold snaked its way down his spine. He shuddered in the half-light. "God damn, but I hate when a man dies noisy." Better that they go like Jack Hatcher. Now there was a man what knew how to die. Go out singing his favorite song, Mad Jack Hatcher. For as noisy a life as the coon lived, he sure went quiet. Titus asked in a whisper, "No one heard nothing from out there?" Baker admitted, "Not that I know of." "I better see the others is ready when first light comes," Scratch said, dragging the blanket off and reaching for his brown weathered hat. He tugged it down over the black bandana. Maybe so you try for some shut-eye while you can, Jim Baker. I'll come with you, the redhead volunteered. Make sure every man's up and fixed for powder. He knelt there, staring at the youngster a moment more, feeling the grin starting to crease his leathery oak-brown face. Just like a pup, ain't you? What you mean by that? Wagging his head, Titus set off with Baker at his elbow. I remember when I was young and fool-headed like you, back when I could go days without any sleep. I'll be fine, the tall one protested. Finally, Bass stopped, grinning as he slapped a hand on Baker's shoulder. I'll bet you will at that. One by one, the others who had been dozing amid the carcasses were coming awake. The two who were badly wounded soon began to ask for more water. Bass and Baker looked over what remained in the canteens, then asked for volunteers to crawl down to the creek with them before the sky got any brighter. No small wonder the men in that corral had already drained nearly every drop they had brought back from the stream at twilight, what with the way the sun had leached so damn much moisture from them throughout that long, long day beneath the cruel late summer sun. Come nightfall, and their first chance to slip down to the creek, the men were nigh as parched as a green hide dusted with canning salt and a dose of alum. As the light slowly ballooned around them, Scratch could see that someone had laid a greasy leather shirt over Frabe's head. The old German's mortifying remains still sat on the ground, leaning back against that 100-year-old fire-charred stump. But it was clear one of the men simply couldn't stand looking at that ugly, gap-toothed death grin of Henry Frabe's any longer. Maybe one of the half-superstitious Frenchies, he figured. They were papists, to be sure. This bunch would have to decide what to do about their dead when it came time to skedaddle out of there.
Them's the only ones I see,
a man whispered huskily. Where? Where? There was a lot of muffled shuffling when most of the 16 who could still move on their own crawled over to the near side of the corral. Every last one of them staring quiet as deer mice at the slope while the coming light continued to give a changing texture to the hillside where the warriors had gathered throughout the previous day. At first, Scratch was not sure what he was seeing. Not until enough gray seeped sidelong through the mouth of the valley to their right, exposing more of the slope. Nothing there but some sage and stunted cedar, along with a scattering of jack pine. No horsemen, as far as he could tell. I see him, one of the others called out a little too loud. There, on top of the hill. That all there is? Plain as the coming sun that 6 or 7 of them, no, at least 8, had stood watch atop that crest through the short summer night.
I don't see no more of 'em.
Hopeful, Titus strained his eyes to be as sure as the rest. If the breast of the hill was no longer blanketed by the horsemen, if those chanting women and old men no longer bristled against the skyline, perhaps this coming sunrise would not be their last. Could be their only guards, Baker offered as he stopped at Bass's hip. Scratch nodded, while many of the others murmured in wonder of just what this meant. Maybe so they hung back to see if these white men would slip off during the night, to wait up there till first light to be sure we was still here. He wanted to laugh a little, perhaps cry too, quickly glancing around their prison, that corral of stinking, putrefying horses and mules. Their magic is broken, Bass explained barely above a whisper. What was that? One of the men asked, edging closer on a knee. I said their medicine's broke. Let's get, came the first suggestion. On what? Another shrieked in indignation. We ain't got a horse won.
I'll walk, goddammit.
That's for sure, Baker growled, then turned to Bass. But where are we going? Scratch sighed, staring down at his mule and the saddle horse, the animals he had sacrificed to save his life. Anywhere but here. Maybe north? Yeah, Bass agreed. Back to the green. I say we light out west for Davy Crockett. Titus considered that a moment, then told those men, all younger than he, You fellas take off where you want to go. I can't stop you from heading out. Only thing I'm sure of here and now, we split up, it's just going to make us easy pickings for them brownskins." The one with deep-set, anxious eyes stepped up to ask, "So what's your all-fired mighty idea? Ain't Davy Crockett just about as close as the Green?" "May well be," he answered, "but that fort lays yonder where I had me my first scrap with them Sioux, so I figure this country's thick with 'em." Another man stepped up close. "We can get us horses at the fort." "How you figure they'll have enough horses for all of us?" Baker bellowed. "Maybe the Snakes have some ponies for us." Titus wagged his head dolefully. "If the Sioux are chasing through this country," he argued, "it's for certain the Snake aren't anywhere this far south." "That means we gotta go north for horses," Baker explained. "Makes the most sense to me," Bass replied, turning to look back at the hilltop where the 8 horsemen waited out the coming dawn. "How long afore we go?" one of the younger ones asked. "Soon as we're ready, we'll move out," Titus assured them. "What about my outfit?" grumbled one. "I'm fixin' to take my truck with me," Bass explained. "I figure you can bury what you don't want to carry, or you can just leave it behind for them bastards up on that hill when they come down to dig through what's left. Red niggers left me poor more'n I care to count, so for me, I'm walking away with my hide, hair, and everything I can carry." "Man can't carry much," one of them scoffed with a gust of mirthless laughter. Pointing at a copse of cottonwood saplings at the water's edge, Scratch said, "I figure to make me a travois." "You ain't got no horse to carry your goddamned travois," another snorted. "I'll drag it my own self," Titus growled as he turned away for the carcass of his pack mule. Over his shoulder, he said, "Maybe so the rest of you figure on doing the same." Behind him, some of the voices continued to argue among themselves. He didn't care. Digging one of the small axes from his packs, Titus went directly for the cottonwoods. By the time he felled the first sapling, others were joining him. 3 young trees was all he needed, Bass figured. 2 with large, sturdy bases, and a third he could use to lash the 2 together in a narrow V. After hacking the branches off the 3 saplings, he dragged them back up the rise to the corral. He had done this before, he told himself. Sure, he had been younger, stronger too, but that had been winter, by damned, and he had been forced to cross the Yellowstone, wading through the icy flows on foot. He could do this. It was a matter of have to. Don't give no mind to the sage and cactus, the sharp stones and numerous dead-end canyons they'd bump into between here and the Valley of the Green. If only he could get there, he knew in the pit of him that he'd find some Ute or Snake, trade some horses from them, and get back to Waits by the Water. He'd done this before, way back when he didn't have near this much to lose. Man gets older, maybe so he finds he needs certain things, certain people a little more than he ever had before. Man gets older, he's damn lucky he's learned what's most important. Dropping the 3 saplings, he collapsed to the ground and dragged 1 foot around so he could inspect the bottom of his moccasin, then the other. They wouldn't last long, thin as they were rubbed. Good thing Waits had stuffed a dozen pair in his possibles before he kissed her goodbye. Already he had used at least half of them through the rest of the spring and into the summer. Moccasins wore out. Some men made repairs if they could. Bass stuffed the old ones away in his plunder. Now he'd pull them out to wear double if he could. Maybe even cut them up into strips he could tie around his moccasins, protecting those places that suffered the most wear. He wondered if these other men would make it across all the sage and cactus and rocks on foot. He wondered because he knew none of them had near as much spurring them on, because none of them had near as much to lose. After notching the 2 large saplings where the crosspiece would lay atop them, he used short lengths of the half-inch rope he unknotted and yanked off the mule's pack. The sun was emerging over the horizon by the time he started dragging everything off the elkhorn pack saddle that he had strapped onto the backs of 2 mules over a lot of years. Both of them dead now. Scratch vowed he would drag it along, too, if he could pull it off the carcass. Already the air was warming. It would be another scorcher of a day, and the animals would smell even worse. Beginning to rot, their juices bubbling and boiling inside, meat turned to soup in time. "Baker," he called out to the redhead, "cut you some meat from your horse, back there on the rump where the muscle's deep." "Meat?" "Rest of you do the same," he instructed the circle. "Make sure you got some meat to carry off with you. We're gonna need something to eat along the way," he explained as he dragged his knife from its scabbard. "Shit, I aim to shoot what I need," one of the men protested. Another man roared with laughter. "Eat this goddamned putrefied horse when I can bag me some fresh meat?" With a shake of his head, Titus stood and said, "What if we don't run onto no game slow enough for a man on foot?" A long-faced young man wagged his head. "I can always find something to eat what's better'n old rotten horse." "You fellas do what you wanna," he replied with a shrug, turning back to the cold haunch. "I ain't your bushway." Baker watched the old trapper wag his head in disgust. "Don't pay him any mind, Bass." Scratch stopped to look at the redhead. "I ain't got the time to fret myself over such stupid idiots," then leaned atop the horse carcass. "Don't know how Frapp ever did cotton to taking along such a bunch as this to nurse." "Maybe Frabe wasn't the smartest fella himself," Baker said as he came up to Bass's side. "The German had savvy," Titus snapped angrily, "and more grit in him than you and this whole bunch altogether." Baker was cowed. He waited several minutes, then to the old man's back, he asked, "What about them wounded?" "If'n they can walk, they'll walk," Titus explained. "If they can't, we'll have to drag 'em on travois." He got up slowly, working kinks out of his back. "I'll go see how many can get along on their own." "You want me to help you?" "No, start on the animals," Scratch declared, sensing the young man was apologizing for his ill-considered remark about the dead. "We'll wrap up the meat best we can, bury it deep in our plunder. Be sure you cut deep to take out your steaks, down where it ain't started to go bad and turned to soup in the sun yesterday." 3 of the 5 wounded told him they'd try to walk. Another with a bad shoulder wound didn't figure he was strong enough to pull his own plunder. And the last one was so bad off he would have to lay in a travois, a strip of folded rawhide between his teeth to clench down on every time he was moved. He wouldn't be long, but a gut wound was a nasty, slow way for a man to go. Bass divided that handful's meager goods among the rest. By late morning, Frabe's ragtag bunch was ready to pull out. He had gotten the Germans' men to agree that they would all take a turn at pulling the wounded man as they plodded north. His would be the heaviest travois. "If you was bad off like him, I know you'd want the others to drag you out of here." There had been no dissent. Kneeling within the narrow end of the V he had constructed of the saplings, Bass stood, raising his travois to start forward. He took the head of the march, turning to look over his shoulder at the skyline where the warriors had dismounted now, watching the white men. Where the creek valley took a bend, Bass looked back at the hilltop one last time. The Sioux were gone. Now this bunch could really start to worry. Likely, those scouts had gone off to tell the rest of the village that the white men had abandoned their fort. From here on out, when the Sioux attacked, the horsemen would have an easier time of it riding over the trappers. With every step, Bass worked to convince himself that they'd corral up quickly within what baggage and packs they had strung out on the many travois, doing their best to hold the warriors off any way they could, for as long as they could. The sun seemed to hang in the sky that long afternoon, unmoving like a stubborn mule. That comparison made him remember. Step by painful step, damn if it didn't make him remember. Try as he might to squeeze out the hurt that first part of the day, Bass finally gave in and let the tortured remembrance of Hannah course through him like the burning sting of a poison coursing through his veins. Even when he called for a halt and the bunch dropped their travois, every man collapsing into the dust and the sage, huffing and pulling at their canteens of tepid, alkali-laced water. The first few times he reminded them only to wet their lips, to wash their tongues and the insides of their mouths with one swish of water rather than guzzling at their dwindling supply of moisture. Especially since they had no idea where they would end up come sundown, near a creek or not. Soon enough, he gave up trying to convince them to conserve their water. A mountain man wasn't supposed to worry about water, but a man didn't have to if he had a horse to cover ground. However, the going was slow on foot. No telling how far they had come by the time the sun had sunk and the long shadows were no more. That's when they started searching in earnest for a place to wait out the night. Scouring every crease lying between the hills, the trappers still came up dry, every creek bed nothing more than a sandy strip of dust. Then, as twilight was sucking the last of the light from the sky, they spotted a dark hollow in the rolling tableland ahead. Dotting the hollow was a sprinkling of brush, vegetation barely bigger than the sparse sagebrush that struggled to survive in this high desert. Spread out in a wide V behind him, the trappers lunged step by step toward the dark, beckoning green. Reaching the coarse grass and stunted willow, Bass dropped the travois from his weary hands, turned to numb, stone-like claws. Then he went to his knees in weary exhaustion as the first of the others stumbled to a halt around him. Crawling out of the V, he stayed on hands and knees, searching for the source of the seep by sound, feeling along for the growing moisture beneath his fingertips. There it was, at last. No more than an oozy seep, and a little warm at that, but it was water. Rocking forward, Bass put his face down into the shallow, pan-sized spring and lapped at the wetness. It was bitter with salts, but it was water. And damn if it weren't cool. "Give me your canteen," he demanded of a half-breed Frenchman, the first to come up at his shoulder. Once it was filled, he scrambled out of the way and let the others at the seep while he lurched over to the travois where the dying man lay groaning. His parched lips were swollen and cracked, his leathery face sunburnt and coated with a fine layer of alkali dust. "I brung you some water." But the man didn't open his eyes, didn't respond. Nothing more than the quiver of those lips as he mumbled unintelligible sounds. Kneeling over him, Bass pressed the narrow end of the gourd against the swollen lips and slowly poured the spring water into the man's slack mouth. More than half of it dribbled down his bearded cheek, and he sputtered so badly on the rest that Bass gave up. Poor fellow wouldn't be long now. Gut shot, the worst way to go under. Man took a long, long time to die. Could be this one wouldn't make it through another day of the bouncing, jarring ride as they pressed north by west for the Green River come morning. He died quiet and merciful sometime late on the afternoon of the second day's march. That night, at their waterless camp, the men took turns scraping out a shallow trough from the hard, flinty soil. The moon had risen by the time they rolled the body into its resting place, then covered the dusting of earth with what rocks they managed to find across the side of a barren hill. Over low fires, they broiled thin strips of the stringy horse meat that was beginning to take on a sharp tang. What they had left wouldn't spoil if they jerked it. Titus figured they'd be down to chewing on parflesh and eating their spare moccasins in another 3 or 4 days if they didn't ration what little meat they had left among them. In the cool air that third morning, they had themselves a bad scare. "Shit," one of the men grumbled as the whole bunch jolted awake in their blankets. "Only see 3 of 'em." "Where there's 3 watching, might well be 300 waiting," Bass declared. Baker inquired, "What you figure 'em to be?" For a moment longer he studied the gray hillside, then wagged his head. "Ain't got no idea, but I don't make 'em for Sioux still keeping an eye on us. They'd follered us, caught us in the open, and been done with us quick." "So who they be?" Elias Kersey asked. They all watched as the trio slipped out of sight behind the far hilltop. "Don't matter now," Titus sighed. "They for certain ain't the friendly kind." "Maybe Snake?" "Maybe so," Bass answered. "Or Yuta. Either way, what they seed of us down here 'thout no horses, I reckon they figure us to be slim pickings. Ain't worth stealing from or worth killing." One of the younger trappers crawled over to ask, "That mean there's a village close?" "Likely it does." "Maybe we can find it today," Rube Purcell said, enthused. "Don't set your sights that high," he warned the angular man. "Best we can hope for is to find a trail and see if it might do to follow those tracks toward the green." A pair of the Americans immediately set off for the distant hill in the pre-dawn light. The rest waited in that waterless camp for them to return with their disappointing news that the riders had circled out of the southeast and their trail led off to the southwest, a jumble of rolling hills. Some of the men instantly began to grumble that they should have started to Fort Davy Crockett in Brown's Hole, since that was likely the trio's destination. "Could be they were the last of the Sioux scouts keeping watch on us, too," Bass declared. "I'm making for the green. There's a lot I don't mind gambling over, but walking right into that Sioux village again sure seems like short odds to me." When it came time to start out again a few minutes later, about half of the others didn't immediately follow. He wasn't going to let it matter to him if they had decided to take off on their own. Bass vowed to focus his efforts on cutting a fresh trail that might well mean finding a friendly village of Shoshone or Ute. At least Baker, Kersey, Korn, and Purcell were behind him. They were a steady lot. A little later, when he glanced over his shoulder, Titus discovered the rest of the bunch strung out behind him in a ragged procession, their moccasins and travois poles scuffing up small puffs of the yellowish dust. If the Sioux decided to hit the white men now, they'd be easy to roll on over. It didn't matter, he told himself. Just keep walking. Every bone-jarring step was one more step closer to Waits by the Water and the youngsters. What the hell was he doing down here anyway? Had he come out of Crow country to trap beaver in the Wind River Range and the Valley of the Green? Or had he really moseyed south in hopes of holding on to a past that was dead and all but buried? Maybe so he had ventured down this way hoping to run into some of the old faces, to talk over the shinin' times, share something of a bygone life. But Bridger had stayed behind to oversee the construction of his small post, and now even Frabe was dead. As dead as the partnership between those two old hands. Dead as the beaver trade. Truth was, there weren't enough trappers left in the mountains to make it worthwhile for Bridger to hunker down in one spot and become a trader. So who was it Gabe hoped to turn a profit on at the new post he was raising? The Yuta and Snake in that country? The way of things now dictated a squaw got more for a buffalo robe than a man did for trapping beaver. No matter which way Titus looked at it, seemed his whole world had gone belly up. What was a man to do? 3. Spring came early, wet and muddy that next year. Winter had been mild enough up north in Absarica country, the sort of weather that made his feet itch to be up and on the move, rather than lying around camp the way the Crow men would. A fella could well grow soft and lazy between the last autumn hunt and first of spring trapping. So, Bass had done his best to keep himself busy. All through that winter, when he could no longer fight off the restlessness, he kissed his family of a morning and rode off alone for a few days at a time, haunting the icy streams and creeks where the beaver waited out the winter in their icy lodges. What beaver were left? There were stretches of country where a man wouldn't run onto any fresh sign, no newly felled saplings, no slides, no dammed-up meadows, and certainly none of the huge domed lodges where the beaver and their kits spent the winter dry and warm. But if he persisted, if he pushed on into the seldom-tracked creek valleys, if he dared climb higher into the icy hills, he did find a few of the flat-tails that had survived that onslaught of the last 20 years. It was in such remote valleys that Titus Bass was rewarded with something more than a few sleek pelts. Gazing down upon those white slopes crisscrossed with the pale flesh of the skeletal aspen and furred with the verdant emerald of pine and spruce, he found himself renewed again and again. Listening to the sough of the wind in the snow-crusted evergreen as it fled to distant places, many times hearing nothing more than the quiet breathing of his 3 horses, sometimes only the beating of his heart. That deep, abiding cold and a silence like no other. On occasions at his solitary fire, as winter's darkness sank in around him early of an afternoon, he would look back upon those 9 days of dragging his travois and the followers behind him, marching away from the country of the Little Snake, steadfastly pointing his nose for the country of the Green. Heat and dust, the sting of the alkali making his nose bleed, dust caking his mouth, burning his slitted eyes as they bore into the distance beneath that high, relentless sun. Eyes vigilantly searching the wavering, shimmering skyline for landmarks, for horsemen, for friends or foes. Each day he found the others strung out behind him a little more. Some were just slow working up the wherewithal to start out in the morning, to kneel, pick up their travois load, and put that first step behind them. So a few were slow in making it into their pitiful camp each evening as the light came down. They straggled in for hours after dark, and the following morning they would straggle out, always following the deep tracks his drags scored in the flaky, wind-scoured topsoil. He would look back over his shoulder at times, watching them coming, strung out like a few uneven beads on a thong grown too long, most of them wavering, lunging ahead a step at a time as the dust stived up from their moccasins, from the ends of every pole. And he would think how strange was the appearance of this dark, staggering creature, like some long, disjointed, many-legged centipede dragging itself through the pale yellow sand, body parts irrevocably following its head, dragged along by the sheer power of his will alone. Persistent he became, if nothing else, one step at a time, one morning, one midday, and one afternoon at a time. Eat the dried horse meat and promptly fall into the sleep of a man beyond weary, his mind grown too numb from the heat and the thirst to think on little else but to dread the coming dawn when he would have to scoop down inside himself once more and determine if he could push on this one more morning, this one more midday, and finally this one more afternoon as the sun burned itself a red track across the western sky. It was afternoon when he thought he recognized the river valley from the low butte he had climbed, hopeful after these 9 nights of fitful sleep, awakening at every cough, with every rustle of a man in his blankets, worrying if he should post a night guard, and in the end finding himself so hungry, so parched, so goddamned weary that he only worried in his dreams. But there it was, on that flat above the cut bank where the stream flowed into the green. On that patch of bottom ground stood the dark shadow of those cottonwood logs piled one atop the other to form a small square, so reminding him of Bonneville's post squatting far to the north along this same green river. "Looky there," he croaked, as Jake Korn and Jim Baker stuttered to a halt with their dust-caked travois. "Don't see it too good," Korn confessed, licking his cracked lips and squinting his red-rimmed, alkali-burned eyes. "Can't see no roof." "That's 'cause there ain't no roof, Jake." Baker's face went gray with disappointment. "Where's Bridger? Them others stayed back with him." "Way I lay my sights, they give up and pulled out some time back," he explained, as 2 more trappers lunged to a halt nearby and took to gazing at the scene below. "But looky there, that smoke low off agin the hills?" "Don't see no smoke," a Frenchman interrupted. "There, miles up the valley," and Titus pointed. Look in the trees and you'll see it."
So far away, still,"
another man grumbled. "What you take 'em for, Scratch?" He looked at Baker, then grinned weakly. "Likely snake? S'pose we keep on till we can pay our respects on their camp." It was nearly dark, with the last shreds of the longest shadows of the day clinging to the low places, when he heard the first dog bark. It so reminded him of coming home from a long day of squirreling in the thick woods, hearing old Tink start to bark and bay as the old hound burst ahead, smelling home before he even reached the clearing and spotted the cabin and barn amongst the clutter of elm and oak. A second dog had taken up the warning, and soon a dozen or more of the half-wild curs were yipping, their cries echoing off the low bluffs framing the valley where the last copper light was disappearing from a ragged string of clouds to the west. He shuddered to a halt between Baker and Corn the moment they heard the hoofbeats. Out of the tall willow and cottonwood, more than 10 of them streamed, spreading out in a broad front, bristling with weapons as they confronted the strangers staggering up one by one behind Bass. First whack, those snake had to see just how bad off these white men were. White men on foot? Glory! That had to be something for them warriors to witness. Bass recalled a smattering of their tongue, inched through enough of his clumsy sign language, too, to explain how they'd been jumped by the Sioux, forded up behind the horses and mules they were forced to sacrifice, then how they had dropped the pony being ridden by that warrior princess who surely had to be directing the battle. All of that before the trappers made beasts of themselves and started dragging their burdens back north. How many days? In response to the warrior's question, Titus pulled the short twig from where he had it safely stuffed inside his wide belt and quickly brushed the pad of his thumb over the notches he had carved each night before he fell into a stupor of sleep, gazing up at the sky he hoped she was watching too. 10. This will be 10 since we sent the Sioux packing. There are more of you? Bass had nodded. Then twice he flicked up the fingers on both hands as he held them out before him. The horsemen signaled the others on both sides of him, and most of the riders nudged their ponies away, streaming past on either side of the trio, hurrying on down the river valley to gather up the rest of the stragglers. Turned out, it was Rain's camp. The old man who came to Fort Davy Crockett 2 years ago, reporting that white men he had taken in for the night, fed, and given his finest hospitality, had shown him their appreciation by stealing some of his horses. 2 women helped the crippled, slow-moving old man out of his lodge to stand before the first dozen of the trappers who limped into that camp, trailed by a parade of children and barking dogs. "I have seen your face," Rain said as he studied Titus Bass up close with his rheumy eyes. 2 winters ago. Did you ever steal my ponies? No, I was not one of those who stole your horses, Bass said in his halting Shoshone tongue, emphasizing it with his sign. But I went with the men who took your horses back from the white men who stole them from you. I knew I had seen your face, Rain replied, clutching the arms of the 2 women unsteadily. It was a good thing you took those ponies back. Because the others dishonored themselves by stealing my ponies, no white man could ever again come into this country with his own horses and ride back out. I would make his ponies mine. You see, it is plain we need horses. You walked a long way from this fight against the Lakota? Lakota? Titus echoed the word. That is what they call themselves, Rain answered. We made a prisoner of one of them 2 summers ago. He explained, this Sioux word is the white man name for his warrior bands, but the Creator gave his people the name of Lakota. He died bravely at the hands of my people. I fear they will be a strong enemy if they come into this country to try taking it from us. Do you have horses to trade? Rain grinned, all but toothless in that wrinkled walnut of a face. So if the Lakota did not ride off with your trade goods, I think we could find enough horses for you to call your own. It was not a big village, but neither was it small. That night, the Shoshone ignited a big fire at the edge of camp where they heated some antelope stew, broiled some buffalo steaks, and welcomed the white men back from the maw of the desert. Stuffed beyond belief, Titus watched as some old men brought out their drum, plopped it down near the fire, then began to play, drawing the young men and women of the band to the hypnotic music. Some of the more energetic younger trappers got up to stomp and gyrate with the Shoshone, but Scratch eventually dragged his blanket and buffalo robe off down the creek to the far side of camp where things weren't near so noisy. When he awoke later to the throb of the drum, every bit as thirsty as he had been on their 10-day walk, Bass knelt beside the stream and drank until his belly ached. The second time he awoke, he found himself ravenous and ready to put away another 3 pounds of buffalo flank steak. At the trapper's fire, he discovered that most of the old drummers had retired, but at the drum sat an enthusiastic ring of white men, both French and American, hammering out a rhythm for the sweating, enthusiastic Shoshone youngsters who had every intention of making a night of it. After stuffing himself a second time to the point of a bellyache, Scratch trudged back through camp to sprawl on his buffalo robe and blanket, asleep almost as soon as he hit the ground. He did not awaken until the sun had fully risen and a troublesome fly would simply not leave him be. For the white men, that next day was given over to more eating and sleeping, and not until the second morning did they begin negotiating in trade for some of the Shoshone horses. The first item of business was to mutually determine what value the animals would have in the pending trade talk. That agreed upon, the trappers and the Shoshone leaders had next to settle on the value each individual trade item would have. These 2 long discussions lasted into the evening of that second day, so it was decided they would begin the actual barter on the following morning. Bass figured Rain had seen to it he came out on the better end of the bargain, getting a lot more horse than most of the other white trappers. And 3 of the finest animals to replace the mule and saddle horse he had sacrificed at the Little Snake. Needing to make some meat for his journey north, Bass went hunting with 2 young warriors before dawn on the 4th day. They had 5 antelope down and gutted, strapped across the backs of their horses, and were on their way back to camp when Titus asked, "Ever hear of a snake warrior by the name of Slays in the Night?" The older of the pair nodded. "He was my uncle." "What was?" Titus inquired. "He is dead?" With a shrug, the warrior answered, "As good as dead. He left his band many summers ago, taking some young men with him who wanted to plunder the white men wherever your people could be found." The other youngster spoke up. "He has never returned, none of those who went with him either, so we think they are all dead." It was some time before Scratch declared, "I knew your uncle. Knew him long, long ago. His woman made good pemmican." "You have not seen my uncle in a long time?" He studied the young man's face as they led their horses down the long slope toward the brown, fire-smoked lodges of the Shoshone camp. "I don't remember for sure, but I think I saw him 8 summers ago." "We were just boys then," the youngest said. "That was about the time he left to go steal from the white men." Clearing his throat, Bass halted. "I must tell you, your uncle and his warriors tried to steal from me." "Did he get away with your horses and trade goods?" the nephew asked quietly. "No. I had to kill some of the young men who rode with him," Bass explained. "At the time they took my horses, I did not know the raiding party was led by my old friend Slays in the Night. There were 2 of us. We killed some of the warriors with him. But when I found out it was my old friend, I left him afoot to live or die by his own hand." The young nephew was long before he replied, "It was right." When the 3 of them had continued toward the village, he added, "A man must not steal from his friends." To Bass, that was the worst sort of theft. Many times after seeing Slays in the Night for the last time, Scratch had brooded on it, wondering if the warrior hadn't known just whose animals he was stealing. Was he sure who his victim was? Or had it only been coincidence? Several times in the last 2 years, he had brooded on how those white trappers had preyed on Rain and the old man's hospitality. The worst sort of treachery committed against those who were trusting. So good of heart, they fall prey to those who say one thing and do another. Let such thieves steal from enemies or strangers, not from friends. Chances were Slays in the Night had come through his ordeal of being put afoot by Bass that summer so long ago. Even still, it had been so many years since their confrontation that the odds weren't very good the Indian could have survived long in his newfound lust for booty and plunder. What was it that made men change from good to bad? Was it simply because the world around them was no longer the same and some men believed they must change too? Of a time, he would have put his life in the Shoshone warrior's hands. But Slays in the Night had become another person, the way Asa McCafferty had changed seasons before. So why was it that Bass looked at everything, looked at everybody around him, and wondered why he was the only one not grown different over the years? Did the changing nature of the fur business, did its decline and utter ruin mean that those men in the fur trade had to change? Did events that were bigger than any one man always have to alter the lives, the very character of puny humans? Or could one man hold out against the rest of the world, at least his world of these western mountains? Sure he could, Bass decided. But he would have to figure out something else to do if beaver plues were never again to make a man and his family a decent living. What else was a man to do when no one wanted to buy the beaver he trapped? A trapper was what he had been for more than 17 winters now. How could he expect himself to pack up and return east when it felt as if these mountains were all he ever knew? Or how could he abandon the Rockies and migrate to Oregon country with Doc Newell and Joe Meek? He didn't know where to go to find the answers, but he did know someone who might help him sort through the knots that had his thoughts so tangled. Late that winter, after returning to Absarica, he had taken the family with him when he tramped east from the Crow camp near the foot of the Bighorns, striking out for the mouth of the Tongue, where Samuel Tulloch squatted inside Fort Van Buren, waiting on the Indian trade to recommence come spring. "I wanted to see a white face, listen to some white talk," Scratch explained as he blew smoke from that first deep pull at the pipe stem. "Maybe so to hear just what news there lays on the upper rivers, to hear it from the lips of the company its own self." The trader snorted as he sipped his hot coffee there at the fireplace with Titus. "I sure as hell ain't the company, Scratch." "You're the by-God American Fur Company to this here country, to these here Injuns." He stared into the bowl of his old clay pipe a moment before he finished. "You're the bone and sinew to the beaver business."
"Beaver's down," Tulloch admitted gravely. "Ain't likely to ever come back, Scratch."
Titus had looked around the small trading room and asked, "Buffler?"
"Just as many as the Crow and others have to trade."
After sipping at his scalding coffee, Titus asked, "What happens when you've forced the Indians to kill all the buffler for their skins? What then?" But Tulloch had snorted with a wide smile.
"Ain't no way that can happen. Too damned many of the big shaggies."
"But it happened to beaver, Samuel. Time was, you 'member we never thought we could trap ourselves out the flat-tails."
"Damned sad thing it is, too," Tulloch commiserated. "There ain't all that many beaver left nowadays, and what beaver there is don't bring much of a price no more."
The American Fur Company set a depressingly low value on his beaver, despite how Tulloch might want to help, but Scratch needed supplies. "Give me the best dollar you can on these here plues, Samuel," he pleaded. "I need fixin's afore I head south to trap this spring."
"Where you figure to go?"
"Down the Bighorn to the Wind River." As Tulloch began separating the furs from those 2 small packs Bass had packed to Van Buren, the trader asked,
"You ever think of trying Blackfoot country?"
"Smallpox didn't kill 'em all, did it?"
"No, not all," the trader admitted.
"I value what I got left for hair," Bass declared. "Blackfoot country will have to get a lot more peaceful before I go gamble my hide up there." The easy beaver was a thing of the past. It was clear that a man would have to work all the harder if he was going to trap the prime grade of fur the traders were still wanting. Any plues that didn't measure up, the company men simply refused to take off a trapper's hands. But he ended up with enough credit that he could purchase what he needed for his outfit that spring, as well as have enough left over to spoil Waits, Magpie, and Flea with a few small presents like ribbon, finger rings, tiny mirrors, some brass bracelets, and a pair of small penny whistles for his children. That and a new white blanket for his wife, the one with narrow red stripes across the entire length of it, just the blanket Waits by the Water had been wanting for some winters now. When they put Fort Van Buren behind them 3 days later, Scratch had his fixings for a brand new season in the mountains, along with a few gewgaws and some pretty foofara for his woman and young'uns, not to mention a good-sized pack of beaver pelts Trader Tulloch didn't put much store in. Titus decided that he would take them and the rest he still had back in the Crow camp with him when he headed south. Maybe another trader would put more value on the days in the freezing streams, the nights in those solitary camps, the stretches of lonely country he had traveled to find those beaver. Maybe some other trader waiting in some other post on some other river somewhere south of here. Maybe a man like Jim Bridger at his Black's Fork post. Only a man who'd trapped his own self would know the proper worth of a pelt. Taking leave of her and the children early that spring was every bit as miserable as his homecoming last autumn had been a rejoicing with his resurrection from the near dead. All but 8 summers old, his daughter clamped one arm around her father's waist and another around her mother's as the parents embraced for that last time. And with only 5 winters behind him, Scratch's tiny son clung to one of his father's legs, his arms and ankles locked for good measure, as he gazed up in unbridled bewilderment to watch the tears stream down the grown-ups' faces. She began to whisper, "I can go with you." But he laid 2 fingers upon her lips. "We talked of this last night. It's better you remain here with the children, to live among your people while I go search place to place." "We lived those seasons together years ago, never separated." He nodded, then pulled her cheek against his chest. "That was before we became parents, before you were almost taken from me. I promise you we will travel together again." "You said you would take me back to house." "Yes, and I will keep that promise." "We will see our old friends again after all these winters," she said. "When can we go?" He had realized she was trying, in her own roundabout way, to convince him to take her and the children along, with all her talk of a far-off trip to see long-ago friends. So he said, as gently as he could, "I don't know." "When you return, we go then?" "No, not then," he answered quietly but firmly. "But we will go there someday. For now, I have to find a trader who will take my beaver. So I will work my way south, trapping as I go, always looking for a trader who will realize how hard I work." "You could stay here with us," she begged. "Hunt and ride off on pony raids like Upsaluke men do with their days. You don't need to hunt the flat-tails." "I don't think I can live a life like that." He explained what she must surely know already. "I cannot give up and become Indian like the men of your tribe. Nor can I give in and become one of the many who go back east to scratch at the ground or own a store. Don't you see that I am a man in between who doesn't belong in either world?" "Man in between," she repeated thoughtfully, as if giving it careful consideration. "No, you are not meant to be a warrior who lives only for the battle or the ponies he might steal. And I agree that you could never go live among the white people again." Gently wagging his head as he grasped her face between his hands, raising it so he could stare down into her eyes, Titus said, "I must go in search of a place for myself. Everything is changing around me. I am not of your world, but I am no more a part of the white world. I can only pray that I can find a new place now that everything has gone crazy around me." "When will I see your face again?" she asked. "I hope to return before the coming winter," he admitted, believing it would be so and that nothing could prevent him from keeping his vow to her. "When the leaves on the aspen and the cottonwood begin to turn yellow, every day I will look for you on the horizon. Every day," she choked out the words. He smothered her mouth with his, unable to speak for the hot ball stuck in his throat. Then he knelt there right in front of her and flung his arms around the children, embracing them fiercely. After kissing their cheeks, their foreheads, and their eyes, he stood again and pressed his lips against her mouth one last time. Before winter." His voice was raspy with regret as he quickly turned away, took up the horse's rein, and climbed into the saddle. Ever since that morning, it had tortured him to think of just how many lonely nights he would have to endure until the coming winter turned the earth hard as iron, until he lay against her damp skin all night through. The wind was not right, so those riders could not smell the smoke of the small fire Bass had left behind in his camp. Titus squinted in the late afternoon light and did his best to study the distant horsemen picking their way in and out of the tall willow down there along the Poposha. From the way the heat waves danced up from the valley floor, it looked as if there could be 3 riders, maybe 4. He couldn't be sure. Black, swirling figures lost, then spotted once more against the meandering braid of vegetation, until he realized there were only 3 animals, and only one of the horses carried a rider. The 2 others were strung out behind the man. The horseman had his knees folded high along the front flanks, his bony knees almost rubbing the horse's withers. Only one man Scratch had ever known rode in such a way, his stirrups lashed so short he had the appearance of a too large man riding an undersized pony in saddle. Bass almost wished he had taken the long spyglass with him when he stepped away from camp to hunt the wet places for greens and shoots. With it, he could make sure. But in his marrow, Scratch was already sure. It had to be. He stood there in those trees bristling upon the gentle slope above his camp, letting his eyes draw a line away from the horseman, scribing what had to be the rider's path he would take down to the mouth of the next creek. Bass could easily reach the post on foot before the rider appeared out of the cottonwood there on the other side of the stream. Scratch heard one of the rider's horses snort as he clambered to a halt and emerged into the open, crossing his arms and standing just so, casual, though a little winded. "Howdy, Bill," he called out as the rider came into sight of the creek crossing. "How're you now?" William S. Williams yanked back on his reins in surprise, his rifle raised up with lightning speed. "God damned you, nigger! Been a Injun, I could have gut shot you for pulling such a prank." "I'd been a Injun, Bill," Bass roared, slapping both thighs with mirth. "You'd been gut shot already." "Blazes, but you give a man a start, popping up there right out of the ground." And the skinny man slid his rifle back across the front of his saddle. "Didn't do no such thing, Bill," he replied with mock solemnity. "I seed you from way back up the slope. You was making your way from my camp. Seems you just didn't know it. Come on across the crick and leg down off your horse." Old Bill Williams urged his horse into the fast-running stream, pulling the 2 pack horses behind him. Onto the south bank, the animals clattered to a halt on the rocky cut bank. "Where are you bedding down, Bass?" "Yonder in the trees," he answered. "Your belly ready for some fodder?" "No coon in his right mind ever passes up a meal," Williams admitted. "Never know when he'll next have a chance to strap on the bag." The late spring sun had settled behind the Wind River Mountains, and the cool air was sinking off the high places By the time they both sighed and pushed themselves back from the slabs of meat Titus had suspended over the coals on sharp sticks he had stabbed into the ground around his small fire pit.
"I got coffee," Bill declared.
"Tobacco too?" Williams nodded, slowly inching to his feet on crackling knees. Scratch inquired, "You been to a trader lately, have you?"
"Not since last autumn it was. Laramie. I ain't got much, but running onto old friends is sure as hell good cause to break out the last of what I do have."
That had always been the mark of those Hivernians, seasoned veterans of the mountains. They were willing to share the last of what powder and lead, coffee and tobacco they had with a compatriot. A man never knew when he might be the one who would be short of fixins one day. "Where you been since Laramie?" Titus asked as he came back from the creek, having filled the coffee pot with clear, freezing water racing down from those snowfields high above them in the mountains.
"Here and there," Williams offered. "Spent time on the Rosebud, tarried some on the Tongue, wintered the longest on the Tongue."
Titus set the pot on the fire and pulled off the lid. "You get up to Tulloch's Post?"
"Never did."
Then Williams stood and walked around the fire to one of his rawhide parfleshes where he pulled free a large skin bag. He tossed it to Bass across the low flames. Pulling the drawstring loose, Titus smelled the aroma of coffee. He knelt at the fire near the pot and poured 3 heaping handsful into the pot before replacing the lid and yanking on the drawstring. "Where are you away to now, Bill?"
"West a ways."
They were quiet a long time, listening to the last calls of the tiny birds at the crossing, hearing the lick of the water coming to a boil, the tumbling of the coffee as the lid began its delicate dance. Bass grabbed a short twig and pulled the pot to the edge of the coals, then relaxed back against his saddle. "Last I seed of you, Bill, was down to Taos," Scratch remarked. "Become a trader your own self. Growed wearisome of standin' in freezin' water up to your cock bag." William snorted with that.
"Blazes if nothing come of that endeavor. Packed up my plunder and hightailed it for the hills."
He sighed, stared at Bass a long time, then asked,
"You ever run across that nigger what took your hair?"
"I did, few years back," he answered. "Fact be, I run onto him later on that spring after I first run onto you." Williams dug a louse out of his beard.
"Whatever come of it?"
He turned and looked at Bill, a rueful smile coming across his face. "You soft-brained idjit! Here I sit right afore you. What you think happed?"
"Just cal'lated there'd well be a dandy of a tale behind you cuttin' that red nigger's trail," Williams explained.
Titus had settled the grounds, poured them each a cup, and settled back against his saddle with his feet to the fire when he next spoke. "I set things right." William studied him a moment, then seemed to realize he would get little else for the time being.
"A good thing when a man sets things right."
He sipped his coffee, then asked Williams, "You're laying your sights west to find better trapping?"
"Ain't going west for beaver, Scratch."
For a moment, Bass gazed at the small packs of beaver pelts William had pulled off the pack animals and flung to the ground earlier. "Gonna take your plews to John Bull at Fort Hall?" Bill shook his head emphatically.
"I don't figure to go nowhere near Hall."
"Maybe so. You do your best to keep your goddamned meat hole closed about where you're going and what you aim to do when you get there, because I didn't up and tell you how I killed the nigger what scalped me, left him gutted for the magpies and crows to pick over?" With a shrug, Bill said,
"Nah, I was just sitting here reckoning on if you'd be one to come with me."
"Come with? Where, goddammit?"
"Down to Fort Winty," Williams explained. "Got plans to meet some fellas there."
"Who?"
"Pegleg, Dick Owens, Silas Adair, and others."
"What you fixin' to do if I throw in with you?"
"Beaver's all but dead, Scratch. I don't plan to curl up and die with it," Williams growled sour as green rhubarb.
"Where you lay your sights?"
"I hear there's money to be had in California."
That's a long ride just to find you some Mexicans. What can you do in California you can't do down to Taos or Santa Fe? Williams's eyes shimmered bright as Mexican tinwork in the flickering firelight.
Ain't what we're gonna do, Titus Bass. It's what we're gonna bring back.
Then his whole face lit up with a merry smile.
Horses.
Taking a long sip at his coffee, Bass was surprised to sense a surge of unexpected excitement ignite within him. He had to admit it had been a long, long time since he had felt this particular tingle of unbounded adventure, since he had felt this sort of keen, sharp-edged tang stirring deep in his very soul, sensed this craving to be gone to far valleys and new dangers. You want me to go steal horses in California with your bunch? Bill Williams nodded eagerly, rocking up on his knobby knees so he could lean close.
I'd ride anywhere if I had a man like you at my back, Titus Bass.
For a long moment, Scratch stared at those flames licking along the split limbs in the fire pit, realizing the anticipation was licking its way through him in much the same way with its own undeniable passion. All right, Bass finally relented with a rasp to his voice, his throat constricting with unbridled eagerness. I'll be at your back when we ride into California to steal a few Mexican horses.
I expect I better tell you it ain't gonna be stealing them horses that's the mean trick, Scratch, Williams confessed, both his face and tone of voice gone solemn of a sudden. It's getting back out of California with them horses, and our hides, too.
4. What old Bill Williams had in mind wasn't to merely ride into California and ride back out with a few Mexican horses and mules. No, he was instead consumed with a burning vision of leading the biggest, grandest raid ever, returning to the Rockies with a herd that would number in the thousands. South by west from the Poposha, the two of them pushed hard across the next 6 days, starting when it grew light enough to pick their way into the dawn, remaining in the saddle until they grew so weary they no longer dared to grope through the darkness, sinking to the cold ground to spend another fireless night. Dried meat and creek water was all the fare this pair allowed themselves as they plodded across the great saddle of the southern pass, dropped over to the Sandy, continuing down to the Green. South from there to the narrow valley trappers had christened Brown's Hole, where they reined up outside the walled stockade of Fort Davy Crockett. Near the mouth of Vermilion Creek, the two picketed their horses and lashed a wide strip of oiled canvas between 3 old cottonwoods to protect their pelts and supplies before moseying over to the post to see who might be about. The first peal of thunder leaped from a bank of dark, distant clouds rumbling out of the west. Already the dry, crackling air smelled heavy with the portent of rain. The breeze had picked up and the clouds were lowering by the time Bass and Williams approached the front wall. Titus pulled back on the thick strap of rawhide that had been nailed to the cottonwood logs, dragging open the narrow gate on its squeaky iron hinges. More than a dozen men, women, and children gathered in the courtyard turned with the noise. "That really you, Bill Williams?" one of the men cried out as he stood.
"Glory, if it ain't Jack Robinson," Williams answered the call. "Heard you was off with Carson."
"Didn't neither of us do no good," Robinson replied as the two stepped up. "So Kit sashayed on down to Taos to see 'bout some aguardiente and Mexican gals."
"A dangerous mix that'll be for Lil Kit," Williams replied. "I didn't figure he'd stay a hunter for the Bents very long."
"I 'member you, too," Robinson said as he turned to Bass. "You're the one they call Scratch." With a wide grin, Titus replied, "I'm sure as sin folks call me a lot of things." "In that time we spent together," Robinson explained, "Kit told me how you helped him in his duel with that parley-vous bastard named Shunar." "That does take me back a ways," Titus remarked a bit wistfully as many of the others were drawing close. 7, no, 8 summers it's been."
Don't none of you coons go getting down in the face since there ain't no more rendezvous, Williams growled, slapping Bass on the back. I figure we're about to raise some serious hell and put a chunk under it our own selves.
Bill Williams, a voice rose from the far side of the small compound. And I'll be go to the devil if it ain't Titus Bass with him. Scratch shouted, Billy Craig, get your skinny pins on over here. The group of strangers parted slightly as Craig stepped through, extending his hand to the newcomers. Quickly glancing over the group, Williams laid his bony paw on Craig's shoulder and said, You've gathered a good bunch from what I see, Billy. All old hands, that's for sure. Wished I had more for to go with you, Bill, Craig declared.
Any more fellers still to come in?
Craig wagged his head. No one else who wants in on our ride.
That'd be a shame, Williams answered. They'll miss out on the best summer since the rendezvous of 37 when we shot up that bunch of murdering Bannocks.
Some of the rest who turned me down say they don't want to come because it's a crazy idea of yours and Smith's, Robinson explained. Williams glared at him in disbelief, then turned to another trapper as he said, Didn't you and Mitchell here tell him what we found in California that first time we went? With an eager nod, Levin Mitchell said, Horses and mules for the taking. After we get done having us a do-si-do with them senoritas, snorted Jack Robinson.
I was hoping for to have at least 20 men, Billy, Williams admitted.
Maybe Pegleg's gonna find some down at Fort Winty for us, Craig observed.
That where the one-legged nigger's gone?
His head bobbing, Craig said, Smith's gone on ahead to see to getting the brood mares.
There's some snake camps about?
Robinson explained. Not a sign nearby. That's why Pegleg put out for Robidou's post. Word was there's Utas camped down there. What you want from the Utas? Titus asked. Figure to get a few of them bucks to come along on your trip to California? What we need to buy or trade off them Utas is a half dozen or so wet mares.
Wet mares? Scratch responded. I thought you'd get all the horses you wanted from the Mexicans. Told you we was going back for some big doings this time, didn't I? Williams said. We calculated the best way we can strip that many head of horses off them Mexican ranchos and back across the desert to these here mountains was to take us some wet mares along.
Mare what are nursing foals? Bass still could not comprehend. Them lil' foals only gonna slow you down.
We ain't taking the foals, Williams announced. Gonna leave 'em behind.
He started to glimpse the masterful plan of it slowly materializing, just the way he would gently adjust the sections of his telescope to bring a distant object into focus. So you'll take them wet mares along to hurry the stole horses back from California, Scratch said, slapping Williams on the back exuberantly. I'll be damned if that ain't some.
I come up with that plan my own self, Williams boasted, his chest swelling. Ever since we come back from California, I've been waiting to put all the other pieces to it. Now I wished we had more riders.
But Pegleg's signing up a few more down at Robidou's post right now, Craig advised. Where's Sinclair? Bass inquired. Craig pointed at the mud and log hut at the back of the three-sided stockade. The river served as the fourth wall of the enclosure. He's inside, dusting and combing out some robes he traded off a band of Utas last week. So tell me, niggers, is there any whiskey in this piss-hole of a post? Titus asked, grabbing Williams by the back of his neck. I don't know about you boys, but Bill and me here are near half froze for a hard drink after all our cold camps and too goddamned many saddle sores. Let's go swab our gullets, Scratch, Williams roared, and have us a drink to Pegleg signing on some more riders. One of those problems with getting older was that the hangovers hurt more than they used to. That next day, when he awoke pasty-mouthed, cuddled within his buffalo robe and blanket, curled up back-to-back with Bill Williams beneath that sheet of oiled canvas, Bass hurt all over, just the way he would if he had been pummeled in a St. Louis riverfront brawl. He wasn't even certain how they'd ended up back at their camp outside the stockade. Under their own power? Maybe not. He sat up slowly, pulling the robe back from his face, greeted with a bright dawn, the cottonwoods still dripping rain from last night's storm, the air cool and vibrant with a tang of moisture to it. The bright light hurt his head more than it should until he found his wide-brimmed hat and pulled it down low over his eyes. But it was the side of his face that hurt more than anything. Perhaps he'd fallen and didn't remember. Maybe one of the other trappers had flailed his fists around when he got into the cups, with one of the blows slamming against his cheek. "Bill," he whispered. Even the sound of it hurt between his temples. So, when Williams did not respond to some gentle nudging, Titus decided not to awaken the trapper. Gingerly laying his fingers against the side of his own face, Titus found his cheek swollen. Nothing more than that gentle touch made him wince. In an instant, his jaw was in utter torment, so extreme a poker-hot pain exploded in his head, taking his breath away. Slowly, the heat subsided in his jaw, and he could open his eyes again. Careful to hold his head just so, Titus dragged back the blanket and robe from his legs. He had to pee in the worst way. Standing in the brush a few yards away from their shelter, Bass wondered how much he owed Pruitt Sinclair for all they drank the night before.
"You wasn't the hard punisher, Scratch,"
the fort proprietor explained later that day when Bass plodded back through the post's gate and found Sinclair at work unfolding, then refolding a few bolts of calicos and other coarse cloth on a narrow counter set up in the trade room. Billy Craig sat in the corner on his pallet, scratching his belly with one hand, his wild hair with the other. "Old Solitaire was the punisher." "He get me back to camp?" Titus asked, eyeing one of the small kegs on the counter.
"Looked to be that way." Levin Mitchell stirred in his bedroll. "Bill was shining on till it come time he figured he should get you back to your bedroll."
"But that's when Solitaire went soft at the knees and spilled right down on his face," Craig snorted with a giggle. "He was out, and there was no raising the dead."
"I need me a cup of that barleycorn, Sinclair," Bass mumbled huskily, doing his best to talk without moving his jaw. "Couldn't understand you too good. Something wrong with your mouth, Scratch?" asked the trader as he noisily slid a tin cup down the counter to the small keg where he began to pour out the cheap whiskey.
"Ain't anywhere I don't hurt," he confessed, rubbing a gritty eye.
"My head thunders like a herd of loose ponies with every little noise, but I just crawled out with my jaw on fire this morning."
Sinclair pushed the cup at him across the narrow counter.
"Let me look."
In a moment, the trader nodded to the others.
"He's swolled up."
Then he tapped the trapper's cheek as gently as he could. Again, Bass winced and jerked his head away.
"It's hot, Scratch."
"Bet it's a tooth," Mitchell advised.
"Had me a bad one last year."
"Tooth?" Titus echoed.
"Come here,"
Sinclair said and gestured him over. When Bass wasn't quick about leaning over the counter, the trader promised,
"Listen, I won't touch you again. Just want to look. Come here now and open your mouth. Have me a look inside."
Titus looked down his nose as Pruitt Sinclair leaned close, holding a candle between their faces as he peered into the trapper's open mouth.
"Wider," the trader demanded. "Ah!"
Bass growled, his mouth opening as wide as he dared, the hot pain flaring as he did. Sinclair leaned back and rubbed his nose.
"Smells to me like you got a rotten tooth in there, Bass."
Smells? Like meat going bad, Craig added with a nod of his head.
Meat going? You look all swolled up in there, what I can see, Sinclair continued. There.
And he pushed the cup a little closer to the trapper.
You go on ahead and drink your whiskey.
Sinclair's root gut hooch gonna take the edge off your hurt, Mitchell explained. With an unsure, reluctant nod, Titus took up the cup and sipped. Slowly at first, to see how the whiskey would burn his inflamed jaw. If he kept the potent liquid off to the left side of his mouth, it wasn't near so bad. but his head hurt so damned much that he had trouble swallowing. Nevertheless, Scratch succeeded in getting some of the whiskey down, eventually warming a stomach that had wanted to revolt at the first swallow. "Maybe so this is going to help some," he told the others, as two more of the trappers pushed through the door to join them in the low-roofed trader's cabin. "Go on and drink up," Craig said, as he stepped to the counter to have himself a look at Bass's jaw. "You're going to want to drown as much of that pain as you can afore we yank that tooth out of there." "You yank?" Scratch sputtered, some whiskey dribbling off his lower lip. "Gotta come out," Mitchell agreed. "Just like I pulled my own tooth last year." Pulled your own tooth?" Titus echoed, his eyes growing larger. "Drink up, Bass," Sinclair declared. "It's on the prairie." Both of the trappers who had just arrived lunged toward the counter as one of them hooted and slapped a flat hand onto the wood planks. "On the prairie? Hurrah! Let's drink, Sinclair!" "Not for the likes of you," Sinclair snarled as the trapper jerked back in surprise. "We're going to get Bass drunk here, then pull a tooth out of his head." The entire room watched as Scratch slowly poured the stinging whiskey past his lips, letting it slide down his tongue, past the back of his throat, and on to his warming belly. In their eyes was a look of unabashed envy. A free drunk, compliments of the Fort Davy Crockett trader. When he pulled the cup away from his mouth and licked some drops hanging from his shaggy mustache, Sinclair took the cup from him. When it was refilled, Bass took another long sip of the whiskey that tasted even smoother than that first cup. "All right," Titus mumbled, feeling his tongue thickening. "So if old Bill fell on his face and wasn't moving a muscle, I figure you boys joined in to help get him and me back to our trees?" "None of us figured you needed any damn help," Mitchell explained, "because you started dragging him out the door." Craig sniggered some now. "You wasn't pulling him out into the rain and mud by his collar like this," and he pantomimed by seizing the back of his own shirt and raising it until his arm flapped. "How?" Bass stammered. Sinclair explained. "It was a pretty sight, watching you weaving back and forth, leaning over to grab Bill by his ankles, dragging him around right over where Mitchell's standing now, you good as falling yourself while you're fighting to get old Solitaire out the door and into Storm." Titus wiped the back of his hand across his wet lips. Then he licked the back of his hand, tasting the faint sting of the peppers, the all but hidden sweet molasses. "I dragged him by his leg all the way back to our camp?" Mitchell shrugged. "Dunno, Scratch. We throwed the door shut after you got him dragged out the gate." Already his head was growing a little fuzzy, that whole strip of skin above his eyes gone numb. Doing his best to concentrate, Scratch said, "Bill was beside me while ago when I come awake." "Did you check to see he was breathing?" Craig roared, stirring up a storm of renewed laughter. "Maybe so Scratch drowned old Bill in a rain puddle on the way back to camp," Mitchell hoo-hooed. "Yeah," Sinclair jumped in. "Can't you just see poor Scratch dragging Solitaire back to his robes, so drunk Bill can't close his own mouth so he drowns?" The trader threw back his head and flopped his upper body back onto the counter, his arms flung akimbo as his mouth went slack, jaw dropped open. "Shit, Pruitt," Craig hollered. "With his mouth open like that, only natural that old Bill drowned out there in the rain." "Poor Scratch," Mitchell pounded a hand on Titus's back. "You was so drunk you didn't know any better, drowning our friend the way you done." They had him worried, especially now that his head had grown so fuzzy. Maybe I oughtn't go see to him, just so I can be—" Bass had taken a handful of steps before Craig snagged Scratch's arm and spun him around. "Hold on there. Way you're walking, you ain't fit to go off to check on no one." "Someone oughtn't go see—" "Maybe you're right," Sinclair agreed. "Mitchell, you or one of the others, go see to old Bill. See if he's breathing yet." Mitchell turned and nodded to one of the other trappers, a half-breed Frenchie named Toussaint Marechal, and together they stepped through the low doorway into the bright sun, disappearing across the fort compound. Suddenly, Craig leaped to the open door and shouted after them, "If'n you wake Solitaire, be sure you tell him we're fixin' to pull Scratch's tooth. I'll bet that old preacher'd want to be here to see this."
"Ain't none of you gonna pull my tooth," Bass protested. "Gonna do just fine by my own self."
"Maybe so," Craig replied. "We'll see how steady your own hands are, 'cause it's for sure your old legs ain't."
"What you figurin' I gonna use to pull it?" Scratch asked, giving Craig a playful shove as he turned back to Sinclair. "Dunno for sure. Mitchell's the one said he pulled his own tooth," the trader declared, then looked at Craig. "What did he use?"
"Had him some pinchers in his shooting pouch," Craig explained, helping steady Bass. "What he uses to pull his ramrod out when he's pulling a dry ball or an old load."
Makes sense." And Scratch nodded, inching away from Craig. "I got me my own ball puller I can go get." A suspicious Craig quickly scooted over to block his way.
"You wasn't thinking of running off, was you?"
Bass leaned back against the counter noisily, sensing for the first time just how thick his tongue had grown. "Nah, need to get my ball puller so I can be a tooth puller, Saul."
"Thought you was sneaking off."
Lunging out, Bass seized Craig by the front of his greasy cloth shirt with his right hand. "You figure me for being feared of pulling my own tooth, don't you?"
"Dunno if you are or not."
Shaking the younger trapper, Bass growled, "How about we let you start this here fandango by yanking out one of your own goddamn teeth?" Seizing Bass's wrist in both his hands, Craig attempted to wrench the older man's grip from his shirt.
You gone stupid on whiskey."
"Don't you ever again let me hear you say to my face or behind my back that you think I'm feared of something," Scratch bellowed inches from Craig's face. "Maybe so, you was a braver man than me a few years ago when we was cornered inside Robidou's post by Thompson's bunch." The trapper ruminated on that a moment, then released his hold on Bass's wrist.
"Yeah, I remember. You talked down them Utas had us surrounded."
With a sigh, Craig grudgingly admitted,
"Likely you saved our hair that day."
Dropping his hand from Craig's shirt, Titus mumbled, "You really ain't a bad sort, Billy. Only want you to stay away from my damn mouth." Mitchell and Marechal shuffled back in the door, the cool of the rain-cleansed morning wafting into the trading room with them. "Bill's gonna be sleeping for some time to come," Mitchell announced. Pulling the cup of whiskey from his lips, Bass slurred, "He ain't drowned, is he?" "Not by rain, he ain't," Mitchell replied. "But he's been damn near drowned with whiskey that he ain't gonna be here to watch you pull your tooth, neither." The younger man yanked up the flap to his shooting pouch and pulled out the small tool. "Here you go, Scratch. Have at your tooth." "When you're ready," Sinclair prodded, sliding a round mirror in a heavy oak frame across the top of the counterplanks. Scratch reached up and pulled off his hat, flopping it on the counter. "Give me that ball puller." "What about the blood, Pruitt?" Mitchell asked as he handed Bass the tool. Titus swallowed hard. What blood?" Craig said,
"You're gonna have a big hole in your jaw where that tooth come out, maybe about the size of a lead ball."
Nodding, Mitchell assured, "I bit down on a piece of leather till the bleeding stopped. Your jaw looks more swolled up than mine was, so I reckon you're gonna bleed some." "Nah, I heal fast," Bass boasted, then turned to gaze into the mirror Sinclair was raising to eye level. For a moment, he stopped and did nothing more than stare at his image, unmoving, gazing first at the swollen jaw, then at all the gray in his beard and mustache, amazed at just how gray had become all that hair emerging from the bottom of the faded black bandana. Even his eyebrows were turning a stark white against the oak brown of his skin. Since the last time he had looked in a mirror, Bass had seen his reflection only in the placid surface of a high country pond, maybe the dark, shimmering reflection staring back at him from a cup of coffee.
nothing as clear as this. Inspecting all the little lines and tiny wrinkles, the deep furrows between his eyes and those carved from the outside of his nose down to the corners of his mouth. A face that was damn well marked with most everything in his life, for good or for bad. "All right," he relented. "Let's pull this goddamned tooth." Slowly opening his jaw, wider and wider still, Titus was surprised at how little that stretching of his hide and muscles hurt now. Maybe this wouldn't be so bad after all, no matter how tender that whole jaw was. Yet it continued to throb, despite the whiskey that had effectively numbed everything else from the shoulders up. Prying apart the handles of the small tool so that he widened the two small jaws just so, Titus turned his head to the side slightly and inserted the ball puller inside his mouth. Sliding it back across his tongue toward the tooth that had a blackened crown, he took a slow, deep breath, then let it out, while he positioned the tool's jaws on either side of the offending tooth. He had no more than gently closed the jaws on it than it immediately felt as if the tooth had become his whole head, completely empty and hollow, filled only with an unbelievably hot pain. Yanking the tool from his mouth, he gasped and gasped again, struggling to catch his breath, hoping to somehow put an end to the throbbing heat in his head. His hand trembling, he dropped the tool and swept up the whiskey cup between both of them, bringing it unsteadily to his lips. Slowly, he guzzled everything left in the cup, then let out a moist sigh as the pain slowly became bearable once more. "God damn," he murmured with his thick tongue. "I got bullet holes in me and scars where red niggers poked me with arrows, but never have I hurt like that afore." "Ever you broke a bone?" Craig asked. "Nary a one, this child ain't," Bass confided. "You gonna try again?" Mitchell inquired, staring at Scratch's mouth. He brooded on it, then said, "Maybe so that last drink of whiskey has done it, boys." Clanking the tin cup onto the narrow counter, Scratch swept up the ball puller as Sinclair repositioned the mirror. Again, he slowly opened the tender jaw, and once more he inched the tool toward the rotten tooth. Sucking in a breath, Bass opened the metal jaws and did his best to position them on either side of the inflamed tooth. The instant the tool brushed its surface, with no more than a whisper of contact, it was as if a small charge of powder went off in that jaw. He flung the tool down. As it skidded across the counter and tumbled onto the clay floor, Scratch spun round and round, trying his best to cup that excruciating side of his face, an elbow knocking the mirror out of Sinclair's hands. It clattered onto the counter, where the trader managed to keep it from tumbling to the floor. "Can't do it," Scratch rasped in the midst of the fading pain. "Let me have a look," Mitchell requested. He shrunk back from the trapper, hollering, "No!" "I ain't gonna touch your goddamned tooth," Mitchell protested. "Looky here, I'll keep my hands down, see? Just open your mouth so I can look at it." His eyes widening with suspicion, Scratch slowly opened his jaws as Mitchell rocked up on his toes and peered closely into the older man's mouth. "Damn," Levin Mitchell muttered as he rocked back again. "That tooth looks wuss'n mine did." "Wager it hurts wuss'n yours did too," Bass grumbled. Mitchell turned to Sinclair and Craig. "That jaw of his, the whole thing is swolled up. He's got it bad." "What could happen if that tooth don't come out?" Craig asked the others. With a shrug, Sinclair declared, "Maybe the poison in his jaw crawl up to his brain and kill him." All of them turned as one and gazed at the older trapper. By now, there were more than a half dozen of them crowding into the trading cabin. "You think we oughta?" Mitchell asked the others with a devilish look in his eye. "Oughta what?" Bass echoed, his eyes squinting in alarm. "No other way," Craig said with a shrug of his shoulders. The trader nodded. "Best thing we can do for the man." At that moment, Scratch had a foggy notion of what they were fixing to do to him. Whirling on his heel clumsily, he almost went down as he attempted to throw a shoulder into one of the younger men, spilling him backward.
"Grab him, boys!"
Sinclair bellowed behind the counter. Suddenly, the others converged on him, grabbing arms and legs as Bass let out a high-pitched, unearthly howl.
"Grab his head! Grab his head!"
Mitchell ordered. One of the strongest of the young men clamped his beefy arm squarely around Bass's forehead and pinned the older trapper into the crook of his shoulder. The pressure on his face, indeed his whole head, was suddenly unbearable. Lashing out with both feet, Titus slammed into two of the others, catching one of them dead center in the groin, sending the young man hobbling backward for the doorway, doubled over and yipping in breathless pain like a scalded coyote pup. His hands stiffened into claws, his arms flailing like the wings of some doomed bird of prey. Titus struggled against his young attackers, now unmindful of the pain in his jaw as he twisted this way and that to free his head. Within moments, they collapsed to the floor together. Sinclair was shouting orders, Craig and Mitchell, too. In seconds, they had 7 men on him, with the traitor commanding the others to raise Bass to the counter. With a heave, they hoisted him into the air, his arms and legs flailing again, then plopped the older trapper onto the planks with a hollow thud. They had him pinned and helpless again. Sinclair's face appeared right above Bass's, inches away.
"We're doing this for your own good, Scratch. You don't get that tooth out, you'll likely die of poison gone to your brain. Leastways, you won't be worth a tinker's dam for the horse raid."
God damn you, he muttered between his teeth clenched shut with all the strength he could muster so they couldn't get to his tooth.
"Go to work, Mitchell,"
Sinclair growled, rocking up on his toes to get better leverage, bracing the heels of both hands against Bass's hairy, whiskey-soaked chin to slowly force the mouth open. Already the waves of pain were making his eyes water, so hot, stinging. He started gasping for air as he watched Mitchell approach from the corner of his eye.
"Turn his head this way some,"
Mitchell ordered the big youth who imprisoned Scratch's head. Fight as he did, Bass realized he was powerless to stop what was about to happen. So he went limp, his head pounding, his hot, empty belly rumbling with the sloshing whiskey, wondering if he was about to be sick. Most of all, he tried to tell himself it wasn't going to hurt near as bad as leaving the tooth in, that he'd get through the pain and to the other side of this agony, that the pain was something small compared to all he'd been through. Then, those metal jaws clamped onto his tooth, and it felt as if Mitchell was trying to tear his jaw right out of his mouth. When the tool started rocking back and forth, Scratch began screaming in the back of his throat, a sickly, feral sound, no more than a despairing gurgle now that his jaws were pried open and only his tongue was free to move. An explosion of black powder ignited inside his head, blowing off the top of his skull. Icy hot shards of pain splintered out from his mouth, slashing into his brain, down his throat, making it difficult to swallow, impossible to breathe. "I got it!" a voice roared in victory. Of a sudden, the cool blessedness of a black syrup poured over him, releasing him from the heat, causing him to tumble down, down, down. 5. He snaked the tip of his tongue through that gap between his back teeth. There at the bottom of the left side of his jaw, a second tooth was gone now. In the week since Mitchell pried out the first, its gaping hole had knitted up quite nicely, what with the way Scratch swished whiskey or salt water around in his mouth several times a day. But this second hole hadn't closed yet, being fairly new the way it was. For a few days there, his swollen, inflamed jaw began to feel better. Then the hole packed up and lit out from Sinclair's Fort Davy Crockett. By that second morning on the tramp, Scratch woke up in almost as much pain as he had suffered before. This time, he understood what had to be done, especially when Levin Mitchell came over to inspect his jaw in the gray light of that miserable, rainy dawn. The trapper tapped his finger against the side of another tooth in Bass's head, and Titus groaned in agony. Not only with the heat of that immediate pain, but grumpy with the anticipation of what was to come. The only thing that had ever come close to that sort of torture had been when the Arapaho ripped off his topknot. Bill Williams headed off to his packs to dig out a small canteen of whiskey, while Bass dug for his ball puller in a gray-tinged resignation. "Hold me down, fellas," he begged the rest. "I know what's coming, and I'm going to be kicking like a three-legged mule here when Mitchell grabs holt of that tooth." He did, for sure, too. But for some reason, that extraction didn't hurt quite as much as the first had, and although he continued to bleed throughout the rest of that day on the trail, his jaw nonetheless felt better than it had for a long time. Maybe two of them, side by side, had gone bad together, he thought. Better to be shed of them both and start healing the poison that had swollen the whole side of his head. Titus swatted at the tiny buffalo gnats swirling around his sweaty face now and pulled the hat brim down lower to shade his eyes from the midday sun as they plodded southwest down the Green River for Robidoux's post. 5 days gone from Brown's Hole and Sinclair's Fort already, which by his reckoning should put them close to rendezvousing with Pegleg Smith, what with the way this bunch had been licking over the ground. He and Bill Williams ended up riding off for Fort Uinta with 13 men in tow. To march right into California with Bill's brazen plan of sweeping up 2,000 or more Mexican horses, Scratch knew they would need more than 20 riders. For the time being, the success of their California expedition rested in the lap of Thomas L. Smith, that fiery, red-headed, hot-tempered veteran of both the Rocky Mountain beaver trade and more than one lucrative journey to the land of long-horned ranchos. If Pegleg ended up drafting another 10 or more recruits, then their foray against the land of the missions would make each of the riders a wealthy man no more than weeks from now. But if they attempted to punch their way into and out of California with too weak a force, hurled up against not only the vaqueros tending the ranchos, but small squads of Mexican soldados as well, then this daring ride west into that foreign land lapped by the Western Ocean could well be their last hurrah, and he would never see his family again. The days had not only been growing longer, but hotter too, each night not nearly so cool as they had been. Summer was ready to bloom. The knitting of the stars overhead had taken a definite northward shift, along with that tilt to the path the sun scoured across the sky each day. It glowed hotter every morning and hung up there longer every afternoon. Then, today, they had run across these mists of troublesome buffalo gnats, disgusting little creatures so tiny a man might miss them if it weren't for the fact that they traveled in clouds that swarmed and swirled around the heads of their horses and pack animals, hovered around every square inch of bare flesh the men had exposed to the galling heat. It was as if the creature's very feet were on fire when they alighted on his flesh, even before the gnats began to bite and burrow. No wonder the shaggy buffalo had long, coarse, matted hair shrouding its eyes, an admirable protection from these annoying insects that zealously followed the herds or any other warm-blooded, breathing creature who happened to pass close enough that the cloudy swarms sensed the body heat of those other unsuspecting mammals. By mid-afternoon, when they stopped to let the horses drink, the swarms surprisingly drifted off. There's a dark mist weaving up the cooler bottom of a coulee as the sun finally appeared committed to falling toward the western horizon that day. Bass knelt on the creek bank, leaned over, and drank alongside the men and animals. Then he freed a second black silk kerchief where he had knotted it around the strap to his shooting pouch and soaked the cloth in the cold water. After wringing it out, he rubbed it over his face, pulling his long hair aside so he could swab the back of his clammy neck. That done, he crudely knotted it around his long, coarse hair, allowing the damp handkerchief to drip, drip, drip down his backbone as he stood and stepped over to Williams. "Was just cogitating on something, Bill," he began. Williams looked up at Bass.
The heat can damn well swell up a man's head like that. It's a fact.
I figure you got yourself a damned good reason why you're heading southwest across the wastes to California this time of year.
I do.
And Williams bent over for one last noisy slurp at the creek. Then he stood and explained.
Any other time of the year, this right here would be a problem.
The leader gestured at the gurgling creek. Water, Titus observed.
Water,
Williams repeated.
Come late summer, them creeks and springs and seeps down in that country we're going to have to ride through will all be drying up, disappearing into dust.
A few of the other riders were stepping closer as Scratch remarked, Weather'd be cooler come autumn.
But with nary a drop of rain or a flake of snow to refill them water holes, Williams declared. Nah, my friend, you'll see for your own self that there's but one time of the year to make this crossing, especially when we're pushing thousands of horses ahead of us, and every last one of them needs a lot of water to make it back to these here mountains.
Only gonna get hotter from here on out, Scratch stated. South where we're headed.
We ain't sea hot yet, Williams warned. Ain't seen nothing of dry either. I wouldn't dare try what we're about to do any other time of the year but here at the end of spring. Turning back by midsummer. Any later than that, why our bones might just rot out there in them wastes with the bones of all them Mexican horses we couldn't get back to the mountains without water.
With a grin, Bass snorted. So you claim we ain't on a fool's errand?
Could be, old friend, Bill replied, smiling.
That's good, Titus said as he slapped a hand on the older trapper's shoulder. I was beginning to wonder if you wasn't making it sound like this was serious business. Sure as hell glad to hear we're out on some great lark you dreamed up, Bill. Beaver's gone to hell and the mountain trade has disappeared like winter breath smoke. Why, no better reason we oughtn't just have ourselves some fun.
Especially if it's the last thing any of us do in this here life, Williams said, his grin slowly fading. All right, you ciboleros, he shouted at the others, calling them buffalo hunters. Let's get back in the saddle. By my reckoning, we'll be pounding on Robidou's back door by sundown.
The sun had turned every butte and mesa a startling red, so bloodily surreal it seemed as if the entire earth around them were the same burnished copper as were those trinkets and religious objects hammered out by a Mexican craftsman. Then, down in that wide bottom he recognized from 3 years past, Scratch spotted the stockade and the small herds of horses grazing here and there on the low hillsides farther downriver. They could hear distant voices hallooing and begin to make out telltale shadows of men emerging at the top of the near wall, a few coming out of the stockade on foot to have themselves a look. Across the river from the post stood a scattering of lodges, low and squat. Ute, he suspected.
That you, Bill?
A voice cried as they approached.
Pegleg?
One of the figures hobbled away from the rest of those on foot and waved his hat.
You brung a good bunch with you?
Williams reined to a halt beside Smith, held down his hand, and they clasped wrists.
Not near enough to bring out all them horses I planned on, Pegleg.
He straightened in the saddle and sighed.
I'm hoping you done us some good here.
Got a few hands, Bill, Smith admitted, but I didn't come up with near as many as we'd hoped would come west with us to the Mexican diggings.
Let's go have us some victuals, Bass said, as he brought his roan to a halt on the other side of Smith.
Lordy tells, that really Scratch? Pegleg asked as he pivoted on the wooden limb.
How do, Thomas? Titus cheered as more of their bunch came to a halt around them. For a moment, Smith glared hard-eyed at Bass, then suddenly grinned as he held up his hand to the horseman.
Been a long time, Scratch. I see no gold-derned Blackfoots knocked you in the head and stole what you got left for a mangy scalp.
You was hoping my hair would get raised after we stole them horses back from you?
Smith laughed easy and genuine. I ain't never carried me no hard feelin's for nothin', Scratch. Less of all for you and them others comin' here to take back them snake horses.
It's all water gone downhill long ago, Titus mused.
Damn sure is, Smith agreed. Why, When me and Bill left here after that ruckus we had with you and Walker, we ended up stealing a lot more horses from the Mexicans that year."
"More horses than we could have stole round here," Bill roared.
Williams and Smith had their chuckle before Pegleg turned and hobbled off with a wave, starting the procession toward the stockade as shadows quickly deepened. More hallooing greeted the new arrivals as they neared the walls, men streaming out that lone open gate as lanterns began to glow behind the tiny, rawhide-covered windows pocking the walls of those few miserable cabins inside the fort.
"Robidoux here?" Bill asked.
"He's here," Smith declared as they halted before the gate. "But he'll be leaving for Taos soon to fetch up more trade goods. Leave off your horses to graze over yonder with ours and bring your gear inside the walls. We've been sleeping inside under the stars nights waiting for you."
"We? Who else you got gonna be a good gun to have along?" Williams inquired.
"Two of them went with us that first year, Bill."
"Who?"
Dick Owens," Smith declared guardedly, his voice lowering. "And Thompson, too."
"Philip Thompson?"
Bass echoed in alarm. Smith pursed his lips, narrowing his eyes knowingly, and nodded. "You two fellers just stay out of each other's way, and we won't have us no trouble on this ride." Just how in blue blazes could two men keep from stepping on one another's tails when both of them were going to be following Bill Williams and Thomas L. Smith out to California and back again with several thousand horses? Maybe he just ought to pack up come morning and light out for the Bent Brothers' Arkansas fort or one of those posts farther north on the South Platte. Perhaps he could dig up his cash near the mouth of the Poposha and trade off a few peltries, managing to end up with what gewgaws he wanted for his woman, those things he wanted to give his children. Not everything, to be sure. Only a soft-brained idiot wouldn't admit that the bottom had gone out of beaver and it was going to be some time before the business rehabilitated itself. But in the meantime, Scratch figured he could get a little of this and a little of that, enough to show his family just how much he cared. If a man didn't bust his ass to make it so his family could have a few good things, what in hell did a man bust his ass for anyway? Time was when there were no strings on his heart. Titus worked those freezing months in the high country streams so he could reward himself with a good time once a year or so at summer rendezvous, maybe afford a new shirt or a pair of those fancy black silk handkerchiefs besides his necessaries. But a man didn't work just to make a living. That made him nothing more than a slave to those who bought the fruits of his labor. Now there weren't that many buyers left, and what those few buyers were paying for Plue wasn't near enough to make a good living for any man daring to wade around in icy streams. Beaver was gone belly up. Buffalo hides brought a squaw far more than the labors of any trapper. Buffalo better'n beaver? These mountains sure as hell had gone crazy. Any man with a tin cup full of beads, a few hanks of silk ribbon, or a dozen packets of vermilion could talk a back-broke squaw out of a buffalo robe. When a man had to work hardscrabble in finding a likely stream with good sign, choose where to make his set, wade out crotch deep to pound in his trap stake, then wait before he would return to learn if his efforts had been rewarded or not. But with buffalo, all a nigger had to do was trade off a few cheap gewgaws for a winter kilt robe. Maybe there was a chance the Bents or other traders on east of the mountains would give him a fair enough price on his beaver that he would not have to return home to Crow Country empty-handed come autumn. He sure enough had time to pull out in the morning, tramp south to avoid those low passes still clogged with snow, then swing back north again along the front range, getting back home to her in good time before she'd start to fret and worry. Perhaps when he got back home, he might even trade away some of that foo-for-ah he bartered off the traders for a few robes from the Crow women up in Absarica. He could carry those robes over east to Tulloch near the mouth of the Tongue. What a chuckle-headed fool he was! Caught himself scheming how to become a robe trader on his own hook? No sense in sinking that low. A man had his pride and self-respect. A man had to earn himself a living, not live off the sweat of others.
But this raid on California might well be the last shining chance to rear its head up in the middle of the twisting path that was his life. In dimly remembered years gone before he had recognized that first great opportunity when it stared him in the face near Rabbit Hash, Kentucky. Eagerly he seized that chance to escape the life of a farmer, to float down the great rivers all the way to New Orleans, to grapple with life on his terms. But once in St. Louis, he had all but smothered that fire in his breast out of fear or not knowing, worse yet, out of self-doubt. Another opportunity beckoned, standing squarely athwart his path, seductively beckoning him to the Rocky Mountains if only he dared to stare Lady Fate in the eye. When he lost hair and was left for dead in those shining mountains, lesser men would wisely have chosen a different path from there on out. And when he learned that 3 former friends had stolen everything from him, lesser men would never have set out to put things right or die trying. Later, when an old friend killed a chief's wife and Bass was handed the task of bringing back the hair, most men, lesser men to be sure, would have ridden off and never come back. Over and over, life had laid obstacles and opportunities in his path to do with either as he saw fit. And here at Fort Uinta, as the raiders gathered before setting off for the California missions and ranchos, Lady Fate was beckoning to him once again, luring, enticing, seductive in her slow-eyed, half-lidded come-hither of an unflinching invitation. Ride to California and bring back his share of the horses he could then sell to the highest bidder, just as things had been with Beaver in the heyday of the fur trade. He could turn his back on what might be this one last chance before these mountains changed forever, turn his back, ride away come morning, and wonder for all the rest of his days what might have been for him and those he loved. But Titus Bass had never shirked opportunity or flinched in the face of challenge. As one of the last hardy holdouts, he had ridden down the moon on the beaver trade. What more was he expected to do, after all? This raid could bring him the wealth that had eluded him for all these seasons, but to make it, he had to put up with Philip Thompson.
"That who I think it is, Pegleg?" the tall, raw-boned Thompson asked as Bill Williams's newcomers stepped into the post square.
"Who?" Smith asked.
"That one," and Thompson pointed arrogantly at Bass.
Most of the other trappers eased aside left and right so that no one stood between them now.
"Shit, Phil,"
Dick Owens replied dumbly.
"You know him. That's Bass. He was with Walker, Meek, and the rest when they come to steal back your horses and kill you a few winters back."
"I remember that,"
Thompson snapped as he came to a halt about 4 paces from Titus.
"I remember saying I figured the whole shebang weren't worth killing a white man over, but this here nigger said he'd gut me if he had the chance."
Williams stepped into that dangerous ground between them.
"There was a fire lit under all of us that cold day. No use bringing it up again. There's only one other nigger I wanted to get my hands on as bad as I wanted to get my hands on Joe Walker," Thompson admitted with a grumble. "The white nigger who made them Utahs turn away."
Titus said, "Old Bill never told me you was carrying a terrible grudge for me after all this time, Thompson."
"Only against Walker for calling me out," Thompson confessed.
"But you always talked about Bass in the same breath as Walker,"
Dick Owens disclosed.
"That's right," Thompson said. "I carried a sour belly for saying you'd gut me if'n you had the chance."
"We all had bad feelings back then," Smith explained. "But now we're going to California together, so we're peaceful."
Williams interrupted. "Out in California, both of you can shoot your share of bean bellies to get it out of your craws. Just don't cause me no problems, or I'll leave both of you hanging from a low tree so the buzzards can pick out your eyeballs."
Smith turned on Thompson.
"You want to back out of our plan, Phil?"
"No," Thompson replied grudgingly. "I want to go to California and steal enough horses to make myself a rich man."
Then Smith turned to Bass.
All right, Scratch. Do you want to back out of Bill's plan?
Wordlessly, he glared at Thompson a long moment before answering. I'm riding to California with this outfit.
If you're both coming along, then hear me out, Smith warned. You two can either have it out right here and now, get it over and done with so's one of you is dead on this spot, or you can swear to me and Bill there ain't gonna be no problems here on out.
Why, sure, Pegleg, Thompson vowed. I figure I can let bygones be bygones with this nigger said he'd gut me first chance he got. I'll make peace with Titus Bass.
And he held out his hand as he took 2 steps forward across that open space. The rest of them waited around Scratch as he stared at that hand Thompson offered. Finally, he said, I suppose if we're going to be fighting Injuns and Mexicans, we don't need to be fighting each other. He seized Thompson's big paw and shook it, looking briefly into those eyes where there really was no warmth. Although Thompson's handshake was firm, although there was a smile on the man's face, Titus Bass didn't believe Thompson meant any of it. Williams turned to Smith.
Now we got that settled, you come up with some brood mares, Pegleg?
Smith nodded eagerly.
I traded for 8 of 'em.
Where you get 'em?
Mitchell inquired. Pegleg jabbed a thumb in the direction of the nearby village.
Them Utas are keeping an eye on 'em till we're ready to ride off.
They'll keep the foals with them? Williams asked.
Yep, just the way we planned, Bill. I promised 'em some horses for the use of their mares.
The bony, angular old trapper turned back to the entire crowd and roared,
Looks like we've got a reason to let the wolf out to howl tonight, boys. In 2 days, we're on our way to California, and that means there won't be no whiskey after we ride out of here.
It was downright boneheaded of him to expect that no trouble would ignite there inside Robidou's stockade after they started mixing liquor with the bold talk of men about to ride off on a daring journey, uncertain of their return.
Maybe so out to California, we'll all get a chance to see just how big your huevos are, Titus Bass, growled Philip Thompson, his tongue thickened by whiskey.
Williams laid a hand on Bass's forearm without saying a word. After a moment, Titus slid the arm out from underneath the hand.
You want to know how big my eggs are? You don't have to wait till California, Scratch shot back. Suppose you come find out right now.
Thompson took a swig of his whiskey, then dragged the back of his hand across his lips.
I don't figure neither of us is in any shape to have at each other right now, old man. Better we square off when we ain't been drinking. In the cups or not, you're a yellow-backed polecat, Thompson.
The taller man bolted upright, wavered unsteadily a moment as he rocked on the balls of his feet, preparing to lunge across the circle for Bass, when 2 others caught him by the arms.
Let me go,
Thompson snarled as he flailed at those who held him prisoner.
I'm gonna tear out his gullet with my own hands.
You heard him. Let him go, Bass echoed as he stood and adjusted his belt, his left hand brushing the handles on both knives where they lay tucked at the small of his back.
Man wants me to kill him here and now? I'll oblige the nigger.
Thompson's face grew red with more than the flush of whiskey.
You're the one's gonna die tonight.
Smith came up to stand in front of Thompson, who danced from side to side as far as he could to keep his eyes on Bass. Pegleg said,
You've had more than your fill of whiskey this night, Philip. Go on to blankets and sleep it off.
I ain't going nowhere till I get my hands on that old nigger, Thompson roared, trying to shove Smith aside.
I said go to your blankets,
Smith repeated, seizing Thompson's shoulders in his hands.
Either you go on your own, or your friends can drag you off.
No one's gonna drag me off.
Scratch hollered,
I said let him go so we get this done here and now.
That's when Williams stepped in front of Bass.
The son of a bitch gets heavy in the horn when he's in the cup, Scratch, Bill explained in a sharp whisper.
He goes and sleeps it off, he won't even remember any of this.
Trouble is,
I'll remember, Titus warned.
You ain't nowhere near as drunk as him, Williams declared. Man with as much savvy as you ought to know he should play out a little more rope for a horse gone wild.
Bass wagged his head, saying, One of us gonna get killed.
First off, I'll kill you, Bass, Thompson screamed. Then I'll go find Joe Walker, Meek, and them others.
With a sigh, Williams said,
Tell you what, Scratch, you swear to me you'll lay back and not pull on Thompson's short hairs, and I'll promise you I'll watch your back till we get out of California and back across the desert.
Then what? Titus asked in a harsh whisper, his eyes glaring at the howling Thompson, who was wildly flailing his arms around.
Come then, I'll let you do what you want with the bastard, Williams vowed.
Why don't I save us a lot of time and trouble, Scratch snorted, and just let him take me on right now? Williams clamped onto Bass's upper arm and squeezed down hard.
I need Thompson. He's been to California with Pegleg and me before. Besides, if and I throw Thompson out, he'll take near all the rest of these fellas Pegleg had waiting for us here. We can't do California without Thompson.
On the far side of the circle, Titus watched an increasingly angry Smith suddenly swing an arm back and backhand Thompson. But that only made the drunk madder, lashing out with a foot at the wooden peg leg. Smith pivoted swiftly, then stepped close as he yanked out a belt pistol and cracked Thompson on the temple. The drunk sank between the two men, struggling to hold him on his feet.
Get him back to his blankets, Smith grumbled. I don't want to see any more of him till morning.
His time's coming, Bill, Titus reminded the older man. Williams nodded.
Just say you'll wait till we get to California and back across that goddamned desert.
Maybe so I should just leave off and go my own way, Bass whimpered with regret that he'd even come this far, staring in the eye what lay ahead from here on out.
You didn't ride all this way with me just to turn back now, Williams argued. You gonna try to find beaver this time of year? It's the goddamned high summer, coon. Nah, you come this far with me because you knowed you wanted to do it. Maybe do it for your woman. Maybe do it for your own self. I don't figure you for one to pull out now.
He wanted to tell Williams he was wrong, wanted to shout it into his face, but the old trapper could likely see right through him and already knew why Titus Bass had come this far.
All right, Scratch finally said, some of the tension seeping out of his muscles. I'll walk wide around him, for now. That's all I ask, Scratch. Comes to Thompson and his friends, I promise you I'll watch your back till it's time for you to settle this between the two of you.
I'll get my robe and blanket, leave the stockade, Bass said quietly before he started away. Better I go bed down somewhere else for the night. 6. With Bill Williams and Thomas Smith at the head of the column, the 24 men put Fort Uinta behind them. Titus Bass rode with those who brought up the rear with those 8 broodmares, hanging off to the left where he and his own animals wouldn't have to eat so much of the dust kicked up by all those hooves. The stars twinkled faintly in the sky, and the moon would still be some time in setting as they took off down the west bank of the Green River. At their backs rose the Uinta Mountains, their peaks mantled with white as summer had yet to begin. Ahead stood a broad plateau that took on wondrous colors with the coming of the sun, smeared yellow, red-orange, and vibrant crimson, too. The green twisted and screwed its way through that barren escarpment, a land of stunted cedar and piñon joining the ever-present sage. Until they began to ascend the heights into that plateau's canyon land, the raiders would run across small herds of buffalo. But once on the other side, and dropping to the Colorado River, the shaggy beasts would be no more. This would be their last chance to make meat. Williams had them put into camp early that first afternoon. Their animals had yet to be hardened to the sort of trail that would become commonplace in the weeks ahead. And they needed to kill, butcher, and dry some meat for the lean times that were sure to come. 3 of the others who had been recruited by Pegleg were more than willing to mess in with Scratch. After making camp, they remounted with Bass to ride west into that short grass country slashed by a maze of shallow washes and flash flood erosion scars. Far ahead of them to the west lay the snowy heights of the Wasatch Range. All three of these companions had served the last years of the beaver trade with American fur brigades, ofttimes with Jim Bridger leading the way. But this trio shared something much more indelibly in common with Titus that convinced him the three were good men to stand at his back no matter what might rear its ugly head on the coming adventure in California. They were counted among those who had managed to walk away from Henry Frabe's fight against the Sioux and Cheyenne on the Little Snake the year before. They hadn't covered many miles under a graying sky before running across a small herd of less than 100 beasts nestled down in the cleft at the foot of the plateau. The bulls hung together in 3 bunches, grazing at the outskirts of the scattered herd. The cows and yearlings dotted the center of the lopsided bowl where the first of the red calves were dropping to new, lush emerald grass watered every afternoon with the arrival of a brief, harsh thunderstorm. Since trading his roan off the Shoshone late last summer, Scratch had discovered his saddle horse was not trained as a buffalo pony. No matter, he had reflected several times since. Here in his 48th summer, he damn well didn't relish running meat anyway. Besides, the wind was favorable, coming out of the west, in their faces. They could do with a stand. "Better we hobble the horses yonder in that brush and make our creep up that draw," Bass suggested. Elias Kersey nodded, his now faded top hat wagging, and all three dismounted with Titus, leading their saddle horses and pack animals into the shadows of the coulee. Quickly tying them off nose to nose, 2 by 2, the 4 trappers emerged from the mouth of the draw in a crouch. Scratch stopped them with a signal, then whispered, "Maybe so, we'll only get 1 shot apiece when the guns go off, if'n they set to a run. Best you boys make your 1 shot count." "Just like shooting them Sioux," Jake Korn whispered with a grin that warmed his whole face. His cheekbones were so high they gave his eyes such an oriental slant that upon meeting last summer, Scratch had first believed Korn was a half-breed Canadian-born Frenchman. He was instead a river-bred Cajun with a dusky drop of Creole blood in his veins. Without another word, the 4 fanned out, waddling away in a crouch from one clump of brush to the next, slowly working their way into killing range on the cows and yearlings. If nothing else was handy, a bull would do, but the cows made far better eating, especially when they would be drying wide strips of their tender meat for the trail ahead. Crouching right beside a clump of cedar, Scratch withdrew the wiping stick from the thimbles pinned at the bottom of his full-stock 54 caliber flintlock that he had carried west that spring of 1825. For a moment, as he settled on his rump, Bass let his eyes run over the scratches, nicks, and gouges, every one of those wounds to the reddish-hued curly maple stalk, a story of survival against all that these mountains had thrown against him, survival against all that the warrior tribes had failed attempting to rub him out. Make 'em come, he had named this beloved rifle many winters ago. Through all the terrors and the joys of his seasons in the Rockies, this weapon had remained at his side like a steadfast friend, whether Bass was making meat or saving his hair. Like him, the full-stock rifle carried its own scars, a silent testament to the many seasons the two of them had endured when lesser men had given up or gone under. Come a day, he figured he would run onto a good gunsmith at one of the trading posts and have the weapon rebored, the worn rifling freshened after so many years of hard use. Just running his hand down the forestock as he brought it to his shoulder now, allowing his fingers to brush over the buttstock as he nestled his cheek into place, it was as if he were caressing the hard-written story of his life, even to touching the scars and wrinkles that had turned his own leathery-lined face into a veritable war map of his years spent crossing and recrossing the High Lonesome. That long and angular man, Reuben Purcell, was the first to get off a shot, not far away to Bass's left.
One of the big females shuddered, took no more than a half-dozen faltering steps, then eased onto her knees and keeled over. Titus took a few breaths to survey the nearby cows, quickly deciding on one as the buffalo grew nervous. Another rifle thundered, and he didn't even glance over to see which man it was or what animal he had hit. Some of the cows were starting to inch toward the first buffalo Purcell had dropped. A few others were moseying over to sniff at the second cow dropped. Bracing one end of the ramrod on the ground as the wind picked up, Bass made a fist at the top of the wiping stick, laying the bottom of the forestock atop the fist as he eased back the hammer to full cock. Nesting the frizzen down upon the pan where the priming powder lay, waiting next to the touch hole, he pressed against the back trigger, thereby setting the front hair trigger to trip the sear and spring in the lock with his slightest touch. With his cheek pressed against the stock, he laid the front blade down between the curved antlers of the buckhorn rear sight, with a tilt just so that put the blade into the tiny notch at the bottom of the buckhorn. Only then did he let out half a breath as his finger slipped over the front trigger, barely inching the rifle to the side so the front blade held on that wide girth just behind the beast's front flank. The rest of the breath seeped out as he held, waiting for his squeeze on the trigger to... The rifle bellowed, a whisper of smoke spewing from pan and a spray erupting from the muzzle. The breeze had picked up enough that the gun smoke disappeared quickly enough for Titus to watch the low-velocity round ball strike the cow's hide where a puff of dust exploded. She sidestepped once, then again, and with the third time shook her great head, slinging blood from her nostrils and lolling her red tongue from her open mouth where more blood dripped into the dirt and grass. Across the bowl, a streak of lightning tore the darkening sky asunder as he started to reload. Beyond the hunters, the buffalo grew all the more restless with a sudden, sharp crack of thunder. Although they milled around, no longer content to graze, the buffalo hadn't stampeded away. Within seconds, the sky started to pelt him with tiny drops of rain. He quickly dropped a second cow. No doubt about it now, they'd be skinning and butchering at the height of the coming storm. He hunched over his rifle, carefully sprinkling more priming powder into the pan, then dropped the frizzen protectively before standing to start back for the animals. In the cold, blowing rain, the four managed to butcher out the boss, tongue, hump ribs, and rear flanks from every one of their kills, besides some length of intestine they planned to prepare that night around the fire. In the distance, both north and south, they overheard faint gunfire as others made meat and the thunderstorm passed on by. Each stiff gust of breeze made the blood-smeared men shudder in their rain-soaked clothing. Then the sun sank low enough that it popped from the bottom of the clouds, painting the plateau country with vivid shades of yellow, red, and a dark, bruised purple. With their pack animals unable to carry any more of a burden, the four bloodied trappers mounted up, ready to turn their noses back for camp, when Jake Corn pointed.
"Looky yonder, boys."
Bass's eyes narrowed at the high ground in the mid-distance. "Sure enough don't look to be any of our fellas, does it?"
"I make out more'n 30 of 'em,"
Elias Kersey announced.
"They ain't the friendly sort. We'll have to leave off the horses and meat to make a run for it," Rube Purcell said gravely. "That be the preacher's truth."
"Don't go fretting yourself just yet," Scratch chided, recalling how that previous summer the four of them had watched as 1,000 enemy horsemen rode down on Frabe's 24.
"Bass is right," the squarish Kersey agreed. "They ain't moving much, just watching."
"Who you reckon they are?"
Purcell asked, standing beside his saddle horse. Everything about the man was long, rail-thin, or ran at right angles. "They meant us trouble," Titus confided. "That bunch'd already be tearing down here for our hair." Kersey declared,
"That's exactly why I figure 'em for Utahs." "Sure they ain't some of them Sioux or Cheyennes run onto us last summer?" worried Corn.
Scratch shook his head. "We're too damn far west, south, too, of the raiding ground for those niggers. Could be Bannock, but I think Elias got it right. We'll know more when we get up close."
"Get up close?"
Purcell repeated, his eyes suddenly growing large in that overly long face, with a jaw that reminded Bass of the bottom of a coal oil lantern. "We got meat to haul back to camp," Bass explained. Purcell climbed into the saddle, saying,
What if there's trouble from 'em?"
"Then there'll be trouble," Scratch asserted flatly.
"Let's cover some ground, fellers," Kersey ordered.
The four hadn't yet reached the base of the hill they would skirt to reach camp, leading their slow-paced pack animals, when the Indians disappeared from the ridgetop on their right.
"That ain't a good sign," Jake Korn groaned.
"No two ways about it," Bass echoed. "Man needs to worry when he can't no longer see them brownskins." By the time the four brought their plodding pack horses around the base of the hill and camp was in sight, they spotted the warriors a ways ahead, making straight for the columns of smoke, coming on at an angle that cut across the dusty plain. Strange thing was, the horsemen were spread out in a broad line instead of riding single file the way Indians normally traveled. That was a bit worrisome. Right about then, he wished he was back in that camp already. At least he'd have the extra rifles and pistols he packed along everywhere. In the distance, he watched a tall, skinny figure emerge from the brush. Beside him hobbled the other, one-legged bushway of this horse raid. They stopped, and each held up an arm in greeting as the horsemen halted some 50 feet from the two white men. Those warriors on either end of the broad front turned to watch the approach of several hunting groups returning from different compass directions. As Bill Williams and Pegleg carried on a conversation by sign with the Indians, Bass led the other three and their animals around one end of the warrior line. A few of these strangers turned on the damp, bare backs of their ponies to glower at the four of them and their supply of butchered meat. Coming to a halt behind their two leaders, Bass leaned down and asked of Williams, "You make 'em for Utahs?"
"They is, but faraway southern cousins to the ones we know up north," Bill declared, as Smith continued slowly motioning with his hands. "Hunters from a bunch we run onto 3 years back on our trip out to California. They remember the one they call the Tree Leg."
"Tree Leg, they call him," Kersey repeated. "Maybe so it's good news to have them figure our bushway for a friend."
Williams wagged his head.
"Ain't necessarily so. They're mad as spit on hens that they was out hunting and our bunch has gone and run off some of their buffler. Killed some buff they say is rightfully theirs."
"To hell with them," Bass growled with indignation. "Wasn't a feather or a braid nowhere near where we four dropped our buffler."
"Tell 'em we left the hides," Purcell announced. "Ain't any use to us, so they can have 'em."
"Rest of the meat, too," Korn offered.
Smith turned to talk to Williams as more of the trappers drew close, making some of the warriors who carried only bows anxious at their approach.
"Their feelings been stomped on, Bill. This head nigger won't take any hides or what's left of meat."
"We'll make the son of a bitch a few presents," Williams explained. "Then maybe him and his bucks'll move on."
He turned back to the warriors, and his bony hands began to gesture. Scratch watched Bill tell the Ute horseman that he would not speak to any man who would come riding up to his camp shouting that the white men were thieves for killing a few buffalo. But, he continued with his hands, Williams told the Ute leader that he would make presents to a friend who visited the white man's camp to smoke in peace.
"And drink some coffee,"
Smith reminded. Williams whirled on him.
"Don't you 'member the way these niggers drink coffee? We damn well don't have near enough to be brewing up a batch for every bunch of scalawags we bump into down the road."
But in the end, coffee would be a suitable peacemaker. While some of the trappers set coffee pots on to boil at 3 of the fires, the Ute horsemen dismounted and hobbled their ponies nearby before entering the camp and settling on their haunches around the flames as twilight continued to swallow the land.
"What say, Elias? You make us some of your dumplings out of the gut we brung back?"
Rube Purcell suggested, after they had a fire crackling and were starting to slice their fresh meat into thin strips for quick drying.
"Dumplings?" Bass echoed. "You mean boudins?"
"Nah,
Rube's had my dumplings before, Kersey offered, pushing some of his long blonde hair out of his eyes. I do have me a lil' flour.
Real dumplings? Titus marveled, his mouth watering. He winked at Purcell and said, Figured you was just pulling on my leg. While the water in the coffee pot started to roll, Jake Korn and Rube Purcell diced the liver into small pieces, along with short sections of the greasy intestine, as well as some of the lean backstrap, combining it all with a bit of the fleecy fat trimmed right off the boss or hump ribs of the buffalo. At the same time, Elias Kersey was mixing up his flour and water, along with a dash or two of their precious salt, forming a dough he rolled into palm-sized balls. On the other side of the fire, Scratch had been busy scraping all the rich, thick marrow from heavy bones he cracked open with a small camp axe. Each greasy clump of yellow marrow Titus scraped out with the tip of his knife quickly melted once he dropped it into the cast-iron skillet at Kersey's knee. The well-seasoned skillet began to spit and spew at the edge of the flames the moment Kersey plopped more than a dozen of his dumplings into the hot grease. The fragrance of their frying was almost more than Titus could bear, making his mouth water as it hadn't in a long, long time. As a veteran of their first raid into California, Philip Thompson hung near the fires where Smith and Williams had seated their brown-skinned guests. While two of the Ute leaders parleyed with the white men, the rest of the warriors spoke quietly among themselves. From time to time, some of them even peered curiously over their shoulders at the fire where Kersey and his bunch were tending to their supper.
You don't figure 'em for pulling some shenanigans, do you?
Jake Korn asked as he tied up the ends of those last sections of gut they had filled with diced meat and fleece before they would be stuffed under the coals of their fire. Bass shrugged. Never know, but this here bunch don't number much more'n us. If they figured to get the jump on us, they'd made a rush on our camp a while back. Then he pointed to the dumplings. Ain't they ready yet, Elias?
Yee-haw, if that man ain't hungry for my victuals, Kersey howled. I'll be skinned if they ain't. Come on and help yourselves, fellas.
The rail-thin Reuben Purcell was the first to begin stabbing at those dumplings, pulling them from their frying pan, spearing them into his tin cup, then settling onto his haunches across the fire as two other trappers moseyed up to the fire, plainly sniffing the air. The shorter one's eyes twinkled as he peered at the skillet where Kersey set the last of the dumplings to fry in the popping grease. But he nonetheless remained silent as his wide-shouldered, bandy-legged partner spoke up. Merciful Almighty, that smells good. What you made, fellas?
Dumplings,
Jake Korn said, grease dripping off his lips, spilling into his chin whiskers. I'm Silas Adair, the talkative one explained, then licked his lips as his eyes never left Kersey's frying dumplings. If that smell don't get a man's hungers up. Tell you what, boys, have you something to add to the pot? Bass offered. You're more'n welcome to sit and share what we got cooked for ourselves. With his tree-stump-thick arm, Adair nudged the stocky trapper on the shoulder. Roscoe, go fetch us some gut and a few ribs, too. The quiet one nodded and quickly turned away. Purcell said, He don't talk? Coltrane ain't a mute, Adair replied, but he ain't ever been one to talk much at all. Sometimes that's a good thing, Bass observed, as he watched Coltrane scooping up a length he cut from the coil of buffalo intestine, dropping the gut into a small kettle at a nearby fire where Philip Thompson and his bunch were entertaining a number of the warriors.
Any one of them fellas would cut your throat if that Thompson so much as asked him to, Korn declared right out of the blue.
Bass turned suddenly to look at the man seated to his right. That's a strange thing to say to me.
Jake is right, Kersey agreed. That bunch of hard cases sticks with Thompson like ticks gone fat on an old bull. They're gonna jump you when that sumbitch says to jump you.
Scratch put a bite of dumpling in his mouth and sucked the grease from his fingers before he said, Don't matter what those bastards try or when they do it. I'll be ready.
Yee-haw, snorted Kersey. That's what I liked about you right from the start over there in the fight we had when Frabe was rubbed out. There ain't no shuffle-footin' about you, Titus Bass. You're a man what sees things for what they are. This is this, and that is that. I tell you, I much admire that in a man."
Bass glowed at the compliment, feeling his cheeks grow hot with the blush that spread beneath his gray beard.
"Most all my friends, they call me Scratch."
"Scratch, is it?" Silas Adair asked.
"Why, I didn't know you was the one I heerd of called Scratch."
"What'd you hear about him?"
Purcell asked, his mouth stuffed with dumpling as the quiet Roscoe Coltrane returned, setting down his kettle filled with intestine and hump ribs. Pushing an unruly sprig of copper-red hair out of his eyes, Adair grinned at Bass and winked.
"Heerd how you died 2 or 3 times. That's what I heerd tell."
"Only 3 times, they say?" Scratch echoed.
"Hell, I've riz up from the dead more'n that."
"Help yourselves, fellas,"
Kersey suggested, gesturing at the sizzling skillet. They watched Adair and Coltrane greedily dig in, scooping dumplings from the grease. Around the fire, the 6 of them ate and ate till they belched, making room for more of the greasy dumplings, their lips, indeed the entire lower half of their faces, shiny in the firelight. About the time the last of Kersey's dumplings had been speared from the skillet, Jake Korn was kneeling at the far side of the pit, using a long twig to scoop his boudins out of the coals. As he speared each one with the tip of his knife, picking it up to plop the foot-long section of broiled intestine onto a man's plate, steam hissed from the tiny puncture wound Korn had poked in the stiffened, crackling tube of gut. It was well after dark when Smith and Williams finished their parley with the leaders of the Ute hunting party. Illuminated by the low flames of a half-dozen small fires, the white men got to their feet with the warriors who rose and moved off for their ponies. Bill Williams called 3 of his men close, then momentarily watched them step away into the dark before he shambled over to the fire, where Titus and the 5 others sat smoking their pipes in the afterglow of their hearty repast.
"Need 3 of you to take the next watch," Bill ordered. "After a couple hours go by, those 3 I sent off gonna come back here and get the next watch. That bunch'll come wake me when their time's done."
Bass nodded to Kersey. Elias looked up at Williams.
"Me and Scratch here will go."
As Kersey was glancing over the rest of the men, Williams said,
"You need 1 more."
"How about you, Roscoe?" Bass inquired, staring at the solemn one. Without any change in his expression, even looking up from the fire where he knelt with a twig to relight his pipe, Coltrane nodded.
"That makes 3 of us, Bill."
Just before he turned away, Williams said,
"See you in the morning."
"You expectin' trouble?"
Purcell asked as the leader turned his back on them. Bill contemplated the flames a moment before he answered.
"We're bringing our stock in close, especially them brood mares we need. Those Injuns figure on riding off with our horses. I don't aim to make it easy for 'em."
"We'll sleep light, Bill," Titus said. The bunch at the fire remained quiet in their own thoughts for some time until Silas Adair stood and stretched. He tugged down on the brim of his battered black felt hat. In the fire's light, it appeared the hat had been singed at the back where it caught on fire when he used it to fan some flames of a time.
"Come on, Roscoe. We best go get our blankets."
Bass watched the 2 men trudge away to the nearby fire. Then he turned to the trio left with him.
"You fellas promised me something."
"What's that, Scratch?"
asked Jake Korn.
"Trouble ever comes, no matter when, no matter where, you fellas promised me you'll watch my back."
"A fight starts," Kersey began. "There ain't no Injun gonna get close enough."
"I ain't talking about Injuns, Elias," Titus interrupted. "I need you to watch out for Thompson and his weasels."
"That's just what we aim to do,"
Korn vowed.
"'Cause I figure you for a man what'd do the same for any of us."
Likely, those warriors were sitting out there in the dark, watching every precaution the trappers took to bring their stock in close to camp and post guards around those animals. More than once, Bass chuckled to himself how that must irritate the piss right out of those Ute who had plainly come into camp with no better purpose than to eat the trappers' food, drink the trappers' coffee, and count the trappers' guns. Something about the Redskins had convinced him they were a thieving lot right off, and if they coveted anything the white men had along for their journey to California, it was the guns. In the constant warfare waged against their Apache neighbors, those rifles and pistols and smoothbores would more than tip the scales in the Utes' favor. How it must gall the hunting party to watch the white men prepare for trickery, even though the double-tongued Ute leaders had professed only the strongest of affections for those trappers who passed through their land. Twice during his watch that night, Titus was certain at least one of the warriors was making a crawl for the horses. A sound out of place, maybe an odor brought him on the shifting breeze. Both times he would bring the rifle's hammer back to full cock and noisily stride toward that side of the remuda. That second time he was sure enough of what he'd heard that he dropped to his knees, lowered his head, and peered at that strip of horizon where the pale starlit sky met the darker earth. There he spotted 3 of them lying among the sage, really nothing more than shadows humped upon the ground. The temptation to shoot and wound one of them, even kill one of the slippery bastards, was almost more than he could endure. But Bass was sure they saw him, too, had to hear him approach before his moccasins ground to a halt on the flinty hardpan, sure that's what brought the trio to a stop in their crawl toward the animals. Maybe just fire a warning shot somewhere between them. "You two-tongued sons of bitches," he bellowed instead. "You don't get and stay gone, I'll wear your hair my own self afore morning." From either side of him, he heard running feet as Kersey and Coltrane sprinted out of the dark to join him. Huffing, Elias asked breathlessly, "You see something?" "3 of 'em," Bass replied, kneeling and motioning the others down close to the ground with him. "Looky there." "If that ain't a yank on the short hairs," Kersey exclaimed. Scratch asked the other 2, "What you figure we ought to do with 'em?" "Run 'em off," Kersey declared loudly as he stood in the dark, punching a wide hole out of the starry sky as Bass peered up at the man. Elias stomped toward the warriors as voices grew sharp in camp behind them. "You sneaky bastards," Kersey was grumbling out loud, his S's whistling past a broken front tooth. Scratch was just turning, drawn to look over his shoulder with the approach of footsteps coming out from camp, when he heard the telltale thwung of a twisted rawhide bowstring. On instinct, he flung himself to the ground beside Coltrane. In that same instant, he heard Kersey yelp. Bass watched the trapper collapse to the ground, lost from sight along the skyline. But he could hear Elias groan, twisting, his body grinding noisily in the sage and dirt out there in the dark. Coltrane was already moving, lunging off the ground into the night. A second bowstring snapped in the dark. Scratch started to rise, crying, "I'll kill every one of you bust-ass red bellies!" Of a sudden, the night glowed for an instant as the pan on Roscoe Coltrane's rifle ignited and the muzzle spat a long tongue of bright yellow flame. The roar of his weapon was immediately answered with a loud screech. As he started toward the noises, Titus watched Coltrane take form out of the dark as the wide barrel of a man went to his knee over a clump of sage. Skidding to a halt, Bass saw that it wasn't brush at all, but Elias Kersey, balled up on the ground, clutching at his hip. Coltrane's eyes flicked up. "I took an arrow," Kersey grumbled between clenched teeth. Scratch was already bringing the flintlock derringer up, as Kersey added, "Don't know how bad I'm hurt." At first, he only heard them as he inched cautiously away into the dark. Then he saw one materialize, and suddenly another. They were doing their best to drag the third one off, but were making a noisy rescue of it. In that next heartbeat, they must have heard him slipping up behind them because they stopped, both of them dropping their wounded comrade and reaching for their weapons as they spun into a crouch. On their knees, the small warriors were no taller than the scrub oak and bristly sage. But Titus thought he knew one of those shadows out there was more than some leafy brush. He brought the rifle to his shoulder. Without taking time to think, Titus laid the front sight on the dark clump, clenched his eyes against the coming glare, and pulled the trigger in one fluid motion. The moment the gun boomed and shoved against the crook of his shoulder, Scratch opened his eyes, watching one of the shadows tumble backward with a loud gust of air slammed from the warrior's lungs. In an instant, all became pandemonium behind him in the direction of camp. For a fleeting moment, he had just started to turn to look back over his shoulder. That's when another sliver of the night peeled away from the ground with a hair-raising shriek. An arm held high and brandishing a stone club, the Ute bolted toward the trapper, bounding over the sage and brush with ease. Taking one step back, Scratch shifted his empty rifle to his left hand and with his right yanked out that short belt pistol. Dragging back the hammer with his thumb, he held, watching how the shadow raced closer and closer, dodging side to side, screaming his vengeance. Wait till he gets close enough to make a sure shot of it. Closer. Wait. Extending his arm, he followed the target through the next heartbeat, until the emerging shadow suddenly became bare chest and naked legs. Holding on a spot midway between breech clout and that screaming mouth, he squinted his eyes shut to the coming glare and pulled the trigger. Immediately opening his eyes, Scratch could almost make out the man's face and the look of utter surprise on it as the Ute's legs went out from under him and he toppled backward in a sprawl, kicking at a clump of sage. "Bass!" It was Pegleg's voice. "Over here!" Out of the dim glow emanating from the flickering light of their campfires appeared the wooden-legged Bouchouet and 4 others, all of them huffing as they followed their ungainly leader through the maze of scrub brush to reach the scene. "They get any horses?" Bass recognized the voice of Philip Thompson. He answered, "Not a goddamned one." Smith teetered to a halt beside Titus to say, "Did they get any of the men?" "One for sure, Kersey," and he pointed back off to the left. Thompson stepped up to Smith's elbow, leaning in so his taut face was lit with starshine. "And how many of them Utas you let get away, Bass?" His eyes narrowing, Titus looked away from Thompson and gazed evenly at Smith. "We saw 3 of them. Coltrane dropped the first one." "Afore or after Kersey was hit?" Thompson interrupted. "Elias was already down afore Roscoe pulled down on him," Bass explained to Pegleg, doing his damnedest to ignore the proximity, the very sneer of the other man. "How'd you come to fire your gun?" Smith inquired. "They was dragging off the one Coltrane shot," Titus explained. "I figured to teach 'em some manners when it comes to jumpin' fellas like us." "How many of 'em get away?" Thompson demanded. Now Bass gazed back at the man. "Can't rightly say about your side of camp, Thompson, but speaking for my watch on horse guard, not a one of them thieving brownskins is still breathing." "I damn well didn't realize just how handy you was to have around, Titus Bass," Thompson replied, dripping with sarcasm. Then he started to snigger as he turned on his heel and started back for camp, followed by the others who had raced up with Smith. Pegleg hobbled past Scratch. "Let's go see for ourselves what you've dropped out here." They found his second kill no more than a few yards away, the first warrior out farther in the cold and the dark. Smith sighed as he stared down at the body. "You want the scalp?" "What the hell am I going to do with this worthless nigger's hair?" Shrugging, Pegleg said, "Don't matter what we do now, I suppose. The rest of them Utas gonna dog our back trail here on out." "And if we bring them California horses back through this same country," Titus grumped, "likely them Utas gonna make things even harder on us all over again." 7. They had laid in camp that dawn, particularly watchful with the coming light for any attack from the Ute. But while they could hear the dim, distant chant of the off-key and mournful death songs, the trappers didn't see a thing of the unsuccessful horse thieves. Even before the sun rose, Bouchouet Williams had made a decision. "Keep cutting up your meat, boys," Bill told the edgy, sleepless men. "Lay it out to dry and keep your guns primed. I figure us to stay here. Our flints are fixed just dandy right where we are." The old trapper had that right. Here, the Americans had water, shade from the early summer sun, enough to eat, with a little grazing for their animals, too. Damn foolish for the men to risk abandoning this place if they hadn't finished jerking the buffalo for their long journey, especially if those Ute were still out there, waiting to spring an ambush somewhere on down the trail. Throughout that day, the 24 of them took their rotation at horse guard while the rest continued the monotony of their butchering. Thin slices of the lean buffalo were suspended on a framework of green limbs erected over smoky fires. Even more of the meat lay out in the sun, exposed to arid westerly wind. Near sundown, one of the men hollered out, warning that he sighted a handful of horsemen appear on the crest of a nearby hill. The camp fell quiet while the 24 came to stand and watch. As twilight faded, the distant horsemen disappeared from view, dropping out of sight behind the knoll.
"Keeping an eye on us," Smith advised. "Sleep if you can tonight, fellas, but we're making a running guard till first light when we can move out."
After the Ute had slipped in so close the night before, it was natural that some of the trappers were outright jumpy their second night of guard duty. The slightest sound emanating out of the dark, even a sudden shift in the cool desert breeze, snapped a man alert, aware of just how loud his own heart was pounding. It finally grew light enough that Smith and Williams awakened all the men to prepare themselves for a possible attack. But as the hills brightened around them, no warriors appeared, near or far. It was time to push on. The men bundled their meat, kicked dirt on their fire pits, then saddled up before the sun made its call on the day. 24 of them prodded their horses and pack animals into the high plateau country, keeping the Green River in sight on their left as they continued south, every step taking them farther and farther from the cool, beckoning mountains. While the remainder of the remuda would loyally follow, the men put their efforts into keeping the brood mares out front. They were the animals ready to bolt away, turn around, and race for home to reunite with their colts. From time to time, one of the mares would get it in her head that she was going to peel away from the rest and start back at a lope for the familiar, quickly tearing away at a wild gallop through the sage once the trappers attempted to turn her nose back to the south. It was dusty, exhausting work for the saddle horses pressed into this terrible duty of tearing mares away from their colts, all for the sake of stealing more of their four-legged breed from California masters. 6 more mornings, middays, and long afternoons spent picking their way through the deeply scarred plateau before they were able to drop onto the bottom of what had the appearance of being a great three-sided bowl. Far to the east lay a few faint and jagged heights along the horizon. To the west stood the last great peaks of the snow-blanketed Wasatch Range. And ahead of them waited more of the low buttes and ridges as they pressed on down the green through a land sunburnt anew, searching for a grand and muddy river. Near evening 2 days later, they struck the Colorado, camping near that junction where the Green willingly gives itself to a greater torrent rushing for the sea.
"You ever been on the Healy, far south of here?"
asked Jake Korn that night. In that heartbeat, he remembered an old friend and a long-ago journey into the land of the Apache. "Yeah," Titus said quietly, his gaze climbing to the myriad of stars overhead, wondering just which one of them might belong to Asa McCafferty. "I trapped on the Healy of a time with a good man. We run traps together for a few seasons." Korn leaped up so he could stride over and squat right beside Titus.
"Ever you two see a munchie?"
Munchie? Scratch snorted. "Some kind of furred critter?"
"Injuns,"
Kersey corrected with a matter-of-fact air. Now Scratch was bewildered. Wagging his head in consternation, he said, "Never heard of no munchies."
"Was hoping you'd seed 'em,"
Korn admitted. Purcell nodded.
"Me too."
"Hell, I see the way your stick floats now," Bass said. Tapping a finger against his temple, he continued,
These here munchies are hoodoos and such."
"They're real,"
Purcell snapped, shaking the stem of his blackened clay pipe at Bass. Titus peered at the nonplussed look on Reuben's face, then quickly glanced at Kersey and Corn. Finally, his eyes came to a rest on Adair. "You ever run across any munchies, Silas?"
"I ain't seed 'em neither,"
Adair confessed, straight-faced, his copper-red hair gleaming in the fire's light.
"But, merciful Almighty, I have knowed a half-dozen coons said they seen the munchies for their own selves."
"Munchies," Bass repeated the word again. "If they're Injun, what sort of brown-skin they be?"
"Well, now," Kersey sighed, looking around the group. "Rest of you boys tell me if I get any of this here story wrong."
He wagged his head as he studied Bass's face.
"Can't rightly believe that here sits a man what trapped down on the Healy and didn't ever see him a munchie."
Titus suddenly felt a compulsion to defend himself before this council of true believers. "Maybe I did and just didn't know it." Adair snorted.
"From what I've heard, if'n you had seed a munchie, you'd damn sure know it."
The others chuckled as darkness came down on that desert country, quickly cooling with the disappearance of the sun. Just how would I know a munchie to see one?" Corn cleared his throat.
"Elias, you go right on and tell the man."
Quickly rubbing a dirt-crusted finger beneath his nose, Kersey began to tell Titus Bass about that tribe of highly civilized, white-skinned Indians reputed to live in a deep canyon just beyond the valley of the Gila.
"I hear they eat off plates made of solid gold,"
Purcell interrupted. Above his square-set jaw sat a mouth little more than a tiny crease in that expanse of chin. Even when he smiled, as he did right now, his mouth did not turn up at its corners. Instead, the narrow crease merely widened.
"And with forks of gold, too,"
Corn insisted, shoving back from his forehead some of his coal-black hair, just becoming dusted with a little gray at the temples, but most remarkable for the narrow white streak that emanated from the center of his brow. Kersey waved a hand for quiet, then leaned toward Bass.
"Every one of 'em wears gold earrings, bracelets, armbands, and anklets. Gold belts tied around themselves, too."
And Elias went on to explain that the Munchies were a peace-loving people who had somehow miraculously survived for centuries in the midst of the cruel Apache. "Centuries?" Bass echoed. "How long's that?" Elias continued, describing how the Munchies were not Indians at all, but descendants of a band of Roman adventurers who claimed they had sailed to North America 1,500 years before Columbus bumped into the eastern shores of the Americas. Rather than return home, they had intermarried with southwestern Indians. A peace-loving people, the Munchies didn't even have a word in their tongue for enemy. And they no longer possessed any weapons. Shaking his head, bewildered, Scratch observed, "Don't know how the 'Pache ain't wiped 'em out afore now. Them 'Paches stayed on my trail for days till they caught up and jumped us."
"The Munchies too savvy for 'em,"
Corn disputed. Scratch's eyes flicked from one man to the next, still a little skeptical. "After all this time, ain't none of you ever seen a Munchie?"
"Can't speak for Silas or Roscoe," Kersey said, "but the three of us never been down in the Healy country like you was, Titus."
"I ain't ever trapped on the Healy either," Adair admitted.
"So how you fellas so all-fired sure of these here
"I know 3 fellers seed Munchies," Corn protested. 3 different times, too."
On around the fire it went, with each of them explaining how they might not ever have seen a Munchie with their own eyes, but they all knew at least one person who had run onto the mysterious tribe of explorers sometime in the past, even to providing vivid and detailed descriptions that corroborated previous accounts given by other witnesses. "Do tell," Bass finally relented. "Maybe so we'll get ourselves a look at one of these here Munchies on our way to California." Kersey shook his head emphatically.
"No,
We ain't gonna be nowhere close to Munchie country, Scratch. Nowhere close.
They turned southwest the next morning, following the north side of the Colorado the best they could, yet hour by hour that path grew all the harder as they found themselves climbing and descending through a canyon country without relief for horse or horseman. As the days stretched longer, the sun grew hotter, their ride becoming all the dustier the farther south Smith, Williams, and Thompson led them toward distant ridges draped with green, a most seductive color to men choking on alkali dust and gagging on the salts in tainted water. Oh, how that green beckoned them more every day. The raiders had gone through most of their dried meat by the time they had crossed 2 narrow rivers and made it to those luring heights covered in pinon, cedar, and dwarf pine. A few antelope, an occasional mountain sheep or lion, and those ever-present black-tailed hares that flourished in this country were the simple fodder brought into camp each night as the raiders threaded their way across a convoluted maze of canyons. When they could, the horsemen stuck with the high ground, gazing down upon those bewildering wrinkles that explained what shrinking and drying the earth's crust had undergone eons ago. Out of that labyrinth, they steadily climbed, emerging atop a high and desolate plateau country. Off to their left, the Colorado had begun to carve itself into a tortuous, twisting canyon of unbelievable depths. The days grew longer, hotter still, the air so dry that the breeze itself sucked the moisture right out of a man. Bass hadn't been across this sort of barren, timberless territory since that flight from the Apache along the Gila River. All around them rose the mesas and buttes long ago carved by wind and water, now brushed with vibrant tints of crimson, ochre, and a violet hue that deepened as the sun sank each evening. "You fellas cross any sign of Injuns today?" Bass asked the others at their fire that night.
"Lots of sign," Corn replied. "Ain't seed no Injuns, howsoever."
Kersey peered at Bass, asking,
"You ain't gettin' spooked, are you?"
"Maybe so, I didn't see what I thought I saw," he confessed. But that night, as he lay in his blankets, holding at bay the memory of her touch, the feel of her mouth on his, Titus could not convince himself that he hadn't seen that squat, naked, deeply brown Indian duck from sight as Bass rode along the far right flank of the raiders. By the time he reined away from the rest and loped over to the rocks where he had seen that brief flicker of movement, the Indian was gone. So he lay in the dark now, trying to tell himself that what he had seen could only have been some four-legged critter. The next evening, however, the Indians showed themselves. Panic gripped the whole outfit as they were going into camp for the night. On foot, both bushways scrambled through the horses to reach the post where one of the guards stood pointing.
"Well, damn me," Reuben Purcell exclaimed in a gush. "There must be 100 of 'em."
But these were not the Ute who had dogged their trail weeks ago. No, these Indians did not carry weapons of war, nothing more than crude spears with a sprinkling of small bows among them. Besides, these short, stocky Indians did not own any horses. All 100 or more of them showed up on foot. Their leaders stepped out from the center of that broad line of squat brown bodies, calling out from a safe distance, hailing the white men. Smith, Williams, and Thompson waved in a friendly enough manner, then moved forward on foot. Both small groups stopped some 20 yards from the other and immediately went to making sign. When the bushways returned to their men, Williams announced,
"This here bunch called the Sand Patch. They was a real skittish sort last time we come through here a few years back, about as shy as deer mice with a red-tailed hawk circling overhead. But yestiddy, they sure enough recognized old Pegleg here with that wood pin tied under his knee."
The Sandpet headmen had invited the white men into their camp located several miles off. The trappers rode among the tiny brush huts, staring down at the wide-eyed children and the bare-breasted women dressed in short grass or rabbit-skin skirts. As the sun began to set and the temperature moderated, many of the Indians tied cloaks of rabbit fur over their shoulders for warmth while a supper ritual began. As open, welcoming, and warm as the Ute had been treacherous and deceitful, the Sandpet offered their very finest to their guests from the north.
"Can't remember the last time I ate rabbit," Scratch admitted. "Likely it was back in Kentucky when I was a younger lad."
"How long's that been?"
Jake Korn inquired. "Left home at 16, he sighed wistfully. "Thought a time or two of going back, but it's been, more'n 30 winters now I've been gone? Likely there ain't no one left anyways."
"Hell," Kersey retorted. "I'll bet you've got kin back there still."
With a wag of his head, Bass confessed, "Only kin I got now is them folks I left back in Crow Country, and what good men I ride with, too."
"I thank you proudly,"
Reuben Purcell replied. Squatting on the ground with their brown hosts, the trappers picked the rabbit bones clean and tossed them into the fires. They were also served a pulpy root the Indians mixed with water, then scooped off bark platters with their fingers. After dinner, the headman presented the bushways with a generous basket of those roots to take along on their journey. Well after dark that night, Philip Thompson led a handful of the white men back into the village, claiming there were enough of the half-naked women to go around because the Sandpet were more than anxious to have an infusion of some white blood into their tribe. Scratch watched the men go, then rolled over and closed his eyes, thinking hard on that yearning in his loins, remembering how Waits by the Water was the one to satisfy his every longing, turning and tossing uncomfortably in his hunger for her until sleep finally came. On they plodded the following days, piercing a desolate valley surrounded by hills all but barren of any life. Each hoof, every moccasin, too, stirred up choking billows and lingering cascades of the acrid alkali dust. 2 nights later, they killed and butchered one of the weakening horses, a tough, stringy meat that blackened quickly over the fires. From the carcass, they butchered enough to feed the bunch for the next 2 days, if they conserved all they managed to carve from the bones. A little south by west, Smith and Williams continued their march all the deeper into a dry, flaky land. Their eyes burned with the constant sting of the alkali dust, seared by the relentless sun, the trappers nonetheless persisted in their search for game. Anything, even those poor frightened rabbits. They saw nothing else, no antelope or deer, nothing to hunt but those tiny rabbits. Over time, the men were growing glum, quieter and quieter each night as they went into camp.
"Don't you worry, boys,"
Pegleg did his best to cheer them around their greasewood fires.
"This country won't last for much longer. We're bound to strike that river I remember joins down to the Colorado."
3 endless days and 1 more give-out horse later, they struck that very river, narrow and tumbling with silt near its mouth. At sundown that evening, Bass joined the others to sit right up to his chin in the turgid water, letting his body soak up all the moisture that this hellish country had done its best to suck right out of him. Jake Korn slipped into the water with the handful of companions.
"We're going down the Colorado from here,"
he explained what he had heard Smith telling some of the others in camp.
"It's gonna be a ways afore we hit the Amuchabas. From there on, Pegleg says we got us a dry crossing."
Dry crossing? Bass nearly choked in disgust. What the hell we been doing if it ain't been a dry crossing already?
"Old Bill says there's a stretch of some real bad desert coming up," Korn continued. "A real water scrape of it. Just a few days of dry lakes and disappearing rivers, though. Then we're in California, land of free horses."
Sitting here, soaking in the river, Titus had figured they had come through the worst of it. Those trackless wastes, nothing but timberless buttes and mesas, plateaus and canyons meandering back to nowhere. So, if they still had the worst ahead of them, why didn't he just turn around here and start back for a more hospitable country come morning?
No matter those ute he would have to slip his way around. It couldn't be. There was no way possible on his own. By any reckoning, he was likely 1,000 miles from her now. Where he lay on his blankets later that night looking up into the desert sky might as well have been on the other side of the moon from Absarica. Cool, green, snow-drenched crow country. He swore he'd take a blizzard on the mussel shell rather than another long day in this hell, simmering in his own juices. Absarica, a land where even on these summer nights a man had to pull on a blanket to keep from shivering. How he yearned for the cool touch of her skin, yearned for just how fevered she made him. Smith, Williams, and Thompson led out with the mares the next morning, guiding the raiders due south down the Colorado now, piercing a rainbow-hued land barren of much vegetation. No more than the scrub sage, stunted jack pine, cedar, and fragrant juniper. At times, the trail was a tangle of brush and a litter of blackened volcanic rock, everything that drove Scratch to believe they had to be approaching the maw of hell itself. They stumbled across a salt cave the sandpet had spoken of as if it were a mythical place. Stepping inside the narrow, 15-foot-high entrance, no more than a crack in a canyon wall, Titus could not help but regard this as a most magical place. Less than 10 paces from the narrow cave opening, a small chamber opened up, expanding to more than 40 feet across. Here, in the glow of their sputtering torches, the walls, the ceiling, the cave's very floor glittered with the most brilliant, snowy white rock salt Scratch had ever seen. No more would the raiders have to rely on gunpowder to season their stringy, tasteless horse meat. With their butcher knives and axes, the trappers chipped hunks of it from the walls, packing all they dared load upon the failing horses as they pushed on down the red-brown torrents of the Colorado, a temperamental, impetuous pariah of a river. But day after day, they were forced to weave their way back from the Colorado, detouring around this branch or that of the river's most tortured recesses. On through this kaleidoscopic wilderness, for as far as the eye could make out in the shimmering heat and swirling cones of the dust devils that dogged their march, they persevered. Day after day they pushed on, their horses weakening from want of proper fodder, the men growing more and more sullen and quarrelsome at the night fires. But Bass had made his vow to Bill Williams, avoiding any track that would cross the path of Philip Thompson. They were more than halfway to California now, which meant they were finally drawing closer and closer to their goal with every night's camp. Come a day, Scratch promised himself, Thompson would cross him and he would no longer be bound by his promise to Solitaire. For days now it had been a red, raw, inhospitable land not fit for habitation. They had been almost a week without spotting game of any kind, even the tiny black-tailed hares. Hardly any wood worth a man troubling himself with for their fires either. Only the stunted wash willow, the pungent creosote bush, mesquite, and the infrequent Joshua tree. Those, and the first of the barrel cactus, replete with long spines at the end of which was a tiny barb that made it torturous to pull out of moccasins, hands, and the thick, sweaty hide of their weakened horses that clumsily brushed by the barrels. Every day saw one or more of the animals die off, simply unable to go on, perhaps unable to even stand come morning. So they put a lead ball into each poor creature's brain and set to butchering what meat still remained on its bony carcass by the time the horse dropped, literally walked to its death. Then, of a sudden, one afternoon, while the men were walking those horses too weak to carry them any longer, the raiders emerged from the canyon through the mouth of a valley that grew from 5 to 15 miles in width. As every one of them drew up and halted, gazing about at the wondrous scene, Bass was struck with the feeling that what they were witnessing could not be real. He must surely be dreaming this, his brains cooked so severely that the mirages actually looked believable. He convinced himself that he was looking upon a mirage, since the banks of the muddy Colorado now appeared fertile,
bordered with grass and brush. Even some scanty timber stood here and there. And nestled there in that wide bend of the beautiful valley sat the first of the Mojave villages. Green, a deep, luscious, vibrant green for as far as their tired, reddened, sunburnt, and alkali-seared eyes could see. Mesquite trees gave shade to long stands of wash willow, and everywhere a short, coarse grass beckoned their trail-weary horses. Already the warning had been given, carried to the villages the very moment the white men had emerged from the mouth of the canyon. Out of their shabby houses constructed of branches and mud, the Mojave bristled noisily, far outnumbering those strangers who had just appeared out of nowhere, these pale-skinned, dust-coated, emaciated scarecrows wearing the skins of animals hanging off their bones. More quickly than it took for a man to gulp down a tin of whiskey, the Mojave surged to the fore. 70, 80, no, even more than that confronted the white men. Perhaps more than even the trappers' guns could handle. Each one of the short, dark warriors yelled at the top of his voice, clutching his bow at the ready, arrows pointing at the interlopers. It was clear the Mojave did not hold the same soft place in their hearts for these white men as did the sandpet to the north. From their belligerent actions, there was no mistaking that they were a truly frightened people, a tribe somehow convinced that these pale strangers could mean no good. Just when Titus was wondering what the Bushways would do to push past this armed blockade ready to rub out the white men, Smith and Williams trudged wearily back to one of their pack animals and dug out some trade items. A pair of shiny tin cups Bill clanked together, some small paper-backed mirrors Smith flashed in the sun, along with coils of copper wire for bracelets and armbands. As Pegleg unfurled a long strand of red ribbon and allowed it to spill across the stunted grass, the faces of women and children suddenly appeared between the hips and legs of their men. All that angry talk hushed to a whisper, and now the Mojave began to mutter among themselves. In moments, the Indians parted slightly, and 4 of their number stepped forward, cautiously to be sure, speaking in their indecipherable language. When the white leaders persisted in shaking their heads, unable to make sense of the sounds, they urged one of their number to move forward, a young man in his early 20s. Unsure and anxious, he spoke a few words. "Louder!" Williams demanded across the open ground. The youth started again, louder this time. "By gad, Bill!" Smith exclaimed. "That's Mex talk!" Williams asked his partner, "Think you know enough to palaver with him?" "We shall soon see, coon." "Buenos dias, amigo," Pegleg began, scooping out of a waxed paper bundle a handful of small hawksbells. These he shook gently in his palm as he slowly started forward, speaking more Spanish. "Pegleg knows his Mex talk pretty good, eh?" Titus asked as he came up to stand at the elbow of Bill Williams. "I wouldn't know if'n you put your skinning knife to my windpipe, Scratch," he admitted. "Never learnt much of it." "But you was trading down in Taos years ago." Williams shrugged. "Knowed me a little back when, I suppose. Enough to get me by, Saul. But I don't recollect much of their talk now." It wasn't long before Smith returned to the trappers, bringing the youth and the 3 older men with him. "Bill, this here young feller run away from the missions." "Run away?" "Them padres named him Frederico. He told me how them Mex padres whipped their Injuns and made life hard on 'em," Pegleg explained. "He run off by hisself one night a few months back, somehow made it across the desert and dry sinks on his lonesome." "By damn," Williams whispered low, his eyes twinkling. "This here boy and them others come with him is what we need to lead us right back to that valley where the Mex padres got their missions and ranchos. He'll damn well take us right to the horses, Pegleg." The same light flickered in Smith's eyes. "I'm going to ask these here chiefs about us layin' to in their valley for a few days, graze our horses to get 'em stronger afore we leave, put some meat back on the bones of our men, Bill.
Just a few days to rest while you and me do some jawing with our young Frederico here about what desert lays atween us and them California ranchos.
8. Their hosts actually lived on both sides of the Colorado. 3 other villages stood across the muddy river. No sooner had the pale-skinned visitors shown up than the inhabitants of the other towns began to noisily cross the roiling current on flimsy rafts constructed of reeds lashed together with a fibrous rope. These white strangers were nothing less than a curious spectacle. Never before had the Mojave seen many outsiders pass through their country. These were a strong, athletic people. Part of the Yumon family, they had a reputation for being fierce and aggressive warriors. For generations beyond count, the Mojave men had practiced extensive body tattooing using strong plant dyes, red, blue, and even white to adorn their swarthy skins with potent symbols. Most of the men wore only a short reed breechclout, and all went barefoot, using no moccasins of any description. When off on a rare hunt that would keep them away from their village for several days, most men wore nothing at all. It was the custom of the women to wear nothing more than a short reed skirt around their hips. All that exposed flesh of breast and leg only served to entice the Americans into offering a handful of buttons or a yard of simple cotton ribbon in exchange for a few minutes of heated coupling behind one of the squat huts. From the way the headmen instructed their most alluring young women to post themselves around the periphery of the trappers' camp that afternoon, Titus figured the Mojave were not only eager to trade for some of the strangers' goods, but also exceedingly anxious to have white bloodlines mingle with theirs for generations to come. These simple people lived in small, four-sided log and mud shelters, a crude roof of thatched brush over which the Mojave tossed sand for added insulation from the heat. For a tribe not prone to do much hunting that would have to take them far from this canyon of the Colorado, it was an uncomplicated life. Instead, the staple of their diet was the salmon they speared or caught in fibrous nets. 2, the Mojave cultivated extensive gardens of beans and corn, water and muskmelon, and even some cotton. A mainstay was their wheat, which they stored in tall, upright, cylindrical granaries with flat tops until they were ready to grind their wheat into flour. While the men did not often hunt, the Mojave did nonetheless relish horse meat. Rather than using equine animals for transport from place to place, these Colorado River Indians instead caught, raised, and even stole horses simply to eat. Much easier, Bass thought, than walking out of this valley to search the surrounding desert for a few scrawny rabbits or tortoises. Here, after their long, torturous ride through a barren, desolate canyon country devoid of game or good water, a trackless desert waste fit only for the likes of lizards, cactus, and spiny toads, why, to Titus Bass, this fertile green valley where these dark-skinned people raised their horses and cultivated a variety of crops seemed like a veritable Eden. Late in the afternoon, while the trappers were stoking their supper fires, 8 of the Mojave men left their village, heading for the white man's camp. But just short of the trappers, those 8 stopped and dropped armloads of wood onto the grass. While a half-dozen of the men turned on their heels and made for the village once again, 2 of them began to sort through the wood, selecting a few lengths of timber. For the next few hours, Bass watched the men erect a small scaffold from the wood those 6 others continued to deposit near the white man's camp, lashing the timber together with a fibrous rope the Mojave women braided from rushes and reeds. Beneath the low, upright braces, the men piled smaller brush and limbs. But it wasn't until long after supper that he learned the purpose of that empty scaffold. As soon as the sun had passed behind the far western wall of the canyon, the entire valley was thrown into shadow. With supper finished and the air cooling, most of the trappers sallied off from the fires, headed for the village and those young women who waited just close enough to the white men to make their willingness known. Everyone from their mess had departed for the village and a long overdue coupling, except for Bass and Roscoe Coltrane. They sat smoking their clay pipes, staring at the flames or the newly emerging stars. Twilight was already smearing the shadows into night when they heard the approach of many feet. Both trappers turned to find more than 50 of the Mojave headed their way. At the van of their march, 4 men carried a long form on their shoulders. Behind the quartet walked 2 women holding torches that sputtered, licking at the evening breeze. Stopping beside the scaffold, the 4 hoisted the body atop the low platform. As they stepped back, the 2 women came forward, accompanied by a lone man who now recited a long, mournful dissertation.
"I suppose they're praying," Bass whispered to Coltrane.
Roscoe nodded, but uttered not a word. With a wave of his hand, the Mojave shaman inched back, gestured, and gave the order to the 2 women. They leaned forward on either side of the scaffold and jammed their torches into the thick nest of driftwood and dried grass stuffed beneath the body. A quiet, eerie chant began as the flames caught hold, an off-key dirge that grew in volume as the fire grew hotter, leaped higher, licking all around the deceased, beginning to consume him.
"Ever you know any folks what burn their dead?" Bass asked of Coltrane. Captivated, Roscoe never took his eyes off the ceremony, his face illuminated with the dancing light from those flickering flames as he shook his head. "Me neither," Bass replied. He watched as one Mojave after another stepped from the crowd, carrying a few meager items in their hands. A woman carried a bow. Another female had some crude fibrous clothing draped over her arm. A young man raised aloft a club for all to see, while a young girl moved forward carrying a short spear in both hands. Titus said, "I figure they're going to burn everything that man had to his name, like some of the Injuns in the mountains give away all a man has after he's dead." The shaman continued to reel off more of his foreign and mystical words, then paused before he gave the order. The individuals who held those few meager belongings now tossed them atop the body being consumed by flame. Then every one of them quickly shrank back from the great heat the funeral pyre generated. Its growing light reflected off the striated orange and reddish-brown canyon walls as exploding fireflies of sparks spiraled skyward from the river valley. As the scaffold collapsed and the flames began to recede, members of the dead man's family retrieved a few burning limbs from the fire and set off behind the shaman when he started the crowd back for the village. The group stopped at one of the huts where the family came forward together, setting the dry walls aflame with those faggots carried from the funeral pyre. "Almost like he never lived," Bass whispered morosely. He saw Coltrane wag his head sadly, then turned again to watch the flames greedily lick away at the brush and log shelter. "Rubbing out every sign he ever was. Everything he ever had is gone in less than a goddamned night. Not a single trace that fella was ever around, 'cept for his kin still breathing." As the bonfire died and many of the village finished obliterating almost every clue of a man's existence among them, night deepened in the valley of the Colorado while most of the white men cavorted with the willing young women of the Mojave. After brooding on it there in the firelit darkness beside that silent man, Scratch finally admitted, "I suppose that's just about all there'll be for any of us, Roscoe. Things come and things go, and when we die, we don't need 'em no more. Maybe burning all his plunder's a fair notion of things. Older a man gets, he finds out such foo-for-all wasn't important anyway. Maybe so these here Injuns got a good notion when all's said and done, for what's truly important still remains long after any of us is gone." Coltrane turned and gazed at Bass's face. Then the once mute man spoke for the first time in many weeks. "What's important to you?"
Initially startled by the reticent man's sudden speech, Titus finally declared, "Kin, Roscoe, kinfolk, and what few friends I can count on." 3 more days passed while the white men languished in this unexpected Eden. During those long, early summer days, most of the men ate or slept or frolicked in the river with some of their newfound female friends. And when night came down, the exuberant trappers stomped and jigged and sang until they could wait no longer and slipped back into the shadows to couple with one of the Mojave women. At the fires each evening, Federico stammered through his poor Spanish, explaining his childhood in California, while Pegleg translated haltingly for the others. The young Indian described how, in his youth, he chose to become a novitiate working in the fields among hundreds of other Indians, all of them living under the rigid strictures of the Padres' church. But the lessons he learned were not the sort that would save his heathen soul from an eternity of damnation. Instead, Federico, like the hundreds of primitive California Indians living in the hills and vales surrounding every Catholic mission, soon discovered they were nothing more than slaves who toiled in the vineyards, sweated over the extensive fields, tending to virtually every need or whim of the Mexican friars and those soldiers posted nearby. Growing more and more disillusioned with the cruelty of his religious taskmasters, Federico determined he would run away to those mountains lying far to the east of the mission. With 2 companions, he escaped during the return of a work detail, the trio managing to hide until nightfall when the 3 young men started for the distant foothills. But they soon learned that even the foothills and high slopes covered in their evergreens were no sanctuary. Mounted Mexican soldiers caught up to them. Rather than return to the mission and the torment he would have to suffer, one of the young men threw himself off a rocky ledge, his broken body tumbling into the chasm below. Federico and his friend were promptly clamped in shackles and turned around for the mission. When the pair hobbled along too slowly to keep up with the soldiers' horses, the boys were lashed with braided horsehair quirts. Stumbling and falling constantly, they finally reached the mission, where both collapsed at the feet of the friars, who immediately ordered their most trusted Indian servants to bind the runaways to a pair of posts erected a few yards outside the walls. There, a stern, steel-eyed, and militant padre took a rawhide cat-o'-nine-tails from his rope belt and turned the runaways' backs to ribbons of blood and tattered strips of flesh. With pooling eyes now, Federico related how he had passed out with the severity of the flogging, unable to endure the pain or loss of blood any longer. The last sounds he heard were the unearthly cries of his young friend. Later, when he awoke in a cell where his feet were shackled, Federico asked a friar when he could see his friend. The priest declared that his friend had gone away mysteriously and would never be coming back. Yet in his bones, Federico knew that last part was nothing less than the ugly truth. Few of the escaped slaves ever survived their recapture. Their deaths simply served as a vivid example to the other Indians forced to witness the brutal public flogging of those who attempted to flee their cruel bondage to these self-righteous and most holy Mexican taskmasters. Not long after Federico's recapture, his 2 young sisters were transferred from the mission, taken away to join a group of women who were consigned to the nearby soldier barracks where they served as concubines for the Mexican cavalry. Overwhelmed with a sense of helplessness, eaten up with utter hopelessness, Federico realized he alone could do nothing to free his sisters from their fate. All he could do was to attempt another escape. That, or die trying. This time, when he made his dash east to the foothills of those beckoning mountains, he did not tarry to hide among the timber and the boulders. Instead, Federico scaled the slopes, pushing all the way to the top of a narrow pass where he gazed down upon that impenetrable desert below him. One last time he peered over his shoulder to the west, where lay nothing but a legacy of misery and pain.
There wasn't a thing left for him but torture and death at the hands of his Mexican conquerors if the soldiers ever recaptured him. The young Indian crossed over, pitching himself into the desert. Discovered near death where he lay huddled in the skimpy shade of a patch of cactus, parched with thirst and unable to move, Frederico was rescued by a few young Mojave warriors who had ventured onto the wastes in search of wild horses, hunting for any branded animals that might have escaped the California missions and extensive ranchos. Taking the half-dead slave to their villages on the Colorado, the Mojave hissed and snarled when Frederico explained why he had such a patchwork of terrible scars across his back and shoulders. From that day, his rescuers never asked again of the pale-skinned strangers far to the west. The Mojave had saved his life and given him a home.
"Will you guide us back through that pass in the mountain?" Pegleg Smith asked Frederico when the young Indian had finished his dramatic tale that third night at the fire.
"You will not be lost," Frederico replied, wagging of his head with reluctance.
"What do you want to lead us?" Smith inquired. "Tell me what I can give you in trade. We need you to show us the pass through the mountains that will take us to the ranchos."
This time, Frederico shook his head more emphatically. "There is nothing you can give me that would make me take another step across that desert. Nothing in this world that will make me return to the land of my murderous captors." In the cool, shadowy dawn that next morning, the Bushways had their grumbling men rolling out early, ordered to bring their horses and pack animals into camp. Onto the pack saddles they tied skins filled with horse meat they had traded from the Mojave. Every man went to the river one last time to fill his gourd or oaken canteen, along with those skin bladders the Bushways had purchased from the Indians. A large group of the Mojave followed their headman to the visitors' camp, bearing some last gifts of melons for their guests at this parting. From the front of the crowd stepped young Frederico. Over one shoulder he had tied a rabbit-skin blanket rolled into a cylinder. Over the other was suspended a 4-foot section of grayish, greasy horse intestine, now swollen with river water and tied off at both ends with a loop of braided twine. "Woodleg," he called in his imperfect Spanish as he stopped a yard in front of the white leader. "If I show you across the desert and on your way into the mountains, I have thought of one thing you can do to repay me."
"Tell me," Smith replied eagerly. "Tell us, and it will be so."
"I will take your men there all the way to the ranchos," Frederico vowed before the stunned white men as the sun just then struck the top of the canyon above them. "If you and your men will help me free my sisters from the Mexican soldiers." They put that oasis at their backs. Frederico led them onto the desert near a grouping of tall sandstone obelisks, gigantic mute monoliths left behind after eons of erosion by wind and water. They reminded Bass of other eerie rock formations he had encountered across the seasons, giants that took shape and somehow grew animated in the last light of the day. Hoodoos for sure. Their horses carried them northwest around the base of some dry, forbidding high ground. Stopping among the late afternoon shadows in the lee of those low mountains, the raiders spent their first night upon what Frederico told them might be the last good grass their horses would have until they reached the far mountains of California. "The Injun said to save your water here on out," Bill Williams warned the trappers. "He can't rightly remember if there's water holes or not out there. Only come through part of it on his own. The rest of the way, the Amuchabas brung him in." The next morning's march found the horses plodding slower and slower with the rising temperature. But as hard as they were working, the animals didn't break into a lather. Titus figured the arid, superheated air was relentlessly sucking the moisture right out of the critters the way it was leaching it right out of him. At midday, when the sun sold overhead like a stubborn mule refusing to budge, Frederico located a small patch of shady Joshua trees. "We'll rest the horses here," Smith declared, his face coated with a thin layer of whitish dust. Sleep if you can, boys, Williams suggested, as the men slid from their mounts much the same way they would after a 36-hour ride in the saddle. I figure we oughtn't wait out the rest of the day and move on come dark. With the setting of the sun, they put out again, their horses still slow, especially those wet mares they had to harness and picket at every stop to prevent them from bolting and turning for home back in the Rockies. Although the light had drained from the sky, the first part of the night remained remarkably warm. But by moonrise, the air began to cool. There was little vegetation growing upon the surface of the desert that would serve to hold in the day's heat. And once the heat of the day evaporated a few hours into the night, these wastes turned downright cold. They sweated out the day and now shivered in the saddle at night. By the following morning, as the sun came flaming off the horizon behind them, the raiders had their first real opportunity to behold what awaited them now in striking out from the Mojave villages. Far, far, far away along the western rim of the earth lay a ragged, broken skyline of distant mountains. Between here and there, in every compass direction, lay the almost colorless, lifeless, unmarked desolation of an unimaginable desert. Supporting no game to speak of, allowing no vegetation but an occasional and spiny species, this flat wasteland was interrupted by nothing more than patches of low, pale gray rock forms that served as the only landmarks to give the men their bearings on the bottom of this dry, trackless inland sea. For men who had penetrated the deepest recesses of the forests along this continent's spine, for these hardy adventurers who had squandered their youth threading back and forth through the high Rockies, these bare, stony heights were simply not deserving of the appellation mountains. Such barren, rock-strewn, sun-baked iron heights as these only served to taunt a man, reminding him of what incomprehensible beauty he had left behind. Again and again, Scratch reminded himself that he had seen desert before, not only when he and Asa McCafferty had attempted to trap the Gila River and were forced to flee an Apache war party across a stretch of desert, but he believed they had surely been through the worst country ever in those 2 weeks just before stumbling into the Eden of those Mojave villages. But Titus Bass had never seen desert anywhere as bleak and barren as what stared them in the face at that moment. Even on the high plains east of Crow Country, truly an arid land where little rain ever fell, where late in the summer a man's brains boiled out in the sun, nothing he had ever encountered could have prepared him for this descent into the maw of this fire-baked brimstone hardened beneath a merciless, unrelenting, one-eyed sky. Scratch thought it was as if nature itself had shut off Mexican California, protecting it by setting an ocean on one side, then stretching this intractable desert on the other, both of them barriers few men would ever dare cross. But, he constantly reminded himself, Pegleg and Old Bill, along with Thompson and a few of their companions, they had crossed to California a few years back. Little matter that they had penetrated to the coastal country farther north, Bass convinced himself that those horse-stealing veterans could see the rest of them through. Yet with the next morning's sunrise, as they limped into a parched, mud-baked cluster of skimpy vegetation and came out of the saddle to wait out the day, it didn't feel as if they had covered much ground at all in that night just behind them. In the growing light, he couldn't swear those distant mountains were any closer than they had been days ago when the Indian led them away from the Colorado and onto this bleak and empty desert.
Maybe so. This is a easy way for them Amuchabas to kill us all off and steal our horses, Silas Adair grumbled in resignation as he curled up in a narrow patch of shade thrown down by a scrawny, half-dead mesquite tree.
Kill us how? Reuben Purcell asked.
This Frederico nigger we got for a guide, Adair complained. He leads us out here till we all die. Then the rest of 'em come out to rob our packs, take our guns, and pick over our bones.
That's crazy talk, Bass grumped at Silas as a wispy dust devil skipped past their shady shelter. The sun's boiling your brains to soup."
"I'd give most anything to ride back to them Amuchabas right now," Jake Korn confessed. "This here country's ugly as a dried-up tit."
Every morning, a breeze always came up like this, kicking dust and sand at them for a while, creating the little wisps of those dust devils every sunrise and sunset when the desert and the air above it were either warming up or cooling off. Blasted by sand, just one more torture man and beast had to endure in their interminable crossing. Scratch shifted his big-brimmed felt hat down over the side of his face and laid his cheek on his elbow again, as he did in attempting to sleep out every one of these lengthening days. Their Indian guide didn't know how long the journey would take, how many more days until they reached the western foothills and entered those green and beckoning heights. But when Titus turned to look over his shoulder at where they had come, those bluffs and mesas where the Colorado River cut itself through didn't appear to be shrinking much at all. From one muddy, dying waterhole to the next, they plodded on, making camps around little seeps if need be, marking hours and miles and days until they could wearily collapse from their horses and fall into a light, restless sleep. Then the raiders reached a dry lake bed where they sank to their knees in disappointment, finding little to drink at a tiny spring they located among a patch of blackened volcanic rock. Little of the parched grass to feed the horses, and no more of their own horse meat. That morning, they selected the weakest of their animals and slit its throat, catching most of the blood in kettles and cups for those men desirous to drink what many believed was truly a life-giving elixir, especially if a man suffered from want of the lean, rich meat of buffalo and elk, mountain lion, or antelope. Too damn long with mountain fare. But here, so far from the Rockies, these refugees had only a poor, half-skeletal, dried-out old horse to choke down, its flesh turned gritty with an endless swirl of dust and sand. Most days they simply couldn't scare up any wood to speak of where they ended their night's march, which meant there was no cooking for the lean, stringy sections of meat they butchered from the weakest of the animals the raiders began to sacrifice every other day or so. Nothing more than the drying properties of the hot, ever-present wind or the heat put out from a broiling sun to jerk those strips of black, stringy muscle the trappers draped upon the spiny cactus or laid upon the eons-old volcanic rocks that dotted the landscape where they rested out their days upon this floor of an ancient inland sea. After those first 3 nights, time began to run together. When the sun eventually fell and no longer tortured the men and their beasts, the bushways stirred, moving slowly, deliberately among the raiders, goading the trappers onto their feet as the shadows lengthened. They would then take account of their horses, resaddle, and move out. If they found an animal unable to make that night's march, or if the trappers required more meat, the men sacrificed the poorest of the poor to the knife here in the coming of twilight when the raiders were more rested. At first, the men had enjoyed a quaff of the hot blood as it squirted dark, thick, and sticky from the horse's neck. But by the 4th day, few were anxious to dip his head or his cup down into that gaping wound. Something so hot, so syrupy, held little allure for these men slowly being sucked dry by the desert below and the sun above. Lo, beyond the searing heat of the sun, they suffered another torture from that endless sky stretched above them. At least once a day, blackening clouds appeared on the far horizon, quickly tumbling their way. In such dry, pristine air, the men could discern the thick streamers of rain advancing with that thunderstorm hurtling toward them. Instead of raising alarm, the sight brought cheer to these parched emigrants. Chattering like schoolboys playing hooky at a forest pond, the horse thieves stripped naked as a borning day, hoping the rain would pelt man and beast alike. But the storms never failed to hurry on past, every cloudburst sweeping by without a single drop ever touching the naked riders and the thirsty earth. Although the thick, swollen storm clouds released a torrent of moisture from their undergut,
every last bead of rain dried before it came anywhere close to the ground. As the sun reappeared and the air rewarmed, the horsemen pulled on their clothes once more, grown all the gloomier with that agony of expectation, the self-deluding torture of misplaced hope. And every step of the way was accompanied by an incomprehensibly deafening silence. Back home in his mountains, the slightest sound would echo back to a man, reverberated off a granite escarpment or the thick forests themselves. Why, even the high plains rolled and pitched enough, truly a country so crisscrossed with coulee and watercourse that he could count on some echo to accompany most every sound. But here, in this endless desert, every utterance, each small scratch or cough or sneeze, was immediately swallowed up by the land's utter immensity. Be it the whicker of a horse too weak to make any more of a sound, or the groans of discomfited men as they lunged to a stop in their tattered moccasins and pitched onto their knees, immediately rolling into a ball in the only shade they could find, maybe no sound louder than the steamy splatter of a man's piss as it struck the ironclad hardpan of the desert floor. This was a land violently jealous of its silence. There were times Scratch chewed on a little of his dwindling reserves of plug tobacco, hoping to stimulate a little saliva. And when that would not work, he dug out a .54 caliber lead ball and slipped it under his swollen tongue. 5 days after stumbling past Soda Lake, some of the men opened a vein on their wrists or the backs of their hands, sucking at some semblance of moisture retained by their bodies. A few even tried to drink their own hot, pungent urine. Although Titus understood it was more pure than any water they might stumble across in this hostile country, he could almost puke at the thought of gagging down something so warm from his tin cup. Hell, everything was damned hot in this desert. "Here," Bill Williams announced as he settled beside Scratch in the skimpy shade of a Joshua tree as the sun slipped off mid-sky. Elias Kersey leaned forward on an elbow, peering at what Williams revealed in the upturned crown of his hat. "What's that?" "Leaves of a weed the Injun just give me to pass around." "What we supposed to do with it?" Titus asked as he plucked out a leaf. "Chew on 'em to make our mouths water?" Williams shook his head. "Looky there what the Injun's doing. He told Pegleg we was to smoke it." "What for?" Scratch inquired. "Frederico says it helps take away the pain." Purcell crabbed over, the first to reach in and pull out enough of the weed to stuff down the bowl of his clay pipe.
"Been a long time since I had a smoke anyways."
It wasn't long before the 24 shared a few common sparks that flint and steel ignited on smoldering char until all were sucking at the dried leaves that stung their tongues. Within minutes, the men grew more quiet than usual, every one of them soon absorbed with a dreamy reverie brought about by the narcotic effects of the bitter leaves. Scratch drifted, half dozing as he recalled the gentle rattle of the mountain breeze coursing its way through the cottonwood and quakey, the unmistakable soughing of that first wind of winter fingering its way through the branches of fir or pine, stabbing its way through the thick overcoat of the blue spruce. For the longest time, Titus had the unmistakable impression he was sleeping, despite the fact that he had his eyes open. And those eyes were no longer squinting, but growing wider and wider instead as the sun gradually went down, marking the passage of time as twilight loomed around them. Looking to his left, Scratch found their guide loading some more of the dry leaves into his simple Indian pipe crafted from the hollowed-out leg bone of a horse. Maybe that red nigger did have something here with smoking these crumbled leaves, how it eased a man's pain. At least no one was complaining of the nagging, persistent discomfort they suffered from both the thirst and a belly-gnawing hunger. Time passed, and he couldn't reckon on just how much. While the air cooled, Bass noticed the nearby horses lazily shifting from one exhausted leg to another, observed men rolling from hip to hip seeking to make themselves more comfortable in the wind-blown sand, or, watched nothing more than the changing properties of the light as a shadowy band slid ever so slowly across the grease-hardened wrinkles and fading bloodstains smeared across the tops of his leggings. The last of the day's light crept over him as if it were an animated creature of the desert itself. Then he thought of them back in Absarica, and found himself dwelling on her, on the way she laughed so uncontrollably, with how easily he poked fun at himself, remembering the way her eyes took on a deep intensity when she hungered for him. So he naturally thought of pretty little Magpie and his bright, inquisitive flea. He yearned to be back for their birthdays, but first he had to get out of this life-robbing desert. Directly overhead sailed more than a dozen wrinkled-necked buzzards, keeping an eye on the trappers and their animals, following their march, picking over the bones of the horse carcasses the raiders left in their wake. God, but it hurt to stare at the sky too long, so he shut his eyes and waited for the pain to pass. Sometime later, he was awakened by a man's heavy, labored breathing and realized it was his own. Not daring to breathe deeply of the hot air because it burned his lungs like a blast from a blacksmith's bellow, reminding himself to suck it in shallow, shallow. Upon opening his eyes, he discovered the sun had leaked out of that last quarter of the sky, which meant even more time had passed. Quickly glancing at the heavens above them, he found it nearly black with wings. A few buzzards, yes, but even more of some bigger species, their immense wingspans circling overhead in that hot yellow sky. Floating up there on the rising thermals, patiently waiting for the men to pick up and move on so they could descend from the sky and pick over the remains of what the men left behind. Any strips of horseflesh clinging to the bones, squawking and wing-flapping over the putrid gut piles, sharp, curved beaks fighting off the others so they could peck at the dead, glazed eyes of the horses, feasting on the rotting carrion until there was nothing left but bone to bleach under the sun and courseless winds. Come dark, they'd have to get out of here, Scratch decided. If they didn't, those damned birds might well grow bold enough to attack the weaker horses and mules, maybe unto challenging the most defenseless of the men. Titus closed his eyes again for a few minutes and tried desperately to think of how hell might feel. Could it be any worse than this? Down in hell, did the buzzards and other carrion eaters tear flesh from a man's body, pick at his eyes, even before he was dead? In hell, did a man simply give up hope of ever seeing her again? 9. The condors and vultures had landed around them as the sun sank. Something more than 100 of the birds had gathered, first blackening the sky over this day-long bivouac, eventually landing to encircle the parched men and their near-dead animals. A few of the other raiders were just starting to stir as the shadows lengthened. Titus felt woozy, sick to his stomach, but as soon as he sipped at some of the warm water in his gourd canteen, the feeling started to pass. "Bill," he said when his eyes landed on Williams, "we gotta get this bunch moving soon as the sun's gone." The old trapper nodded, slowly rocking onto his knees with a sigh. "The Injun says we should reach water afore morning." Just over Williams's shoulder, one of the buzzards fluttered across the sand to nab a sidewinder, its sharp beak striking out to clamp down on the snake, violently tossing its head side to side, then pitching the sidewinder into the air to break the snake's back in a second place. "Damn if that sight don't give me the willies," Bill grumbled as he struggled to stand. "Come on, fellas," Titus urged as he crouched over Kersey and Purcell. "Up, boys, up!" One by one, the 24 were slowly coming back to life as the temperature dropped degree by degree. They sipped at the last of their mineral-laced water, bathing their cracked, swollen lips and their bloated, black-tinged tongues. Most of them had long ago learned to hold a small gulp of the water in their mouths, letting the moisture fully soak into the membranes before swallowing what little was left of the warm liquid that hadn't been absorbed. That first sip after a day-long drought always hammered the inside of a man's skull, almost as bad as some of Willie Workman's raw-brewed Taos Lightning going down on an empty belly. It made his eyes swim and burn. It set a man's teeth and gums to aching after all those tissues had grown severely parched. And the longer these men went without clean water, the worse this torture would become. "Save the last you can for the critters," Bass reminded them. Adair grumped a bit, but once their tongues were wet and a silk handkerchief dampened to tie around their heads or knot at their throats, most of the men set about carefully pouring what little they had left into their hats and offering that final measure to their horses or mules. Titus's saddle horse licked the inside of his old felt hat with such gusto he was afraid the animal might well gnaw right on through the damp crown. As it turned out, 3 of the pack animals refused to get up. With some struggle, the men were able to strip the baggage off the horses. Then, the bushways set about redistributing the loads carried by the rest of the animals. Weak as they were, Bass figured, the horses and mules really couldn't be asked to carry much more weight. While the sun continued to sink behind the far horizon, Bill Williams ordered the men to tear through their packs, pairing what was needed from what they could leave behind. Powder and lead, heavy by any reckoning, was given primary consideration. The rest of their possibles would go into smaller, lighter packs they went about lashing on the backs of those horses and mules still able to bear up under the burdens, if for only one more night, just until they reached a damp stretch of the Mojave River. Everything else they would leave behind. "Shouldn't we cache it?" Reuben Purcell wondered, gazing over his shoulder at the mounds of supplies they were about to abandon in the lee of that stand of Joshua trees. Kersey added, "Maybe so them Amuchabas come steal all this from us." "Take it along if you can damn well carry it," Titus grumbled, sunburned and short of temper. A wounded look crossed Purcell's face when he said, "Just figuring we should bury it." "If'n you got the strength to dig down into this here ground," Scratch advised, "go right ahead and do it." "You don't figure we're coming back for it?" Kersey asked. Bass shook his head. "I cal'late we ought to find us a different road home, a ways north of here." No one disagreed with that. "How far you reckon till we get to them hills?" Jake Korn asked as they started away from their stand of the spindly cactus trees. Bass trudged beside him on foot, all 24 men leading their weary horses now, including the 8 reluctant broodmares they held on halters at the front of the ragged column. 4 days, maybe so 5. Later that night, the trail grew a little easier on the men and animals. Until now, they had been forced to fix their gaze on a distant landmark, then march directly for it, whereupon they would locate another landmark lying at the right compass heading. Over and over through the night. But now they struck the gently meandering bed of a river that appeared to steer them right into that distant line of hills. For the most part, they found the riverbed dry. Here and there a little damp sand, just enough that they stopped from time to time in the middle of the night, got down on their knees, then scooped, dug, and tore at the sand in hopes of uncovering enough of the soapy water to give their suffering animals a drink. A man could always cut off the flat ears of the pancake-like cactus, pluck out the spines, and slice through the armor-like protective skin so he could suck at the acrid-tasting pulp. But the horses and mules needed water, real water. Finding nothing more than damp sand in those holes they clawed in the riverbed, the men lunged back onto their feet and stumbled away again beneath a sky so black it seemed to reflect the brilliance of 1,000,000 stars. All Scratch could discern of the horizon in any direction was that the dusting of those twinkling stars abruptly ended somewhere far out there at the edge of the earth. That had to be the horizon, he reminded himself, as they slowly plodded along in a world of dark velvet, a blackened sky above and this desert floor below them, the ground grown just as black as the heavens.
When the moon came up, it gave an eerie silver glow to the pale desert hardpan, and with that light, the land seemed to take on a renewed life. Tiny mice appeared, only to be hunted by the saucer-eyed elf owls streaking out of the darkness. Pin-legged, long-necked roadrunners darted in and out of the cactus, chasing string-tailed rodents and lizards alike. Mile after mile, the invaders were kept company by those soft sounds rising along the dry riverbed as the night took on a life of its own. The incessant rattle of ground crickets, the flurry of wings, the hiss of scurrying feet scratching claws across the millennia-baked sand. It was still dark when those in the vanguard spotted something shining in the meandering riverbed far, far ahead.
"I figure it for water,"
Smith confided. As the word bounced back along their ragged line of march, the men spread out in a broad front, every last one of them eager to see this revelation for themselves. Titus raised his nose, concentrated, then sensed what faint breeze was coming at his back. It would have been an entirely different matter if the air had been coming into their faces. That's when the first of the horses snorted. Then a few others whickered, and Scratch's saddle mount tugged on its lead rope.
"They smell it,"
Williams croaked with a dry, flaky throat.
"Give 'em their head."
Of a sudden, the animals at the center of the march bolted. Weak as they were, and burdened too, none of them took off like uncorked lightning. A number of the men stood in among the horses, vainly trying to control the beasts now that the odor of moisture was faint but certain upon the shifting desert breeze. 2 men collapsed as horses lumbered past them, their ungainly packs swaying side to side, knocking the trappers down. After not speaking for so long, the first time Scratch attempted to yell, he found his swollen tongue stuck to the roof of his mouth.
Let 'em go."
This was no wild, picturesque stampede, this clumsy, lumbering dash for the water by those weak, emaciated, overburdened animals. Then men were right behind them, loping toward the shallow black pool. Struck with wonder, Bass shuffled to a stop, staring at the distance and realizing for the first time exactly what he was seeing. A half-mile to the west, he spotted another shiny, narrow pool, dimly reflecting the black of the night sky just the way a freshly oiled gun barrel shimmered in firelight. Beyond it, another quarter of a mile, lay a pair of pools huddling strung end to end. And so on from there as his eyes crawled away to the western horizon. Those spotty pools were all there was of the river. Here and there it disappeared beneath the sand, slipping back beneath the dried-up riverbed sand and flat out disappeared. But unlike pools and ponds and small lakes of water that would eventually evaporate under a relentless summer sun, this river continued to flow, sometimes above ground, more often just beneath the desert floor. He shambled to a stop among the rest of the men who were sitting or lying right in the shallow, inky waters, splashing themselves as the horses and mules stood all about them, noisily slurping their fill.
"These critters gonna get loggy," Scratch warned. "What the hell difference it to you?"
Thompson snarled as he pulled his face out of the pool, water sluicing down his brown beard in rivulets. Bass turned away from Thompson, telling Williams,
"We let these critters drink too much, Bill, they'll be loggy."
"Will you listen to that?" Thompson roared as he slapped the surface of the water in derision. Behind his own galling laughter arose that of his friends.
"Bass wants us to quit our drinking and pull the horses off."
"I'll bet he wants to have the water all for his own self,"
John Bowers sniped at Thompson's elbow. "You're hobble-headed, you stupid son of a bitch," Bass snapped back as Bowers got to his feet. Williams grabbed hold of Bowers' arm.
"Hold on, boy."
Bowers tried to shake his arm free.
"Maybe so he'd like to have me hold him under till he drinks his fill."
"There's more water ahead, Bill," Titus explained. "The animals don't gotta drink till their bellies swolled up right here."
Williams and most of the others turned slowly to peer in the direction Bass pointed. Some more of them got to their feet, water streaming off them in waves as they peered west.
This can't be the last of it,
Pegleg Smith agreed softly, its sound a question as he dragged the Indian guide out of the pool and onto his feet beside him. In a staccato drumbeat of harsh Spanish, Smith growled at the escapee, then slowed down the second time he repeated his demands. Back and forth they chattered a minute more until Smith freed his grip on the Indian's shoulder. Pegleg turned to the others and explained,
"Says this here river's gonna lead us all the way to the mountains now. On the other side lays them California ranchos."
"Hooey!" Williams cackled as he hopped a jig in the shallow water, sending up rooster combs of spray. Bass stomped up, splashing. "Told you I did. We'll have us water all the way to the mountains now." He immediately looped his right arm into Bill Williams's right elbow, and they proceeded to slog and splash around and around in the utter joy of their deliverance.
"Better we stay here rest of the night," Smith said as he slogged over to the pair, coming to a breathless halt.
Williams peered behind them, recognizing the narrow gray band that lay at the curve of the flattened horizon.
"Day's coming soon enough, true enough, Pegleg."
Bass grudgingly agreed.
"These animals got too much water in their bellies already. Ain't gonna be fit to go on now."
Thompson roared.
"There the bastard goes again, telling us the wisdom of his mind." "For this he's right," Williams snapped. "Me and Pegleg say we stay put right here. Maybe so we'll find something for the critters to eat when it get light."
Smith nodded.
"And push on come evening."
Later, as the gray streamers of dawn gradually crept over the horizon, it was plain enough for Scratch to recognize that the horses and mules had been too long without enough water, too long at this little pool that they weren't going to be worth a damn. A man or beast gone too long without sufficient water had the stomach shrink so profoundly that on their first ingestion of large amounts of water, they would grow painfully sick. Within minutes of their reaching the pool, the first of the horse thieves began to crawl to the riverbank on their hands and knees, retching, puking up the salty, gritty, mineral-laced water their bellies simply refused to hold down. Those strongest among them began to strip the animals of their packs and saddles, dropping the baggage onto the sand. Later, as the light began to balloon around them, the trappers for the first time saw the extent of the grass that surrounded the pool here in the midst of the desert's austere severity. And as dawn approached, their eyes made sense out of the shapes in the mid-distance. Vegetation. Not just beryl and cholla and ocotillo cactus, not just the stunted, half-dead mesquite and Joshua trees, but vegetation that might actually shade a man. With the coming of day, they gazed into the westward, recognizing how each short pocket of the narrow river coursed through a fertile vale watered by the river in those patches where it remained above ground. Where it disappeared, the vegetation ended. On and on, above ground and under, all the way to that far string of low hills, each tiny oasis was strung together on a narrow ribbon of moisture that, come late summer, would disappear entirely. A time when every last one of these oases would wither and shrivel like a cluster of overripe fruit, dying for another year. Instead of that monotonous gray and volcanic black of their endless days on the desert, this sunrise greeted them with a surprising palette of colors. The whites of Mariposa lilies and tiny primroses, violet lupine, and the fleshy pink verbena, not to mention the untold hues of every nearby cactus now blooming in their abbreviated cycle of life. For the moment, it reminded him how Waits by the Water harvested mountain and prairie wildflowers in the spring, drying them before she crushed the petals and crowns, then dumped them into large rawhide bags. For weeks and weeks thereafter, she would rub the petals on her skin or into the thick folds of her hair, the very air around her a heady aura with their gentle scent. How he wished she were there to see this with him, the children to frolic upon the short matted grasses and splash at the riverbank where the water had turned a brief rosy hue as the sun burst over the edge of the earth. Small wrens and cactus sparrows, once quiet and still, hidden among the branches of the trees and brush, suddenly began to trill and call as the light came up. As the air began to warm over time, even the flies came out. Not tiny shriveled creatures, but those huge, cruel, bloodthirsty horseflies that so troubled man and beast alike in the mountains. There must be enough life abounding in each small oasis for these brutal, biting creatures to feed upon. As he laid there in the shade, occasionally swatting at those huge, hot-footed tormentors, Bass saw the desert as a land where every species fed off something else. Even the simplest part of the equation, like these damnable horseflies, might appear sleepy, perhaps slothful throughout most of the day as the sun's fiery intensity grew. Still, every creature was both predator or prey in a most inelegant food chain. Every creature bred to be swift in attack or fleet in escape, both traits necessary for survival in this hostile land. It had always been that way, knowing when to attack, when to retreat. With this desert dawn, Scratch came to realize that in this knowing lay the utter heart, the very secret to his survival. Those in the lead had dismounted and stood, men and animals filling a small clearing at the skyline. Riderless horses came to a halt and began to crop at the grass with the broodmares, taking advantage of this midday stop. Bass came up behind them, sliding out of the saddle before he threaded his way on foot through the grazing horses to reach the broad flank of 24 men staring west from the saddle of the mountain pass. Below their feet lay the land of the Californios. Through eyes long blasted by desert sands, baked by an incomprehensible heat, reddened with days upon days of tortured sleep, they peered down upon the land of the Mexicans. Ranchos and missions, horses and mules, senoritas and squaws, mild ocean breezes, and sweet Spanish wine.
"Damn if that don't look good to this child, Pegleg," Bill Williams squealed with delight, slapping a bony hand on his partner's back. Smith turned and looked over his shoulder at the 22 riders they had brought across the desert to reach this mountain portal to California.
"How long you figure it'll take for us to get the boys and our animals ready for some raids?"
"Better part of a week," Williams admitted. "Maybe more." "Way I remember it," Thompson boasted as he came up to stop nearby, "them Mex soldiers didn't put up no fight at all, and sure as hell didn't follow us for far neither. I don't figure we ought to worry about wasting our good time resting up." "You want to go off on your own now?" Williams interrupted him. "You just go ahead, Thompson. Take the men what want to ride with you and go. I don't want no man, not even you, giving me no trouble on anything I say from here on out." "I wasn't meaning no." "Go on and leave, Thompson," Williams snapped. Thompson glanced a moment at Smith as if to implore his old friend's support. But while Pegleg might have been his friend, it was immediately plain that Smith was not about to go against Williams merely to support Thompson's foolhardy eagerness. The chagrined trapper admitted, "I don't want to go off on my own hook." "There's only one way we're going to grab for the biggest herd of horses ever was stole from California," Williams declared sternly, louder now as he began to address the whole group. "And that's for all of us to hang together, cover each other's backs all the way in and all the way back out."
"Bill's right on that track," Smith confirmed. "We don't hang together when the gun smoke starts flying. Ain't many of us gonna make it out of California alive."
"So let me ask this here and now, one time and one time only," Williams growled at them. "Any man here what figures he can lead this bunch better'n Pegleg and me, let that man step right up."
Most of the men twisted this way and that, glancing quickly at one another to spot any movement. But no one stepped forward.
"Looks like it's just you and me gonna bushway this bunch, Bill," Smith said.
Williams pointed down the slope. Yonder I see a meadow where 2 of them lil' cricks run through. Plenty water, and there's more 'n enough timber down there too. Good grass for the horses while they fatten up again."
"Let's go make camp, boys," Smith suggested. "We'll stay put till we put some meat back on our own bones, and it comes time for us to shine on them Mex ranchos." Across the next 8 days, the horses grazed, sticking close to those 8 wet mares the trappers kept picketed close at hand. After only 5 days of rest, Frederico argued with Smith that he wanted to move on, if not with the white men, then by himself. Smith protested that such an unwise move would put the guide in danger, might well get him caught by the soldiers and put to death by the priests. Then where would the horse raiders be? Without their damn fool guide, that's where. Ultimately, Pegleg convinced the Indian that he was better off not going anywhere near the mission or the soldier fort either because of the chance of getting caught. The bitter truth of it, he explained to Frederico, was that should the Indian be seized by the Mexicans, then there was nothing stopping the white men from going right on with their plans to steal horses and mules. Without Frederico, there was no reason for the Americans to go through with their plan to rescue his sisters. The 2 of them would remain prisoner concubines of the soldados. The Indian's only chance to free his sisters lay in doing exactly as the Americans told him. Behind them stretched hundreds of miles of desert wilderness, a land with little to offer beyond waste and want. But below their mountainside camp lay rolling green plains, cold streams tumbling toward the valley, slopes dotted with more vegetation than they had seen since abandoning the Rockies, willow bordering the creek banks, shady groves of sycamore and elder dotting the hillside. On that 8th night of recouping their horses and their strength in the hills, Williams announced, "Be ready to ride at sunup." That momentous morning, they kept the broodmares on short tethers as they rode into the dimly lit dawn emerging over California. The men closely ringed the rest of the horses, with riders hugging both flanks, their best horsemen riding drag to keep the stragglers caught up now that they were dropping into the unknown, a foreign country where most of these invaders had, until 8 days before, never watched a single sunrise. A land where these Norte Americanos would not be welcome because they had come to steal what belonged to the Ricos, those wealthy landowners. The 24 were trespassers in this green, fertile land captured between that low range of mountains the Americans were putting at their backs and the coast where the great salt ocean began. Strangers, interlopers, trespassers, and thieves. Down they curved through the pass that took them on a southern route, down the timbered slopes into the foothills where the native grasses grew even taller still, nourished by the moist breezes and what rain the mountains trapped. As much as he strained and squinted into the west as the sun came over the range at their backs, lighting up everything before them, Bass could still not see anything blue in the distance. When, he wondered, would they lay eyes on the ocean? They camped that night in the foothills and moved on at first light, following their Indian guide as he swept them around to the west once they left the rolling hills and emerged into an endless grassy valley broken only by the myriad of narrow streams tumbling off the slopes, each one lined with an emerald border as it hurried to the seacoast. This valley was nowhere near as lush and green as his home in the wilds of the Rocky Mountains, its rounded, carpeted hills covered with little more than grass. Only the deep clefts between the knolls where the waters gurgled possessed any brush and trees. Mostly grass. But, he realized, that was exactly what nourished the horses of these Californios. The grass made this a horseman's paradise. Even though it was no later than mid-afternoon, Smith and Williams pulled them up behind a pair of low hills and gave orders to make camp for the night.
"The Injun, he say we're close to his mission?" Philip Thompson asked Smith eagerly, rubbing his hands together.
"Not far," Pegleg responded. "We don't want none of them soldiers spotting our smoke, so keep the fires small, back under the trees."
Williams walked over, dragging a bundle he had just taken from the back of his pack animal. As the others leaned in to watch, the old trapper tore at the knots in the rope, then flung back the oiled canvas to expose some well-weathered Navajo blankets, their colors faded from seasons of use. He stood with two of them hung over his arms. "Here," Williams said, tossing the first to Frank Kernut, one of Thompson's allies. "You look dark enough to be a Mex, Frank." Then he pitched the second to Bass. "And I damn well know you 'member some of the Mex tongues, Scratch. Want you come along with me and the Injun?" "How come he's going and I ain't?" Thompson bawled. "I been here before."
"But you damn well don't speak no Mex," Smith challenged. "If any of 'em get spotted, they're gonna have to talk Mex."
"Bass don't need to go," Thompson argued with a sly grin. "You talk better'n most Mexicans I know, Pegleg."
"I ain't going," Smith admitted. "I'm staying here with you if any bunch of soldados wander by and find us camped here."
By this time, Williams had knelt and picked up his last two heavy Navajo blankets.
"Felix, how about you coming too?"
Warren caught the blanket and smiled at his friend Thompson.
"Me and Frank keep an eye on Bass for you, Phil."
Unfurling the last blanket for himself, Williams removed his hat with one hand and located the slit at the center of its fold with the other. After pulling the blanket over his head, he replaced his floppy hat and held out his arms expressively.
"What you think, boys?"
"Look the Mex to me," Silas Adair said with approval.
"Come on, Frederico,"
Williams commanded as he turned back to his saddle horse.
"Let's go have us a look at where them padres sent off your sisters to live with them soldados."
Hanging in the lee of the hills, the five horsemen picked their way northwest along the rim of the valley. Every now and then, Bill would signal for them to dismount and leave their horses behind. Then the quartet would follow the Indian up the back slope of a knoll where they dropped to their bellies to break the skyline. From each prominence, the trappers gazed across a new stretch of the valley, wary of any vaqueros tending their great herds of horses, mentally plotting the location of the few ranch buildings they came across. On the last of those stops, the sun was about to drop below the brims of their hats as they peered down upon a cluster of adobe structures behind a mud wall. Frederico tapped Williams on the arm.
"Can't make out all he's saying," Bill grumbled disgustedly. "Goddamn red nigger with his Mex talk."
"Something about the soldiers," Bass broke in.
"I damn well know that," Williams snapped. "Soldados this and that. What he saying about the God-blamed soldados?"
"His sisters," Titus explained. "He says that's where they are." That bit of news quieted old Bill's muttering like a slap of thunder.
See, Frederico," he whispered.
Clearly, the Indian had become excited, pointing out the adobe buildings ringed by a high wall of mud and wattle.
"Soldados, y mis hermanas."
"Your sisters, yeah," Scratch repeated. In the late afternoon light, he studied the big compound, those backlit buildings erected inside the low wall. Although there were no tall parapets, there was no mistaking this for a fortress of sorts. Nothing remained outside. Even the stables ran along the full length of one wall. Some of the Mexicans had their horses out in a corner of the compound, soaping the animals down. At another corner, a blacksmith worked to reshoe a glossy, majestic black. Across the yard stood what appeared to be a low, one-story barracks. The roofs of a pair of buildings rested at either side of the double-wide gates, which stood open. Titus had no clue what those rooms were. All the way at the rear of the huge compound stood a two-story building, a wide porch running across the full width of the structure, with a balcony across the width of the second floor. Several windows and two doors broke up the expanse of adobe on both floors. Felix Warren let go a low whistle.
"That's a heap of Mexicans down there."
Bass quickly turned to Frederico. "Cuánto es?" At first, the Indian shrugged, then his face went serious and he began flipping his fingers into his palms.
"What's he doing?"
Frank Kernut demanded.
I think he's ciphering how many's the lodge, Titus replied.
It don't really matter, does it, Scratch? Williams asked.
Bass said, Sorry, Bill, I don't catch the drift.
If'n there's 20 of 'em, or if there's 80 of 'em down there, we still know what we gotta do.
You can't be serious about our outfit fighting all them Mex soldiers, Frank Kernut scoffed. Why don't we just ride right on around 'em and they won't be none the wiser?
Williams argued, But Smith give his word to the Injun here.
Shit, Warren snorted. What's your damn word to a Injun? That's like shoveling fleas in a barnyard.
The Injun brung us here just like he said he would, Williams said heatedly, his eyes narrowing on the trapper.
Let the Injun go raise hell with the soldiers if he wants, Kernut argued. It ain't gonna chap my hide to leave this red nigger to go his own way.
You ain't listening to Bill, Titus growled. He told you the way it's gonna be. Kernut's eyes closed into dangerous slits as he squinted over Williams's shoulder at Bass.
A white man's word to a Injun ain't but a piss in the wind.
Bill and Pegleg both told the Injun what we'd do if he got us through that desert. Interrupting, Kernut snarled,
Don't mean we gotta fight them soldiers. Hell, them two sisters of his nothing better'n Mex whores now anyway.
Springing onto his knees, Bass vaulted past Williams and snagged hold of the front of Kernut's colorful serape before the other two could react. Jerking his leg up, Titus pressed a knee down on the right hand that Kernut was attempting to wrap around his knife. You heard Bill. We give our word to the—
I didn't give my word,
Kernut spat, arching his back as Scratch pinned his left arm with one of his hands.
Sure as hell Thompson didn't give his word to no red nigger either.
Get off him,
a voice warned at his back. Williams tensed, rolling onto his hip to peer behind Titus, and said,
Put the knife down, Warren.
Bass immediately twisted to look over his shoulder, finding Felix Warren rocking onto his knees, his big skinning knife out before him. Slowly and out of sight beneath his serape, Titus inched his fingers toward one of the two knives at the back of his belt. You figure on doing something stupid with your sticker, Scratch warned. Kernut here gonna be a dead man for it.
Told ya. Get off him, Bass.
Williams tucked his legs under him into a crouch now, slowly pulling his belt pistol into view. Although he did not raise it enough to point its muzzle directly at Warren, it would have been apparent to a blind man that this was no veiled threat.
You're going agin my word, Warren.
Just tell him get off Frank.
Maybe I will, Williams said, but not till you put that Skinner away. Bass shook his head emphatically. I ain't gonna get off this son of a bitch till he shuts his meat hole about helping the Injun. Felix Warren just started to inch forward, saying,
Then you're a dead man.
Then Williams brought the pistol up, raked his arm forward, and jammed the muzzle against Warren's ribs. This here's gonna make a damn big hole in you by the time the ball comes out your back. Warren's eyes widened, nearly crossing when he peered down at the pistol and the brown hand holding it.
It's your play, Felix,
Bill explained. Bringing his eyes up to glare into Williams's, Warren started pulling the knife back toward his belt, saying,
I'll put it away. Then you get that bastard off Frank.
Get off him, Scratch, Bill ordered as Warren's knife slid into the scabbard. Not till the bastard tells you he won't go running against your grain, Bill. Williams dragged the pistol away from Warren's ribcage and said, I think Kernut understands who's bouchway of this here horse raid. Don't you, Frank?
You are, Bill.
I suppose you can crawl off him now, Scratch. The instant Bass took his weight off the man's arms, Kernut spun out from under him, rubbing the wrist where Titus's bony knee had pinned it against the ground. He shrugged his shoulders to settle the serape back into place, glowering at Bass. I want you boys stay away from each other, Williams ordered. We got horses to steal. You understand, Scratch? Soon as the horses is stole, Bass said low, the words rattling at the back of his throat. I got some business to see to, soon as the horses is stole.
Your time's coming,
Kernut warned with a sneer. Titus wagged his head as he slid backward off the skyline and got to his feet. Won't be by the likes of you two.
That's right, Frank, Warren snorted with a wide grin. We wouldn't want to go and spoil Thompson's lil fandango with this son of a bitch.
10. When did the mountains roll over on themselves? Who was the first to pit white man against white man? Oh, sure, there'd always been John Bull's boys working for Hudson's Bay Company, poking around over in Snake River country where they didn't belong. And there'd been those years while Rocky Mountain Fur Company did everything it could to hold the high country against Astor's mighty American Fur Company brigades probing the mountains from forts along the Missouri River. But how did it ever come to pass that when the beaver business went to hell, it became every man for himself? Or had things always been that way, and Titus Bass was just one stupid nigger who failed to read the sign? Maybe while he hadn't been looking, that unspoken code between men had broken down. Time was a man came into the Mountain West, he accepted the certainty of a few immutable laws. You took care of those who stood at your back. You didn't steal what furs another man busted his hump to earn. And you stood by those Indians who had taken you in. God knows there were already enough red niggers out here willing to part a child from his hair at the blink of an eye. It all had to do with knowing who your friends were and who weren't. So, when did Scratch's whole world heave over on itself? When did these mountains start filling up with men who couldn't give a good goddamn for the way things used to be? That next morning, after the ruckus with Kernut and Warren, Smith took Thompson with him and rode south through the hills to have a good look at what herds might await them on the ranchos in that direction. And Williams took Bass to scout the look of things on west of the Mission San Gabriel along the foot of those loftier mountains timbered with yellow pine and fragrant cedar. Not very far beyond the soldier's post, Titus had his first gander at the strangest cattle he had ever laid eyes on.
Longhorns,
Bill explained.
Leastways, that's what such critters oughtn't be called.
Like nothing else these Mexican cattle were. Unlike the full-bodied, short-horned breeds raised by those farmers back in the States, these were rangy and far leaner animals, head-heavy with a pair of saber-like horns that curved and swirled gracefully out from their bony skulls. You suppose these here Longhorns are a Mex breed? Williams shrugged.
Maybe so, the Spaniards brung 'em over to Mexico like they is.
Longhorns, Bass repeated, almost under his breath, trying hard to imagine more than a handful of the creatures crowded together, stuffed down in the belly of those huge, tall-masted, ocean-going ships he had seen so long, long ago in New Orleans. I'll be go to hell. Could be they were the perfect breed for such arid country as this, a land where it didn't rain all that much, despite the proximity of damp ocean winds. Farmers back east in the States did well with cattle that required a lot of the lush grasses that grew in a country where a lot of rain fell. But out west, well now, maybe those Spanish did have something right when they brought those Longhorns to Mexico a few centuries ago. Near mid-afternoon, Williams and Bass spotted a confused cluster of buildings in the distance and pulled up on the side of a hill that overlooked the extensive settlement.
You make that for a rancho? Bill asked.
Nah, I don't. He squinted in the light. Too many folks. There were. Many of them coming or going, some moving in or out of the settlement on horseback, in wagons or carriages. Besides, there simply wasn't any sign of those sorts of structures a man assumed he'd find on a Mexican ranch. No corrals or barns or outlying huts where the servants lived, no rows of those low-roofed barracks where the vaqueros slept when not in the saddle.
Looky there, Scratch, Williams said. See them sails in the harbor there? By blazes, that's a town.
When Bass turned his head, he found Bill grinning at him. What you up to, Solitaire?
I figure the boys are due a grand spree before we go round up the biggest caviar ever took from California and get high behind for the mountains again, Williams declared with a matter-of-factness. A little liquor and some women's, too.
Titus sighed, recalling the heady numbness of workman's corn whiskey down Taos way. Maybe some popskull and a spree could take the edge off things for all of us before we gotta leave California in a hurry.
Let's circle to the south for to get back to camp, Williams advised, eager to be on the way again. See what horses there are for the taking.
It was well past dark, and the moon had risen when they found their way back to the others. Already, Smith and Thompson had come in to report there had to be more than 2,000 head of Mexican horses. The Americans and Frenchmen were growing anxious to get on with their raids. From their springtime camps in the Central Rockies, these men had ridden something on the order of 1,000 miles or more to reach Mexican California, the land of the horse. They had suffered hardship the likes of which few men would ever choose to endure. Besides being forced to drink their own urine and blood to cross the southern desert that early summer, these 24 had subsisted on skinny, played-out horse flesh and bitter-tasting cactus pulp. Not hard to understand that these trappers had grown restless, anxious to be gathering up horses and turning them east for the Bent brothers' post on the Arkansas, eager to be doing just about anything instead of cooling their heels in these California hills.
Pegleg, I figure it's about time for me to dust off the bad news and tell the boys what I got in mind, Williams announced around a chunk of Mexican beef Silas Adair had managed to cut out of a nearby herd early that afternoon. Smith nearly choked on his coffee as he sputtered at Bill's surprise.
I found a lot of horses for the taking, Solitaire. There ain't no bad news in that.
Couple thousand ain't near enough, Williams grumbled dramatically, then quickly winked at Bass as the other men around them began to groan and grumble in disappointment. I figure it still ain't the right time to steal horses.
Smith bolted to his feet, some coffee sloshing out of his tin.
Your brains run out your ears back there in all that desert, Bill? I told you, we found us plenty horses south of here.
Ain't yet the time, boys, Williams repeated. Not yet, sorry.
Damn it to hell, Philip Thompson flung his whetstone down at his feet.
So when does the high and mighty Bill Williams figure on it being time to gather up the horses we come across the desert to steal?
Williams slowly dragged the back of his hand across his mouth and chin, then licked the shiny grease from his hand and fingers.
We'll go steal horses soon enough, boys, but not till me and Scratch lead you all down to a little California town to have ourselves a spree.
A spree?
Pegleg sputtered.
You mean liquor?
Reuben Purcell asked. Mexican liquor, Titus confirmed with a smack of his lips. With a bob of his head, Williams said,
Likely that means some lightning for those of you want to smash your faces on the floor just once before we head back home, and for the rest, some sweet California wine or pass brandy.
Women, too? Jake Korn interrupted. They got women down there?
Titus gaped at Korn a moment, then said,
How the hell you figure California gone and filled up with Mexicans if and there wasn't no women to pleasure all them damned pelados?
They whooped and hollered and hurrooed. Several of them took to swinging around in pairs, arm in arm, or grandly do-si-doing there in the fire's light. Smith leaped around the fire and pounded Williams on the back.
We go find this village of yours in the morning, Bill?
Damn if we won't.
Pegleg flicked his eyes up at Bass. They twinkled with devilment.
So tell me, Scratch, what's the name of this here village you boys found?
The Californios called it Pueblo de los Angeles, a sprawling, no-account coastal village by some standards, hardly worth remembering and of little redeeming value, but for the fact that it lay a long stone's throw off the bay where the high-masted seafaring ships anchored to supply the ranchos and that mission of San Gabriel. None of that international trade mattered to those 24 thirsty interlopers invading a foreign land. Soon enough would come the work. Soon enough would come the trials and the gunfire, then enduring another desert crossing they had to survive. So for now, these Norte Americanos would drink their fill and rub up against every willing woman they might find in the watering holes and stinking cantinas dotting the Pueblo de Los Angeles. That many horsemen, every one crudely dressed in buckskin, calico, and wool, were certain to attract notice. By their unkempt beards, trail-leathered skin, each rider bristling with weaponry, there could be no mistaking the 24 for strangers come calling on this coastal village. Just as apparent, too, was that these 24 were not seamen who had just jumped off a Boston merchant ship anchored in the nearby harbor. No, these men and their distinctively jug-headed Indian ponies and mules had come a long, long way to reach this little village nestled between the hills and that green ocean. Street-side conversations stopped as the Mexicans turned to study the strangers. Shopkeepers and customers crowded in doorways or peered from windows as the horsemen moved slowly down the rutted lanes littered with refuse, dung, and the occasional body of a dead cat or dog. As the horsemen passed one knot of the curious after another, Bass caught snatches of words the villagers mumbled among themselves. Extranjeros. Long road. Come for the furs. No, perhaps, come for horses.
As likely a place as any, Williams announced as he reined aside at the front of a long, low-roofed adobe hutch, its front walls marred by none of the small windows pocking other buildings, windows filled with panes of selenite or slates of mica. No window here, nothing but the low-beamed, narrow doorway that stood open in the morning sun. Beneath the tiled roof protruded vigas, those pared and peeled logs that poked out beyond the walls, from which hung long ristras of peppers and cloves of garlic. Embedded in the sidewall were but a half-dozen hitching rings and room for no more than a few of their horses at what was left of a broken-down hitching rail out front.
"Tie 'em off 2 by 2,
Pegleg ordered. That would at least keep their animals from wandering, hitching them nose to nose on the open ground at the side of the cantina. And with as many of them as there were, none of the trappers figured any Mexican would dare attempt slipping away with their loose stock.
Welcome, Yankees!
At the corner of the building, in a patch of shadow, stood a tall Mexican, his sunken cheeks deeply pitted with the ravages of some long-ago disease. He was grinning widely, half-bowing graciously as he eagerly wiped his hands on the long tail of his coarse linen shirt he had not cared to tuck inside the waist of his stained leather breeches. Sweeping a long hank of black hair out of his eyes, this older man swept an arm toward the door in a graceful arc.
Yankees, come, he repeated.
Gracias, Williams replied as he stepped past the Mexican, the first to enter the cantina's shadowy, cool interior. As they threaded past the bartender, Elias Kersey whispered to Bass, "He think we're sailing Yankees off one of them ships, eh?" Before Titus could say a thing, the Mexican suddenly leaped in front of Kersey, smiling warmly and nodding as he gestured toward the open door.
Yankees, see, come, Yankees, welcome!
They flooded in behind Bill Williams, most pausing to soak in and grow accustomed to the change from bright light to dimmest shadow. As his eyes adjusted, Titus quickly glanced over the interior, measuring the patrons huddled around their rough-hewn tables. It was plain there weren't enough chairs or tables to seat all 24 newcomers, but the cantina owner had already recognized this shortcoming and was clapping his hands together, sending 2 of his men to bring out several thick blankets they unfurled onto the hard clay floor.
Siéntense ustedes, por favor,
all 3 of the cantina men repeated, indicating the blankets they spread at the foot of 2 walls of the long, low room. While some of the trappers settled in the last of the chairs at the few open tables, most collapsed onto the floor, filling the offered blankets, where they leaned back against the wall, eyeing the jugs and jars on the double shelf resting behind the long, open-faced bar.
Every wall had been painted with jaspe, that whitewash the Mexicans concocted from a selenite compound they burned in their hornos, or beehive ovens, then mixed with water. The thick paste was then spread by hand on the walls and finished off by brushing the jaspe with a patch of sheepskin. To keep the brittle whitewash from rubbing off on customers, the Mexicans had draped mantas, or printed muslins, about halfway up the walls. The crude but unpretentious decor so reminded Titus of his visits to Gertrude Barcelos's brothel in long-ago and faraway Taos. With the strained, too-quiet atmosphere that morning as the Americans settled, Bass was drawn to the owner's nervous stutter as the older man leaned on the table where Smith and Williams sat with Thompson and their Indian guide.
"What's he telling you?"
Bill demanded of his partner.
Pegleg explained. "He says the Injun gotta go. Says he don't serve Injuns here."
Thompson immediately hissed,
"This damned Mex don't have no right to tell us he won't serve our friend, Pegleg. You let this son of a bitch know we could tear his place to the ground with our hands."
"Such hooligan actions wouldn't be a good idea, fellas."
Turning as one, all 24 watched a large, roundish man with fleshy jowls bristling with thick, graying sideburns get to his feet back in the shadows, then stride in their direction as the cantina owner nodded to the man and pivoted and shuffled back to the bar. Thompson shot to his feet, growling,
"Who the hell are you to be telling?"
"Cap'n Janus C. Smathers,"
the stranger announced as he came to a stop at Smith's table. His thumbs were hung in the armpits of his ample vest sewn from a dark blue wool, at least 20 tiny brass buttons straining in their holes strung down the flap.
"You're American?"
Pegleg asked in disbelief. With a nod, Smathers swept his arm toward 2 tables of men tucked back in a shadowy corner.
"All of us. American, like you. Adventurers, to be sure."
Williams held out his hand and introduced himself.
"Bill Williams, MT."
Smathers cocked his head, asking,
"What's an MT?"
"Master Trapper," Bill answered proudly.
"You're fur hunters, I take it," Smathers replied. "Here to search the coastline for otter?"
"Maybe so," Williams answered.
"Listen, fellas," Smathers began. "The governor down at San Diego frowns on Americans coming into California to harvest California furs, then haul them right back out of here to parts unknown."
"You and the governor don't need to fret none. We won't be going down near this here San Diego," Thompson snipped.
"Best advice I could give you is don't say a thing about coming to California for furs," Smathers advised, turning away from the antagonism of Thompson. "And be wary of causing any trouble that would bring attention to yourselves."
He glanced quickly at Federico.
"In that respect, it will be best if you take the Indian outside. These Californios don't like any wild Indians from across the mountains taking liberties that the Indians around here don't have out of hand."
"Oh, he ain't a wild Injun from across the mountains," Smith snorted. "Federico here's a mission Injun."
Smathers' eyes grew big, and he flicked a look at the Mexicans nearby as they were placing clay cups on several small wooden platters atop the bar.
"Good God, he's a mission slave?"
"Runaway."
"Don't say another word about him," Smathers warned with a snap. "If you want to keep him and you value his life, take him out of here and hide him where you can. An Indian spotted here in the village is something that will soon draw the wrong kind of attention."
Smith asked,
"They ain't allowed to come to town? Can't have a drink?"
"Right, on both counts," Smathers explained. "They're slaves. I've been coming to California for 11 years already, make a trip around the Cape every year. In all that time, I've still to make peace with most of how these people live here, but me and my seafarers are visitors, so we haven't any say."
"Thanks, Cap'n," Williams said as he stood and stepped around the table to prop his hand on the Indian's shoulder.
"Tell him why he's got to leave, Pegleg. Tell him he has to stay outside to watch the horses. We'll bring him some liquor later on."
Once Smith finished his explanation, Federico glanced up at Williams, then the ship's captain, and eventually stood. He started for the door beside Williams without a word of protest.
These Californios ain't like us, Smathers declared as the old trapper led the young Indian outside. There's one church here. They're all papists, you know, and that one church rules those who run the government with an iron fist. It's a closed society, gentlemen, and a culture where Americans are welcome only if they toe the line and don't commit any act against their religion or their laws. A lot like Taos and Santa Fe, Bass said as he stopped near the table. Smathers regarded Titus a moment, then said, I don't doubt that, mister. Never been either place myself, but I have no reason not to believe one part of Mexico would be any different from another part. Bill was coming back inside as the two Mexicans brought over the first of the small trays holding those short clay cups to distribute them among the tables and those men squatting on the floor. Behind the pair came the owner, pouring a liberal amount of a pale liquid into those cups eagerly held up by 24 thirsty trappers. Should you require anything, need my assistance with the local authorities, the captain explained. My ship is anchored in the bay, the Windward, out of Portland. That's northeast up on the coast of Maine. You fellas just ask anyone down near the wharf for the Windward, and you'll find someone to row you out to fetch me. Holding out his hand, William said, Thank you, Captain. You've chosen a good day to celebrate, Smathers declared. A saint's day this be. Which of their damned saints are they celebrating? Smith demanded, licking drops of whiskey off his lips. Smathers tugged down on the tails of his vest. San Juan's Day, the 24th of June. Any day's as good as this'n for whiskey and women's, Williams cheered. Captain Janus C. Smathers, the man repeated his name to the group. Remember it if you need my help. While I'm anchored in the harbor of this foreign land, I remain at my countryman's service. What's the C stand for? Bass inquired. Smathers turned to Titus, saying, Cautious. The C stands for cautious, fellas. Remember my advice. Keep your heads down and don't stir up any waves. A good day and pleasant journey to you, fellow pilgrims. Fill your chair, Scratch, Smith offered as he scooted the simple chair back from the table. Titus glanced at it, then at Thompson's hardened glare, and finally to Smith. Thanks anyway, Pegleg. I'll drink over by the wall with them boys. In a flash, Frank Kernut roughly shoved his way past Titus and plopped down in the chair the moment Scratch turned away from the table. That first wash of the harsh corn liquor over his tongue made Bass's eyes water. It had been a long, long time since he had tasted such raw, head-thumping spirits. Likely not since those final days in Taos. None of those finer brandies the company traders secreted in their riverside fur posts or the smoother grain alcohol the traders hauled out to rendezvous every summer could compare with the teeth-jarring power of this Mexican hooch. Whew, he rasped, blinking his eyes. Wonder if they strained this here liquor through a old Comanche's breech clout. Don't smell like it, Reuben Purcell argued with a grin, holding his clay cup under his nose. But it damn well tastes awful suspicious, Elias Kersey said, wrinkling up his face. I've had me plenty of worse, Bass announced. This here ain't bad for what it is, Mexican whiskey. By the time an hour had galloped past, the talk had grown loud and merry. Smathers and his men had abandoned the cantina just before the owner and his help brought out platters of tortillas and steamy bowls of beans. The hungry Americans greedily scooped up the beans using the soft tortillas as spoons or ladles and devoured everything set before them. Looky here now, Jake Korn said, jabbing an elbow into Titus's ribs as Scratch was loading a little tobacco into his clay pipe. Bass turned as most of the trappers noticed the 9 women stepping out of the bright sun, entering the open doorway. The cantina owner hurried over, speaking quickly to one of the women who wore large brass wires suspended from her ears. He pointed out the table where Smith and Williams sat. Half of the women dressed in the loose-fitting, off-the-shoulder camisetas and the short, full skirts called enaguas followed their fleshy leader, who had generously smeared crimson alegria juice on her pasty, powdered cheeks. She had clearly seen her better days,
yet walked over to the Americans with an unmistakable air of supreme confidence. In hushed tones, she and Smith chattered for a moment until Pegleg stood. He announced, "These here gals come to have some fun with us." "Bangtails?" Smith turned toward the questioner.
"You damn bet they're whores, you stupid nigger."
"If that don't take the circle."
Purcell leaped to his feet, lunging for the closest as the women fanned out across the room.
"I ain't humped since we left off them Mojave gals."
Corn stood, nudging Bass with the toe of his moccasin.
"Ain't you coming to poke you one of these, Bass?"
"Had me Mex gals before," he answered. "Besides, I got me a woman of my own."
"But she ain't here,"
Purcell argued, dragging the woman onto his lap.
"And it's been a long time since you rid atween your woman's legs, ain't it?"
"Don't reckon I need to go," Titus explained with a shrug. "You boys go on and have your fun with them whores. I'll be sitting right here when you get your humping done. 'Pears I'll be the one leading you fellas on back to camp so you can sleep off your sore heads."
"Don't want no honey on your stinger, eh?" Kersey spouted. "Then I'll poke one of 'em center just for you, Titus Bass."
"Thank ye kindly, Elias," Scratch replied. "Can't claim I didn't have my own share of Mex whores back in my rowdy days." Corn prodded.
"Any man can still get rowdy, Scratch."
"Nowadays I got a lot more rings round my trunk," he declared with a grin. "But you fellas go grab hold of those gals and don't let 'em buck you off, boys."
"Don't gotta ask me more'n once,"
Adair roared as he started for one of the women who had moved over to join other Americans at the bar. It made for a good business proposition, Titus figured. The women could drink for free of the cantina's liquor because they were assuring that the Americans were consuming all the more, spending most of their hard American money. At the far end of the long bar, a greasy blanket hung across a low doorway. One by one, 3 of the women headed past that blanket with 3 of the trappers, arm in arm and laughing at some joke no one understood. Another 3 of the women perched on one lap after another, generously rubbing their hands, bellies, and rumps against prospective customers, while 2 of the whores leaped onto the edge of the bar, where they hiked up their skirts so they could wrap their legs around the ribs of a pair of trappers as they all drank and flirted, despite their foreign languages, laughing crazily and getting all the drunker as they waited their turn at the tiny cribs in the back of the cantina. 3 by 3, the Americans lurched past the greasy blanket, back to finish what they had started out front, turning over their women to other trappers who drank and ate as they waited their few minutes in the cribs. By the time the last men were emerging from the rooms behind the bar, some of the first were boasting that they were ready for another go-round with the whores, which meant Smith was having to ante up more of his dwindling supply of gold coin. From where he sat leaning against a sidewall, Bass could peer out the open doorway when a trio of horsemen reined up in front of the cantina. He hadn't seen uniforms like theirs since Jack Hatcher's bunch had chased into the winter mountains hoping to wrestle back some hostages from marauding Comanche. "You expectin' company, Bill?" he called out to Williams. He started walking toward Titus and the door.
"Who?"
"Soldiers."
"How many?"
"Only 3, Scratch answered. Stopping in his tracks, Williams harumphed and turned back for the bar, saying,
"I ain't worried till they send a whole shittery of Mex soldiers for us."
Instead of coming right inside after tying their horses off to a single ring out front, the trio walked past the doorway for the corner of the cantina. A little slowed and deliberate in his movements due to the heady whiskey, Titus struggled to his feet against the manta draped on the wall and stepped outside, finding the 3 soldiers moving among some of the horses and mules. From what he could tell, they were inspecting the rear flanks for brands. He snorted with the humor in that Indian ponies simply didn't have a brand. "Help you with something, fellas?" All 3 turned at his call, 2 of them flicking their eyes to the third as they came over to stop before the trapper. When that man in the middle spoke, his Spanish spilled out far too fast for Bass to grasp more than a handful, hardly enough to go on.
Hold on, Titus suggested. No comprendo. Norte Americanos? Si, Scratch answered.
Ah, the middle one with the goatee replied. Extranjeros.
Then he started speaking rapidly again, gesturing back at the horses. Yes, they are mine, Bass started to explain. Something wrong? The soldier shrugged one shoulder and motioned to the others as all three stepped around Bass for the darkened doorway. Inside, the bartender noisily greeted the soldiers, waving them over to the bar where two of the whores each had a pair of trappers at their sides. The trio fixed their malevolent gaze on the Americans until the owner clattered some cups in front of them and began pouring them drinks. The three toasted, then turned to gaze over the cantina patrons as if comfortable with the foreigners. But the moment a woman pushed past the curtain from the back rooms holding the arm of Roscoe Coltrane, one of the soldiers cried out her name. After flicking him a glance, she steered the trapper in the opposite direction, toward the last of the empty chairs. Shit, Bass muttered. Sure as rain, trouble was coming. The soldier slammed his clay cup down on the bar, then tugged at the bottom of his short-waisted leather jacket, its stiffened epaulets extending off the man's shoulders. He had all the appearances of being a man on a mission. As the soldier stomped across the earthen floor, he loudly berated the whore, finally seizing her upper arm in his big brown hand, yanking her up and whirling her around just as she settled on Coltrane's lap. "Leave her be," Silas Adair growled at the soldier, appearing at the table so quickly he knocked a chair aside. By that moment, the soldier with the goatee was shouting at his companion, gesturing him back to the bar. The angry soldier stood frozen a moment longer, glaring down at Coltrane's hand on his knife, at Adair's fist locked around the butt of his pistol still stuffed in the front of his belt, then smiled wanly as he tapped the hilt of the saber short-chained over his left hip. The soldier released his grip on the whore and turned on his heel slowly. Scratch finally took a breath and bent over, picking his empty cup off the blanket where he had been sitting, starting for the bar as the whore cursed the soldier and spat at his heels. In a blur, the Mexican turned and slapped her across the jaw, making her reel to the side, pitching into Coltrane's arms. Lunging forward, the soldier grabbed the screaming woman's arm and yanked her away from Roscoe as Coltrane snagged her other wrist. By now, the other whores set up a caterwauling and shrieking so loud it would have raised the dead back in Santa Fe. Reaching across his waist, the soldier pulled free his short saber with a loud metallic scrape. The moment Roscoe stopped yanking on the woman and let her go, the Mexican spat into the whore's face. Coltrane's face flushed with anger as he rocked onto the balls of his feet, ready to pounce. But in a flash of candlelight, the soldier held that glittering saber out before him. Adair grumbled, "You want I should shoot him, Roscoe?" "No," Smith answered for him. "That's more trouble than we bargained for right now." "Maybe 'nother time," Williams suggested. "Don't make nothing of this, Coltrane. She's just a soldier's whore, and this Pilado greaser's jealous 'cause she humped with a gringo." That brought a wry smile to Roscoe's face as the tension started to drain out of his shoulders. He rocked back onto his heels. As his smile broadened, Coltrane extended the index finger on his right hand and held it under his left ear. Then, with a loud, guttural sound, he slowly dragged the finger around the front of his neck, across his windpipe, until he reached the right earlobe. That done, Roscoe turned his skinny back on the soldier and settled in a chair at Adair's table, which seemed to prompt the woman to begin thrashing and kicking, attempting to free herself from the soldier's grip. Infuriated at her attempts, he hurled her against the bar, watching the whore crumple to the floor. Coltrane flew out of his chair and shrank into a crouch at the instant the soldier brought up his saber and started inching forward, barely wiggling the tip of the weapon in that narrowing distance between himself and the American. He jabbed. Roscoe backed a step. Another feint, and Roscoe retreated another step, staring down at that short saber, inch by inch by inch.
until he had Coltrane backed against the wall. Bass motioned Kersey, Purcell, and Corn up behind the other two soldiers as he cocked back his arm. Hurling the arm forward, he threw his clay cup against the back of the swordsman's head. It shattered as the soldier stumbled, got watery in the knees. Coltrane swung his arm in an arc, knocking the saber from the Mexican's grip. In that moment, the other two soldiers started away from the bar. Kersey and Corn lunged forward with their pistols and cracked the Mexicans on the back of their skulls.
"That ain't messy at all, now is it, Pegleg?" Corn asked.
"Just as long as we don't kill any stupid, hard-dicked Mexican soldado," Williams groused. "That'd be damp powder and no way to dry it." "That's right. We showed these greasers not to trouble us no more," Pegleg added. "Go on now, boys. Throw all three of 'em outside so we can go on and have ourselves a little more fun."
11. But trouble came calling them by name. While a half-dozen of the trappers were dragging the trio of unconscious soldiers out the door into the summer sun, the cantina owner was hopping animatedly among the Americans, cursing, shrieking, tugging at the celebrants to stop them in their tracks, trying to convince the gringos they were about to make a terrible mistake. While some of the whores whimpered, most inched away from their American customers to huddle together in a corner of the cantina. It was clear they were frightened of what had just happened, and even more apprehensive of what might well now take place. There was no talking any of those women into the cribs behind the bar now. The last trio of trappers flung back the blanket curtain and burst into the room, their fornication rudely interrupted. Those three appeared all the more pitiable as they implored their women at the same time they were scrambling back into their clothing. When the cantina's barman indicated in no uncertain terms that they wouldn't serve another drink to these unwanted guests, 4 of the trappers either leaped over the bar or swept around the end of it to snatch up glass and clay bottles for themselves. The moment the bartenders attempted to intervene and save the liquor, both were soundly pummeled by the 4 drunk Americans. Seeing that these unwanted customers were beating his hired men, the cantina owner dashed back to the bar where he tried his best to drag the trappers off the bartenders, shrieking at the Americans.
"What's he shouting, Pegleg?" Williams demanded.
"Says the soldiers are coming back."
"Let 'em," Thompson snorted. "We'll thump their heads again."
"No,"
and Smith shook his head.
"He ain't talking about them 3 niggers we throwed out in the street. This'n's saying that bunch went to fetch up more soldiers. He wants us long gone by the time they get back here with more hands."
"We ain't leaving here without something for the trail, are we, boys?" Thompson roared at his compatriots as they crowded against the bar.
"What you got in mind, Phil?"
Frank Kernut asked when he let one of the hired men drop from his grip so he could lumber back up to the bar.
"I don't figure we should leave a drop of whiskey in this damn rat hole," Thompson bellowed.
Felix Warren squeaked in disbelief.
You ain't gonna break every bottle, are you, Phil?"
"Stupid idiot. We're gonna take their liquor with us."
It reminded Bass of a swarm of single-minded wasps, how the white men turned and swept through the place. They ended up finding several big baskets in the cribs behind the bar, along with a pair of the dingy tick mattresses. These they set down on the bar itself and proceeded to load up what glass bottles and clay jugs were left on the shelves. Between the bottles and jugs, they stuffed handsful of old, musty straw they yanked from the dirty mattresses, hastily split open with their knives. Bass was the first to spot the furtive shadow peek in at the doorway, gesturing to the Americans. He hurried to the guide, who began talking in his native language, eyes like milk saucers. Slow down, Federico," he begged, grabbing the Indian by the shoulders. "Habla español, damn it!" Taking a gulp, Federico started very, very slow, sorting through the vocabulary in the foreign language. Every now and then, Titus grasped a word. "Where did you go when the soldiers rode up?" Scratch asked.
"Hide,"
he said, and pointed around the corner of the cantina. They both looked up suddenly, gazing down the long lane at the distant thunder of approaching hoofbeats. Federico cried, "We hide now! Vamos! Vamos!" Far down the wide, rutted lane, Titus could see how the villagers were backing against the adobe walls of their huts and shops, dragging children into the folds of their skirts or hoisting them onto those simple carretas they rushed to wheel out of the way. Stubborn mules brayed and confused sheep bleated as herders whipped the animals out of the avenue and up alleyways as the pack of oncoming horses drew nearer and nearer. Then Bass saw them, realizing he didn't have much time. "Bill! Pegleg!" He hurtled his call in the doorway. "We're in the soup now! A whole heap of soldados coming!" By the moment he reached his own animals and began untying them, the rest of the Americans were bursting out the door, a half dozen of them lugging the heavy woven baskets by their handles, the necks of bottles and sprigs of musty grass bristling from the top of each basket. "Tie that on the back of my horse," Adair demanded as he and Reuben Purcell lunged up with a basket of their own. Together they hoisted it atop the packs on the horse as Bass stepped up to quickly diamond hitch it down atop the rest of the load and tied it off. "You wasting time to steal this here whiskey might well make it the last drink you'll ever have," he growled at them. Adair's eyes flashed at Scratch, then flicked down the narrow avenue, squinting in the sun. "We get our asses out of this fight, I'll damn well buy you a drink, Titus Bass." Over the noisy chuffing of their horses, the clatter of bits and squeak of leather, the trappers could suddenly hear the panic-ridden screams of those villagers leaping out of the way as the soldiers pressed on, shouting as they first came in sight of the Norte Americanos. For now, all sound was focused, funneled, trapped entirely between the adobe walls on either side of that narrow, dusty street. Snagging hold of the big, round saddle horn the size of a Mexican orange, Titus swung into his saddle without using the big cottonwood stirrup. He took up the lead rope to his pack horse and pranced it to the cantina door as Williams burst into the light. "You the last one, Bill?" "Wasn't no one else in the back," Williams declared as he skidded to a halt with that sight down the lane. "Shit," he grumbled as he got his first look at the soldiers. "We gotta slow 'em down with lead," Pegleg hollered from atop his horse. "Aim low," Bass advised. "Low?" Smith roared. "We kill a bunch of these soldados," he huffed, adrenaline firing his veins. "Ain't a one of us ever gonna get out of California alive. They'll bring in soldiers from all around to track us down to the last man." Williams demanded, "You really think we can get out of this scrap without killing a passel of them soldiers?" "Scratch is right," Smith shouted as his partner clambered into his saddle and pulled up his long rifle. "Drop their horses first. Bass, you and Coltrane, Kernut and Kersey, you niggers are our best shots. Get up there and blow some holes in that first rank." With a lot of jostling, those four trappers arrayed themselves across the wide, rutted street. In seconds, they found their horses too fractious to work from the saddle, so all dropped to the ground and threw their rifles to their shoulders. "When I give the word," Smith bellowed behind them as he leaned over to sweep up some loose reins. "I want 4 more of you boys to bring your guns up here. Have 'em for these shooters," Williams ordered behind Pegleg. Then he stared down the street at the onrushing enemy, shaking his head while he asked, "How the hell many of them bastards is there?" "More'n we care to get tied down scrapping with, Bill," Smith roared as he peered up the street. "Now, boys, fire! Fire!" Those 4 long rifles belched gray smoke, their staccato echoes reverberating off the adobe walls of the homes and shops lining the dusty street. Huge lead balls, each one more than a half-inch in diameter, slammed into the chests or necks or heads of those onrushing horses at the front of the charge. Pitching forward or rearing backward in a skid, whinnying in pain and shrieking in terror, the small Spanish barb horses collided at the front of the formation, hurling their riders this way and that. One cavalryman landed under the hooves of the oncoming horses. Another smacked against a wall with his horse as it crumpled in front of 3 other mounts close on its tail. and the third was flung into the side of a wooden display of fruit, while the fourth slammed into a wagon stacked with crates stuffed with live chickens. Blood-curdling squawks and white feathers both exploded into the late afternoon sky. Williams ordered, "Get up here with them loaded guns." Warren, Corn, Adair, and Samuel Gibbon all passed off their rifles to one of the quartet of marksmen, taking the empty weapons before they dropped back 4 or 5 paces to reload. Throwing back the frizzen, Scratch assured himself the pan on the strange gun was primed. Dragging the big hammer back to full cock, he snapped the frizzen into place over the pan and brought the butt to his shoulder. Different feel, this cheek piece, different too how the front blade nestled down in the base of this rear sight, wondering how the rifle was sighted, just how far away the ball would strike center. Were these iron sights set for 80 yards? Maybe 100? The next rank of soldiers had regrouped and forced their way through the clutter of downed horses and spilled riders. Close enough now that Titus figured it didn't much matter by the time he set the rear set trigger and lightly nestled his finger against the front trigger. He'd hold midway between the bottom jaw and that cleft between the horse's legs. It went off with a surprise. "Get back here to your horses," Smith hollered as the roar of those 4 guns was still rattling down the adobe channel of that village street. Horses were rearing, falling, spinning, cavalry soldiers pitching off under hoof. "Load 'em on the run, boys," Williams commanded. "Let's get gone while we can." Titus took one last look over his shoulder, back down the lane as he brought the packhorse around behind him and leaped into the saddle. A few of the big Mexican animals were thrashing, bleeding in the dirt. Others already lay still, humped against one another where they had fallen. 2 of the motionless animals had pinned their riders beneath them, still in the saddle. Soldiers swore, screamed, shrieked for their comrades to help free them from under their dead or dying animals. Echoes bouncing and rebouncing from the mud walls of that bloody street in Pueblo de Los Angeles. Behind the fallen carcasses and soldiers, a few men bellowed orders, but most of the trapped soldiers were cursing, some vaulting out of their saddles with their rifles, attempting to shove through the clutter of men and wounded horses so they could get a shot off at the fleeing gringos. At the same time, the rest at the extreme rear of the formation were clumsily getting their mounts wheeled around and started down a side street or alleyway. "There'll be some coming," Bass warned as he and the mute-like Roscoe Coltrane brought up the rear. "A few of 'em still on our back trail." At the eastern outskirts of the village, the trappers began to gradually fan out as their straining horses rolled into a gallop and were given their heads. Titus wondered how long the animals could take a bruising chase, considering what the horses had been through in crossing that desert. These bigger horses still might not stand a chance against the smaller Mexican animals because the Spanish barbs weren't handicapped, save for the weight of the soldiers. Jehoshaphat! How his head thumped painfully, screaming with every hoofbeat as his horse licked it down the hardpan road between the coastal Pueblo and Mission San Gabriel. He had come to hate hangovers, especially the sort of hangover that buried its vicious talons into his head even before he'd had the chance to enjoy his whiskey at all. California hooch. The prickly squeezins were nowhere near as smooth as Willie Workman's Taos Lightning had been. No, this California popsicle tasted like the greasers strained it through some poor field peon's long handles. Riding at his left knee was Roscoe Coltrane. On Bass's right rode Elias Kersey. Just ahead of him, Rube Purcell stood partway in the stirrups, his knees flexing so he could twist around a bit and have himself a look at the back trail. Bass took a look too. Purcell saw Titus turn behind him. He hollered into the wind, "How many of 'em you see coming, Scratch?" 15, maybe so 20, Titus yelled when he had faced front again. "Not near enough to give us any trouble if it comes to a fight." "They'll give up, don't you think?" Kersey asked. With a nod, Scratch said, "Ain't a one of them soldiers want to bite off more of us than they can chew." Kersey asked, "They just gonna make a show of it?" "Yeah," Scratch hollered, "so them folks back in that village can see their soldados running off the Americans."
Then they'll pull off, Purcell hollered.
But only when the trappers and the soldiers both were well out of sight by anyone in the village, several miles on up the valley road to San Gabriel and well hidden behind several intervening hills. And not before Scratch's belly started crawling with apprehension that the pack animals were about to go bust and give in. He could see it in their wide, roomy eyes, read it in the thickening phlegm around the nostrils of every animal straining around him. One thing especially telling was Scratch remembered they hadn't watered the horses since early that morning. Hardly any bottom left in them by now. This chase couldn't have lasted much longer before the Americans had to pull back, ford up, and force a showdown of it. But from all his years of experience with them, Titus Bass hadn't been a bit impressed with the bottom, fortitude, or fight in the Mexican soldier. Not those around San Fernando de Taos who had left it up to the trappers to track and trap a large band of Comanche raiders. Not those drunk, jealous soldiers who had busted into the tiny cribs at the back end of a Taos bordello either. And surely not this crop of Mexicans who cuffed their whores around as if that brutality would make them big, brave men in front of the foreigners. Bass cried at those fanned out in front of him the moment he watched one of their pursuers wave his arm and signal the others to rein back and pull around. He watched over his shoulder as the soldiers slowed to a halt, got their horses circled up, then lined out into two short columns to start back down the road winding through the tall hills, returning for the village after making a good show of it. They'd run off the infidel extrajanos, showing the invaders who was boss in California. Titus thought of Captain Janus C. Smathers and his seafarers, hoping nothing the trappers had done at the cantina would make things hard on those few Americans who had come a long way under sail to do some business with the Californios. Here and there, up and down the coast, he figured there were plenty of Mexicans who didn't mind having some foreign visitors, even if the Mexican government did not want to tolerate the strangers. And chances were good there were even more Mexican citizens who, even if they did not particularly want to rub elbows with any Americans, at least coveted those American goods brought to their coastal towns. Odds were, nothing untoward would rub off on Smathers and his crew because they had been long gone from the watering hole before any of the trouble raised its ugly head. Fact B, only one who could make things tough for the captain would be that cantina man. But then any Americans who entered a foreign land had to figure that the chances were good someone, somewhere, wouldn't be real happy seeing such well-armed strangers show up uninvited. That sort of thing lay in the cards. Americans coming in ships off the ocean, or Americans crossing that great moat of an impenetrable desert come all the way from the Rockies. Trouble was, these trappers were about to give the Mexicans one more reason to hate gringos. Not since the days of that great 33 rendezvous had he seen near so many horses as this. None of those warrior bands of Shoshone, Crow, Assiniboine, or Ute he had ever run across could boast anywhere near this many animals in their individual herds. As he stared at the sight, Titus couldn't reckon on how they would manage to get this many horses back across all that desert and over the mountains, too. But he was getting ahead of himself. First, they had to get the herds and their own necks out of California. Not to mention that little business about busting into the soldier outpost to free Frederico's sisters. Scratch figured he'd just worry about one thing at a time. No sense in fretting himself over that homebound journey when they hadn't even put California behind them. After escaping Pueblo de Los Angeles by the skin of their teeth yesterday afternoon, the raiders hurried east into the foothills at sundown, circling south a little until they ran across a canyon where Williams and Smith determined they'd spend the night. It was a cold camp, no fires, only some dried longhorn beef to chew on as they nursed their hangovers. 24 men with pounding heads that made them grumpy, even a little belligerent, especially when 6 of them were awakened at a time to take their rotation on night guard, ordered to watch the valley and listen for the approach of any soldier patrols. But the self-assured Mexicans hadn't pressed their pursuit. No one followed the infidels into the hills, so the trappers laughed at the cowardly soldiers who had given up the chase far too easily and congratulated one another on this expedition that was turning out to be far easier than any of them had expected. In the cold, pre-dawn darkness, Thomas Smith and Bill Williams, along with the 4 others on their watch, moved through the brush and those 18 forms wrapped in their blankets and robes on the cold, bare ground. In minutes, the raiders had gathered up their animals, slipped halters over noses or slid bits into the horses' jaws, cinched down saddles, and relashed diamond hitches over the bundles on the backs of the pack animals. The shivering Americans moved out in the starlit darkness, the breath of man and horse alike spewing with the consistency of a puffy silver gauze in the last shimmer of a sinking half-moon. Pegleg had them on a hillside overlooking a broad oval valley before the sun tore itself off the hill at their backs. The meadows were thick with grazing horses. Williams and Smith quickly talked things over. Then, Bill reined his horse around and announced to their 22,
"This here's where we get on with what we come to this here Mex country for. Drive them horses north till we strike that valley where the mission stands. Just short of there, we're going to turn east for the pass."
"You all drove horses afore," Pegleg reminded them, "so you know what to do."
"A horse here or there going to get fractious and take off on you," Williams warned. "Let 'em go. Keep the herd together and let a few rambunctious ones go."
Titus snorted. "Didn't think you was aiming to leave any horses behind in California, Bill." As the men chuckled nervously, Williams grinned apishly and replied,
"Only ones I plan to leave these greasers is the gentled horses they got tied up to some Rico's porch rail this morning."
Smith waited until the restless raiders got quiet.
"Your bunch ready to leave off when the time comes, Titus Bass?"
Scratch quickly glanced over the 5 who had elected to join him on their own quest for adventure, and Frederico's eyes were on Bass too when Titus turned back to the leader.
"I don't figure any of us knows what we're biting off, Pegleg. As for me, I cal'late my little ride's gonna be lot more of a hurrah than get forced to suck down the dust of all those horses you're gonna start toward the pass."
Williams brought his horse up beside Scratch's, reached over, and the 2 of them grabbed each other's wrists, squeezing tightly.
Bill said, "You'll watch that poor half-skinned topknot of your'n now."
"I always do my best," Bass replied. "Don't let your horse go step in no prairie dog hole." Tugging his hat down on his forehead, Bill eased his horse back, sawing the reins to the left.
"All right, you niggers. Let's go run us some California horses."
None of them whooped and hollered as they started down the slopes, spreading out in a broad front nearly a quarter-mile wide as the valley brightened below them, sunrise coming moment by moment. Soon enough, there would be noise from the hooves to muffle any man's exuberant revelry, but for now, they swallowed down the urge to holler and shout. There'd be time enough once they got a few thousand head of horses up to the pass and started over for the desert. Jehoshaphat! More horses grazing down there than he had seen in many a season, and from what he could tell in the early light, the herds blanketed this meandering valley all the way to the horizon. Bass and Frederico, joined by the 5 others, angled off to the left away from the others, racing toward the west side of the grassy oval to sweep clean those slopes and turn the Mexican horses north. Ahead of them, and off to the right a half-mile or more, rode the first 2 of the raiders. Appeared to be Smith and Williams, driving those 6 brood mares still alive after the desert crossing right in through the midst of the first herds, threading their way up the middle of the valley. It almost took his breath away for a moment to watch that amazing sight from where he was perched up here on the gentle slopes, seeing how the California horses initially parted in fear as the trappers drove their 6 wet mares through their numbers, those herds regathering behind the 2 trappers and their mares to start loping north. Just like a man would take a lone strand of fringe, soak it in blood, and drag it through the sand, picking up more and more grains the farther he dragged it along the surface of the ground. Hundreds now, even more streaming together in that one direction, north for the valley of Mission San Gabriel. For the first few hours, they didn't spy any sign of a Mexican, not until late morning when Bass spotted a small band of vaqueros appear on a knoll northeast of the swelling herd. Bill and Pegleg were intent on keeping the pace of the march slow enough that the horses wouldn't tire before they faced the hardest work of their escape. Best to leave some strength for that climb into the hills, making for the pass. And by pushing the leaders no faster than a lope, there was less of a chance that the horses would tire of this run and drop out. Scratch decided this slower, more deliberate pace of the march made a lot of sense, but the pace might well make it easier for any pursuers to catch up to the raiders. Pursuers like any band of angry vaqueros who would ride down off the hills to prevent the Norte Americanos from stealing this unbelievable bounty of Mexican horses. Scratch kept his eye on those horsemen kicking into a lope for the right side of the herd where Thompson and 3 others were strung out to keep the stragglers bunched. 10 vaqueros, maybe less. 2-to-1 odds against the Mexicans wasn't anything to worry about. The greasers were far better horsemen than they were with their weapons. The first puff of smoke appeared above one of the vaqueros. A moment later, the faint boom of that gunshot rolled across the valley. None of the Americans fell, and the horses didn't appear to shy. Then, one of the Mexicans galloped in too close, and gunsmoke appeared above the far edge of the herd. A louder, deeper boom reverberated from those hills to the east now. "Bass!" Adair's fearful cry yanked Scratch's attention back to his west side of the valley. Just as Scratch was turning to his left, another gunshot rang out, just up the hillside. "Rifleros! Rifleros!" He twisted in the saddle at the cry, spotting the onrushing horsemen who were warning one another that the Americans were accomplished riflemen. Titus spotted at least another 10, maybe a dozen vaqueros starting down the slope toward the trappers. Another puff of smoke blossomed just above them, and a shot rang out. Suddenly, the small of his back burned, causing Bass to flinch so violently he almost pitched forward out of the saddle. Immediately shoving his reins into his right hand that clutched the rifle, Titus put the fingers of his left hand to the small of his back. More than tender, that shallow furrow along the muscles was on fire. Blood not only tinged his fingertips, but was soaking the edges of that long rip made through his faded calico shirt. "God damn these greasers!" he roared as he stuffed the reins into that left hand again. "Gonna be just like Blackfoot," Jake Korn bellowed, kneeing his horse to the left on a course that would carry him for the vaqueros. "'Cept there ain't no damn greaser's scalp worth taking," Titus hissed, wincing with the pain the flesh wound caused him as the wind whipped past them.
"The sons of bitches figure they can get the horses back from us?" Rube Purcell hollered.
"They want 'em back bad enough," Elias Kersey warned. "We better see to it they don't get in close enough to the herd."
"Empty your gun only when you can empty a saddle," Bass ordered, sensing the wounded muscles starting to cramp, hot and tight. "Chaguanosos!" one of the vaqueros shrieked in fury at the raiders. "So, they call us desperados," Scratch brooded, wishing he were close enough to the man who shot him, within reach so he could rip out the Mexican's eyes, his tongue, maybe his windpipe too. Another Mexican smoothbore popped as the horseman approached within 50 yards, then angled away from a collision with the Americans. To Scratch's rear, Frederico cried out. Bass turned in time to watch the Indian waver in the saddle, clutching at the horse's mane as he struggled to reach down for the dangling reins. Easy to see from the way the guide bounced on the horse's back that the Indian was not doing well. And by the time Titus slowed his own horse to match the speed of Frederico's mount, he could see the dark smear of blood on the youth's left arm just above the elbow. The arm hung, but it did not flop around as if the bone had been broken. Snagging the reins into his right hand again, Bass shouted, "Do this!" He curled up his left arm tightly, pressing the elbow against his ribs, clamping the fist in the pocket of his shoulder. "See," Frederico obeyed. "Get down there with the horses," Scratch ordered in his poor Spanish. The guide would be safer in among the stolen animals than he would out here on the left flank with these Mexicans popping shots at them. By the time Bass turned his attention back to the vaqueros, about half of them were peeling off to sprint along the slope against the direction the herd was taking. The rest, however, were still headed for the trappers, prepared to strike the edge of the herd at a sharp angle.
"You can shoot 'em now or wrestle 'em later," Scratch bellowed.
3 of the trappers' guns roared simultaneously, the 4th an instant later. A vaquero pitched backward off the rump of his horse into the onrushing herd. Another wobbled in the saddle, clutching his belly. A 3rd rider's horse skidded to a halt, fought the bit, slashing its head side to side, then collapsed to its knees and keeled to the side, tumbling downhill, crushing its rider the moment it smacked the ground and rolled through the grass atop the screaming vaquero. The last rider spun out of his saddle, landing spraddle-legged on the slope, and didn't move. From the looks of things, only he and Elias Kersey had their guns still loaded. Korn, Purcell, Coltrane, and Adair were about the business of reloading on the run, bringing up those long rifles, pressing muzzles against their lips to blow down the barrels in snuffing out any errant spark that might still linger from the last charge or some tiny fragment of a smoldering patch. Up came the carved powder horns, black grains flying like crushed peppercorns as the trappers attempted to pour what they could down the barrel, struggling to match their efforts to the rolling gaits of their horses. After spitting a lead ball from their cheek into the muzzle of the gun, most of the men yanked out their wiping sticks to ram the ball down against the breech. But Roscoe Coltrane seized his barrel near the muzzle, then swung the rifle butt against the ground as his horse continued its uninterrupted lope. More of the powder spilled and flew as the 4 scattered the fine black grains into the pan before snapping down the frizzen.
"They'll be coming up behind us,"
Kersey warned after a glance over his shoulder. Twisting round in the saddle where the trappers galloped at the back of the herd, Titus watched those vaqueros still atop their mounts turn away from their wounded and dead, regrouping as they stabbed their horses with those huge, cruel rowels on their spurs and bolted into a gallop. This time, it was clear they were no longer attempting to match the easy lope of the herd and the American thieves. The Mexicans intended to strike back for the hurt just inflicted upon them.
"Merciful Almighty," Adair cursed. "I don't like having them niggers ahint us."
"Keep an eye on 'em, boys," Bass said. "They come close enough again, we'll rein about and throw down on the bastards."
"Spread out now," Kersey ordered. "Don't bunch up."
Titus could hear the vaqueros hollering among themselves now. Only voices, nothing he could discern as words, just the noises of men working themselves into a fighting lather. A shot rang out. At this range, and one of the damn fools was trying to shoot the Americans in the back with their smoothbores, on the run, too.
"Here come more of 'em,"
Purcell screamed his warning into the thunder of the hooves. Far off to their right, the vaqueros who had initially attacked Thompson's flank side of the herd were angling sharply across the valley now as the stolen horses streaked on by them.
"Be God, they're grouping up,"
Korn shouted. Sure enough, there were more than 10 of the Mexicans now arrayed in a wide front directly behind the stolen horses. Step by leaping step, moment by fleeting moment, the vaqueros were angling to the left on a dead run, racing ever closer to the half-dozen Americans on Bass's corner of the herd. For the moment, Scratch scolded himself, wondering what had ever come over him that made him decide on this journey to steal some California horses with Bill Williams. He'd never stolen a horse in his life, but here he was about to get shot in the back and left for dead by some greasers in a faraway foreign land where his wife and his young'uns could never mourn over his bones. How stupid an idiot was he?
We gonna turn and fight 'em?"
Adair prodded, his voice pulsing, rising and falling with the horse's gait. "No, we don't stand us a chance like that," Bass cried loudly. "Get everyone in there atween the horses."
"What?"
Korn demanded. "Get up in there," Scratch ordered. "They can't shoot us so good if when we got all them horses around us." Jabbing heels into his mount's flanks, Titus spurred the animal into a gallop, weaving it a little left, then a little right, leading the way while he plunged into the back of the herd. His pace a little faster than that of the stolen horses, he led the others deeper and deeper still, putting more and more of the animals between them and their pursuers. Glancing over his shoulder again, Scratch saw how the 5 others were spread out right behind him, stabbing their way into the thick of the herd. "Keep your heads down," he ordered, tucking himself as much as he could over the round Santa Fe pommel. Instead of pursuing the thieves into the herd, the Mexicans warily hung back at the rear of the stolen horses, not daring to enter the surging mass of animals on the run. "Come on, boys," Bass rallied. "We best put some more room between them and us." He kicked his horse in the ribs again and sprinted away, faster still. Running much slower, the stolen horses gradually streamed to the rear as the Americans put 100 yards, then 150 between them and the vaqueros. "They stealing anything back?" Scratch asked the moment he turned to look over his shoulder. "A few," Kersey answered as they watched the Mexicans wave rope coils overhead and snap long, silken whips in the air, wrangling about 3 dozen of the horses away from the rest of the herd. "No matter," Titus grumped. "Them at the back wasn't good runners nohow."
"You still figure to go after them 2 Injun gals?" Corn shouted as he edged up on Bass's right heel.
"You getting cold feet, Jake?"
"Just a bad feelin's all," Corn confessed.
"Why?" Titus asked. "We ain't seen a soldier, only a few vaqueros what tried to get their horses back."
"What happens when they don't send all them soldiers out to stop the other boys the way you said they would for Bill's plan?" Corn asked.
Scratch brooded on that a moment, squinting into the sunlit distance as the horses at the front of the herd swept up more and more loose animals the farther north they raced down the valley for the San Gabriel mission. "Way I see it, every one of us gonna ride out of that soldier fort with Frederico's sisters," Scratch vowed. "Or ain't none of us coming back out at all." 12. It was down to the nut-cutting now. Bill Williams and Thomas Smith signaled Philip Thompson on by with the stolen horses, wave after wave of the animals streaming north into the valley where stood the San Gabriel mission. The 2 bushways reined over to the side of the hill and halted, waiting for Bass and his bunch to cut their way out of the side of the herd. The 7 of them came to a halt near Bill and Pegleg.
"Sure you don't want me to come along with you?"
Williams asked, his eyes focused on the bloody tear in Titus's shirt. "Don't worry, just a scratch, Saul." Bass looked over his men, then shook his head. "The engine got hit, but it ain't bad. Sides, you're gonna need every man you got, Solitaire. The 7 of us can see to what we gotta do for Frederico's sisters and catch on up to you." "How long you figure that'll take?" Smith inquired. "If'n we can steal a couple soldier horses for them women afore we ride out of there, we'll cover some ground," he suggested. "But if them soldados take all their horses when they ride out to follow you boys, then a couple of us gonna be riding double, and that'll slow us down some." Williams's eyes narrowed once more on Scratch's bloodied shirt.
"You need anything more?"
"Can't think of what it'd be," Titus replied with a sigh, turning away to watch the last of the horses lope past. He whistled low and said, "Them Bent brothers gonna shit in their britches to see so many horses." Smith grinned hugely. "What them 2 don't take, I'll drive right on back to Missouri to sell my own self." Bass held out his hand to him. "See you soon, Pegleg." "Don't go make a bullseye out of yourself, Titus Bass." Williams held out his hand now, and they shook. Scratch reminded, "We ain't caught up with you in 3 days?"
"About the time we should reach the desert on the other side," Bill interrupted.
"Then you ought to just reckon on us not catching up to you boys at all," Scratch admitted, then suddenly cracked a lopsided grin.
"You'll come out fine on the other side,"
Williams offered, wearing his own hopeful smile. "If'n I don't, Bill," Titus sighed as the grin disappeared. "Do for me like you promised you would. Trade off my share of the horses and buy a passel of plunder with 'em.
Take all that foo-for-ah on up there to Absarica and find my woman. Give her what I got coming from my share of them horses."
"Least I can do for you, friend," Bill admitted. "You're the man, seeing we keep our promise to the Injun got us cross the desert."
Titus reared back, stretching the muscles in his old back already tired from the morning's ride. "Take good care of our pack horses, won't you, fellas?" He tugged down the front of his brim there in the hot afternoon sun and reined hard to the left. "Let's ride, fellas." With Frederico wearing a bandana around the wounded arm at his side, Titus led the other 5 directly across the valley stripped bare of all horseflesh. The sprawling mission itself was less than a mile away, and the soldier fortress not all that far beyond it. They planned to slip up behind a knoll that lay to the east of the post and tie off their horses. Bellying up to the top, they'd lie patiently in the brush and watch the small fort below, hoping that the Mexicans would do what the trappers expected. Together with Williams and Smith, Scratch had cobbled out this plan that sent most of the raiders with the 2 bushways, driving the stolen horses right on past the mission walls, near enough to the soldier post that the gringo thieves would make themselves a taunting challenge. And when the soldados rose to the bait, every last one of them saddling up and riding out to sweep down on the Americans and make a sure, quick fight of it, then Bass's small outfit could slip right into the soldier post and hurry the 2 women right back out again. Not that the fortress would be totally abandoned. They figured they could expect to encounter a modest resistance from no more than a handful of soldiers left to watch over the place, maybe a blacksmith, some stable hands, and a cook or 2 as well, perhaps even a guard at the gate, but not enough of a force that would prevent the Norte Americanos from riding away with Frederico's sisters. "This here brush is good," Scratch told them as they came to a halt at the bottom of the low knoll. "Leave the horses here. You follow me and the Injun to the top. Get on your bellies afore you break the skyline." He gestured Frederico to join him on the climb, but just shy of the crest he reached out and tapped on the Indian's bare arm. Pointing at the ground, Bass went to his belly. When their guide dropped to his stomach too, the 7 crawled in and out of the brush to the grassy top. As they came up on both sides behind him, Bass could hear the others scritching over the gravel and dirt, rustling the stunted cedar and brush. Titus rolled onto his left hip, pulled up the flap to his shooting pouch, and dug at the bottom for the spyglass. Flat on his belly again, Bass extended the 3 sections, then swiveled the tiny brass protective plate back from the glass in the eyepiece. Training the spyglass on the post below them, Bass slowly retracted one of the leather-covered sections to bring the scene into focus, and felt the hair prickle on the back of his neck. The post was a beehive of activity. Cavalry horses were everywhere. A few of them were already saddled and stood outside the stockade wall with their riders. Other soldiers were engaged inside the compound, throwing saddles onto their mounts. And still more Mexicans were leading their horses out of the narrow barns and into the central square. Titus could almost imagine the racket made as horses snorted, stomped, and whinnied. As the men shouted orders, hammered across the hard ground in their boots, their stubby muskets and short sabers clinking, this half-baked army could never creep up on an enemy by surprise. But the Mexican army never would have to do that out here in California, he decided, or in northern Mexico either. They were merely an army of occupation, able to subjugate a weak and peaceable Indian population. Nothing like the warrior bands of the mountains and plains, intractable, bellicose, and intensely jealous of their territory. No, Titus figured, these Mexican soldiers had all grown soft and lazy because they had never been summoned into battle with a real enemy. Not the way soldiers near Taos and Santa Fe constantly had to deal with both Apache and Comanche. This bunch, charged with guarding the San Gabriel mission and the nearby valleys, were such predictable fools. They formed up outside their adobe walls and rode off as the gates were dragged shut.
More than 50 soldiers loped past the base of the knoll where the 7 lay in hiding, headed right to left as they pushed on down the road that would carry them east for the foothills and up toward the pass in pursuit of the Chaguanosos. Titus realized some of those soldiers knew the route well enough. From time to time, they had pursued fleeing slaves, tracked runaway Indians into the low mountains, attempting to capture their prey before they reached the desert moat on the far side of California. As he lay there, watching them go, Titus was struck with the remembrance of slaves running off from their masters in the southern region of the states. For the first time in many, many years, recalling Hezekiah, the bare-headed former field hand who had worked for a Mississippi gunboat brothel madam named Annie Christmas, the slave owner he had wronged in a brawl against Ebenezer Zane's riverboatman. Annie Christmas, an angry, spiteful shrew of a woman who promptly sold Hezekiah to the highest bidder, shipping him off north to the Muscle Shoals. With that small band of Kentucky flatboatmen looking on outside of King's Tavern, a Natchez tippling house, 16-year-old Titus Bass had freed Hezekiah from his cage, releasing the slave from what cruel fate might await him at the hand of his new taskmaster. At Owensboro on the Ohio River, the Negro prepared to push on west, giving Titus his farewell and announcing that he was taking his former boss lady's surname as he embarked on his new life as a freedman. Hezekiah Christmas. Scratch pulled the spyglass from his eye and turned slightly to peer at the guide. He'd never thought to ask what the youngster's Indian name was. Frederico was merely the name the Catholic fathers had branded on the Indian, just as the friars gave all their slaves Spanish names, since they were baptizing these former heathens into the Holy Spanish Church, thereby saving their immortal souls from a life everlasting in the lake of endless fire. "How many you make out?" Kersey interrupted his reverie. Again he squinted through the eyepiece and attempted to count what men he could see. "I figure there's at least one on the gate I can't see at all, maybe 2 what closed it." "What of the others?" Purcell demanded. Bass counted a moment. "I see 3 others. That could mean there's at least 3 I don't see." Korn was visibly tallying his fingers, staring at both hands.
"All right, we can take care of them."
Adair asked, "You see them women? Any sign of his sisters?" For some time he studied every visible corner of the compound, gazing into every narrow window or doorway for some hint of movement that might betray a woman. But he didn't sight a hint of Frederico's sisters. "You are certain your sisters are at the soldier post?" Titus asked in his faltering Spanish.
"Si," the guide responded. "They were taken from the mission."
"But," Scratch interrupted, "how long ago?" He knew Frederico had been gone from California for some time, escaped to the Mojave villages.
"Not for long."
"This past winter?" he inquired. "Tell me how long it has been since you saw your sisters carried off to the soldier post." The youth's face sagged along with his shoulders.
"Almost all the seasons. Come autumn, I ran away to the desert."
Bass sighed. "Just shy of a year," he said in English. Korn was the first to capture the meaning of that.
"Been a whole year since he knowed his sisters was down there?"
"Almost," Titus reluctantly nodded. "Maybe so this ain't but a fool's errand we're on, fellas."
"Por favor,"
Frederico pleaded with his dark eyes as well as his tongue.
"Help me save my sisters."
For himself, Bass nodded, but turned to the others to declare, "I can't make you others ride down there with the engine to find 2 women who likely ain't still alive no more." Adair's eyes squinted as he turned his head to stare down into the valley at the post. "I figure them soldiers used up both of them squaws pretty hard, then killed them when they wasn't no use no more."
"What are you asking, Scratch?"
Kersey prodded. "Me and the engine, we'll slip down there."
"Just the 2 of you?"
Purcell inquired. "I figure to show him his sisters ain't around no more," Titus explained. "Then we can come on your back trail and catch up to the herd together."
"There's too many of them lop-eared greasers for one man to handle down there,"
Corn declared, tugging down on a low-crowned hat that had been at one time of a cream color.
I'm going with you.
Kersey nodded, rubbing a hand across his dusty leggings cut from a red wool blanket.
Count me in too, Scratch. You'll need some men at your back, even with them fat mech soldiers.
All right, Adair relented. Me and Roscoe gonna throw in too.
We all go down there and kill ourselves,
Purcell groaned, wagging his head.
Maybe not,
Kersey suggested in a whisper, rubbing the end of his sharp, aquiline nose, a most prominent feature on his face, tracked with tiny blood vessels as if someone had crisscrossed it with an inked nib filled with indigo.
Scratch, I got a notion for you and the engine here.
Dust it off and spill your ID.
We have the engine go round to that post, on foot it's gotta be, act like he's just a dumb lost engine, needing to find his way back to his mission.
Bass smiled, a light coming across his whole brown face. I'll wager them soldiers gonna let the engine in.
And he can have a look at things on the inside,
Corn interrupted to finish the plan. So he's got inside to see if his sisters are still around, Titus said, nodding with approval. He rolled onto his hip and quickly stammered through his skimpy Spanish vocabulary, wishing the California Indians understood sign language as well as those tribes of the high plains savvied it. Sliding backward on their bellies until they were no longer in danger of breaking the skyline, Scratch and Frederico started down to the animals. There he stopped, grabbed the youth by the shoulders, and studied the youth up and down. He retightened the black bandana around the bloody arm, then, without a word of warning, Titus bent to scoop up a handful of dirt. Spitting into his palm, Scratch mixed the mud with a couple of fingers. When he went to smear the mud on Frederico's face, the Indian flinched, pulling aside. No, Bass said in a soothing manner. We make you look dirty. You have been lost. You were hungry for days. You must fool the soldiers to free your sisters. A light went on behind Frederico's eyes, and he nodded his permission. Titus smeared a little of the mud on his face, some across his chest, and the rest on his knees. Then he took another handful of dust and powdered it on the mud before stepping back to look at his handiwork. Suddenly he pulled his knife and snatched up the long flap of the Indian's breechclout, nearly ripping off a long corner of the cloth, leaving the fragment hanging. See? You do not wear the Mexican pantaloons the other Indian slaves wear at the mission, Titus explained as he stepped back and gave Frederico another appraisal. You are a wild Indian. The soldiers must believe you are a wild Indian to let you inside that fort. See, this will work, Frederico said quietly as he held out his right arm to Bass. They clasped wrists. We'll be watching from up there, Titus declared. Get away as quick as you can. The Indian nodded and turned away, trotting around the bottom of the wide knoll. Frederico, Bass called, don't cause any trouble by yourself, and don't let your sisters know you have come to rescue them. With a fading grin, the youth took off on foot. Titus and the others scrambled back up to the top of the rise and bellied down among the brush. He took out his spyglass and waited for Frederico to appear on the plain below them, zigzagging through the undergrowth, making for the stockade at a lope. After long minutes of peering through the lens, watching almost breathless until the gates finally opened, Scratch announced in a whisper, He's in. Frederico disappeared, and the gate was closed once more. We wait? Purcell asked impatiently. We wait, Elias Kersey told him. But even Titus itched to know what was going on by the time Jake Corn revealed in a rasp, Gate's opening. Is he coming? Purcell inquired, squinting in the harsh sunlight. The engine coming? The gate swung clear, and 2 horsemen left the compound. Nah, Adair responded, disappointment heavy in his voice. It's just a couple of soldiers.
Be God,
Corn said, little too loudly.
Them soldiers are dragging the engine off somewhere.
Behind those 2 Mexicans, a 3rd horse emerged from the gate.
Frederico sat astride its bare back, his arms held out straight, lashed to a narrow tent pole laid across the top of his shoulders, wrists tied to either end. His brown ankles were lashed to another tent pole that hung underneath the belly of the horse, trussed up like a hog for the slaughter.
They gonna kill the Injun?
Kersey asked. Could have done that in their fort, Bass said, wagging his head in angry consternation. He must have done something wrong, said something wrong for them soldiers to be carting him off.
Where they taking him? Corn inquired. Back to the mission where they near killed him last time?
Titus nodded as another pair of soldiers brought up the rear of the short procession behind their prisoner. I think they're taking the Injun to them holy padres as a gift, a wild Injun for them padres to make a slave. Kersey wondered, they can't have no way of knowing he's their horse, brother. Hope not, Scratch said with a long sigh. Come on, fellas, we gotta bust that Injun free.
Shit,
Purcell grumped as he crawled off his knees.
I just knowed you was gonna say that.
They had no choice but to make a race out of it. Mission San Bernardino wasn't all that far away through a short string of tree-lined hills. No time to gallop ahead and set up an ambush. When the soldiers came in sight ahead of them, the adobe walls and flying buttresses of the mission off in the distance beyond the Mexicans, Scratch kicked his heels into the horse and roared, "It's a stand-up ride-through, boys!" As he shot away, the 5 others yipped or grunted as they jabbed their horses into a hard gallop. Now and then, across those last moments as they raced up on the Mexicans, the soldiers disappeared around a bend in the wagon road or were momentarily hidden by a stand of leafy trees. They were taking a leisurely pace with their prisoner and their march. With less than 60 yards separating the trappers from the enemy, one of the soldiers suddenly turned and peered over his shoulder. He nearly spilled off his horse when he twitched in surprise and fear, whirling back around in the saddle so quickly that one of his boots slipped out of its stirrup. He called out. The man next to him jerked around to look back down the trail. Then they both started yelling to the pair in front. Frederico did his best to turn at the waist, unable to accomplish much with his legs tied under the horse's belly. When the 2 guards in the lead slowed up, the Indian's horse nearly collided with them. With a struggle, Frederico managed to keep himself upright as the animal lurched to the side of the road. All 4 of the soldiers reined their horses around, putting themselves between their prisoner and the Americans. Bass figured the soldiers had to be surprised to see the Americans show up. They must have believed all the trappers were wrangling the stolen herd right about then, on their way up to the mountain pass. Besides, the guards could have no idea why the Norte Americanos were bearing down on them, yipping like coyotes on the prowl. But when the Mexicans brought up their firearms, Titus decided it didn't matter if they knew he had come to rescue the Indian or not. The 6 of them had the upper hand, and it was time to throw down their call. "Empty their saddles, boys," he bellowed as he brought up the long flintlock. Tugging on the back trigger to set the front, Titus attempted to match the bob and surge of the horse beneath him, finding a target, but the Mexicans fired first. A ball whirred past Scratch's shoulder like an angry hornet. One of the horses behind him cried out. Then came the loud clatter as the animal went down. In a fury again at the scorching, weepy flesh wound on his side, Scratch squeezed down on the front trigger, felt the rifle's sharp-edged butt plate slam back against his chest. Passing through the billow of gray gun smoke at a gallop, he watched the lead ball knock the soldier heels over head, spilling the man backward out of the saddle onto the hot, dusty road. Weapons were popping around him. Gunsmoke and dust turned yellow, hazing the slanted afternoon light. Another soldier clutched a red blossom on his chest, slowly keeling to the side of the road into some brush. A third cried out and sagged forward across his horse's withers, arms akimbo. That was enough for the last Mexican. He yanked the reins aside and brutally jabbed his big rowels into the animal's ribs, turning tail and running. "Who's got a loaded gun?" Kersey shouted. I'll take him, Adair vowed, and hammered his moccasins into the horse's flanks, bursting away from the others. As the fourth guard dashed past Frederico's mount, the Indian's horse shied backward, twisting in fear, its eyes as big as bean platters. Swaying clumsily, unable to maintain his balance any longer, Frederico spilled to the side, the end of the long, smooth tent pole striking the ground, his legs yanked upward, twisted by the other pillory lashing them together. The prisoner's horse needed no more reason to bolt than that. As the frightened animal brought its hind hooves up to attempt to gallop away, the legs and hooves clattered against Frederico and the pole where his bare arms were slashed. He was about to be dragged down the rutted mission road. Bass closed the distance in 2 heartbeats. Gathering his reins into his left hand with his rifle, he attempted to lean out of the saddle and seize the halter knotted around the horse's head. But the terrified animal wouldn't allow Titus close enough to grab the halter as Frederico grunted with every bump, cried out in agony, the horse skidding to a sudden halt, prancing round and round in a tight circle to stay away from the trapper. In angry frustration, Scratch jerked up straight in the saddle, pulled out his pistol, and fired a ball into the animal's head. As the air gushed from its lungs, the horse wheezed in death, settling immediately onto its forelegs, the rear half of its body slowly twisting to the side as the dying animal came to rest in the short grass at the side of the road, pinning Frederico's leg and hip beneath its ribs. The Indian was shrieking in pain, terror too, as Scratch pitched himself out of the saddle. The instant his feet hit the ground, he was stuffing the pistol into his belt and throwing a shoulder into his own horse. As it sidestepped out of his way, Titus dropped his empty rifle to the road and bolted over the dead animal, pulling a knife from its scabbard at the back of his belt. Slashing at the ropes binding Frederico's ankles, he first freed the leg that lay twisted atop the dead horse's ribs. Once he slid back over the animal, Bass sawed through the ropes binding one wrist, then the other, as the Indian slowly quieted. The moment his arms were freed from the pillory staff, Frederico attempted to sit up, only to cry in pain. "This here's gonna hurt," Titus growled at him in English as he stopped at the Indian's back, stuffed his hands under Frederico's armpits. Then he clamped his eyes closed and pulled. Leaning back with all his might, he tried to shut the Indian's screams out of his ears as he dragged the youth from beneath the dead horse. The air went out of Frederico in a whimper. Opening his eyes, Scratch found he had freed the leg. Letting go of the Indian, he crouched beside the leg and gently palpated along the bones. "Don't feel nothing broke," he said to the guide, then looked up at Kersey, who sat atop his horse just behind Frederico. Elias asked, "That Injun ride?" Bass asked Frederico, then looked up at Elias. "Yeah, says he can ride."
"We better get back to that fort if'n we're gonna free them women," Corn said.
Adair came to a halt by Elias. "The longer we take, the behinder we're gonna be from the rest of the fellas in that herd." Titus helped Frederico stand, then said, "Rube, get one of the soldier horses for the Injun."
"Let's get going," Corn prodded.
"Wait," Scratch suddenly declared. "Wait," Purcell whined as he yanked a soldier horse over. "Get the clothes off these here soldiers," Titus ordered. Adair repeated, "Their clothes?" Scratch started to explain. "4 of us gonna be soldiers when we go riding in there proud as prairie cocks."
"What about the other 2 of us?" Corn asked. "How we gonna get all of us in there?"
"A couple of gringos got caught by the soldados. That's how we're all gonna get in there." Elias Kersey's face lit up like a full winter moon, illuminating a fresh snow in the northern Rockies. "4 soldiers guarding their 2 prisoners. Yee-ah! If that won't be a yank on the devil's short hairs." Scratch was the first to spot the lone sentry posted atop the adobe wall as the 7 horsemen approached the soldier post. "They're watching us now," he warned the others in a low voice. "Hope them mechs buy this," Kersey growled. Dressed in the stolen uniforms, Elias and Coltrane were riding just in front of Frederico, who was flanked by Jake Korn and Reuben Purcell, both of whom still wore their buckskin leggings and poor cloth shirts. All three had short sections of rope looped but unknotted around their wrists, making it appear they were bound prisoners. Behind these three rode the last pair of impostors, Titus Bass and Silas Adair. Back at the scene of the fight, the trappers discovered that neither the round-bellied Korn or the gangly-limbed Purcell could fit into any of the bloodied uniforms. As it was, the four who did strip out of their buckskins to pull on pantaloons and soldier jackets found the Mexicans' clothing a trifle snug. But, Scratch reminded them, they would be undertaking their ruse for no more than a short ride, only until the gate was open and they were inside the compound. It wasn't until they were within the shadow of the front wall when Korn suddenly asked,
"What if they got him a password?"
Shit! Why hadn't he thought of that? Why hadn't Jake asked about it before? Bass was angry with himself. But that lone sentry stationed atop the wall's interior banquette did not call out. All he did was slowly walk along the top of the wall, staying right above the horseman, moving toward the gate, holding that musket and bayonet across his chest. When he stopped directly over the gate, he called out to those inside.
"What did he say?"
Adair demanded in a harsh whisper.
"Told him open up,"
Bass growled, the hair at the back of his neck prickling with warning. Wood scraped against wood as the huge bolt was withdrawn, then massive iron hinges creaked as one side of the gate in the wall swung open.
"This is it, boys,"
Titus whispered to them. Kersey and Coltrane started their horses forward together, but that sentry on the ground shouldered back the gate only far enough to admit one horse at a time. Titus felt himself sweating. This precaution wasn't a good sign of an open-armed welcome. Next through was Frederico, followed by the two white prisoners. A voice called out in Spanish. Another voice hollered in reply. He damn well knew it wasn't any of the trappers. Hurry, hurry, his mind raced, wanting to get inside to hear what was being asked of the first impostors. Scratch was the last to slip through the narrow opening, finding the others strung out in the compound. He turned quickly in the saddle, a guard behind him at the gate. The only other guard in sight on the low, narrow banquette above them. As the gate swung closed with a thunk and the guard leaned his rifle against the wall so he could manhandle the log bolt into place, Scratch told himself his wariness was getting far too old. It had played him for a fool this time. From the looks of things, this was going to be prime pickings. At the exact moment the guard at the gate picked up his rifle again, the sentry atop the banquette leveled his weapon on the horseman and cried out in a shrill voice. 8 soldiers suddenly appeared in doorways on 3 sides of them. In that blink of an eye, 10 old Spanish muskets were pointed at them.
"What'd he say? What'd he say?"
Purcell demanded with a shriek. They want us to drop our guns, Bass translated.
We're rawhide if we do,
Korn grumbled from the corner of his mouth. These greasers damn sure gonna hang us later, Scratch said boldly, or we can die here and now like men. Kersey said, You heard him, fellas. One of the soldiers interrupted with a shrill shout, demanding the Americans drop their weapons. On 3, fellas, Bass ordered in a calm voice that would give no warning to the soldiers. We'll make our play. 1, 2, 3. Up came all their weapons as the trappers ducked aside. The Mexicans had an advantage in the brief standoff. Their muskets were already aimed at the Americans. Like parched corn rattling in a frying pan, the guns popped on all 4 sides of them, the trappers' weapons booming as Bass watched smoke and flame and shredded patches jet from the muzzles of the enemy's smoothbores. The horses cried out, lead landing among them, wheeling, rearing, shoving against another. One of the men in front of Titus grunted. The breath was driven from the lungs of another. They still had an advantage, he told himself, as he slapped the rifle into his left hand and the horse started backing up, bumping into another.
He and his friends were loaded for bear. While the soldiers only carried those muskets, the trappers all had more than one weapon. Pistols came out of belts and sashes held at the end of their arms as those soldiers still alive disappeared back into darkened doorways, all of them yelling at one another. The sentry on the banquette and the guard at the gate did not fare so well.
"We'll have to hunt 'em down one at a time," Corn cried out.
Whirling in the saddle, Scratch aimed his pistol at the sentry and fired. As the ball struck him, the soldier was slammed back against the adobe wall, then bounced forward, pitching off the low banquette to strike the ground flat, unmoving. Purcell was hit, clutching his side as he slumped against the withers of his horse. Adair was sprawled on the ground, the fingers of both hands interlaced over a nasty wound in his thigh.
"Don't give 'em time to reload," Titus warned, sprinting for one of the doors. Instinct told him and the others that they needn't race for those doorways where a soldier lay blocking the entrance or sat crumpled against the door jamb. The empty doorways meant the trappers would have to go in after the others. In the lamp-lit, shadowy interiors, a fleeting drama was played out as metal and wood collided, men grunted in exertion, groaned in pain, boots and moccasins scuffing the hard-packed clay floors. Mule-eyed, the soldier caught reloading in the corner of the room looked up as Bass rushed him, raising up his musket to parry the long skinning knife Scratch waved in front of him. The musket knocked the knife hand aside, and the ball of a fist slammed low into the trapper's gut. More than mere pain, the fist drove the air out of his lungs. Gasping, Scratch stumbled back 2 steps, blinking against the flash of shooting stars. He saw the soldier turn and pitch the musket aside, scrambling for the wall where a long scabbard hung from a peg. The saber grated free of its sheath at the moment Bass lunged forward, arm high overhead, bringing the skinning knife down in a blur. The blade caught the Mexican in the top of the shoulder. He buried it to the hilt as the soldier struggled to get the other arm raised to bring the saber into action. Just when the saber reached chest level, Titus seized the man's wrist in his left hand. Using the buried knife for leverage, Scratch drove his left knee into the enemy's groin. As the Mexican stumbled back a step, whimpering in pain, Scratch shoved the enemy's arm up with that saber until it lay across the soldier's neck. Then, brutally ripped it sideways. Hot blood splattered over them both as the air in the man's lungs wheezed from the gaping, bubbling wound. Letting go of the soldier, he watched the Mexican fall, the eyes growing glassy and lifeless. Bass placed his foot on the man's shoulder and pulled his knife free, wiped it on the soldier's jacket, turned and crouched at the doorway, peering into the afternoon sunlight. With the next heartbeat, he was astonished to see a shabby, disheveled woman appear at a nearby doorway. "Celita!" cried Frederico. The woman took 1 step, then a second into the courtyard, wearing a loose-fitting, smudged, sooty dress that many times had been ripped and torn. With that second step, she suddenly stopped and peered over her shoulder furtively. Out of the shadowy rectangle behind her emerged Celita's sister. "Mayonnaise!" the Indian sobbed and started toward the 2 women, then immediately halted in his tracks. Right behind the small female stood a large, bare-chested man, his muscular arm locked around Mayonnaise's throat. In that hand, pressed against her ear, he clutched a knife, while at the end of the other outstretched arm he held a pistol pointed at the back of Celita's head. Frederico growled something in Spanish as he rocked onto the balls of his feet, both hands flexing into fists and claws, fists and claws.
"What did he say?" Kersey demanded.
"The Injun says that's the blacksmith," Bass translated. Corn demanded,
"How's he know that?"
"When Frederico come here a while back," Scratch declared, "that bastard was dragging one of the sisters off by herself for a little fun." 13.
"This big son of a bitch figured to dip his stinger in one or both of these gals while them soldiers was away chasing horse stealers?"
Kersey asked as he inched closer to Bass. Easy to see he's a hard user, Elias, Bass sighed, his mind working, squeezing down on their predicament with the two women. Corn started,
"This messes things up real good."
But Federico interrupted, sputtering something in his worked-up, incomplete Spanish. Nonetheless, Titus caught enough words. In his own halting Spanish, he told the Indian, "Stay put now."
"This Genízaro speaks my language too, Chaguanoso?" the blacksmith growled.
"Sí, he does."
"Like you, gringo," the Mexican said.
Chaguanoso, Titus repeated the word the blacksmith had used. "What's it mean?"
"You're a horse stealer," said the blacksmith. "A low form of life, horse stealer."
"Better than a big-talking man who hides behind women." The big Mexican grinned.
"You want these women, eh?"
"Yes, we came for the women." The blacksmith's eyes narrowed in confusion.
"Aren't there enough Indian women where you come from, gringo? Can't you get some for your own fun?"
For an agonizing few moments, Bass translated that in his mind, turning it over and over to make sure he got it right. Then he said, "We came to take the women away with us."
"Get your own women, Chaguanosos."
"No," Bass shot back, twisting the knife in his right hand. "We come to take these two women back to their people." Slowly, the blacksmith's eyes crawled to the Indian. From there, he glanced at Purcell and Adair, both crumpled on the ground, bleeding. Then his eyes quickly danced over some of the soldier bodies scattered across the compound. Those black, forbidding eyes that so reminded him of Emil Sharp's glare eventually came back to rest on the old trapper.
"That nigger's gotta go down afore we leave here,"
Kersey observed as he peered at Adair and Purcell.
"I give you one of the women," the blacksmith offered with a shrug. "Go, whore!"
And he shoved the muzzle of his pistol against the back of her head. She stumbled forward a step and froze, her eyes wide with terror as she turned slightly to gaze at the Mexican. "We are leaving with both of them," Bass warned, just as he spotted the Indian guide going into a crouch. "Federico, don't move. This one, he is mean. If you do anything stupid, he will kill your sister."
Sister?
The blacksmith echoed. Titus's guts sank with the realization he'd made a terrible mistake. The Mexican asked again,
"This one I will keep is the Indian's sister?"
Titus shook his head. "We're taking both."
"No, gringo. I give you the sister, and we keep the other whore."
"Both."
"Maybe they are both sisters, eh?"
The big Mexican's eyes squinted cruelly. "You give us both, or we kill you," Titus said. "There's many more whores at the mission. You can have them to keep."
"See, there are so many Indian whores at the mission," the blacksmith interrupted. "Why don't you gringos get some whores from the padres there, just the way the holy friars give us women for our beds? And when we need more women, the friars give us all we need. The ones do not work hard enough in the vineyards."
Scratch took a tentative step forward. "Why do you need other women when you already have—" With a loud, harsh gush of laughter, the blacksmith rocked his head back quickly, then said,
"Women do not always last. Some get hurt very bad when our play with them is too rough. Then we can no longer use whores who are hurt so bad. And," he shrugged, "some of the whores, they kill themselves if they get the chance, grab a gun or knife to hurt themselves badly. Ah, the Holy Fathers know not to ask any questions when we go to them to ask for more Indian whores from the mission."
"Sure as hell those men of God didn't ask," Titus brooded. This was nothing short of a deal made between the devil and his evil minions themselves. At every California mission, the soldiers kept hundreds of Indian slaves terrorized and docile for those self-righteous Franciscan friars, while the Padres repeatedly turned over an array of the youngest, prettiest Indian girls to the army posts. Appeared that the friars and the soldiers both had something the other needed badly, and with their most unholy bargain, a peaceful colonial order was struck in this new world. "When the soldiers come back," Titus said, "go get some others. Can't you see how you've used these women up?"
"What?"
roared the blacksmith.
"They are not dead yet. Go away before I have to kill them just for fun while I have myself poked inside one. A Henyasa whore is bound to die sooner or later anyway."
In a frightening blur, Frederico dove forward, tackling Salida, both of them spilling to the side at the Mexican's feet. At this moment, Mayonnaise twisted in the blacksmith's grip and planted the fingers of both hands into his face, unmindful of the slashing he did along her forearms with his knife. She screamed in pain, but dug her claws into his face even more fiercely as she kicked and thrashed with her tiny bare feet. The Mexican shrieked in his own torment. Backwards he stumbled as Kersey and Bass lunged forward. "Stay down!" Titus yelled at Frederico as he rushed toward the blacksmith. "Get her out of here!" Another step backward, the blacksmith stumbled, desperately attempting to hack the shrieking woman from his flesh. Up and down his face, neck, and across his chest she scratched, ripping ribbons of crimson on his brown skin. With the two Americans closing in, the big Mexican roared in pain and desperation, seizing a handful of Mayonnaise's black hair. He yanked her head back and shoved the pistol into her face. "No!" But just as Titus reached the blacksmith, the Mexican pulled the trigger. The back of the woman's head exploded, bright blood splattering the Mexican, Titus, and even Elias Kersey, too. With a shriek of horror, Salida tried to grab for her brother, but an enraged Frederico sprang to his feet and flung himself on the blacksmith at the moment Bass was diving under that huge hand gripping the knife. Together, they thrust the Mexican back against the adobe wall with a loud grunt. Back and forth, Titus raked his skinning knife across the soldier's gut, slicing deeper and deeper with each heave of the bone-handled weapon. Guts spilled at their feet, the two trappers slipping, stumbling in the blood and greasy coil as the Mexican slowly slid downward, his back pressed against the wall. The stench was heavy and foul, nothing new to Bass. Both trappers inched back. Kersey knelt to pull Mayonnaise's body away from the blacksmith as the Mexican's half-lidded eyes gazed up at Titus. For a moment, he stared down at his riven belly, the pile of dirty intestine between his legs, blood flooding his uniform breeches. Then his glazing eyes fought to focus on Scratch.
"Chaguanoso, eh? I think women only bring the trouble for a man. See how it is with me? The women, they only bring big trouble for a man."
With a rush, the air escaped the Mexican's chest, making that distinct and unmistakable rattle Titus had heard more times than he dared count. Years and years, surrounded by sudden, capricious death. Behind him, Frederico and Salida crouched over Mayonnaise's body. Scratch turned to Kersey. "Get me a blanket, Elias." With the gray soldier blanket, Frederico and Salida wrapped up their dead sister, while Bass and Kersey went over to join Corn and Coltrane by the wounded Adair and Purcell. "Gonna use your belt, Silas," Scratch said, as his fingers worked at the buckle. When Roscoe had his friend Adair propped up, Titus dragged the scabbard and a small pouch from the belt, then stuffed the wide strap under Silas's thigh, a few inches above the dark smear of blood. Once the end of the belt was back through the round buckle, Titus tugged it tight, then half-hitched the strap under itself to secure the tourniquet. "I lost lot of blood," Adair groaned in a weakened whisper, his head sinking back against Coltrane's chest. "You ain't gonna die here," Scratch said, "less'n you want me to leave you."
"Silas, die here? With a bunch of dead Mexican soldiers?" Kersey chortled, his S's whistling as he clearly did what he could to cheer up Adair. "Now that'd be a yank on the devil's short hairs."
Bass turned to give his attention to Purcell. "How's Rube?"
With Jake Korn's help, the skinny man pulled the tail of his shirt up even farther so Titus could see for himself. "Well, damn me, Scratch, if that ball didn't go right on through, and that's the preacher's truth."
"The man's nothing but bone and sinew strap anyway," Korn declared. "If a ball don't hit him in a bone, you ain't gonna hurt this nigger none."
"That's the narrow truth of it," Purcell said. Scratch nodded. When he stood, Titus flexed his back, suddenly aware of his own raw flesh wound once more. "Wrap him up, Jake. Me and Roscoe gonna boost Silas into the saddle. We best be making tracks for the hills." On his own, Elias cleared out the long, low-roofed stables, driving what few horses and mules remained in their stalls out to the central placita. Salida and Frederico tied their sister over one of the soldier horses, while Bass and Coltrane got Adair hoisted into his saddle and settled with a startled grunt of agony. Titus studied the thigh one last time, not finding any new blood dampening the crusty buckskin around the bullet hole. "Damn," he said quietly as he gazed up at Adair. What? He grinned. "Looks like you're gonna live, nigger." "I'd kick you with that bum leg if I could, Titus Bass," Silas grumbled as Scratch turned away. Jake Korn handed Titus his reins, and Bass rose to the saddle as the late afternoon light was stretching shadows to their fullest. "Rube," he called, "you start out the gate, make tracks for the hills. We'll start these animals moving behind you." Korn asked,
"Taking 'em all?"
"What critters don't run off from us between here and that big herd the others is driving up to the pass," Scratch replied. "Like Bill Williams said, we aren't going to leave any of these here Californios away to come riding after us. Not if I can help it." Damn if just about sundown they didn't run into a herd of wild horses. A large band of them, roaming the hills free as you please. Bass decided that if the 14 riderless soldier horses were going to drift off and mix in with those rangy Mustangs, then he'd let them wander. No sense in the trappers laboring their own saddle mounts so hard just to keep the army horses together. They already had their work carved out for them in just getting up to the pass itself. But to Scratch's surprise, rather than enticing the soldier horses away from the raiders, the curious leader of the wild herd instead loped along beside the trappers' procession as it wound into the foothills. "Looks to be we're dragging even more horses out of California," Kersey observed with a wry smile. His mark of distinction was a once shiny, now worn, black beaver felt top hat, its stylish ash-gray ribbon and bow greasy from much handling. Although much tattered, the top hat gave Elias a very proper air at times. "I'll wager this bunch don't stick around with us for long," Titus countered. But for a second time that day, Scratch was proved wrong. It was almost enough to make a man take stock of his hunches. Time was, he was pretty damn trail savvy about most anything he came across. Oh, there were occasions when he'd get things wrong, like with a drunk or especially when it came to women. Never could calculate what either of those would do when they put their minds to something. But guessing wrong on what those horses would do was a matter quite unsettling to him. For many years now, Titus Bass had believed he understood horses and mules better than he understood a lot of folks. But maybe he had gotten old and a little soft in the brain. Or maybe times had changed everything around him. That might account for the strange behavior of these wild, four-legged critters. Or maybe everything had been turned cattywampus out here in California, nothing the way it was back in his mountain world. At least now his nose was pointed for home, but that only made him yearn for her all the stronger. Jake Korn rode drag, bringing up the rear of their small cavayard. Roscoe Coltrane stayed even farther back from the rest, riding just out of sight of the others, training his constant attention down their back trail. He was to fire a warning shot if he spotted any soldados or vaqueros chasing their tail roots. The plan was to put the wounded Adair and Purcell, along with the 2 Indians, ahead on the trail with as many horses as would join the 4 to provide them some cover, while the other 4 turned and waited for Coltrane to come up.
Plan was, if they ended up being tailed by a small bunch of Mexicans, then the trappers could spring an ambush along the way. But if it turned out to be a large force of soldiers, like that outfit they had watched ride away from the fort earlier that day, then there would be no waiting around. They'd whip and lather their horses, climbing hard for the pass, hoping to catch up to the others driving the herd they had just yanked out from under the noses of the Californios. They could slip over the mountains and down to the desert, on their way back home without any more trouble, if the vaqueros and the soldados didn't end up joining forces in the pursuit. In his own way, Titus prayed he wouldn't have to hear Roscoe Coltrane's warning shot. Then all they'd have to worry about was the possibility that big swarm of soldiers they'd watched ride out of the fort earlier in the day was somewhere between them and Pegleg's bunch. Twilight lingered long enough for them to wrangle their horses through that last patch of low, wind-stunted scrub timber nestled across the pass. While the west slope behind them remained sunny, night was already seeping over the hillside before them. The way the shadows had disappeared and twilight hovered around them, Bass wasn't certain when he called a halt to wait for Coltrane to catch up. At first, he thought his eye might be playing tricks with him. He decided he had to trust in his ears. That dark mass far down the slopes below them had to be the noisiest gathering for several hundred square miles. Inching his small herd forward at a walk now, he watched a pair of riders take shape at the tail end of the crawling procession, heard their voices too, as those human sounds mingled with thousands of snorting, weary animals having started their way down the eastern slopes. Elias Kersey whooped and whistled, causing the pair to turn in their saddles, spotting the small band of horses approaching from behind down out of the wide, rolling saddle. Both of them called out to the raiders ahead in the march. In minutes, Bill Williams and Tom Smith were loping back along the edges of that huge herd.
"You lose anyone?"
Pegleg asked as he pulled up. Kersey waited till Bass came to a halt beside him. Elias explained, "No dead, but we got shot up at the fort." Williams asked, "Them bastards was laying for you?" Shrugging, Bass replied, "Maybe so. Purcell's gonna pull through. Ball passed right through him. A dare in his leg ain't doing near so good."
"Silas gonna make it?"
Smith asked. "Next day or two gonna tell," Kersey responded. Titus looked at Williams. "You gonna put some more country between us and them Mexicans afore we rest, Bill? Maybe drive the herd all night?" With a shake of his head, Williams said, "We recollect a spring down below a ways. Saw it back when we was coming up. Me and Tom figured to take the herd on down there for to camp a few hours." Smith agreed.
"These horses likely to smell that water anyway and go on down there on their own. We'll bed 'em down there for the night and push on when there's enough light to see."
Williams sighed. "They're tired, and so are we." Frederico and his sister passed by the four trappers at that moment. Smith waited till they were disappearing into the gloom, then asked,
"Where's the other gal? Wasn't we busting 2 women out?"
"One of them Mex kilt her," Bass said. "But them 2 brung her body along other'n leaving it with the Californios." With a low whistle of approval as the end of the small herd approached, Williams asked, "Where the hell you get all them horses, Scratch?" "Didn't want to leave the soldiers nothing to ride, so we drove out with everything in the stables," Kersey explained. "Most of 'em is wild," Scratch declared. "I kept thinking them wild ones gonna drag off the soldier horses, but they didn't. Stayed with us all the way up to the pass, so we brung 'em all over together."
"Damn, Bill,"
Smith exclaimed, then turned to Kersey and Bass.
"You fellas got any idea how many horses we come out of California with?"
"More'n I ever seed with a white man," Titus roared.
"I ain't at all for sure," Pegleg said, "but we'll get us some count come morning."
Williams quickly added, "We was calculating we got more'n 4,000 already." 4,000? Kersey echoed in astonishment. "Yee-ah!"
"How the hell we gonna divide up all them?" Bass inquired.
"Maybe so we don't have to," Bill responded. "What we sell 'em for we'll divide, but the herd gets sold together."
That's more'n the Bents can buy, Kersey stated.
Scratching at his chin thoughtfully, Williams said, "What they don't buy, we'll shoo on back to Missouri and sell the rest of 'em to the corn crackers in the east." The last of the soldier horses and wild mustangs were easing past. "Come on, fellas," Smith prodded. "Let's get these animals on down to water and ford up for the night." Silas Adair was a grumpy sort who might be given to complaining a little about this or that, but he had not groused once during that painful, jarring ride up and through the pass. When a patch of ground got too rough, Adair jammed a short stick wrapped with antelope skin between his teeth and suffered on through. By the time the rest had the herd pulled off by the spring and the thousands of horses were milling about, waiting to water, Bass joined Kersey and Coltrane, who were seeing to Silas. His face, with that big bulbous nose, glistened in the first flames at that small fire they built back against the rocks to radiate the heat. Beneath that copper-red hair, he was drenched with sweat. "I've had me better days than this, boys," Adair confessed, a little breathless. Coltrane knelt over Silas with a bandana he had soaked in the spring. With it, he bathed his friend's face.
"The bleeding stopped," Kersey announced after inspecting the thigh wound. "I'll fetch you something to eat soon's it's ready, Silas."
Night came down quickly, tucked here as they were on the east slope, while the sun slid on past that narrow strip of Mexican California. The Americans quickly sorted out a rotation of nighthawks as the able-bodied would all take their turn at riding the fringes of the herd until enough light oozed out of the eastern sky for them to move on. Scratch's watch would be the last before dawn. As weary as he was, sleep was still slow in coming. The ground was either too rocky, or his thick blanket wasn't warm enough, or the throb of too many hooves on the ground where he rested his ear too loud. It all made sleep hard to come by for him, his blankets close to where they had settled Purcell and Adair for the night. Titus Bass lay staring at the stars here on the high ground between California and the desert where they would once again be tested. This time across, however, they could push as hard as they wanted. With all these horses, the raiders would have no worry for fresh mounts, no reason to concern themselves over a steady food supply, even a source of moisture between springs and water holes as they navigated the wastes for that land of the Amuchabas. Enough stringy horse meat to fill their bellies until they reached buffalo country, and enough of the thick, hot horse blood to see them all the way back to the cold, clear streams of the Rocky Mountains. Just as he felt himself drifting off on that hard ground, Titus heard the soft, stifled sobs of the two Indians weeping for their dead sister. He listened for some time, wondering what Frederico and Celita would do with the body. What was the custom of their people? Did they scoop holes out of the ground as the white man did, or did they leave the departed in the limbs of tall trees for the winds to reclaim them? Or, as some claimed the Cheyenne did, would they wedge the body back into the rocks, seated upright and facing the rising sun? What would the two do now with Mayonnaise? They were leaving behind their home, those hills and valleys of California where their people had been enslaved by the indolent Franciscan friars and forced to labor in the mission vineyards and fields or be brutalized by the Mexican soldiers. Where would the two of them go now? Did it make sense for Frederico to return to his new life in the Amuchaba villages? Where did one go when there was nowhere else to turn? It was a question Titus Bass prayed he would never have to face. Lying there in the dark, Bass pulled the thick blanket over the side of his head, pressing it against his ear, doing his best to blot out that quiet sobbing. It served only to make him sense a gnawing emptiness of his own. Titus realized he knew something of how the two Indians felt, had some experience with mourning. As the beaver trade died, as the annual summer rendezvous slipped farther and farther into the past, as more and more of his fellow white men fled the shining mountains, Titus Bass had pondered just where he was to go. Where was he to point his nose when there no longer was any direction for him to take? Wallowing in that confusion,
Her face swam before the dark of his eyes, her cheeks smooth as the day she had first spoken to him beside the icy river. Cheeks yet untouched by the smallpox scourge that had ravenously devoured the northern plains, sated its appetite on the Blackfeet and others, in the process nearly robbing him of his wife. The swimming vision smiled and held out her arms to him, pulling him down upon her, welcoming him into her wet, waiting warmth. He sensed how she reached out to seize his hardened manhood insistently, to guide it inside her, her own breathing coming quick and shallow as she thrust her hips upward, seating him hungrily to his full length. Suddenly, he was aware of the Indians crying, no longer sobbing softly. Their wails immediately dispelled the heat of that too-real vision he was desperately reaching for here on the low divide between Mexican California and that no-man's land of desert wilderness. Now they were wailing, supplicating their own God. Would his own God answer his private prayer, Titus wondered? Would he make it back to Absarica alive and whole to caress her soft flesh, to have Magpie press her head into the crook of his neck, and to bounce Flea upon his knee? He rolled onto his other hip and did his best to conjure her up again, thinking how good it felt to sleep curled against her bare back, one of his hands nestled between her soft breasts. How she often reached back and took hold of him in his sleep, arousing him with her fingers, awakening him, knowing he could never refuse her.
Bess!
Yanking the edge of the blanket from his face, Titus blinked into the black of night, realizing he had finally fallen asleep. After rubbing the heels of his hands into both eyes, Bass recognized Pete Harris kneeling above him.
Get up, goddammit,
insisted this friend of Philip Thompson's.
You're taking over my watch.
Where? He asked as he kicked his blanket off. Harris pointed east before he trudged off without a word. Scratch pulled on his capote, belted it, then stuffed 2 pistols into the belt. Finally, he grabbed his rifle and pouch and started for the edge of the herd. Carefully feeling his way along in his moccasins, Titus towed atop some of the tall boulders scattered around the watering hole, settled onto his haunches, and stared out over the extent of the herd. The sheer size of the remuda dwarfed their little camp, the horses filling the narrow, grassy meadow that stretched farther than he could see here in the cold, dry air of these last hours before dawn. They'd be pushing the animals on when it grew light enough, on down to the sands where they would begin their crossing. This high desert darkness had a dreamlike quality all its own, cold enough to keep him wide awake, although he was never really sure what was real and what was not in this world of darkness that had closed in around him. Over time, the sky lightened below them, along the horizon at first, slowly grinding his way, yard by yard. Shapes took form in the coming of day. He began to recognize brush from horse, boulder from man. Animals snorted. Someone threw some kindling on a dying fire. He could see it was Pegleg, kneeling there on his good leg, that wooden pin shoved out from him at an angle, shoving the old coffee pot closer to the flames with a grating scrape across the rocks. Erupting in 100 directions at once, the big black pot exploded. Smith tumbled backward as embers from the fire shot upward in spirals like 1,000 fireflies suddenly hurled up, freed from a clay jar. Many of the raiders were yelling, one of them crouching over Smith, helping Pegleg up when a second gunshot echoed in this rocky hollow where they found water for their stolen horses. A third, then fourth gunshot reverberated off the rocky walls now. One of the trappers went down in the half-light, noisily screaming. Bass was already off the rock and on his belly, staying low, watching the wounded trapper slide backward as Adair rolled sideways off his improvised travois, painfully pulling himself out of the firelight the moment the rocky defile came alive with the roar of confident voices. Mexicans.
They ambushed us, goddammit,
Williams was growling. Smith peered from behind a low boulder, his eyes sweeping the rocky ledges above him.
Came up on us while we was camped.
How'd they follow our trail in the dark?
A voice called out.
It wasn't no big secret where we was headed, Williams grumbled as he shoved his rifle against his shoulder.
Silas,
Scratch hissed as he slid in beside Adair. He started to rock the wounded man off his bad leg.
Can't get up.
Titus shoved his rifle into Adair's hands, then hoisted the man back onto the crude travois. Stepping into the V, Titus grabbed the cradle's support and heaved forward as the air around them was rent with bullets. A damn good thing those soldiers never weren't any good with their poor smoothbores, or they'd likely have more of us already cut down. Above the Americans reverberated the commands of the Mexican officers, echoes ordering the soldiers down from the timber and rocky cliffs, goading them to close quickly on the outnumbered and surprised Americans. Those horses grazing nearest the camp grew restless, stirring this way, then that, like a flock of wild wrens, as stray balls landed among them, gunfire drawing closer and closer, voices growing strident and desperate. Shots ricocheted off the rocks with shrill cries of warning. The wild horses were the very first to break, lunging past Titus, sweeping some of the California horses with them as the nervous animals blocked him from reaching the boulders where the rest of the Americans were retreating one by one by one.
They got knives on their guns, Adair screeched.
Huffing wearily, Scratch whirled, glancing over his shoulder, finding that the Mexicans did have long knives pinned beneath the muzzles of their rifles. 4 of those bayonets glittered in the remnants of the fire's light that gray morning as the soldados slowly advanced over the rocky ground toward Bass and his travois.
Titus Bass!
He whipped back around to find 2 of the trappers standing atop the rocks, making conspicuous targets of themselves as they leveled their weapons on those 4 soldiers closing in on Scratch. He and Adair were trapped, frightened horses milling between him and the boulders where the others had taken cover. One of the Americans fired. Scratch watched the bullet graze the forestock of a soldier's musket before it slammed into the man's chest, shoving him backward off his feet as his own weapon discharged into the air. Dropping Adair's travois, Titus reached down and yanked his rifle out of the wounded man's hands. He dragged the hammer back as the weapon reached his hip bone, set the back trigger, and leveled the muzzle at the closest Mexican. He felt a ball rake his upper arm with fire as brilliant flame jetted from his own barrel. Not far past the shreds of burning patch that had exploded from the flintlock's muzzle, he watched the soldier spin around on his boot heel, screwing himself into the grass with a grunt of surprise and pain. Another gun roared on those rocks behind him. A third soldier pitched backward off his feet, landing flat on his back in the grass. Only one more of them to keep off Adair, one more Mexican who instantly stopped, eyes wide with terror as he gazed around him at his 3 dead companions.
"Get over here, Titus Bass!"
another voice boomed from the rocks. Turning on his heel, he found only a few horses blocking his retreat now. Laying the rifle alongside Adair's hip, he yanked one of the pistols from his belt, then slapped it into Silas's waiting hand.
"Use it when they get close," he huffed. "Only when they're close enough you're sure to kill one of the bastards."
His lungs were screaming with hot tongues of breathless fire by the time he lunged to the bottom of the boulders and dropped the travois. Quickly kneeling beside Adair, Scratch raised one of the trapper's arms. He ducked under that thick blacksmith's arm and rolled Silas across the back of his shoulders. Dragging his own legs beneath him, Titus rose slowly, unsteadily, with the heavy man's bulk centered atop his spine.
"Merciful Almighty!"
Adair gasped in pain as his wounded leg dragged off the ground and slammed into the back of Scratch's hip. Silas clutched desperately at the front of Titus's shirt with one of those broad-beamed blacksmith's hands.
"Help him!"
Williams was roaring as Bass stumbled uncertainly around the base of the rocks. Coltrane was at Titus's side in the next heartbeat. Short and stocky, but built like a whiskey barrel, Roscoe slipped under Adair's other arm and dragged Silas crosswise onto his own shoulders. With his 2 thick arms looped under Adair's armpit and one of his legs, Coltrane sidestepped into a narrow crevice between the jumble of boulders as lead smacked the rocks around them. One of the Mexican's bullets grazed the boulder just above the spot where Scratch knelt to retrieve his rifle.
With a shrill scream of its own, a tiny fragment of granite was shaved off near his ear. The long cut it opened along his left cheek burned with a tongue of icy fire. Looking up, he found Tom Smith holding his hand down for him. Grasping Pegleg's wrist, Scratch dragged himself through the crevice behind Coltrane and Adair.
"You're the last," Smith growled.
"The bastards are chivying the herd,"
someone roared above them.
"Kill as many of 'em as you can," Bill Williams ordered. "We'll drive 'em back, then go round up them horses again."
But there were too many Mexicans. That was plain enough for Titus to see. They were all over the rocks, bristling at the edge of the cliff to their left, more shoving their way through the frightened horses. Vaqueros and soldiers both, yelling at one another now that they knew they had the horse thieves surrounded and whipped. Yelling at the Americans to surrender or be killed.
Surrender?
Williams screeched as Smith translated. 2 more balls of lead smacked the rocks behind them.
"Don't fret none, Bill," Pegleg said. "Ain't none of us going to no California hooscow for a hanging now."
"They'd sooner kill us all as put us behind their bars," Scratch explained. "If we surrender, we'll be helpless. That's when them bean bellies gonna cut us down."
"That's right," Kersey snorted. "They won't waste no trouble hog-tying us back to California."
"Maybe so, we're gonna go down here and now," Scratch told them all as he rammed a ball home against the breech of his rifle. "But leastways, fellas, we can show these pelados how to die like men." 14. He wondered if the Mexicans hung horse thieves. Maybe they wouldn't waste time with a rope, just stand them up in front of a firing squad, their backs against the fort wall, blindfolded or not, and let these bad shooters bang away at them. Right then, Bass didn't know which way he preferred to die. Hanging seemed like such a terrifying, prolonged way to go, especially if his neck did not break at the bottom of the drop. Suspended, swinging there until he choked to death, legs kicking while he soiled himself. Anytime these greasers hit something with their muskets, it was more idiot's luck than it was skill. Chances were a firing squad would botch the job but good, wounding him badly rather than killing him outright with a clean bullet through the heart. Then he'd be no better off than swinging from a noose, forced to endure the agony of his wounds until he bled enough to pass out, no longer in misery.
"How many goddamned greasers they bring after us?"
Thomas Smith shrieked as he whirled with those 2 big horse pistols in hand, .62 caliber smoothbores they were. Their attackers weren't all soldiers. Not all wore those short blue jackets draped with braid and the flat-brimmed hats. The rest must damn well be vaqueros come after the thieves, maybe to even a personal score for all the killing done yesterday morning in the valley.
"We need powder,"
one of the trappers yelled.
"What's in my horn's all I got,"
another explained. Kersey's voice bellowed,
"How you fixed for balls? Anything less than 54'll work. Who can spare me some balls?"
"Here, Elias," Scratch called out, digging into his pouch as he crabbed over. "I got a handful for you." Appreciation lay deep in Kersey's eyes as he scooped out more than a dozen from Titus's palm.
"Ain't this a yank on the devil's short hairs, Scratch?"
"Never thought I'd die in California," Jake Korn grumbled. "Always thought it'd be Blackfoot."
"Maybe so a Grizz," Titus said as he wheeled back around at the growing noise from their attackers. "I figured to go out wrastling with a Grizz, but not till I'd bounced me some grandpups on my knee." Reuben Purcell groaned.
"We can't shoot 'em all. Too dang many."
"Don't none of you give up," Bass snapped at Purcell the moment after he fired and was throwing his rifle butt to the ground to begin reloading.
"Just shoot every living one you can,"
Korn declared. "Jake's right," Bass said, glancing a moment at the fear tightening Purcell's face. He felt bad for Rube, sorry that he'd snapped at the man, maybe even made Purcell feel cowardly, when he was for sure Reuben wasn't a coward. He'd held his own without complaint back when old Frapp went under. "Knock 'em down one at a time. They ain't gonna rush us, 'cause they know that's certain death, boys. We can hold 'em off."
"Roby's O's down,"
came the cry. Williams growled.
Blazes, that makes 4 more out of the fight. Titus spit one of the round lead balls into the palm of his hand, rolled it between his thumb and forefinger, then pressed it into the muzzle. Dragging the wiping stick from its thimbles at the bottom of the forestock, he rammed the ball down against the powder charge without a patch. No time to mess with such things. He'd use a greased patch on that gummy, unburnt powder fouling the barrel after another shot or two. But for now, they had to hold the Mexicans back, keep them at bay. Maybe they'd even give up and pull off their attack. The sun was coming. It had grown light enough that Titus had no trouble making out the dip and sway of the mountainside as it fell away to the desert far below. Why'd he ever crossed that godforsaken piece of sandy ground? He had no business in such inhospitable country. Not that he hadn't crossed some water scrapes in his time, like that trail running from Santa Fe and Taos clear back to the settlements of Missouri. But this was something different. They'd come here to ride off with every last Mexican horse they could lay their hands on. The sun was coming. Might well be his last. Just that Titus could smell death hovering nearby. Hell knew he had experienced enough of it, killed plenty men himself, or been there as men died, so he could for certain smell death's fetid stench strong in his nostrils right now. Bass made the next shot, dropped one of the vaqueros, all of whom were more daring than most of the overcautious soldiers. He set about reloading and wondered how many of the others would die before the Mexicans finally got him. There wasn't going to be any firing squad for them. No hangman's noose thrown over the branch of a tree. Bass snorted at that image. There wasn't a tree tall enough in these parts to hang a man from the back of a horse. These soldiers were going to rub them all out and not take a one of them back to California. As he grabbed for his priming horn, Titus looked about for Frederico or his sister. Maybe the two of them had been killed early on in the fight and he couldn't spot their bodies. Better chance that they'd run off at the first sound of trouble and were hiding back in the rocks somewhere. Titus couldn't figure out how, but by doing something bold and amazing, those Indians must have slipped on through the noose of Mexicans that was tightening around the trappers. Likely the soldiers allowed them through because they had come here for the horse thieves. Cradling the forestock in his left palm, Bass quickly looked for the closest target. Not that he begrudged Frederico and Salida at all. God knew they'd suffered plenty at the hands of their enslavers. He didn't begrudge them getting away, escaping and fleeing and making what life they could beyond the reach of those Franciscan friars and cruel soldiers. He imagined them crossing the desert on foot, making for the land of the Amuchabas. "How many of us left?" Smith demanded. William shouted, "I ain't keeping count no more, you idiot son of a bitch." The moment he had pulled the trigger, Bass looked around right and left, saw for the first time those men who were wounded, some lying in the grassy dirt, others sitting as they slowly bled all over themselves, a man here and a man there, scattered throughout their rocky fortress. So few of them left standing now with the Mexicans popping up, a dozen at a time, all the soldiers shooting by volley, then sinking back down to reload their old muskets. "But for the grace of God," Coltrane muttered. The sudden sound of it stopped Bass cold. "Roscoe? That you talked?" Coltrane turned, half grinned sheepishly. He only nodded. "Told you he talked, didn't I?" Adair said from his travois. Silas sat with his back propped against a boulder, those 2 horse pistols filling his hands, his horn and pouch tucked in his lap, ready for the moment the Mexicans charged. "It's been good knowing you boys," Titus said before he gave it a second thought. "All of you. Especially you, Roscoe, even though we ain't ever talked." "Good knowing you too, Titus Bass." He could instantly tell by the looks on the faces of those other men around them that they felt the same way. Good comrades, these. They would stand at his back when the last moment arrived, when he would be thrust on to whatever lay on the other side. Much as he had worried himself about hoodoos and malevolent spirits crossing through from their world to this through a crack in the sky, he was surprised to find he felt strangely at peace right then.
assuring to be in the company of good men who weren't about to give up, even with death's odor strong on the wind. The soft light in every set of those bloodshot eyes that met his told Titus Bass these men sensed the same indescribable bond they had forged through adversity, want, and sheer fortitude. Around him now were men who had suffered together, nearly died together, but had seen each other through. There was no greater camaraderie men could share than this, to stand together, shoulder to shoulder, and stare death back in the eye. Ebenezer Zane, Isaac Washburn, Jack Hatcher, Asa McCafferty, Bird in Ground, Rottenbelly, his father-in-law Whistler, Gerald Thornborough, and finally Strikes in Camp, his wife's brother. Those good men who had passed on before him, their very souls now the stars twinkling upon the dark firmament of the night sky. Even those who he prayed still lived, men like Josiah Paddock and Shadrach Sweet, Big Throat Gabe Bridger, Little Kit Carson, and Broken Hand Fitzpatrick. The sort of man who did not strut and crow like some puffed-up prairie cock. Instead, the sort of friends who quietly stood their ground and weren't noisy braggarts who would crumple and fall when the last raise was made and that last hand of the game was called. Kersey brushed some of his long, dusty blonde hair out of his eyes and held out his grimy hand. "You got a few more for a friend, Titus Bass?" The instant Scratch looked down to pull up the flap and stuff his hand into his pouch, he heard the shrill whine as lead ricocheted off the boulder behind them, heard the air burst from Elias's lungs as he spilled there at Scratch's feet. "My back! My back!" Kersey screamed, digging at the wound immediately blackening his greasy calico shirt with a slick that reminded Titus of the blackstrap molasses his mam would pour over Johnny cakes back when he was a boy in Rabbit Hash, Boone County, Kentucky, there on the southern bank of the Ohio. Although wounded in the arm, Jake Korn quickly crabbed across the trampled grass, hovered over Kersey, and pressed his hand upon the deep furrow. "Lay still, Elias," Bass cooed as he knelt, glancing into Korn's eyes. "Don't move," Korn reminded, then looked again into Bass's eyes, his face gone a pasty white with uncertainty for his best friend. Titus could tell how the deep furrow must hurt, watching Kersey grind his teeth in pain. "Better you don't move till," and he scrambled to find what more to say, "till we drive these greasers off." "You ain't gonna drive 'em off," Kersey gasped against the agony of that ugly wound that continued to seep around Korn's best efforts. "They aim to rub us all out." Of a sudden, lead zinged and splatted all round them, making the Americans duck as one. Then a few, like Bass, dared peer up to discover the Mexicans had gained a superior position on the edge of an outcrop above them. In those seconds, as he watched, more and more uniforms joined the first, one after another plopping onto their bellies, aiming their muskets down at the boulders where the horse thieves had taken refuge, right where the Americans found themselves trapped like fish in a rain barrel. "Bring the wounded over here," Williams ordered. "You heard him," Bass cried, starting to crab toward Adair on his knees. "Drag the wounded over to Bill afore they're shot up some more." The trappers no sooner had started pulling their bloody companions toward a shadowy hollow in the rocks when they whirled around together, all of them instantly aware of the clatter of metal scabbards on the rocks, the scrape of boot soles clambering up the boulders, the grunts and cursing of the Mexicans who suddenly appeared behind them. The soldiers had broken through the gap in the boulders and were preparing to finish the slaughter. "Give me a gun, goddammit," Kersey rasped, seizing Korn's wrist in desperation. "I'm gonna kill one more of them sons of bitches before I go down." Korn tenderly wrapped Elias's fingers around a pistol he pulled from his belt. Jake twisted about on his knee, crouching at Kersey's shoulder with Bass, every able-bodied man leveling his weapons at the soldiers. There were too many of the Mexicans. This would be their last hurrah. No time to reload after the next shot. "Fire!" Someone hollered that order, maybe Smith, perhaps Williams. It didn't matter.
The trappers' guns exploded into those first soldiers to penetrate the rocky fortress. Shrieking in surprise and pain, the soldiers and vaqueros fell back, the front rank dead or seriously wounded. Behind them, others were yelling, pressing forward, their leaders furiously waving sabers as they resumed their all-out assault. Even more of the dusty blue jackets appeared on the rocks as the gun smoke cleared. Already so close, the Americans had no time to reload. If the soldiers did not reload and shoot their smoothbore muskets, if they kept on coming with their long, glittering bayonets, they would close on the raiders, so close each man could look into his enemy's eye, to see there the fear or dread, even hatred, as the Mexicans lunged near enough to jab and slash with their bayonets. Where there had been only cheers of impending victory and lusty battle oaths among the soldiers an instant before, suddenly there were cries of surprise and shrieks of panic. At the very moment the Mexicans were about to plunge in among the trappers and those empty guns, the soldiers and vaqueros wheeled about, trapped between the Americans and a new adversary. Behind and above, on all sides of the trappers, the dull gray boulders sprouted naked brown bodies. Warriors wearing nothing more than short breechclouts and moccasins, firing one short hunting arrow after another from their small, powerful bows. Frozen in that moment of utter disbelief, Bass blinked, unable to fathom the sudden appearance of these short Indians. Like the Amuchabas, very much like Frederico himself. None of them tall, in any way like the statuesque Crow, Shoshone, even Blackfoot. Much smaller in stature as they bounded across the rocks, surrounding and overwhelming the startled and quickly demoralized soldiers. The Mexicans, still able to stand, found themselves surrounded and began to slowly back from the field. From one moment to the next, a brown warrior fell to a soldier bullet, but even more brown skins stepped into the gap, pressing their vicious attack. Screaming, uluing, and from somewhere nearby came the constant heartbeat thunder of a huge drum, a sound swelling all the larger as it reverberated within this rocky defile. Almost deafening as it pounded in the ear with the shouts, screams, warnings, and death rattles of Mexican and Indian alike, those shrill whistles of frightened horses, the scrape of soldier gun and scabbard dragged over the rocks as terrified men made a frantic escape, a steady thung, thung, thung of those short horn bows. Without mercy, the naked attackers fell upon those too slow, those who fell behind the rest in this mad flight. Every wounded soldier or vaquero was descended upon, his head yanked up, throat slit brutally before a last gasp could be taken, dark blood seeping into the green of the short grass, splattering the yellow of the trampled dust. But these warriors did not stop to take the black hair of their victims. Instead, the Indians leaped to their feet once more, shouting anew, their hands and arms and stubby knives drenched with the crimson that glistened in the first rays of the coming day. On both sides of the Americans, even through the startled trappers themselves, the Indians sprinted after the terror-filled Mexicans, passing right on by the horse thieves without so much as a blink of acknowledgement, without the slightest attempt to harm the stunned Americans in any way. Almost as suddenly as the warriors had appeared, they were driving the soldiers before them, dropping every laggard, quickly finishing off the wounded, then pressing their advantage of swift and total surprise. Then they were shadows, for the sun had risen far enough to paint these death moments with the first filaments of light, creating the first flitting specters of smudge and stain at the same instant. A single voice gradually arose above the others, this one booming, low, and reverberant as the black belly of thunder itself. Very much unlike the higher, shrill cries of the warriors whipping their way after the retreating soldiers. A voice that echoed and rattled from the boulders. Bass turned immediately as the shadow crossed Corn and Kersey, squinting up at the low cliff above and behind them. Peering over his shoulder, he could see only the glare of sudden rays of the rising sun backlighting the shadowy figure. A form so dark he appeared to be a piece of the night itself,
no more than a fragment of the night now gone with the coming of this day. Behind this figure, the sun of that new dawn made the man's form all the blacker, all the more shadow than he was of substance. Titus tried to shield his eyes, squinting up as the leader shouted orders to his warriors. Tall. Was it only that Scratch crouched down here and the strange figure stood up there that gave this man the appearance of such great height? As the leader bounded off the cliff and started hand over hand down the rocks, dropping out of those first rays of the sun, many of the trappers stood and turned in disbelief. This Indian was nothing like his warriors. The hundreds who had swarmed after the Mexicans all had their black, coarse hair cropped at the shoulder, bangs cut straight across the forehead, just above the eyebrows. But their leader was bald, his black head as naked as Titus had ever seen a man's skull. Still, he dressed no different than his warriors. Around his waist hung the same skimpy skin breechclout the others wore, and on his feet the same crude moccasins tied at the ankle. While the warriors were dark brown in color, their leader's skin was instead a deep, rich black that glistened with sweat. He approached the white men with all but the color and sheen of a glistening vein of coal tucked into the side of those hills bordering the Upper Tongue and Powder River basins. And when he dropped to the ground within the boulders themselves, turning now to face the Americans, Titus realized there was even more to the difference between this leader and his fighting men. Besides the fact that he stood a full head taller than even the tallest warrior, the only hair remaining on the leader's head were those bushy eyebrows, each one like a furry gray caterpillar above eyes narrowed, half-lidded in the brand-new light. Singing out in his people's tongue, this war chief joyously welcomed back the first of the returning warriors, flush with victory. All around the Americans now, more than 50 of the short, brown fighting men pressed close, at least 100 more shoving up behind them, every last one smiling at the whites they had just dragged back from the precipice of death, grinning as if nothing could be more fun than killing Mexicans. Soldiers or vaqueros, it did not seem to matter. These short-haired, laughing Indians were splattered with the blood of their enemies, for that nothing could bring them any more joy. Scratch looked around as some of the trappers began muttering among themselves. He turned with the others who watched the tall, black-skinned leader slowly step through the ranks of the white men, carefully peering at each hairy, pale face, studying it intently before moving on to stop and study the next. Something about the leader's broad nose, those expressive, almond-shaped eyes. To everyone's surprise, this leader put his hands on his hips and shouted to his warriors, immediately silencing them. As the last of their number obeyed, Bass realized he could almost hear the thud of his own heart, the faint cry of a nearby bird, and the scrape of the tall man's moccasins on the gravel under his feet. Then the leader spoke, clearing his voice before he said, Titus Bass here? Unsure he had actually heard what he thought the tall one just said, not completely certain with the strange accented inflection to the words that had emerged from the chief's lips, Bass glanced about, seeing how some of the trappers stood staring slack-jawed at the chief, the rest of the white men turning to peer at Titus in disbelief. "He say Bass?" Williams repeated, astonishment carved on his lined and wrinkled face. "Titus," the leader repeated as he turned to stare at Williams inquisitively, breaking the word into a pair of distinct syllables once again, a long and pronounced S on the end. "You Titus Bass, yes?" Him, Tom Smith said, pointing. The leader turned slightly, took 3 steps toward Scratch, halting within an arm's length of Bass, where he cocked his head, studying the white man's face, his eyes squinting as if mentally reckoning on something of great breadth and weight. Bill Williams slid up to stand close, not quite between them. He asked the tall leader, "You know him?" "Titus?"
Stunned into speechlessness for so long, Scratch could finally admit, "Yes?"
"Titus Bass," the
tall one repeated, the name sounding more clear with repetition.
"Excuse, please. No English for long time. You, Titus Bass? Titus from Ohio River?"
Scratch's brow furrowed, his head swam in confusion. I come from the Ohio, yeah, long ago." For a long moment, the leader closed his eyes, raising his face to the sky as his lips moved silently. Then he lowered his chin and stared into Bass's eyes once more.
"Long ago. Been a long time I don't speak the white words. Long time now. You, me, at the Owensboro. Farewell, a long ago."
Swallowing hard, struggling to make sense, examining those eyes that did not belong to this time and place, knowing those black eyes belonged instead to somewhere in the past. Holding out his big, raw-boned hand, the tall man said,
32 years now we come here. In your world, it is 32 years.
Bass stared down at the offered hand in utter disbelief. Where was he 32 years ago? So he asked, "On the Ohio?" Again, the tall leader struggled for the words. Then he said,
"It's so long ago. I remember the place and the time. Better than I remember English, but English coming back now. Forgive, but I trouble with the words to say."
"You're too damn dark for any of these here Injuns," Tom Smith demanded as he hobbled up. "Just who the hell are you?"
"He know me,"
the warrior leader said, looking again at Titus. I know you?"
"You knowed me long ago, Titus Bass," the tall man explained. "I am the man you set free from a slaver's cage, the man you set free at Owensboro on Ohio River."
Scratch's eyes widened. A huge, warm smile cracked that black face as he continued,
"I am the man Annie Christmas called Hezekiah."
It was the Negro he had busted from the barred cage on the back of that wagon outside a Natchez tippling house as the Kentucky-bound boatmen were doing their best to slip through that riverbank settlement without being recognized. Back then, 16-year-old Titus Bass had looked into that cage behind the King's Tavern, recognizing the tall, bald-headed Negro who had tended bar in Annie Christmas's gunboat brothel, tied against the riverbank as Ebenezer Zane's men were floating down the Mississippi for the ocean port of New Orleans. Because Hezekiah had failed to stop the brawl that had killed one of her prized whores and a couple of her bodyguards, Annie promptly sold off her bartender to a wealthy landowner who would squeeze his money's worth out of the big, muscular slave. But before they pushed north from Natchez, the slavers had to stop for that autumn night, have themselves some supper and a few drinks, then perhaps a fleshy whore to wrap her legs around them until dawn, when they would venture out to the wagon yard to discover one of their slaves busted free. Much to the misgivings of the other boatmen, Titus Bass brought Hezekiah Christmas with him on that long walk back along the Natchez Trace, eventually reaching the country of the Muscle Shoals as they pushed north for French Lick, the end of that wilderness road. It was just past a traveler's stand and a rainy river crossing that the slavers caught up with the boatmen. In a quick and bloody scrap, young Titus Bass hung his life out for the Negro. Scratch explained the story in detail, down to their parting at Owensboro on the Ohio weeks later.
You give this here Negro a paper what said he was a freedman?" Philip Thompson asked in scorn and disbelief.
"He was a man, and I freed him," Bass replied. "I figured he oughtn't go west where a man might stand on his own legs instead of being accounted for by the color of his skin."
"You sure as hell are one chuckle-headed fool," Thompson roared. "Look at him. Can't you figure how much this Negro would bring one of us on the slave block?"
Hezekiah glared down at the white trapper.
"You want to take me back to your slave market, white man?"
He held up his hands, wrists pressed together.
"Go right ahead on. Put me in your irons."
For a moment, Thompson's eyes flicked about anxiously, then he smiled.
Maybe so we can take you on back with us to Missouri with these here horses. Sell your black ass to some slaver. It's for damn certain I'll get more for you than I'd get for a dozen Mexican horses.
A handful of Thompson's compatriots guffawed at that. If'n you try taking Hezekiah, Bass warned, you're more soft-brained than I ever give you credit for. Thompson's jaw jutted and his brow knitted in fury as he demanded,
What the hell you mean I'm soft-brained?
Shit, Titus scoffed. You'd be one dumb idiot to lay a hand on Hezekiah here.
Why?
The white man blustered with a roar of laughter.
You gonna stop me?
Me? He answered, then dramatically swept his arm in a wide arc. Long with all Hezekiah's Injuns. You make a play for him, you wouldn't last more time than it'd take you to eat horse meat for breakfast. That instantly drowned all of Thompson's plans in very cold water, and the man sheepishly shrank to the back of the Americans as Williams and Smith stepped forward to discuss their immediate fortunes with Hezekiah Christmas. Within minutes, the warriors went about burying their own dead in the rocks, while the white men buried their 2 dead comrades in the dry, flinty ground. By mid-morning, they constructed travois for what wounded could not continue east on horseback. And just before midday, the trappers and Hezekiah's Indians finally started the day's march, gradually gathering up small bunches of stray horses as they pushed the herd on down the slopes for the desert wastes. On that journey, the travel-weary Negro and the young Kentucky boy, now grown old, rode knee to knee while they both attempted to hack their way through so many intervening years.
I got me grandchildren now,
Hezekiah explained, more and more of his English returning to his nimble tongue.
Me, a grandpap, Titus Bass. Glory be! To think of it, never would have had me no wife hadn't been for you.
You'd got yourself a gal somewhere, I'm sure. 2 of you raised up some young'uns?
Naw, them slavers had killed me first,
Hezekiah growled, the muscles in his jaws tensing.
That had been fine by me, too. No life for this here negra, being no slave.
Titus cleared his throat, trying out a smile to foster a grin on his long-ago friend's face. I can't believe you're a grandpap. How old a man are you?
I never learnt much ciphering, Titus Bass, but I do know Miss Christmas told me my last summer with her I was 24 years, and I kept me account ever since, from that time I was made a freedman by you. 32 winters it's been.
Slowly he calculated it himself. Damn if that makes you 56, Hezekiah.
How old are you now, Titus Bass?
Scratch wagged his head, figuring. Why, I'll be 49 come this winter. Back when we run onto one another, how could anyone ever figure we'd ever get this old?
I'd never'd been old at all, wasn't for you.
Bass felt his eyes brimming, his heart seized with a sharp stab of warm sentiment. Then we're even, Hezekiah Christmas.
Even?
Less'n you brung your Injuns down on them Mexicans, Scratch declared. Me and the rest of these here horse stealers all be dead right now. Christmas's eyes narrowed in a serpentine fashion.
My people hate Mexicans. Kill all them Mexicans we can kill every time they ride into our mountains.
The impact of just how close he had come to going under was hitting Titus. He declared, You didn't come along with your Injuns when you did? I'd be hash right about now. So how'd you know to come save me? With a gust of soft, contagious laughter, Christmas said,
Didn't know it was you, Titus Bass. Didn't really matter it was you neither. Like I said, all we was gonna do was kill every Mexican we could get in our hands. But you being there was just something meant to be, Titus Bass.
Maybe so us crossing paths again after all these years was meant to be, Hezekiah, Scratch declared with a toothy smile. Way things was looking with them Mexican soldiers about to rub us out, your old bare head was the sweetest sight I seed in a long, long time.
Many's the night I laid on my blanket, trying to fall asleep, Christmas admitted, the look in his eyes gone soft again. Doing my best to figure out a way I'd ever thank you for setting me free from them slavers.
And the farther I come, sailing way out to California, the harder it was going to be to find me a way to square things between us. After a while, I got to figuring I'd live out the last of my days owing you for my life.
Great Jehoshaphat! If you didn't square things back there in a big way, Hezekiah, he interrupted as he laid his hand on the Negro's bare, muscular forearm. No more talk about it ever again. What I want to know is when the devil you going to tell me how you come to be out here so far away from where I last saw you on the banks of the Ohio.
15.
Just like you said for me to do, I gone west, down the Ohio, Hezekiah Christmas explained. But that country didn't suit me so much. Folks there, they didn't take to no freedman so good.
What did you do? Scratch asked. Where'd you go when you found things weren't so hospitable for you west of Owensboro? Hezekiah told how he crossed the Ohio, turning his nose east, pushing farther and farther north. He made a few pennies when and where people would pay him for his work, and when he no longer had any money to pay for his keep, or no white man would offer him his keep in exchange for a little work, Hezekiah slept out in the forest, or here and there stole a chicken and other victuals to fill his gnawing belly as he kept on searching for that place where folks would no longer regard him as nothing more than an ex-slave, not even so much as a freedman, a land where they would regard him only as a man. Never heard of New London, Bass said after Hezekiah had explained how he made his way all the way to that seaside town in Connecticut. What's a man with a strong back like yours to do in such a place?
I went to sea, Christmas said with a chest-swelling pride. Cap'n Filbert, a good man, that one.
On the Lady Jane, Filbert's sleek, low-slung coastal packet, the crew made swift runs up and down the Atlantic seaboard. With their hold crammed full of goods from New England, they plied the coastal waters to those southern ports where they offloaded, then filled up the belly of the Lady Jane once more with bales of cotton, tobacco, and even rum from the West Indies.
For 6 years I learned every bump and dimple on the seaboard, Hezekiah stated. Then Cap'n Filbert, he was give the chance to sail a big ship out on the ocean.
Filbert was offered more pay to command a massive 3-masted schooner that would make regular runs around the Cape Horn to California, beginning with that first season of 1819. Titus watched the way a wistful look came over Hezekiah's face as he talked about that maiden voyage of the Yankee Pride, plying the coast of South America and eventually tacking into the bay at San Diego, then sailing north to their next port where they put in at Pueblo de Los Angeles. It was in that coastal village that Hezekiah fell in love with the Spanish ladies, and they with him.
Valgame Dios! Way them women stared at me with their big eyes, why, I don't figure any of 'em ever seed a negra afore, Hezekiah confessed with a grin. Truth be, I had eyes for one of them ladies my own self, but she was the wife of a soldier. He bought her fancy clothes and drove her around in a big carriage all the time. I'm sure he didn't think much of his wife making eyes at no poor seafaring negra from America far away. Malditos Americanos.
He had decided California had to be the land of milk and honey, brimming with women, wine, and all manner of earthly pleasures. The freedman set his sights on putting down roots in California.
I asked Cap'n Filbert for my leave, and he let me stay behind when the Yankee Pride turned south for the Cape and her home port. Even spoke for me at the Mission San Gabriel, where one of them padres spoke a little American talk. They was to give me a home there, and a place to work for my keep, too. The good father told me how I'd have to work in the fields with the Injuns, sleep with them, too. None of us got much food, neither.
Less than a year later, life in Spanish California changed forever. No longer were they a colony. Now they were part of an independent country. And nothing in Mexico would ever be the same again.
After a while, things wasn't so good no more. I didn't know where to turn for help, Hezekiah continued. A stranger in that land, no better off than I was back in the South.
The new Mexican governor heard of this strange black American and came to visit Christmas at the mission. From the very start, it was plain that the governor was suspicious of the stranger. Here in the first days following their revolution, the Mexicans were afraid of their own shadows. "But he said I could stay on at the mission for 1 year with the Moncitos." "Moncitos?" "These here." And Hezekiah gestured at the young men around him. "It's what the Mexicans called the tame Indians." "After the year, what were you supposed to do?" Christmas wagged his head. "I was supposed to be gone on a ship to America afore my year was up." Until the next ship arrived in the bay, the governor and the Franciscan friars declared the American would have to find gainful employment in the mission fields and vineyards with the rest of the poor Mansos. But that ultimately meant he was slaving from dawn till dusk for 2 meager meals each day and a roof over his head in the Indian quarters every night. "They was bound to do their best to turn me into a slave again," he declared with a fury boiling just beneath the surface. "Un americano, pero de mas cristiano de la Santa Fe Católica. I was American, but they was going to do all they could to make me a good Catholic, like they was making all the Moncitos into good Christians, too." Then the first of the slaves decided to run off. "But they was brung back the next day," Christmas said, "and beat to an inch of their lives for it." The cruel whippings delivered by the army officers in collusion with the Padres did not deter those Indians brave enough to attempt escape again. "That second time, they paid with their lives, and most of the rest got a bad beating just to show 'em who was the boss." Christmas tried his best to explain how he was coming to see these short, brown-skinned Indians as no different than his own people back in America. How the sadistic Mexican officers and those self-righteous Catholic friars were no different than the brutal slave masters back in the southern states. A bond had been formed. Over time, Hezekiah helped one after another of the slaves escape for the hills. Some were caught and brought back alive. Others were returned to the mission, tied over the back of a horse. "The dead ones was hung up on posts to rot, have the birds peck at their eyes, to be a lesson for the rest of 'em," Hezekiah explained. Ultimately, a very cruel priest and an ambitious army officer formed a powerful alliance, and the beatings at the mission increased. Still, when he could in the weeks that followed, Christmas did what he could to help the Indian slaves escape. Until one night he was rousted from his bed and dragged from the cramped room where he slept with more than 24 Indian men, carried off to confront the padre and the colonel. There in the friar's office, a pair of soldiers emerged from the shadows, a severely beaten Indian slung unconscious between them. "The Injun was one you helped run off?" Christmas nodded. "Valgame Purissima Maria, dear Virgin Mary. I didn't blame the fella for telling him who it was helped him and others get away." Now the priests and the Mexican soldiers knew who was to blame for inciting their peace-loving slaves into revolt. Come morning, he would be tied to a post in front of the mission's Indian population and beaten not only until he bled, but, explained the friar, until he died. A lesson to cower all the Indians at Mission San Gabriel. "How'd you come to get away, Hezekiah?" The freedman told how he had immediately flung his handlers from him, seizing a knife from a soldier's belt, then grabbing the closest man, the friar himself. With his sacred hostage, Christmas backed from the mission, making for the soldiers' horses they had tied outside the walls. It was there a scuffle took place, with the Mexican colonel giving his soldiers orders to shoot at Hezekiah despite his clutching the priest against him. "Dios mío, more'n one bullet hit that mean old padre," Christmas admitted. "Many's the time I thought about it since, but I figure that soldier chief meant to kill the padre. Malditos sean, curse them!" Hezekiah wheeled and leaped atop one of the horses, dragging away a second one to ride when the first grew too tired to push on into the mountains. 3 days later, he encountered a handful of runaways he helped to survive on nuts and rabbit meat until they could begin hunting larger game. And ever since, Hezekiah had been in the mountains, getting word to the California missions that if the slaves would only try to escape, most could make it to freedom. Up here, far from the soldiers, he and the others had provided a refuge for runaway slaves, living out what he felt were the finest years of his life with his Indian wife and their children. Time to time, we watched white men come out of the east, climb out of the desert, and cross over to the California missions. Y caballos quieren, pores vienen tan lejitos. For the horses they wanted, they come all this way, Hezekiah explained. Later on, it was when one of the runaways told us these was Americans come to steal Mexican horses and mules, take them Mexican animals, quizás muchas, many horses, back toward the States. But Hezekiah Christmas never had any desire to make himself known to the Americans, no urge to return east himself. As he explained it to Titus, he did not see himself as an American. Back there in the States, he would either be a slave in the South or nothing more than a poor second-class citizen in the North. And back there to the west, Hezekiah said as he pointed over their shoulders at Mexican California, I'd be no better off than the rest of these here poor mansos the Mexicans made their slaves. You've been up here a long, long time, Bass said, and never wanted to go back east? With a shrug, Christmas said, I can't expect you to understand. You're wrong, Hezekiah. I figure I know just how you feel. You do understand why I won't ever go back? The Negro asked. Maybe I know, 'cause I got me the same feelings as you at times. And Titus nodded. Better you stay a man in between, here in this no-man's land between California and them proper white folks in the States of America. Right here, you're as free a man as any fella ever there was, able to look any man in the eye. Que milagro es este? What a miracle this is! And Hezekiah grinned. You understand, just like you understood when you busted me out in that cage on the Mississippi. See, my friend, man finds himself a place his heart's at peace like you done, Bass finally admitted softly. That man best be about putting down some roots. We watched your bunch ride through the pass for to steal the horses, Hezekiah declared late the next night when Williams and Smith finally stopped the herd to give them and the men a few hours of rest. And we watched you coming back again with all them horses. Figured we might as well pick off a few of those Mexican horses from you ourselves. You and your red niggers was going to steal some of our horses? Demanded Henry Dawes. The white men gathered at the two fires fell quiet while the Negro slowly turned toward Philip Thompson's group. Ain't that just like a Negra? Thompson himself cawed, made bold in the company of so many friends. Go and steal what another man's got by his own sweat? The others cackled with Thompson. You had plenty enough, Christmas said, easing round to the fire once more. Don't turn your back on me, you worthless black son of a bitch, Thompson growled. I'll teach you to— Stay where you are, Bass warned as he lunged to his feet, swallowed hard, and inched his hand toward the butt of that pistol stuffed in his belt. What? The old man's gonna stick up for this black-assed bastard? Thompson roared, half bent with laughter. No, he ain't, Christmas claimed, his back still turned on Thompson. No man's gonna stick up for me. That dashed cold water on Thompson's raw laughter. What did you say to me, you black bastard? Now Hezekiah turned to peer over his shoulder. Afore I come to California, I run onto lots of stupid white men like you, whoring and drinking up and down the Mississippi. Bass watched how the firelight played off the growing red of Thompson's face. Black nigger or red nigger, Thompson growled, his hand tightening around the handle of his knife. Neither one worth the trouble it takes to kill him. Titus turned toward the man, his pistol in plain view now, warning, You aim to get to Hezekiah? Gonna have to come through me first. Easing his knife out of its rawhide scabbard, Thompson said to the men on either side of him, If Bass yanks on that belt gun, you fellas shoot him dead. John Bowers and Samuel Gibbon both grinned, leveling their rifles at Scratch. Bowers said, Be glad to oblige him, Phil. Be glad to. With that crooked smile widening, Thompson took another step toward Hezekiah. You're gonna get yourself killed, Bill Williams warned him as he stood suddenly at the edge of the fire. Tom Smith put his hand on Williams's arm.
You damn well better stay out of it, Bill. Phil's been wanting to cut his way into Bass for some time now.
Ever since Bass stole back them horses from us at Robidou's fort, Thompson confessed.
Williams protested.
I recollect there was a whole bunch of others took 'em back from us sides Bass. But none of them bastards ever been standing so close to me as Titus Bass is right now.
Scratch asked, That's ed on you ever since, ain't it? What me and Meek and Joe Walker all done to you?
Too damn long. Thompson's crooked smile grew cruel. So I'll cut this black bastard's throat. Then I'll open you up like a gutted hog.
The man's good with a knife, Williams warned out of the corner of his mouth.
Damn good, Scratch.
For a moment, Bass glanced at the eyes of the others as they pointed their rifles his way. Then he stared at Thompson while he told Williams, I ain't never been partial to knives myself, Bill, but I always hold my own in a fight. The rest of you, and he waved both arms to the other white men who were still gathered close, just back off now. Give us some room for this lil fandango Thompson wants to dance with me.
Watch that negra,
Felix Warren bawled as Hezekiah rose to his feet.
I'll kill the black nigger myself, Phil,
Pete Harris offered.
Just keep Bass out of it till I've cut this black-assed bastard into lil red pieces.
As he slowly withdrew his own knife from his belt, Christmas asked,
He really good with a knife, Titus Bass?
Dunno, Hezekiah. Never seed much fight in the man, Bass goaded, hoping his words might well prod Thompson into a blind lather. He's always give up when it's come down to real fighting.
Give up?
Thompson squealed like a stuck pig, twisting his big knife this way and that in the firelight. Always let others do your fighting for you, ain't you, Thompson? Titus needled.
Gonna kill you my own self here and now.
As the tall white man started toward Bass standing at the left side of the fire pit, Christmas surprised everyone by suddenly shoving Titus aside. That muscular heave sent Scratch sprawling into the legs of some bystanders as Hezekiah sprang into what open ground lay between the two white men, landing in a crouch, his skinning knife out before him. A weapon only half the size of Thompson's huge butcher's blade. The trapper stopped, then a wicked smile slowly came across his face as he lumbered forward, feinting first this way, then that, side to side as he slowly advanced. Hezekiah, no! Bass cried out in desperation as more of the California Indians appeared at the edge of the light. Dick Owens bellowed, Kill him, Phil! With a wild lunge, Thompson made a wide swipe with the butcher knife. Christmas vaulted backward as the white man's arm shot past in a blur, angling up the tip of his smaller knife so that it raked the underside of Thompson's forearm. With an anguished gasp, the trapper turned the wound over to inspect it there by the firelight, his eyes narrowing less in pain than in growing fury.
All right, you black sack of assholes, he grumbled. You want me kill you first so bad?
But Thompson was interrupted and kept from moving from that spot when Bill Williams bolted forward, pistol in hand. The instant the muzzle was jammed against Thompson's ribs, the trapper's mouth stopped moving. Nothing more than a round, wide hole in Thompson's face as his eyes glared down at the pistol and the hand that held that weapon. Leave him go, Solitaire, Smith demanded. This ain't none of our goddamn business.
Drop the knife, Phil,
Williams ordered, ignoring his partner. Smith stepped closer in the next heartbeat. With his hand on his own pistol and a harsh edge to his voice, he said, Maybe so I didn't make it so clear, Bill. I said this weren't none of our business. That's when Williams finally turned to glare at Smith.
I'm making it my business, Pegleg. You got a problem with that? Then you can take it up with me soon as I blow a goddamn hole in Thompson's lights. You taking sides in something ain't your affair, Thompson hissed at Williams.
He's right, Solitaire, Smith warned. You're coming down on the wrong side of things here. I ain't gonna let you take the negress side on this.
Pulling a pistol from his belt, Scratch declared, Pegleg, it's Thompson on the wrong side all the way round. I won't stand for no man, Thompson or you, bringing harm to the fellow what pulled our hash out of the fire yesterday morning.
You think hard on that, Pegleg, Williams advised. You and Thompson about to pull some soft-brained stunt. A damn fine way to thank the man what brung all these Injuns to help us throw back the greasers.
They even saved your miserable life, Thompson, Bass growled.
I want to see your blood soaking into the dirt under my feet, Titus Bass, the trapper growled, twisting his big knife this way and that in the air. Go on back to your fire, Williams ordered.
Now, damn it, I told you, Solitaire, Smith snarled. I'm leading this outfit too, and I say Thompson don't have to go nowhere.
Ignoring his partner, Williams interrupted by saying,
Told you go back to your fire, Thompson. Now get.
For a moment, Thompson glared down at the pistol pressed into his ribs, then into Williams's face. Finally,
all right.
As he turned on his heel, Thompson roughly shoved Bill's pistol aside, then slid the butcher knife back into its rawhide sheath. Williams peered over at Smith.
Spit it on out, Pegleg. Like a mouthful of hornets, 'pears you got some trouble with me.
Wasn't none of yours to—
I made it mine.
Titus took a step closer to Smith.
Sounds to me you don't figure we owe our lives to Hezekiah Christmas.
The one-legged trapper peered at the tall Negro with growing disdain.
Don't owe nothing to none of these red niggers, he grumbled. Especially don't owe a thing to no black-assed renegade run off to live in the blanket with these digger Injuns.
Bass watched Smith pivot away on his wooden pin. Don't understand you, Pegleg. He waited until the red-headed trapper stopped and looked over his shoulder at him before he said, We just come out of California with the biggest herd anyone ever stole, so we should be having us a hurrah right about now, stead of fixing to kill a friend what came to—
That black son of a bitch ain't no friend of mine,
Thompson roared from the nearby fire.
Last I'll say is that son of a bitch and his red niggers better be turning back where they come from afore first light when we push on, Smith warned.
Just as Titus was opening his mouth to speak, Christmas beat him to it by saying,
We turning back, that's for sure. That desert down there ain't fit for the likes of man or horse, neither one. I ain't gonna waste the life of one of my men to help your sorry white asses from here on out. Come morning, you won't have to worry none about Hezekiah Christmas and his mansos.
Smith dragged the back of a hand beneath his nose in a gesture of real disdain.
Make sure you ain't here come sunrise.
With that said, he returned to the other fire, where he stood with his back to Williams and the rest.
I go bed down out there with my men,
Christmas quietly told Titus. You're welcome to sleep here with us.
No, we ain't welcome here with any of you, Hezekiah interrupted, beginning to step away.
Bass caught his bare brown arm. Promise me you won't leave before we said our farewells? Christmas's eyes flicked aside to stare over Bass's shoulder at the distant fire where Smith and Thompson stood among like-minded men. He finally gazed at Scratch.
Come morning, we'll say our goodbyes. One more time, Titus Bass.
Scratch awoke with a start, twitching as the long arm locked around his neck. Sensing the pressure of the butcher's knife's sharp edge press against the bottom of his windpipe there just below the muscular arm that imprisoned his head.
How's it feel to know this gonna be the last breath you ever take on Earth, Titus Bass?
He stared up into the dimly lit face of Philip Thompson, watching the firelight and shadow flicker across the cheekbones, the cruel curve of the lips as the man gleefully sneered down at Bass.
You're a cockless woman, Thompson, he cursed,
raspy with the sharp pressure against his throat.
Sneaking up on a sleeping man so it can't be no fair fight? Gonna cut your throat, Thompson promised. Like shooting a mad wolf. Don't have to be no fair fight to kill a mad wolf.
When Scratch slowly started to raise his right hand, he felt Thompson shove down on his throat with the knife, sensed the sharp edge press into the skin.
I'll cut you afore you get that damned hand in the air, Thompson vowed. Just want you be looking into my face when I split you open so I can watch you die.
A sudden gasp burst from Thompson's lungs, his eyes grown as big as Mexican dollars. On instinct alone, Scratch instantly twisted into Thompson's arm, raking the butcher knife across his throat as the big trapper went taut above him. A second putty-wet slap made Thompson jerk a second time, his mouth dropping open as his eyes started to roll back in their sockets. Shoving his elbow into Thompson's ribs, Bass felt the man's rigid muscles suddenly sag. He shoved himself out from under the trapper and rolled onto his hip, gasping for breath and putting his fingertips against the damp flesh wound gaping across his throat. 2 short arrows protruded from Thompson's back, halfway above midline, both buried deep. The trapper sank to the side as his eyes went white. Bass glanced at the fingers he took away from his neck wound, finding his flesh smeared with blood. Then, in disbelief, he looked over his shoulder, finding Hezekiah standing at the edge of that corona of firelight, a third arrow nocked in the bowstring held at ready. Behind him stood an arch of more than a dozen of his warriors, the strings of their bows pulled taut to their cheekbones. He finally sucked in a deep breath of air, shocked at how good it felt. How could he have been so foolish to sleep so hard that Thompson got the jump on him? Was it that he believed he was among friends, safe enough here, far from Blackfoot country? With Thompson ready to make good on his threats, how could he have allowed himself to drop his guard? For what seemed like a long, long time, the only sound besides his own ragged breathing was the crackle of the 2 fires, dry cedar popping sparks into the black of that desert night beneath a milky quarter moon. Bass peered up at Hezekiah, the deepest of unspoken gratitude for the bowman in his eyes. Then his attention was drawn away to the far side of their encampment, finding Felix Warren and Frank Kernut standing stock still there at the edge of the flickering light. Warren had a pistol in his right hand, a tomahawk in his left. Kernut held only his round-barreled smoothbore. Titus swallowed hard, then growled, "You niggers keepin' watch to make sure Thompson kilt me?" The 2 didn't say a thing, didn't move a muscle either. Instead, they kept staring at Bass, looking to the Indians and glaring at the big, bald-headed Negro. "Speak up, fellas," Bill Williams ordered as he emerged into the firelight. "Answer the man's question." Kernut started to wag his head, not as if he were denying a thing, only a gesture of futility. "You was in deep with Thompson, wasn't you?" Titus demanded, clambering to his feet. "Fixin' to murder me together." No, said Warren. "Only Thompson. We knowed he was going to kill Bass, but we was only—"
"But that nigger killed Thompson," Kernut squealed with anguish. "Killed a white man."
"Sounds to me like what Thompson was fixin' to do was murder," Williams growled, watching Smith hobble into the light. "How about you, Pegleg?" Smith wagged his head with reluctance.
"Ain't really murder when it's atween 2 fellas, Bill."
"Wasn't no fair fight, that negro shootin' Thompson," Warren protested. "You fellas almost had you a hand in this bastard killin' me," Bass grumbled as he started around the fire for Felix Warren. Both Kernut and Warren started to move, but immediately realized Williams had his 2 pistols pointed at them. They stared at the muzzles while Bill said, "When a nigger jumps a man in his sleep, 'thout it being a fair fight, that's a murder, any way you lay your sights, Pegleg." "Tell you what, you sons of bitches." Bass stopped some 12 feet from Warren and Kernut. "I'll give you a better chance than you and Thompson was going to give me."
"I'll kill you, you come any closer,"
Kernut warned with a high, feral pitch in his voice. Titus snorted with a raw gust of laughter, saying, "I ain't gonna kill you like you niggers was gonna do me."
"You want me take their guns?"
asked Jake Korn as he stepped up. Kernut's and Warren's eyes flicked here and there around them as they watched the other Americans gather close, imploring Thompson's other comrades.
"Maybe so we better, Jake," Williams decided. "Don't let us have no trouble out of you 2.
At first, both men refused to let go of their weapons when Korn and Coltrane hurried in to grab hold of the firearms and that tomahawk.
"I'd as soon kill you both right now my own self," Williams warned.
Smith lunged into the compact group, shoving Jake and Roscoe away as he protested, "These two ain't done nothing to Bass, nothing to any one of you."
"Get out of the way, Pegleg," Williams demanded. "They don't drop them guns. You're likely to get hurt too when I start shooting."
Pegleg whirled on Williams.
Me? You appear to be forgetting just who the hell's the brains in this here outfit."
"Shut up, Pegleg. I ain't got no more stomach for you," Williams snapped. "Clear out of the way."
Smith took a long moment to stare into the muzzles of those two pistols Williams held before him, then back into the old trapper's face.
"Got no more stomach for me? What's that mean? Why, you'd been nothing, weren't it, for me asking you to ride along to California with me?"
"That tears the blanket, Pegleg. You go your way, and the rest of us go ours."
"Go my own way? You're talking crazy, Solitaire. You can't mean... Damn it, most of them horses belong to me."
"Fair is fair, Bill," Titus said as he came up to stand beside Williams. "Let him have his rightful share afore you send him off."
"Send me off?"
Smith's eyes narrowed into slits.
"Send me off, is it? You low-down backstabbing diggers. None of you have any of them horses weren't from my hand in leading you all to California."
"Just be satisfied I don't do to you what Thompson was going to do to me or Hezekiah, all because you've been covering his back every step of the way," Bass stated.
Silas Adair asked, "What you figure's fair for the three of 'em, Bill?"
"These here two can go with Pegleg in the morning, I suppose."
Bass watched their shoulders sag with something akin to relief.
"You figure to cut 'em loose short of fixin's?"
What's that mean?" Felix Warren demanded.
"Take their guns from 'em," Williams instructed. "We'll give 'em back come morning. Leave you a dozen balls and enough powder for those shots. Give each of you something to ride, along with a ole horse or two for victuals to get across the desert."
"What you fixin' to do with me, Solitaire?" Pegleg demanded haughtily.
"You get the same," Williams stated flatly. "No more, no less."
"We're partners, Bill," Smith roared. "I led this whole bunch out to California."
"You've been doing your damnedest to get sideways with me near every step of the way back, Pegleg. None of these fellas know much of what you've been cooking up in your head," Williams menacingly said to his longtime friend.
"These here are my friends, Bill," Smith roared. "I can't let you—"
"You can't let me?" Williams interrupted quietly. "Tell you what you can do. You can take what horses I'll give you, and it's yours to decide if you take these two bastards along with you or not."
Williams glanced over at Warren and Kernut, then returned his steady gaze to Smith.
"If'n it were me, I'd leave these snake bellies to make things out on their own. Them and Thompson put you in a real fix now, didn't they?"
Smith's hands clenched into balls of fury in front of him.
"Sounds like you're stealing all my horses from me, Solitaire."
Before Williams had a chance to utter a word, Bass stepped up and stuck his face right up close to Smith's, saying, "Way I see it, Bill's making it more'n fair to give you and these two bat killers a fighting chance at that desert out there. If'n I was you, come morning, I'd take him up on it and get." 16. Soon as it was light enough for a man to see, Bill Williams and the others watched as Thomas L. Smith cut out a small part of the herd for himself. Pegleg had elected to take Kernut and Warren with him, if not for companionship in that lonely expanse of desert they were staring in the face, then for their help in wrangling the 300 horses that the other raiders felt Smith was due for seeing them through to the valleys of Southern California.
"I reckon you know the way, if any man does, Tom,"
Williams said, when the horses had been divided off and the sky was graying hundreds of miles away to the east.
"You go on back by way of the Amuchabas, you'll fare good."
Smith's eyes narrowed as he glared down on his old partner from horseback.
"You make it sound like you ain't coming back through the Amuchaba villages."
Taking a step back, the lanky old trapper said,
"We ain't."
Startled, Smith asked,
"How you going back, Bill?"
"This here's your chance, Pegleg," Williams repeated mysteriously. "I'm doing this 'stead of killing you and them others outright."
Why you treatin' me this way? Pegleg demanded, clearly unrepentant.
You come down on the side of murdering a friend of mine in his sleep. I got nothing more to say to you. Use this chance, Tom.
For a moment, Smith pressed his lips tightly together as if about to spew some venom. Then he vowed,
I'll see you back to the mountains, Solitaire.
His dark, dangerous eyes snapped over to glare at Scratch.
See you back in the mountains too, Titus Bass.
They watched the trio pull away into the murky pre-dawn light as another 24 of the horses ambled off from the herd to join Smith's animals. Bass, Williams, and the others had seen to it that the 3 men were equipped with a horn of powder, enough lead to see them to one of the southern posts, and only enough fixings to keep them alive in the deadly crossing that lay ahead. That seemed fitting to Scratch, really seemed more than fair, considering they all had a hand, one way or another, in scheming to murder a man in what was clearly less than a fair fight. Maybe so Pegleg didn't have a direct role in plotting or carrying out Thompson's scheme to cut Bass's throat, but Smith had made no bones about siding with Thompson and his kind ever since the day all 24 of the raiders set off from Robidou's Fort Uinta. Even now on this red, raw, desert summer morning, as the thousands of horses grew restless, it made Bass wonder what he himself had ever done to Tom Smith that would cause Pegleg to throw his weight on the side of Phil Thompson and his compatriots. It simply couldn't be Scratch's hand in taking back those horses Smith, Thompson, and the others stole from Fort Hall and the Shoshone chief named Rain early in that winter of '39. Something far deeper, something down under the skin, had gnawed away at Thompson across the intervening seasons. Something Bass was coming to realize that he himself had kept from his conscious thoughts, a matter that had come to trouble him so deeply over the last few years, it went to the core of everything he was as a man. With the death of the beaver trade, the summer rendezvous had withered right along with it. And with that demise of everything these beaver men had placed all stock in, their world was shattered, destroyed, gone forever, with nothing at all to replace it. Not that the beaver men didn't have anything to do in the mountains. They could choose to live with the tribes, moving slowly with the seasons, or they could stay busy hunting meat for the fur posts, perhaps even ride into California for some horses. But any of that was nothing more than a vain attempt to fill the real gaping void of what had torn apart their lives. Never again would they be what they had been, beaver men, a rare breed with an unwritten code between them. They endured shoulder to shoulder against all enemies and stood at one another's backs when death loomed near. Never again could they be what once had given their lives worth. But now that they were no longer beaver men, cracks opened up in that code. White men stole from white men and from the friendlies too. And finally, white men had turned on white men. If outright cold-blooded murder had come to the mountains, Titus knew the West would never again be the same. The West he had come to know was as good as gone, good as dead and all but buried. As Bass watched those 3 men and their horses fade beyond the distant curve of the earth, disappearing into the desert dawn, he was suddenly struck with a remembrance like clabbered milk. Silas Cooper, Bud, and Billy, too, had stolen his beaver before fleeing the mountains with their booty, land pirates who preyed on the labors of other men. The remembrance lay inside him like meat gone bad. While they had lied, cheated, and stolen from him, Silas, Bud, and Billy had never murdered. Rotten as they were, especially Cooper, none of the 3 had never committed any evil worse than thievery. Leastways, what Scratch knowed of. There had always been men Titus would just as soon not ride or camp with in these mountains, except for those 3 thieves who ran off with his furs back in the spring of 1827. There had never been a question of him trusting the partners he hooked up with. Even those company men and bushways he stayed as far away from as possible because they simply were not his sort of men, he knew the chances were good he could even count on them when the stakes were high and the last raise of the night was called. That's just the way things were in the mountains.
were. The way things had been in the wild, raw yonder he had come to call home. The unspoken code of these first hardy few was no more. Right now, he found himself more sure than he had ever been that his was not just a dying breed, but a breed that had already been rubbed out.
"Let's get them pack mules loaded," Williams cried as he turned around to face the half-circle of Americans. "We're riding out in less time it takes you niggers to piss in the sand." They scattered as Hezekiah's Indians shook out their coarse straw mats and thick Navajo blankets, then rolled them together and tied them over their shoulders beside those quivers of short, deadly arrows. Quivers almost empty after that furious battle with the Mexicans. Titus quickly looked over the shorter brown men until he spotted the tall one. "Hezekiah!" Christmas turned, finding Scratch coming, and smiled in that ebony face.
"Titus Bass, these white men you come here with, they ain't going back by the Amuchabis?"
"The bushway figures on us tracking farther north. It's high summer now. Water's drying up even more this far south. We're going to lose a bunch of these horses no matter."
"We can tell you where you'll find the springs," Hezekiah interrupted, extending his arm to point off to the northeast.
Springs?" Scratch echoed. "You can tell us?" Bass hurried Hezekiah over to Williams and announced what information the freed man could provide. "Why don't you come and show us?" Titus asked, hopeful. Peering over the other trappers for a moment, the tall Negro could not help but see how that invitation nettled some of the white men. He wagged his head and sighed.
"I belong with my men."
"Bring them too," Titus interrupted. "The Bent brothers got 'em a negress for a cook over to their fort. Her husband's the blacksmith, a negra too. You damn well ain't the only black-skinned son of a bitch in the mountains."
"No, it's better I show you where you'll find them springs are. Let you go on with your own kind, Titus Bass."
And before Scratch could protest any further, Hezekiah dropped to one knee there before them, motioning Williams and Bass to crouch with him. A handful of others came up to stand over the three. First, Christmas shoved some sandy dirt into a foot-long mound. Here and there he placed some pebbles, other places he used the tip of one index finger to burrow some tiny, shallow indentations in his crude map.
"Watch the rocks, Titus. Count the rocks," Hezekiah instructed gravely. "Here, here, and here too. No matter how hot it gets, you'll still find water. But lessen you count the rocks, I fear you'll miss the springs. Water comes out up agin the rocks, but mind you, not all them rocks got water by 'em. Count the rocks as you go, and you'll be sure which ones."
The white men closely studied the map the Negro scratched on the ground. Then, one by one, Williams, then Bass, stood and dusted the knees of their leggings. "Why'n't you come along with me?" Titus pleaded.
"My people are back there," and Christmas pointed, "in those mountains."
"Go fetch your family, catch up to us. We'll damn well go slow with this herd so you can find us. We get over the mountains, we figure to sell the horses, and you'll get your share of them wild ones."
"Better I stay where there ain't no question that I'm a free man," Christmas cut off Bass's argument, looking into the faces of the other white men not all ready to turn over any of their horses to a negra gone to the blanket. "Right here's where I found some little peace for the first time in my life, Titus Bass. It's plain on the faces of these others that back in that land where you're headed with your horses, they won't never look at me like a free man."
"Things don't have to be that way up high enough, back far enough you won't likely see another white face but mine for a long time to come," Scratch explained, hopelessness starting to sink in. "Why, there's even a old friend of mine, a negra named Beckwith, was a war chief for the Crow, my wife's people. This Beckwith was—"
"After what you done to help me all them years ago, it's enough for Hezekiah Christmas that my friends helped save your life, Titus Bass," he interrupted. "'Long with the lives of your friends, too."
Titus looked his old friend in the eye. "Damn if you ain't as good a man as ever come to the mountains, Hezekiah Christmas. Which way your stick float now?"
He sighed thoughtfully, then said,
"We'll go back by way of the ground where we kilt the Mexicans, gather our arrows out of the dirt,
Pull 'em from the dead bodies, too, afore going on back to our wives and cheerin'.
Your grandchildren, too, Hezekiah. He had felt this same sentiment welling up in him before. Nonetheless, after all those last and final farewells he had endured, the partings never got any easier.
Damn if you ain't gone and discombobulated things all over for me.
Why you say that?
I set you free back on the Natchez Trace long ago, and here you gone and not just saved my old hide once, but twiced in 2 days.
We're square, Titus Bass. Never you make no mistake of that.
But you pulled my hash out of the fire twice, don't you see? Hezekiah snorted.
If'n you'd never set me free from that slaver's cage, never protected me when them slavers come after us, I'd never been out here to save your poor white hide 2 times for good measure.
Scratch stepped close to the Negro, held out his hand, and they clasped as Bass said, You give me back my life twice, Hezekiah.
And I'd save your worthless white ass again, if'n it come down to it, Titus, Christmas promised, as he gripped Scratch's wrist in his big black hand, the veins prominent on its back like an oiled, knotted Kentucky riverboatman's rope. No matter how many times God his own self puts it in my hands to save you, I'll do it again, without question, 'cause I'd never had this life with these good Injun people lessen you set me free and took me north to the Ohio.
Scratch felt the instant sting of tears burn his eyes.
You're as good a man as ever there was, Hezekiah Christmas.
The Negro grinned as daylight limned across the desert spread at their feet.
You give me back my life years ago. 'Bout time I done something to repay you. Now we are square.
Just 'bout as square as any 2 men could ever be. All around him the others were mounting up, and Williams was barking orders for the march, sending men out to sweep in the sides of their monstrous herd of California horses. Titus finally released his old friend's forearm. You ever come to the northern mountains, you best ask for me here? Hezekiah nodded with a smile.
Count on that. I ask for Titus Bass.
It's for damn sure most folks gonna point you the right way you ask for me.
If ever I turn my back on this world here, I find you, Titus Bass. I find you no matter what.
He had watched the Negro turn without another word and gesture for his men to mount upon their half-wild California horses, shooing a small herd before them as they wheeled about and started back up the long, grassy slopes dotted with scrub cedar and the last of the lean Joshua trees, heading for their homeland and their families. Once the others were on their way, Hezekiah stopped his horse and reined around to have himself a look down the slope, long black legs dangling down from the rounded belly of his short California pony. Bass held his arm high, outstretched, with his big-brimmed hat in his hand. Side to side he waved it in one long arc, and when he saw Hezekiah hold his bow aloft, Bass swallowed down the bitter clog of regret that lay thick in his throat. He turned his horse around and pulled his hat down over the sweat-stained bandana. All he had to do now was get back to the mountain country, cross over, and sell off his share of those horses that would survive the deadly crossing. Spring to spring, from one clump of rocks to another, until he could gaze into her eyes again. Just to see her and the little ones again, he would cross this fiery furnace of a desert. He would crawl all the way over those high and terrible places, to hold them once again and promise never, never to ride away to California again. Family. The feelings he had for his own kin often made him think back on those 2 Gentile Indians the Franciscan friars had baptized with names symbolizing their new Catholic status. It made perfect sense for Frederico and Celita to turn back to the mountains with Hezekiah's fighting men now. They belonged to that growing band of runaways more than they would ever belong to any cluster of cowed and brutalized neophyte slaves at the Mission San Gabriel. They were free again, just as Christmas had been given his freedom near the banks of the Mississippi 3 decades before. Many times across the next weeks, Scratch had vowed he'd drink that whole muddy river by himself, if only they could find more water. They found that first spring, right where Hezekiah said it would be.
Nestled in among the rocks where the horses fought to get at the pools formed as the warm underground water bubbled to the surface. Williams had them lay over a long day and night at the spring before continuing the next leg of their crossing. That hot, dry, late summer air sucked every drop of moisture right out of the men and the animals with a relentless brutality as they moved east-northeast, transcribing a path between each intervening landmark until they reached the second spring 3 days later. There they found a little less of the warm water bubbling out of the ground. Summer was torturing the desert, drying up what narrow ribbons of rivers had briefly flowed weeks ago, relentlessly sucking the seasonal life out of the underground springs a drop at a time as their subterranean moisture evaporated into air heated by a long-riding, merciless sun that refused to go down while it baked a man's skin the way a narrow strip of gristle would sizzle in an iron skillet. By then, they had begun to lose horses, a few at first, the weakest, the youngest, perhaps. Williams and the others made sure the 6 Ute broodmares they had driven all the way to and back out of California were the first to drink at every stop, and the first to be allowed what skimpy grass they came across when it came time to rest the herd. The mares were vital to them all, man and beast alike, dragging the herd and the raiders all back to the mountains by a primal lure compelling them to return to their young. Titus was beginning to think he knew how both life and death now clung to those mares. Every time Titus would shade his eyes and turn in the sweaty saddle to gaze upon their back trail, he would spot those dark forms wavering with a water-like quality out there on the pale horizon. Poor, played-out horses that could no longer go on, both those that somehow still managed to stand, weaving with their heads hung in defeat, and those that had already accepted defeat, their legs crumpling in sheer exhaustion and dehydration, lying sprawled, heaving on the sun-baked hardpan of the desert to breathe their last, waiting as the skies above them slowly filled with the patient, high-soaring, black-winged birds of death sinking lower and lower toward their exhausted prey. Never before had the buzzards and vultures had it so good in this land void of most everything but a slow, agonizing death. An emptiness filled with little more than arid heat, a limitless expanse that not only sucked the moisture right out of a man, but also leached his hope and will to go on, drop by relentless drop. He dreamed of Absarica through those days on the precipice of hell, his mind's eye yearning on the high, lofty snowfields mantling the mountains, the green of grasses tall enough to brush a horse's belly, the blues and teals of streams or ponds lying beneath a never-ending sky. He dreamed of her still as the bottom went out from under him and his horse sank beneath him, tumbling into the sand. Bass lay there exhausted, totally unmoving too, aware only on some non-mobile plane of urgency, listening to the horse grunting helpless as it attempted to get up, whimpering low in its throat because the animal realized in its own primitive way that it would never get back on its legs. He closed his eyes, feeling how the sun stabbed right on through his thin cloth shirt, pierced the buckskin leggings, wondering if he would ever get back up. Titus tried to dream of the cool of Absarica again one last time before it would be too late and he could remember no more. "Bass?" He blinked, looking up, finding the outline of a face hovering right over his, totally in shadow because the man's head completely blocked out the sun. Squinting, he blinked again as the man's salty, stinging sweat trickled into his eyes. The sweat in his own made everything swim, but Titus finally made sense out of the features, that pale blonde hair turning gray. Roscoe." "Brung a horse for you," Coltrane said sparingly as he pulled on Scratch's arms, slowly dragging Bass to his feet. His mouth pasty, tongue thick and slow, Titus asked, "How come you—" "Ain't leaving a one of us to die," Coltrane explained, likely stringing more words together than he had in a month of Sundays. "You're steady enough here. I'll get your outfit." Roscoe dragged Bass's saddle from beneath the dying horse, then cinched it onto another of the spare animals he brought over, its legs plodding, big hooves scuffing furrows in the hard sand. Without a word, Coltrane made a stirrup by weaving his fingers together and hoisted Titus into the saddle. Just staring down at the short, squat man made him feel more clear-headed, less woozy, despite the compelling heat. As he watched the hundreds of horses continue to plod by, recognizing one lone trapper after another strung out there at the edge of the dwindling herd, Titus was suddenly struck with the realization that Roscoe had just spoken more words than the man had ever uttered to him before. Why?" he asked when Coltrane remounted and their horses lumbered into a shuffling gait once more. "I know you'd do the same for me." Then Roscoe Coltrane reined away, saying no more. For the rest of that long, sizzling afternoon, Scratch's thoughts dwelled on those few words spoken by a man not given much to speech at all. "Ain't leaving a one of us to die." Then he would think again of, "I know you'd do the same for me." It gave him enough hope that there might be a few still left who remembered the glory days, remembered the old ways, men who still fervently clung to the code. Spring by spring, with long stretches of relentless heat in between the warm seeps when they did their level best to rest the horses, short nights when they traveled in the starlit darkness, feeling their way along past the landmarks Hezekiah Christmas noted for them. Spring by spring, the summer aged on them. Days grown so old and parched, they began to find less and less water. The land was drying up about the time they reached a country more rumpled. If nothing else, a stunted and scrawny vegetation prickled the surface of a changing panorama. And then, there in the distance one sunrise as they slowly brought the herd to a halt for the day near a dry lake bed, Bass believed he sighted a ragged skyline where the orange of a new day was brushing itself clear across the uneven horizon, from one end of the earth to the other. "Elias, looky there and tell me what you see," he prodded as they came out of their saddles that late summer morning. "Them hills?" "More'n hills," Silas Adair ventured as he came down on his good leg, still favoring the other with its wound so long in healing. Titus nodded. "Maybe so the mountains." "Which uns?" Jake Korn asked. "Dunno what they're called," Bass said, "if'n they be the ones I'm figuring on." "Where they rise?" Silas inquired. "Far south of the salty lake. We crossed below 'em coming down the green." Excitement brightened Korn's parched face. We come that far? You mean we're back in the Rocky Mountains?" "Almost," Adair declared wistfully. It was a remarkable moment as the Americans stripped the damp saddles and soggy blankets off their horses, picketing the riding animals in the scrub vegetation before they rolled out their dusty bedrolls and lay down to wrap themselves around a few hours' sleep while the sun came up behind that distant saw-toothed skyline. Hope crept back into their parched souls, hope itself beckoning from the very edge of the earth. Bass slowly rolled over there atop his sweaty blanket in the late afternoon heat and peered from underneath the wide brim of his felt hat. He hadn't been sure what he saw flitting in and out of the nearby rocks, not sure at all even why he had awakened to sight the merest hint of motion. Whatever it was, whoever it was, hadn't made a sound yet. Nothing that alarmed any of the dozing men, not a noise to spook any of their horses. That jumble of rocks lay at one side of what they had left of the herd after those weeks of dry desert crossing, something on the order of half the horses they had driven east over Cajon Pass. The rest had perished mile after grueling mile back there in the wastes before the trappers reached this rocky canyon country where rattlesnakes and jackrabbits abounded. For a good part of this day, those huge boulders had provided little shelter for the weary men, but now that the sun was in its final quadrant of the sky, the glare was threading its way through a scattering of wispy clouds, no longer scorching the skin-clad figures curled atop their dust-caked, threadbare blankets. In the shadow of those iron-red rocks, more of the forms showed themselves, then were gone with a wolf spider's quickness. Titus wasn't sure if they were human or just some over-curious critter. There, a flicker of hair. Next, a flitting glimpse of skin tanned so brown their hides blended right into the sear-colored boulders. So quick the movement could have been that of an antelope fleeing a predator, or maybe the movement of the predator itself, circling in on its prey. Slowly, he extended his left arm as if stretching, his fingers tapping Kersey's elbow. "Elias," he whispered under his breath, "look at the rocks. Tell me them ain't red niggers." Cracking one eye and slowly shifting his head, Kersey peered at the rocks warily. "Diggers." "I was afraid of that," Bass grumbled. "Trouble be, they don't seem scared of us."
"Only one reason for that, I'd wager,"
Jake Korn whispered under the floppy hat he had laying on his face.
"They likely got us outnumbered 4 or 5 to 1.
Kersey shifted his rifle slowly. "Maybe they just got their curiosities up and don't really mean no harm." "Don't be chuckle-headed, Jake. Them brownskins wouldn't be skulking around if they didn't mean us no harm," Bass snorted as he sat up suddenly, wrenching up the rifle where he had it pinned between his legs. "Bill!" Scratch had no sooner spit out that alarm than the Indians took form, bolting up from the boulders. Shrieking, they boiled out of their hiding places in the nearby rocks. Almost as one, the groggy trappers snapped awake, snatching up weapons and bellowing commands or curses in their surprise. Quickly his eyes raked left, then right across the rocks, looking for which one might prove to be the squat enemy's leader. But Titus could not tell which of the poor, naked brown men might be commanding the rest. Even more of them washed over the rocks in waves. "Make your first shot count, boys," Scratch bellowed at those around him as the trappers threw themselves down behind what skimpy baggage they were dragging back to the mountains. "We might not get us a second one."
"Blazes!"
Williams thundered over his shoulder as he plopped on his belly and slid the barrel of his rifle atop a small pack of furs. "Bring up them other guns!" Rising onto one knee, Titus took aim offhand at the flitting forms charging in a zigzag toward the trappers' camp across a wide front. He was the first to fire. An instant later, a half-dozen guns exploded. A heartbeat behind them, even more. Beyond the pall of gray gun smoke, brown bodies flopped onto the pale, sandy soil. Writhing, screaming, clutching at glistening red wounds penetrating their sun-blackened bodies. That sudden, unremitting horror knocking holes in their ranks brought the rest skidding to a dusty halt. Some knelt to grab their wounded and their dead, turning in their tracks to drag bodies back to the rocks as more than 100 voices cried out for retribution in a frightening cacophony. "Merciful Almighty!" Silas Adair cried. "How the hell many of them are there?" "What the hell are they is what I want to know," Charles Swift asked. "Diggers!" Scratch yelled as he dug out a lead ball from his pouch and thumbed it into the muzzle of his rifle without taking the time for a patch. He could tell the lands and grooves of the bore were already fouling with powder.
"Usual they're more nuisance than trouble," Williams growled. "But this arternoon I suppose they figure we're easy pickings."
He and the rest were suddenly interrupted, falling quiet the instant they became aware of the herd. Hundreds of horses neighed and whinnied, growing nervous, frightened by the unexpected gunfire. In a matter of moments, the horses would be heeling about, thundering away across the broken canyon land.
"They come for the horses?" Reuben Purcell asked. "Let the little bastards have some of our goddamned horses!"
Bass angrily rammed the ball home, eyeing the diggers as they appeared to be forming up for another charge.
"They want our plunder too, Rube."
"Shit," Williams muttered, rolling close with his rifle.
"And we was almost back to the Rocky Mountains with them horses too."
Answering the cry from one throat, the enemy swarmed out of the rocks for another assault. Midway to the white men, most of the Indians stopped to fire their short bows, some standing, others dropping to their knees, then yanked more of their short, deadly arrows from rabbit-skin quivers looped over their walnut-brown shoulders. Here in the desert of the Great Basin, these impoverished, barefooted people subsisted on tiny animals, insects, and even an occasional wild or stray horse they managed to capture. With such a capricious and precarious existence, Bass realized, it was no surprise that these diggers were emboldened by the wealth of the white men, compelled to attack for no loftier reason than survival itself. The white man's plunder, not to mention those hundreds upon hundreds of enticing horses, together represented a continued existence to these primitive, feral, distrustful Indians. Paulette Labrosse grunted next to Scratch. Bass immediately spun on his knee, catching the half-breed Frenchman as the man collapsed, clutching one of those tiny arrows where it was lodged in the muscles of his neck. Labrosse laced his fingers around the shaft, tugging frantically as he crumpled onto the wind-polished hardpan desert sand. The blood was dark, so dark it appeared to be about as black as a glistening papoosha tar as it oozed through the half-breed's fingers. "Can't get it out," he gurgled, bright gushes pouring from his tongue, spilling down his chin. "Leave it," Scratch ordered, enfolding the man in his arms, squeezing him against his chest as Labrosse began to gag his life away. He knew the man was good as dead where they sat. Paulette Labrosse pulled his head away from Bass's chest, sighed a little as he gasped, "Kill them for me, Scratch. Kill them all, would you?" Without another noisy gurgle, the half-breed's eyes rolled back and he went limp in Scratch's arms, surrendering to that blessed unconsciousness come as he lost a gush of blood from his mouth. Titus let the man sink gently to the sand, then whirled around on his knee, dragging out his priming horn. Sprinkling a hurried spray of fine priming powder, he dragged the frizzen back over the pan and yanked back on the rear trigger as he jerked the rifle into position against his shoulder. Once more, the enemy was everywhere around them, so many of them rushing in that they became a blur. But in gazing down his barrel, it wasn't the charge that snagged Scratch's attention. It was some 24 short brown warriors turning away from the charge unexpectedly, wheeling aside to make a wide loop around the trappers' camp where they reached the outskirts of the herd. Waving their arms and screaming like demons, the diggers succeeded in spooking the nervous horses. Bolting off, their tails held high and their eyes as big as Mexican dollars, the animals scattered this way and that, racing north in a leaderless stampede. "Aw, shit!" Williams bellowed like a buffalo bull with its bangers caught in cat-claw brush. "There go our goddamned horses!" Purcell screeched in pain. Not only were the trappers under attack by an overwhelming number of daring bowmen, but in one fell swoop, the white men had just lost all their hard-won California horses. 17. Somehow, they managed to hold the diggers back that third furious charge, then a fourth but less concerted rush, too. Between each wave of brown raiders, in those nerve-wracking interludes while the trappers prepared for the next assault, the arrows never stopped falling out of the sky or whispering through the brush, most of the missiles falling harmlessly among the stunted cedar and sage. But a few of the deadly stone points randomly struck close to some of the men, causing no more than a nuisance. But what proved even worse was that over time, more than 24 of the arrows, their small stone tips meant for bringing down rabbits, did manage to strike much bigger targets, tormenting the last of the riding horses individual trappers had picketed close at hand in camp. What with all the gunfire, screaming warriors, and a steady rain of stone-tipped arrows, these few frightened animals were being driven even more mad, becoming even more noisy as they fought their pins and handlers. Then one of the riding mules collapsed with a brassy bree-haw, spraying piss over 2 nearby trappers as it went down in a spraddle-legged heap. 2 of the men promptly plopped down on the damp ground between the dying animal's legs, employing its heaving rib cage as a breastwork.
"Look at them little brown niggers,"
Dick Owens cried, pointing at the 24 or so warriors who had raced in a wide loop around the trappers' camp and were scampering away after the fleeing herd.
"They'll run from now clear to Judgment Day,"
John Bowers declared.
"Never gonna catch them California horses."
But it was only a matter of minutes before those diggers appeared to realize the futility of their foot race, grinding to a halt and turning around out there against the distant horizon. Failing to herd those frightened, stolen horses, the warriors sprinted back to rejoin the fight. Moment by moment now, the brown noose formed by those digger warriors perceptibly drew tighter and tighter around the white men. And as it did, the Indians were sure to grow more bold, certain to inch all the closer with their deadly bows. With the sheer number of arrows landing among them, the first of those terrible little stone-tipped missiles pierced Toussaint Marechel's thigh. Then another arrow clipped Francois Derome in the arm. The damned things came floating down at an arch, falling out of the late afternoon sun, finding a man here or there. No matter where the arrows struck, in the arm or the leg, they managed to leave a nasty and oozy wound, even where a tiny flint point slashed along Joseph LaPointe's skull, scraping a bloody furrow just beneath that skin from the outer edge of his eye clear back to where it protruded from his ear, dripping crimson on his shoulder. With a sudden grunt of surprise, Bass sensed the stone tip pierce the thick ham of his left buttock.
"Damn you sons of bitches!"
he roared while collapsing onto his opposite hip, seizing the arrow's shaft in his free right hand. Only meat, he brooded, as he gave the shaft a tentative tug. The torment was white-hot, making him clamp his eyes shut with the diminishing waves of sharp, piercing pain, but he kept tugging nonetheless. No bone, nothing but meat for that tip to bury itself into. Nothing at all like old Bridger's arrow point, left to calcify in his back for more than 3 years. So he managed to pluck the damned thing out of his ass with an agonizing, teeth-clenching struggle. The sheer, oozy tenderness of the wound, not to mention the ignominy of where he'd been shot this time, only served to make him all the madder at these exasperating enemies. Doing his best to shift his weight onto the opposite knee, Titus hurried through the ritual of reloading without wasting time digging for a greased patch to nestle the huge lead ball he shoved against the grains of powder he already had poured down the long barrel. Aim, fire, then reload again, while the diggers screamed at every charge and sang their death songs with every retreat. Aim, fire, then reload, while the trappers around him cried out when they were struck with an arrow, all of them cursing their little brown enemies or shouting a fading encouragement to one another. "Damn," Scratch sulked angrily, chewing on the inside of his cheek, realizing just how thirsty he had become as their fight ground on and on. Just to think of it. Here they were now, caught out in this god-forsaken wilderness, fit only for frightened ground rats, emaciated jackrabbits, and hairy spiders the size of a man's tin cup, finding themselves with all but a handful of their horses run off. Put afoot here after all they'd gone through to steal those California horses to rub the Mexicans' noses in their theft. Stranded now in this blazing desert with no way out but to walk. And to top things off, Bass knew with that jagged, seepy wound soaking the back of his breechclout, he wouldn't be sitting a horse for days to come. As much as the diggers tried their damnedest to inch in close enough to attempt one final deadly rush, they never worked up the courage to see it through. Wounded as some of the trappers were, they stoically, quietly, steadfastly went about their business tugging out the tiny stone arrow points, wrapping black silk bandanas around their bloody wounds, then went back to reloading, firing again, reloading and firing over and over as the shadows lengthened. The sun settled to the far edge of the earth, and shadows faded there in the lee of those red-hued, iron-tinged rocks. With that gradual but most dramatic change in the light playing off the huge boulders, all the fire gradually seemed to slowly seep out of the diggers' attack. One by one, and in small clusters, the warriors retreated behind the jagged rocks, slipping out of sight before they disappeared out of range, not only refusing to charge the thunderous guns anymore, but every last one of them choosing instead to race barefoot after those scattering horses.
They got what they wanted, Bass grumbled, as the trappers watched the last of their attackers pull off and the desert fell quiet. He tried to get up on one knee again, but that buttock still cried out in pain. The muscles had stiffened, cramping around the wound. Titus barely caught himself from falling to the side, then propped the rifle under his shoulder, pushing his way up on the good leg, refusing to think about what poison the goddamned red niggers had used to turn their annoying little arrow points into weapons that would bring a slow death. "Dawes, get a fire started," Bill Williams ordered, more angry than a spit-on hen. "A big goddamned fire."
"We gonna use that fire to light the night, Bill? Keep them diggers off us?" Henry Dawes asked. "Yeah," Pete Harris chimed in. "So's we can see 'em coming after dark?"
"No, the fire I'm telling you to stoke ain't for us," Williams explained, his jaw muscles flexing in harsh ribbons.
Right then, Scratch could read something in the older man's eye that most of the younger men never would. Uncertainly, he hobbled up beside Williams and stopped to ask, "You fixin' to roast some of this here meat, Bill?" Williams nodded, a wild look to his bloodshot eyes.
"Digger meat."
In utter disbelief, Adair stuttered, "But burn these here Injuns, Bill?"
"Damn right he is," Titus confirmed.
You ain't fixin' to make meat out of these damn diggers, are you?"
Dick Owens shrieked.
"Meat's meat,"
Bill explained angrily, then turned to Scratch with a malevolent glint to his eyes.
"You hear these whining squaws, Titus Bass? Men like you and me, we ain't never been so squamptious about what we put down our feed bags."
When Williams stomped away angrily, headed for the closest of the dead warriors, Rube Purcell stepped up and nervously asked Titus,
"You two ain't serious about cooking them Injuns for us to eat?"
Bass stared at Bill's back a moment more, then looked Purcell in the eye, declaring,
"Maybe so we go and burn them dead niggers. It's going to teach the rest of 'em a lesson so they won't follow us out of here."
"That mean we ain't gonna cook 'em to eat, right?"
John Bowers prodded, wanting some real reassurance.
"Solitaire can eat Digger if he wants," Titus grumbled. "As for me, I ain't about to eat nothin' or no one what shot me in the ass."
Samuel Gibbon asked,
"Sounds like we're gonna burn 'em?"
"Every last hell dog of 'em," Scratch declared defiantly. "You heard Bill. Now build a fire, a goddamned big fire."
We leavin', Scratch?"
Reuben Purcell inquired as he came up to Bass's elbow. Titus pivoted around on his heel.
"Damn right we're leavin'. We'll count heads and what horses we got left, bury them men we have to, drag the rest best we can. Once we get that fire blazin' and them dead niggers throwed on the flames, we're gone from here under them stars."
Adair inquired, "Where you figure you and Williams gonna lead out tonight?" Titus dragged the back of his hand across his parched, cracked lips.
"Where? You're asking me, Silas?
Why, to see what horses we can still round up afore we push on for the Uncompahgre.
Titus Bass elected to walk, leading his horse. It was that or suffer the agony of a saddle pounding. That snare saddle with a thick leather mochila draped over its frame simply wasn't going to give his poorly placed wound the slightest comfort. Even with the furry padding of a small section of buffalo hide Scratch sliced from his sleeping robe, he found himself flinching with discomfort, if not wincing in downright pain when he tried to nestle down atop the saddle. Unsteadily, he dropped to the hardpan desert floor, where he began to trudge the canyon ridges among the handful of their winged and wounded, those not able to move on their own. The rest hurried on into the dark with Bill Williams, following the wide moonlit trail of the fleeing horses, their hoofprints dotted with the clutter of small moccasin tracks. Old Solitaire had vowed he would make the diggers pay for the trouble they had visited the trappers, even if Bill and the others didn't get back but a dozen of those hard-won Spanish barb horses. From time to time that evening, and on into the blackening of the desert night, Scratch turned to peer over his shoulder at that fading cone of flickering yellow light. A good thing the wind blew out of the west as evening came on, he pondered. The unearthly stench of those burning bodies was more than a right-minded man could stand. Not that Titus was squeamish, not in the least. Across all those seasons he'd spent west of the Big Muddy, after all, he'd killed enough of those who had attempted to kill him. The diggers could have sneaked up and cut out a small portion of the herd to feed their miserable selves instead of attacking the white men settled down for some hard-won sleep, instead of greedily running off all those hundreds of California horses. Had the brownskins been satisfied at slipping off with just a few, chances were Scratch could have talked Williams and the others out of wasting any time or effort pursuing a paltry number of the scrawny animals. But when those red niggers made it plain as sun they were out to kill white men, those red niggers deserved no quarter. A man often made some allowance for simple-minded savages what didn't know any better, but when the diggers descended upon the trappers with their full intention of killing Williams's raiders so they could steal everything of any glittering value, then the red-bellies sealed their own death warrants. Out here in this hostile environment, just like the predator and the preyed upon, life had never been anything more than cheap.
"Once I hear them diggers eat their own children when they get hungry enough," Francois Jerome declared as he rode along, perched in his saddle above Titus, his left arm in a sling improvised from a black kerchief. "Man'd have to be a animal to eat his own young'uns," Joseph Lapointe grumbled. "That's what the hell they are," Jerome argued. "I never seed it with my own eyes, but I hear more'n one man tell me them diggers get hungry enough, they eat their young." "Maybe so you're right," Lapointe agreed. "We all know them Mexicans ride up to this here country for to steal women and young'uns, drag 'em back to Santa Fe and Taos for slaves in the fields. The Comanche and the Utahs do it too. They're always stealing digger women and young'uns." "So you figure these here diggers don't give a damn about their children?" Jerome prodded. "Look around, you fellas," Scratch interrupted their discussion. "A empty belly in this here country gonna cry out for food only so long afore one of these red niggers gonna fill it any way he can." "You figure they do eat their young, Bass?" Lapointe inquired. With a half-hearted shrug, Titus said, "I figure these here diggers gonna eat most anything they can put in their mouths just to stay alive." Rumors did indeed abound among the American fur men, not to mention those tales told down in the Mexican provinces concerning the diggers sacrificing their children to fend off starvation. Although no white man had ever actually witnessed such barbarity with his own eyes, many a trapper had seen how these pitiful wretches shamelessly abandoned their blind, lame, and young to die alone in the desert when fleeing from powerful attackers. Another certainty that lent a weighty probability to such legendary cannibalism in the minds of these trappers was what this austere country did not provide in the way of sustenance. Rarely had a fur man ever sighted any real game in the form of deer or antelope. Most of the time, even the bony jackrabbits were hard to spot.
In certain seasons, these diggers somehow sustained themselves on a diet of crickets and grasshoppers, even ants and spiders, too. Word had it the Indians dried these insects beneath the blazing sun, then pounded the bodies into a fine meal that, when mixed with a little water or the moisture squeezed from a cactus frond, would form a paste they could bake on flat rocks at the edge of their fires. Bright as the stars were that night, not to mention the illumination from a three-quarter moon, the wide and scoured trail wasn't all that hard to follow through those blessed hours of darkness. And in those final moments, before the sky began to gray off the east as they trudged along, it even grew outright chilly. Feeling a little weak from the loss of blood and not having a thing to eat in the better part of a whole day, Scratch damn well didn't want to let the desert's cold sink in clear to his marrow. He stopped to rest for a few minutes while he untied his trail-worn capote from behind the saddle and pulled it onto his arms, knotting the sash around his waist. Then he continued into what remained of the yawning, black desert night.
"You hear that?"
Henry Dawes asked. The few came to a halt around Bass, quieting their animals as all of them fell silent, listening. There it was for certain, the sound of gunfire. Not a rip-roaring battle of it, but a few shots echoing now and then. Of a sudden, they heard the low, rumbling thunder, too.
"Them's horses,"
Francois Jerome cried. Jack Robinson cheered.
"And it sounds like they're coming our way."
"Damn if they ain't," Bass cursed, his eyes flicking left and right, frantically searching for cover. "We better be finding us somewhere to get out of their way."
"You figure them others find the horses?" LaPointe inquired.
"Sure as hell did find them," Jerome declared. "They bringin' the herd back for us."
"Hold on. I cal'late you've got things all twisted up," Bass argued, knowing full well there wasn't a good reason the herd had turned around in its tracks and was headed for them. "Them horses is on the run." Robinson asked,
"Bill and the rest got 'em all back from the diggers, didn't they?"
That thunder of the hoofbeats seemed to swell noisily in the next few heartbeats as Titus grappled with what to do. In moments, the horses would be all but on top of the handful of white men. "Head for them rocks, fellas," Bass shouted, lunging away despite the agony in that ham. "Diggers or California horses, this here desert's dead set on killing me afore I can get back to the mountains." At the very moment the eastern horizon turned a blood-tinged gray, the front ranks of the herd took shape out of that arid dawn. A dark, bobbing wave thundered toward the wounded and halt as they scampered for a low cluster of volcanic rock. The trappers reached their shelter just before the flying manes and fluttering tails took form out of the slanting gray clouds of dust. Intermingled with the pounding hooves arose off-key yips and coyote calls of excited men. Titus held on to hope that it would be Bill and the others bellowing on the fringes of the herd. But when some 36 of the stolen animals loped past the rocks, the cries and hoots came right behind them, more distinct. And something clearly wasn't right about those calls.
"It's the diggers!"
LaPointe shouted. "Get down!" Bass ordered as he realized the horizon wasn't darkened with horses, it was clotted with the warriors. "Get down, out of sight!" It was plain that these Indians who had attacked them were, at least for the moment, consumed with chasing after a few dozen of the horses on foot. They were screeching and screaming at the horses, driving them south by west back in the direction where the trappers had been camped. One of the diggers appeared to spot Bass as the warriors loped past on foot, yelling at the horses, keeping the animals on the run. But none of the Indians stopped. As Titus waited to be discovered and overwhelmed, his heart pounding, more than 100 of the short brown Indians streaked by, their knees pumping like steam pistons as they raced after their four-legged quarry. Their shrill, intermittent cries and the hoof thunder quickly died, swallowed by the utter emptiness of that desert morning.
"They didn't spot us,"
Toussaint Marechal called out. "Shit, they saw us," Bass protested, relieved that so many of the enemy was now heading away from their line of march. "Had to see us when we ducked in here. They just wanted them horses more'n they wanted our sorry asses." We better get moving, Joseph Lapointe said as he stood and adjusted the bloody bandana that covered one of his eyes. Them brown skins might just turn on around and come back for us.
Let's hope we can catch up to the rest of them horses, Marischal said as he hobbled out of the rocks behind the rest.
Better you pray we catch up to Bill Williams and the rest of our boys, Scratch argued. To hell with them Mexican horses while there's red niggers out to raise our scalps in this here desert.
It wasn't until mid-morning, with the late summer sun starting to do its evil work, when Francois Derome first spotted the faint scum of a dust cloud hugging the horizon to the north. Minute by minute the cloud grew, advancing on that band of wounded trappers.
You don't figure it's another bunch of them diggers, do you? Joseph Lapointe asked.
Bass shook his head.
Nah, nothing gonna raise dust like that but a whole passel of hooves.
But just to be sure they didn't get burned, the trappers quickly looked about, spotting a likely outcrop of rocks where they might find enough room to conceal themselves and their horses. On and on, minute by minute, the shimmering gold cloud gobbled its way across the desert toward them. From time to time, sunlight glanced like streaks of mercury, rays glittering from the density of the cloud. Then the first of the volving legs emerged from the base of the dust.
It's them horses,
Jack Robinson screamed with glee.
See, it's our horses.
In the next heartbeat, not only did the front ranks of the horses emerge out of the billowing dust, but also two riders, both of them whooping and yipping like coyote pups on the prowl.
I'll be go to hell and et for the devil's tater, Scratch cheered as he started hobbling into the open.
He ripped his wide-brimmed felt hat off his head and started waving it at the horses and that daring pair of riders out in the van of the herd. With all those animals racing directly at him, from where he stood right then, it seemed as if the desert was belching free every horse that had ever come out of California. At the head of the herd, those two riders pointed and waved their big hats, one of the horsemen angling off to his left. Once those animals in the front flanks were following him, the other horsemen turned aside as the herd pushed on.
Jehoshaphat, if that don't look to be old Solitaire hisself,
Bass roared, wagging his hat once more at the end of his arm. Williams came up at a lope, his horse skidding on the flinty ground. Every inch of the man was coated with a thick layering of fine talc that shook loose, forming a gauzy cloud that billowed into a bright halo around him as his animal shuddered to a halt.
Titus Bass, that really you?
Scratch spat out some of the sand that was settling around them all, a choking, blinding cloud of it kicked up by those hundreds of horses.
Ornery as ever, Bill, he coughed. Damn if you ain't covered ground on your own shanks. Walked all this way with that error hole in your ass?
He did, Bill, Derome said with a cheer.
That our horses?
Titus inquired, glancing at the herd as it peeled aside, headed west.
What we could get wrangled back together, Williams confided. The rest we'll let the desert have. Maybe them diggers run across some of 'em one of these days.
Roast a haunch or two of Mexican horse, eh? Bass said. Where was you headed with 'em?
The horses? Why, we was coming back for you boys.
See, Robinson said. I told you all along Bill wouldn't light out of the desert without us.
Bass scooted closer to Williams's bony knee, gazing up at the old trapper coated with that layer of brown dust.
Who's leading 'em now? Kersey, he replied. We figured to find water for 'em afore night over yonder at them hills.
He pointed, then looked down at Bass.
You coming with us?
Damn right I am, Scratch growled. A whole passel of them horses are mine, Bill. To get 'em this far, I near died of thirst, got my head shot off by California greasers, and almost had my throat cut by a white man. I ain't about to let any of you side-talking varmints run off with what critters are mine. Williams rocked his head back and laughed so hard, some more fine dust shook off him in a mist.
I figure that means you're coming with us. You sit a saddle yet?
Ain't tried, but I'll keep covering ground on foot any way you care to lay your sights.
That's what I like in this man, boys, Williams cheered. You just can't beat a good man what puts his head down and keeps on coming.
You heard Solitaire, Titus said to the others as he turned around to face them.
There's a herd to wrangle. All you fellas what are fit to help them others with the horses, saddle up and catch them horses. The rest of you what are ailin' too bad can lay back and come along with me." Only Toussaint Marechal and Joseph Lapointe ended up staying behind with him, watching the others wave their farewells, then ease away toward the tail end of that massive herd. Titus suddenly looked up and asked, "Ain't you going on with the rest, Bill?" Patting his dust-crusted, lathered horse on the withers, Williams said, "I'll lay off running them animals for a while, Scratch. Maybe so you boys could use some company on your leetle walk." "Much appreciated, Bill." The four of them had covered several miles in the blazing sun before Williams, right out of the blue, confessed, "We got less than half what we drove out of California, fellas." Bass glanced over at the skinny man walking beside him, leading his own horse. "You figured you'd make it back to the mountains with more, did you?" Williams was slow to grin, but smile he did, his brown teeth a shade or two darker than the pale dust coating his severely tanned face. "Shit, Scratch, you got me there. Never in all my days could I have figured to get this many horses out of California and cross that killer desert." "But we done it, Bill." "By damn if we didn't," Williams exclaimed. "But just think of all them horses what left their bones behind us." "No reason for you to feel sad for getting only half of them to the mountains. Look at us. We're standing here still alive." Titus snorted some dust out of his nose onto the desert hardpan. Then he looked squarely at Bill. "We had us some shining times out to Californy, didn't we, old friend?" Williams smiled hugely, no longer grave, and slapped Titus on the back. "We did have us some fun, didn't we, Scratch? By blazes, if we didn't have us a whole damn lot of fun." It took them the better part of a week, but they finally put the Green River at their backs, escaping the worst of that broken canyon land where it took all they had to keep any more of the stolen horses from slipping away in that rugged country. Throughout the days, the trappers kept the animals under a rotation of wranglers while the rest of the men slept. At dusk, they saddled up and key-eyed, waving hats and coils of buffalo hair rope to start the last 3 broodmares they still had alive. No longer were they pushing the rangy animals, not the way they had run the herd out of California, goaded them over the mountains and into those first stretches of desert. None of the survivors wanted to lose any more of their horses. So the cautious men inched forward each night, searching out the water holes and springs. For nights on end, Bass had been forced to follow the slow-moving caravan on foot. But by the time they had begun their climb into the first low foothills, Titus was tying on his last pair of moccasins, deciding it was time to give that ham a try before he was forced to walk barefoot. That evening, he settled back into the saddle, tenderly doing what he could to keep his weight off that wounded buttock, trying his best to ignore the painful hammer of the horse's gait as it made its way over the uneven ground. Far off in the distance, the verdant green of the Rocky Mountains beckoned seductively to these men who had outlasted months of desert sand, scorching sun, and their own limits. It set Scratch to wondering how could a man live in such warm places as these, especially the sort of man who settled in valleys where other men congregated, building their shacks and huts and barns, forced to breathe each other's air where they had no seasons of winter, spring, or fall to their lives. How did folks live like that? But he realized there were lots of men who did live out their lives perfectly content to do without the harsh edges any wilderness scraped away on a man, settlers who were absolutely content to live a life untested. His father had been one of the many. It was Titus Bass himself who was too damned different to get along with the steady sort what came to fill up these open, feral, unforgiving spaces. Crossing a wind-scoured country of cedar, juniper, and stunted yellow pine, the raiders were forced to angle north along the base of a great plateau. Once around the end of that towering ridge, Williams curved them around to the south-southeast. From here on out, they would no longer travel at night and rest out the sun. 3 more days of driving the herd, and they struck what the mountain men called the Blue River, one of the tributaries of the mighty Colorado.
Finding enough water for their horses was no longer a problem, nor wood for their night fires. No more would they have to cook their stringy horse flesh over smoky, struggling greasewood fires. They had returned to the shining mountains.